family and fellow soldiers. I'm the Professor, and this is the Moment of Truth. And now the Friday Crime Report. Seattle, Washington, July 31st, 2025. Harold Powell, age 68, is a Navy veteran who lives in Seattle. In the service, he had been a submariner. His career, however, was cut short when he was struck by a drunk driver in 1991. Since '95, he's been playing music for donations on Seattle's waterfront. He's regarded fondly by the people there and described as a regular, usually playing music and bringing good vibe to the waterfront. People are used to peace and quiet and pleasantries there on the piers, but white supremacy has created a class of super predators who break the peace. As we've seen in so many other instances, a white man showed up and started an argument with Mr. Powell for no reason. According to the criminal complaint against him, the perpetrator approached the victim, who was in a wheelchair on the boardwalk near Starbucks, and he demanded the victim provide identification to prove his military status. As the victim was taking out his wallet, the white man who accosted him then removed a military patch from the victim's belongings. This caused the victim to arm himself with a knife. The white man pulled out a handgun, pointed it at the victim, and shot him point blank in the chest. Now, this was a racial ambush, and if you look at the video, you see the guy standing several feet away from the victim. He wasn't standing right on top of him. There was no imminent threat or imminent anything. He didn't just happen to show up there that day, by the way, armed with a .45 caliber pistol. He started an argument with a complete stranger in a wheelchair. He went there to carry out a broad daylight murder. He had that in his empty head before he even went there. Now, today, Harold is recovering at home. He had been released from the hospital on Sunday. The perpetrator has been identified as 32-year-old Gregory Tim, and he's already trying to claim some sort of self-defense, but prosecutors have said regarding self-defense in Washington state case law, a defendant cannot claim self-defense if the defendant provoked the altercation. If you provoke an attack upon yourself, you lose the right to claim self-defense. But of course, these white supremacists are on code nationwide. Prosecutors are admitting the most obvious thing of all about the no self-defense argument here. He walked up on a wheelchair-bound elderly old man, accosted him, argued with him, stole property off of his person, and then attempted to murder him. Prosecutors are not charging this animal with murder, though. Instead, all this attempted murder is being charged with is first-degree assault. The judge even offered this reprobate bail, $750,000. This was attempted murder, not a fistfight. But you have prosecutors attempting to protect this would-be killer, and they're doing it openly. And you won't be surprised to learn that this isn't this criminal's first brush with the law. Back in 2020, as the pandemic was getting started, this criminal lived in Jacksonville, Florida. That's Moron DeSantis' Florida, mind you. In this criminal act, Tim took his van and deliberately drove it into a tent full of political volunteers who were conducting a voter registration drive. That time, he was charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault on a person 65 years old or older, and single counts each of criminal mischief and driving with a suspended license. His bail in that case was set at $500,000. Even Donald Trump, who was president at the time, weighed in on that incident, so even the president was aware of this case. And yet, in Moron DeSantis' Florida, he got the same charges and even the same bail amount as what he got earlier this month. And if you're wondering whatever became of that case against him in Florida, a year later he went to trial and was acquitted on all charges except the criminal mischief charge. The judge immediately let him go with time served. It took that Florida jury less than an hour to call him not guilty, so they had their minds made up beforehand. And if you'd like to know what mind-blowing, incredible evidence that this violent punk's defense lawyers offered to beat the rap, they had him take the stand and say it was all just a joke. No, I'm being literal about that. That's what he actually said. He took the stand and said that trying to run people over with a van was just a prank. Quote, "Crashing is a strong word. I still consider it was a prank. It was the most stupid thing I have ever done, and I have had a lot of time to reflect on this." You know, that reminds me of one of Paul Mooney's comedy routines. "White man, why did you try to run over a bunch of people with your van?" "It was just a prank. I've had a lot of time to reflect on it." "Ooh, he said it was just a prank. We can't send him to prison for a prank. Besides, he's had some time to reflect on it, and that's enough." Now you let a black person be charged with the same thing. "Hey, nigger, why did you try to run people over with your van?" "It was just a prank. I've had a lot of time to reflect on this." "Well, your prank wasn't funny, and you're going to have 25 years to reflect on it." But this happened in Ron DeSantis' Florida, when he was bragging that they're so tough on crime. And Trump, the president himself, commented on it. So we see for the umpteenth time that where these red state reprobates are concerned, when they talk about being tough on crime, that doesn't include white offenders. We'll continue with the moment of truth in just a moment, but first, a word from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tools at all times. You never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, or some obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by. Keep that leaf blower at the ready, and always carry your steel. Power Tools, because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. This degenerate did this in Jacksonville, Florida, and he was given a slap on the wrist. This is the same Jacksonville where only 2 years ago a white supremacist, inspired by Ron DeSantis' anti-black crusading, murdered 3 black citizens in cold blood. That was the direct result of DeSantis' nonstop anti-black rhetoric and political performative extremism. It was meant to embolden precisely that kind of violence, and that's what it did. And now this creep has gone to Washington state and committed a far worse crime than the one he had 5 years ago, and the authorities there are treating this as just criminal mischief. When this happens, these are not oversights. This is not the system failing. This is the system working exactly the way it's designed. This system was designed to produce targeted harassment and mass incarceration of black people, regardless of whether they committed a crime or not, and is designed to not touch those classified as white at all unless they kill a white person. Then there may be some minor punishment, but as I documented for you on this channel, that's not always guaranteed. And the people who administrate this injustice system, they're the ones responsible for it. DeSantis and his gang of inbreds down there were all hot and bothered to write laws meant to target black people. They wrote a law to legalize hitting protesters with your vehicle as a direct response to the BLM protests. Well, you have a white man who tries to run over campaign volunteers with his van, Republican volunteers no less. And DeSantis and the tough-on-crime Republican legislators didn't pass one law. They didn't do anything. And when he was acquitted, there was no legislative response from the GOP legislature in Tallahassee either. The system is color-coded because the racists who administrate it operate it that way. They're the ones who make sure that it stays that way. We keep having these incidents over and over and over again on a near daily basis, where you got some white man with a gun who runs around acting like he's playing out some death wish vigilante fantasy. Be it Kyle Rittenhouse, Daniel Penny, Daniel Perry, the racist in Texas who killed a white BLM activist and Greg Abbott pardoned him, or this latest scumbag in Seattle. This is white privilege. This is racial immunity from law. Because you never see a black person shoot a white person, veteran or not, wheelchair bound or not, and then simply get an assault charge. Racially privileged armed thugs are protected in this society, and that's why we see so many mass murders take place by the exact same demographic. Be honest. If the headlines said that this blonde 32-year-old male had gone to the riverfront in Seattle and just began shooting people at random, just opened up on them, would that be a surprise? Would anyone say, I can't believe someone would just open fire on people for no reason at all? When have any of these racially privileged punks ever needed a reason for suddenly firing on people? This crime in Seattle didn't happen because of an argument. He went there with a gun specifically because he intended to kill someone from the very beginning. And these murderers are protected to commit these crimes, whether it be in a red state or a blue one like Washington. Seattle's supposed to be so liberal. That's how they promote themselves. Why they had BLM protests 5 years ago. And there was even a brief Occupy movement, where you're seeing exactly how liberal it actually is. When it comes time for them to actually have to confront the reality of racial immunity from law and white privilege, that's when you find out whether or not these people are actually real about law and order. And time again, consistently, we've seen they're not. They're all about a color-coded injustice system. Because as far as they're concerned, they have to protect the racial immunity from law that trash like this Tim character enjoy, because it's what the rest of them also depend on for their own perks, privileges, and racial guarantees. And that's the reason why when it comes to black people in general, you can't be running around just with a knife at a gunfight. You got to be prepared to protect yourself and not be asking permission. That's the reality when you live under a system of white supremacy. Self-protection for black people is a must wherever we are. And it doesn't matter if you're out and about, at home, or on the riverfront, just minding your own business. White supremacy is always looking for the next soft target. And if they decide that they're going to try to come after you, you got to be prepared to let them know that it doesn't matter if you're in a wheelchair or not. You won't be taking white supremacist aggression sitting down. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Hey, CK, how you doing? I got a late start today. Actually, I scheduled this for... Oh, hey, CK, how do I sound? I've been playing around with this mic, so someone tell me if I sound okay. This is Stanley versus the World. Please make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure you subscribe if you're new. Please share it out. So I had to play this Friday Crime Report is actually pretty entertaining as well as informative, and it is the correct antidote to some people. So bunch of news stories as usual. I have a couple videos at the end of the news articles that they may be boring, but they are informative. I'm never entertaining, but try to be informative. So let's move on. And here's some Trump news. He is always in the news. Never a dull moment with this MAGA president. So appeals court voids $500 million fine against Trump, leaves fraud finding. I guess that these New York Supreme Court folks were scared of what Trump might do to them had they upheld it. So we go. This is Trump's America, and we just live in it these days.
You're listening to Appeals Court Voids $500 million fine in New York case against Trump. Leaves fraud finding, a news story written by Shayna Jacobs and Jeremy Roebuck and read by an AI-generated voice. New York. A state appeals court on Thursday voided a massive civil judgment against President Donald Trump, calling the roughly $500 million verdict excessive, while leaving in place a lower court's finding that he and others in his real estate empire had committed fraud. The ruling by a split 5-member panel of New York's First Department Appellate Division was made public Thursday, months after the court heard arguments from state lawyers and attorneys for Trump. New York Attorney General Letitia James won the civil case against Trump, his company, 2 of his adult children, and 2 former executives last year when a state court judge determined that they collectively committed a long-running fraud involving false information they provided to potential lenders and insurers about the value of his properties. While harm certainly occurred, it was not the cataclysmic harm that can justify a nearly $500 million award of the state, one of the appellate judges, Peter H. Moulton, wrote in an opinion Thursday, one of 3 opinions filed by the panel. The panel declined to overturn the lower court's finding that Trump and other Trump Organization executives were liable for committing a series of illegal acts, including falsification of business records, conspiracy, and insurance fraud. The judges also left untouched a number of years-long punishments that restrict their ability to serve as executives in the state. Trump, in a social media post, called the decision a total victory in the fake matter brought against him by James. He did not say whether he would ask the state's highest court to review the legality of the fraud finding or remaining restrictions. I greatly respect the fact that the court had the courage to throw out this unlawful and disgraceful decision that was hurting business all throughout New York State, he wrote. James, in a statement, said that the fraud finding was well supported and highlighted the non-monetary punishments that the appeals court kept in place. She vowed to appeal the decision to the state's highest court to protect the rights and interests of New Yorkers. The court upheld the injunctive relief we won, limiting Donald Trump and the Trump Organization officers' ability to do business in New York, James said. It should not be lost to history. Yet another court has ruled that the president violated the law and that our case has merit. The 3 opinions issued by the panel hearing the case revealed deep divisions among them and offered opportunities for both Trump and James to claim victories. In the end, the 5 judges could not reach a consensus. Instead, 2 of the judges, Moulton and Diane Renwick, concluded that the trial demonstrated that Trump and his organization had engaged in a decade-long pattern of financial fraud and illegality. Though they agreed that the fine imposed by New York Supreme Court Justice Arthur Engoron was excessive and should be vacated, Judge David Friedman maintained that James never had the authority to bring the case in the first place, and the entire matter should be dismissed. Judges John Higgett and Lynette Rosado took issue with several aspects of the trial Engoron presided over, and concluded that Trump deserved a new one. Despite that, they agreed to leave the lower court's fraud finding in place, acknowledging the practical difficulties of launching a new trial and allowing the case to more swiftly proceed to a higher appeals court. Higgett and Rosado called the split within the panel truly extraordinary, and wrote, "A remarkable situation has necessitated a remarkable solution." Before his involvement in politics, Trump ran the family's real estate, golf resort, and hospitality empire with his sons Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. from its headquarters in Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. Trump and his lawyers have repeatedly argued that James's lawsuit was filed for political reasons. They also alleged that none of what the Trump Organization did was improper, and that its properties were as valuable as he claimed they were, if not more valuable. Engoron had already determined in a summary judgment decision that the defendants had committed fraud in a broad sense by up to $2.2 billion a year to get cost advantages in business dealings. The trial in New York Supreme Court's Civil Division was held to determine if specific illegal acts were committed. After the 10-week proceeding, Engoron entered a $350 million judgment against Trump that also brought an additional $100 million in prejudgment interest. The tab continued to earn interest at a rate of more than $100,000 per day while Trump pursued his appeal. Their complete lack of contrition and remorse borders on pathological, Engoron, who heard the case without a jury, said in his verdict opinion. James's case was a major component of the multi-front legal battle Trump fought in New York and elsewhere in the years between his 2 terms in office. The Attorney General's case was filed in 2022 after a lengthy probe, while a parallel criminal investigation by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office into the Trump Organization's asset valuation practices ended without charges. Manhattan prosecutors separately brought an indictment against Trump for 34 counts of falsifying business records for allegedly concealing the true nature of a $130,000 hush money payment to an adult film actress before the 2016 election. A jury convicted him on all counts in May 2024. Trump also lost 2 civil cases in federal court to E. Jean Carroll, an author and advice columnist who accused him of rape. Juries at 2 trials awarded Carroll about $90 million for sexual abuse and defamation claims. James has been a target of Trump's fury since her investigation began, and he has long vowed retribution against her. Since his return to the White House, the Justice Department has launched an investigation of James for allegedly weaponizing her position by bringing the case while Trump was running in 2024 for a second term. The Washington Post has reported that the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of New York recently issued subpoenas focused on 2 major cases out of James's office: the business fraud probe into Trump and his businesses, and an unrelated investigation into the National Rifle Association, a matter that resulted in court-ordered reforms of the embattled advocacy organization. Separately, Ed Martin, a former interim U.S. attorney in Washington and head of a Justice Department task force aimed at investigating weaponization of law enforcement, was picked by Attorney General Pam Bondi this month to investigate James over a mortgage application connected to a residential property in Virginia. James's attorney, Abby Lowell, said the issues stemmed from a paperwork error in a mortgage application for a property James was helping a relative to purchase. Martin recently posed for photos in front of James's home in Brooklyn and told her lawyer that she should resign, which Lowell called blatantly unethical and political behavior for a prosecutor and attorney who is supposed to be nonpartisan. Moulton noted in his opinion Thursday that past courts have found that James's investigation of the Trump Organization was lawful and not improperly influenced by political interests. Given the evidence uncovered during the Attorney General's investigation, the political choice would have been to not bring this case, thereby avoiding a fight with a powerful adversary, the judge wrote. Her allegations have been tested at every stage of this maximalist litigation, and for the most part have been upheld.
Yeah, well, this week is just full of the wrath of Trump getting even with former adversaries or just people he's just decided to not like very recently. let's have a look at this. Trump threatens to fire Fed governor, escalating pressure on central bank. Well, here's the deal. She's not been proven guilty of anything. One of Trump's cronies has basically decided to make a big thing out of nothing. And of course, Trump is going to go after the black woman. I'm doing well, Lupin. How are you doing? Welcome aboard. So this is Lisa Cook. Never heard of her before Trump made her famous.
Trump threatens to fire Fed governor, escalating pressure on central bank. This article is by Tony Rahm and Colby Smith and read by an automated voice. President Trump said on Friday that he would fire Lisa Cook, a member of the Federal Reserve Board, if she did not resign her post, as he looked to leverage new allegations around her past mortgage applications in a bid to remake the top ranks of the nation's central bank. Mr. Trump issued his latest threat, which would most likely face severe legal obstacles, 2 days after Bill Pult, the federal housing director, accused Ms. Cook of falsifying records to obtain favorable loan terms. Mr. Pult referred the matter to the Justice Department, a representative of which said the case requires further examination. While the two men have criticized Ms. Cook for her actions, and Mr. Pulte has insisted his primary goal is to root out fraud, they have each done so in the context of an expanding campaign to oust officials on the Fed's Board of Governors, including its chair Jerome H. Powell. By forcing out sitting governors, the president could appoint a set of loyalists who share his desire to lower interest rates, which the central bank has kept steady in response to persistent concerns about inflation. Mr. Trump has already announced one nominee for the board, tapping Stephen Mirren, the chairman of the White House Council of Economic Advisers, for the spot that Adriana Kugler abruptly vacated this month. Ms. Kugler's term was initially set to end in January, and Mr. Moran, a critic of the Fed, will need to be confirmed by the Senate. Many legal experts believe that Mr. Trump cannot easily fire any Fed board member, including Ms. Cook, who has not been convicted of wrongdoing. The law that charters the Fed allows the president to dismiss policymakers for cause, which is generally interpreted to mean gross professional negligence or malfeasance. It is a broad term that has little legal precedent, suggesting that it is a high bar to prove. The Supreme Court.
Yeah, I'll just leave it there. The emphasis on she's not been found guilty of anything, threatening to fire, it's going to wind up in court. Trump just basically wants to take over the Fed with his people. That's it. So John Bolton, a former national security advisor, I think. Looky here. John Bolton's home and office raided by federal agents because Trump just doesn't like him.
John Bolton's home and office raided by federal agents. FBI agents raided the Maryland home of former National Security Advisor John Bolton on Friday morning, Fox News Digital has learned. Fox News Digital later spotted agents at Bolton's Washington, D.C. office removing boxes, and Bolton was seen in the lobby. The searches are focused on potential classified documents agents believe Bolton may still possess, according to one source. Bolton, who served as President Donald Trump's national security advisor from 2018 to 2019, is not in custody or under arrest. Federal agents reportedly busted into Bolton's house in Bethesda, Maryland, at around 7 a.m. local time in an investigation ordered by FBI Director Kash Patel, who took to X with a cryptic post minutes later. "No one is above the law. At FBI agents on mission," he wrote without directly referencing the raid. FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino shared the post and wrote, "Public corruption will not be tolerated." Meanwhile, Attorney General Pam Bondi also warned, "America's safety isn't negotiable. Justice will be pursued. Always." The probe was first launched years ago, but later shut down by the Biden administration for political reasons, according to a senior U.S. official. The Justice Department under Trump's first administration argued that Bolton's 2020 memoir, The Room Where It Happened, contained classified material and sought to block its publication. A federal judge ultimately allowed the book to be published. Justice Department lawyers argued the book contained classified national security information covering areas like U.S. intelligence sources and methods, foreign policy deliberations, and conversations with foreign leaders. In June 2021, the Biden Justice Department abandoned both a criminal inquiry and civil lawsuit against Bolton over the memoir, ending the legal battle at that time. Bolton's attorney said at the time that a senior career official in charge of the NSC's pre-publication review process conducted a 4-month pre-publication review of the book and, after requiring a number of revisions, concluded that it contained no classified information. The book contained a damning account of the Trump White House, alleging that Trump once pleaded with Chinese President Xi Jinping to aid his re-election campaign, among other missteps. Trump ousted Bolton from his first administration in 2019 because they disagreed strongly on policy.
Yeah, well, disagreement equals vendetta, apparently. So, Powell, this is Jerome Powell, the current chairman of the Fed, gave a short speech today in Jackson Hole. Is it in Wyoming? Anyway, slowly but surely, Trump's going to get what he wants. And Powell sends strongest signal yet that interest rate cuts are coming.
Powell sends strongest signal yet that interest rate cuts are coming. This article is by Colby Smith and read by an automated voice. Jerome H. Powell, the chair of the Federal Reserve, on Friday used a closely watched speech to send his strongest signal yet that the central bank is preparing to soon restart interest rate cuts, highlighting the labor market's vulnerabilities even as inflation accelerates. Mr. Powell held back from explicitly endorsing a reduction in borrowing costs at the Fed's next meeting in September. But his emphasis on the prospects of a weakening economic backdrop made clear that a cut is likely next month. The balance of risks appears to be shifting, Mr. Powell said in his final speech as Fed chair at an annual conference hosted by the Reserve Bank of Kansas City in Jackson, Wyoming. With borrowing costs weighing on the economy, the labor market softening, and inflation risks contained, the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance, said the chair. Mr. Powell highlighted the recent slowdown in monthly jobs growth, but questioned whether it was a function of a pullback in demand from companies or a reduction in the supply of workers resulting from President Trump's immigration crackdown. He said that left the labor market in a, quote, curious kind of balance that warranted caution. This unusual situation suggests that downside risks to employment are rising, he said. And if those risks materialize, they can do so quickly in the form of sharply higher layoffs and rising unemployment. Mr. Powell stressed, however, that inflation was still too high, even as he sought to push back on concerns that Mr. Trump's tariffs would lead to a persistent rise in price pressures. Rather, he said, a reasonable base case is that the effects will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. Of course, one time does not mean all at once. It will continue to take time for tariff increases to work their way through supply chains and distribution networks, he added. Still, Mr. Powell acknowledged that the Fed was in a, quote, challenging situation, given that the central bank's two goals of low, stable inflation and a healthy labor market are now in tension with one another. Against this backdrop, he said, the Fed would need to, quote, proceed carefully with its plans to reduce the degree of restraint it is imposing on the economy. That suggests that once the Fed starts cutting, it will not reduce interest rates quickly or by much if the economy evolves as expected. Mr. Powell reiterated on Friday that he viewed the central bank's policy settings as only modestly restrictive, meaning there is not too far to go in terms of interest rate reductions before hitting the Fed's desired level. The central bank is aiming for a neutral setting that neither revs up the economy nor slows it down. Stocks and bonds reacted sharply to Mr. Powell's remarks. The S&P 500 jumped 1.6%. The tech-heavy Nasdaq Composite, with lots of high-growth companies sensitive to changes in interest rates, rose 2%, while the Russell 2000 index of smaller companies that are closely tied to the outlook for the broader economy rose more than 3%.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop that right here. I commented yesterday that I bought some groceries, and prices are not coming down. And this is going to be interesting. Powell is walking a razor's edge. I think that I'm going to be interested to see if interest rates actually get cut in September. That is next month. But I honestly think that inflation is going to be a problem, and raising interest rates, cutting interest rates. Be careful, because now you start overheating the economy, and my grocery prices are just going to get higher. And I like groceries. I don't want to pay too much for them. So next in Trump deplorable, the horrible, deplorable universe that we now have to coexist in with MAGA, White House calls out 7 Smithsonian museums for their exhibits and messaging. Like, these people have culture. It's like half of them going and looking at these exhibits. I guarantee you that what's her name, Jillian Michaels, it was her first time in a Smithsonian museum.
You're listening to White House calls out 7 Smithsonian museums for their exhibits, messaging.
What's up,
a news story
Truism?
written by Janae Kingsbury, Sophia Nguyen, and Mara Judkis, and read by an AI-generated voice. The White House increased its pressure on the Smithsonian on Thursday, calling out a list of exhibitions and materials mentioning race, slavery, transgender identity, and immigration to bolster President Donald Trump's ongoing criticism that the institution is too focused on divisive.
But everywhere had slavery, not just us.
And negative aspects of American history. In an official, unsigned article titled, "President Trump is Right About the Smithsonian," the White House called out 7 museums for their exhibits and messaging, including the National Museum of African American History and Culture, the National Museum of American History, the National Portrait Gallery, and the National Museum of the American Latino. Representatives for each of the museums named in the article did not respond or directed a request for comment to the Central Smithsonian Administration, whose spokesperson declined to comment. As President Trump promised, the Trump administration is committed to rooting out woke and divisive ideology in our government and institutions. White House spokesperson Davis Ingalls said in an email, "Taxpayer money should not be used for things that pit Americans against one another. Our Smithsonian should exhibit history in an accurate, honest, and factual way." Among the targets of the White House's list were 2 museums that have not yet broken ground on buildings: the National Museum of the American Latino and American Women's History Museum, and works by individual artists. "In a way, I'm kind of honored to be included in this list of important exhibitions and art projects that shed light on many viewpoints and diverse realities that are part of American history," said artist Hugo Crosthwaite in an email to the Post. Crosthwaite created a portrait named by the White House of former National Institutes of Health official Anthony S. Fauci, who has made a significant impact on the wellness of this country, he said. Artist Rigoberto A. Gonzalez, who had been spending the day painting when a friend texted him the link to the White House website, had similar sentiments about his work being scrutinized. "You know the saying that there's only good publicity? I'm thinking that maybe somebody will want to buy a painting." At the same time, said Gonzalez, "it reminded me right away of when you read in our history about degenerate art that the Nazis targeted. I was like, there it is, another sign of where they want to take the country." Gonzalez submitted a painting of a family crossing a southern U.S. border wall for the Smithsonian's Outwin Buchhaver Portrait Competition. Though the White House website says the portrait gallery features his painting, which he based on his research at migrant respite centers in South Texas, he noted that it is not on display at the Smithsonian, but is held in a private collection. "It's not promoting immigration," he added. "It's the reality of immigration. And the fact that when immigrants come here, they don't always find this American dream that they're supposedly chasing." The White House's list comes 2 days after Trump said he would send his attorneys through the museums, adding that the Smithsonian focused too much on how bad slavery was. In an interview with Fox News on Wednesday, Lindsay Halligan, the White House official charged with examining the Smithsonian, said she had walked through museums and reviewed information on slavery herself. "The fact that our country was involved in slavery is awful. No one thinks otherwise," Halligan said. But what I saw when I was going through the museums personally was an overemphasis on slavery, and I think there should be more of an overemphasis on how far we've come since slavery. Scholars this week challenged Trump's framing of
I
the
love that
Smithsonian's
shit.
work and decried his criticism as an effort to control history. Samuel Redman, director of the Public History Program at
Here, let me, speaking of public history, let me emphasize that all these people who want to concentrate on you're talking too much about slavery, they fucking never talk about Jim Crow. It took a war to end slavery. That part is always skipped over. It did. America was one of the first to eliminate slavery. Yeah, motherfucker, it took a war. It took a war, at least from the Confederate side. It took a war for the states' rights to have slavery. And as slavery moved west, they wanted the future states to be able to decide whether they wanted slavery or not. But I never hear these fools like Jillian Michaels or Donald Trump. What happened when slavery ended? White supremacy continued to exist, and in another compromise, because the Constitution was a compromise over slavery. 1877, another compromise, and what sprang from that compromise? Another flower of a white supremacist root. Okay, Jim Crow is something they never talk about. Ending slavery just produced a more clever way of enslaving, convict leasing, just all kinds of horrible things. I want to hear what Jillian Michaels has to say about it. But in the meantime, let's hear again, because I played this yesterday. Let's hear from a public historian.
Let's talk about why responses to the latest White House attack on.
Oh, and by the way, let me pause this right quick. It's a white man saying it, so we know we can trust his word, right, SKC? Right, Dick?
Doing more harm than good, and what it says about the ongoing public history fight against the MAGA right. Hey folks, I'm Tad Sturmer. I'm an American scholar of resistance history at the University of Southern Denmark and Johns Hopkins. You might have seen the stories about this or seen posts with people complaining about it. Based on what they say are what the White House says, are public submissions. The White House is taking aim again at the Smithsonian, pointing to what it says are these troubling exhibits at 7 different museums, including a Benjamin Franklin exhibit that links his scientific achievements to his ownership of enslaved people, and a film about George Floyd's murder that it says mischaracterizes the police. This is one of those cultural fights that Steve Bannon loves to pick because he knows it will send the left into a distracting tizzy. It's red meat for his folks, especially as the Epstein stuff and wrapping the US around Russia has them packing up their bags. So cue the war on woke. But this regime loves fake fights. They love to cosplay being battle ready, always punching down. It's why they send troops in desert camouflage and combat gear to police the Lincoln Memorial and face off against tourists armed with smartphones and federal workers with sandwiches. They have zero interest, I guarantee you, in the real thing about almost anything. They don't want to get into any kind of fight in which somebody else is going to fight back. So what and who are the problems here? Well, the White House says President Trump will explore all options and avenues to get the woke out of the Smithsonian and hold them accountable. Hold them accountable. Who's them? The staff? The board, which is at least half Republican anyway at this point. Who's them? The administration argues that exhibits at those museums focus excessively on oppression rather than on America's great achievements. But Lonnie Bunch, in good form, as always, he has a strong response to all that, to his folks. Steady on. Keep your head about you. We got this. He knows there's no woke. There's just facts. Just an honest interpretation. The regime just wants to argue it needs to be spun the other way so the MAGA folks don't get their feelings hurt. Because the last thing this regime is interested in is history, well, or facts. Because none of what they say is actually going on. For example, let's take a look at 2 of them. The exhibit on Latino history in the United States. You can see it for yourself. It's all there online, actually. The link's below, including the exhibit language. Check for yourself what it says about colonization and U.S. expansion, including the Mexican War. Frankly, it's all kind of light celebratory, rah-rah, let's go America stuff. Yeah, the colonization language is there to include indigenous resistance, slavery, and Black resistance, but it doesn't assign anything directly to a particular colonizer. If there's blame, it's on a process, not on a people. Yeah, colonization, brutal and destructive. But the exhibit also ends it there, making it impersonal. You have to be really sensitive and already pretty thin-skinned about your identity if you think that language is talking about you. And I can't even find the reference to the Mexican War or the treaty that ended it as stealing Mexican land. If it's there, it's buried, and it's one panel at best. And the exhibit on Franklin that includes slavery. Okay, it's about an exhibit that does what history should do. This is at the National Museum of American History. It tells the whole story. What's really bizarre about this, and I know firsthand from my work on Franklin and slavery that we've talked about here, is that most people don't know that Franklin was an enslaver. And that exhibit has been going on since 2021. It's hardly a lightning rod in the public history community. And frankly, the online version is the most informative and balanced approach to the subject that I've ever seen. Even I don't have a problem with it, and I can manage to have a problem with almost everything like that. But it also doesn't show up even when you do internet searches of Franklin and slavery. So it's not even SEO optimized. I don't know what they're complaining about. Nobody's seeing this stuff. The bigger point is that I'm not sure that the people in this regime who have the problems have even seen these exhibits. They're just going off what's been reported to them, maybe. Or, more to the point, they don't care. That's not what this is about. It's not about these exhibits. It's not about this language. They want to stick their ultra-nationalist knife into American history and resurrect it as a fairy tale. We talk about that already. And they're already doing it. A couple of exhibits at the Smithsonian are going to change that one way or another. The $1 billion they now have going to fairy tale projects that they've repurposed from the NEH and other institutions and erasing from honest history education, that's going to provide a bigger cultural reset, I think. But the symbolism, you say, it's the Smithsonian, America's Attic. Well, yeah, I agree. The symbolism, it's all about the symbolism. So symbolically, what are we really talking about? Because what many on the left are racing to say, mainly to each other, is that they're trying to erase our history, don't let them. Okay, but that's not new. We're 8 months into this, and they can't do that. No one can erase our history. They can change some words around on a sign and on a website. That's it. And yet you'll see post after post about this, chasing likes, followers, speaker fees. Man, these journalists cosplaying as historians is just killing me. If you love history so much, why didn't you just become a historian? Or is it just easier to steal ideas out of somebody else's book and pass it off as your own? At any rate, as someone who does all of this for a living, and I've been doing it for more than 15 years, from where I sit, what do I really see, especially at this point in denying the abusive authority of this regime and maybe rolling it back? Where are we when it comes to resistance? Well, there are a few troubling signs. Yeah, they're the raid farmers that want to get you worked up, but that does exactly what the right wants to do. They're experts in getting you to spin your wheels, spend your energy, to waste your emotions on their latest poke. If you're worried about an exhibit at a museum you are not going to visit, then you're not asking about Epstein. You're not asking about Putin. You're not asking about inflation, the jobs report. You're not asking about the latest ICE prison. You're not asking about Nicole Collier and Republican redistricting. You're not asking about mail-in ballots, and you certainly aren't asking about Gaza. Instead, you're asking about the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, which, trust me, isn't going anywhere. They can't change the language. It's already signed. Instead, what you get are very strange advocacy efforts on the left, or what appears to be the left. I was sent this one yesterday by colleagues and friends from all over the place, which is why I'm sort of bringing it to your attention, because it's just kind of weird. It's from a new group, always a new group these days, called America's History Save Our Smithsonian. Not the Smithsonian Associates. You really want to support the Smithsonian, go join them. No, this is America's History Save Our Smithsonian. But I guess more people supporting these institutions and what's going on, no harm in that, right? But in a move that would have made even Thoreau's big head explode, they asked for two things off the bat. Sign a petition and, wait for it, give them money. Like anybody has any left. Okay, sign a petition to do what exactly? Well, they have demand.
Oh, wait, I have to...
At the National Museum of African American History.
I have to highlight this. Brian Nichols says, slavery is normal. Motherfucker, what? Dude, you need to literally go read a book about natural rights. So if slavery is normal, now help me out here. Maybe you mean to human nature or something like that. Dude, go read about natural rights. Slavery is not normal. It is, God didn't create people to be slaves. Dude, you need some serious study on how natural rights work. Now, I'm not a big natural rights guy, but let's just assume you are right of center. I think I'm right on that, Brian Nichols. There is no right to be a slave. Okay, is your contention that God created some people to be slaves? Well, that's mighty motherfucking 1825 of you. That's literally incorrect. Oh, I love it.
History and culture and the Smithsonian remain free from political interference. We demand that Congress and the Smithsonian Board of Regents act to protect the museum's independence. We demand that President Trump immediately rescind Executive Order 14253, which is that lame, toothless, restoring truth and sanity to American history.
SKC,
And
jump all over the place. I'm literally being told that slavery is normal. What in the fuck? Slavery is normal? That might have to be a show title. I might have to do it. And I'm definitely going to credit Brian Nichols with that quote.
another demand that all efforts to censor or sanitize African American history be met with unified, unflinching resistance. They demand that. Not exactly from who they don't really identify, but, they demand it. Does any of that seem, real to you? Because it doesn't get much more performative than that. I mean, demand, it's a heck of a word. And when people ignore you, what then? And that last one, demand that all efforts to censor or sanitize African American history be met with unified, unflinching resistance. Demand it, gotcha. On it. We're on it. Okay, now, can you tell us more about what that means? And what if any of that happens? What if any of that gets achieved? The last one is certainly kind of going on anyway. What's the real goal here? It's pageantry on top of pageantry. That's all the executive order is about the Smithsonian. It's just empty words. So you want to reverse the empty words and all better with more empty words. History is saved. The underlying issue is a far right that is bent on weaponizing your history as a political tool to expand their power and reduce yours. Is that all taken care of? Is the underlying issue in any way addressed once you get at the symbolic stuff at the top? No, but that's it. That's the petition. But let's talk more about the stakes and why performances like this don't help, and why you might want to keep your money. And again, if you really want to join something, maybe the Smithsonian Associates is the way to go. There are a few reasons why the far right folks need to take control of your history. The first one is about American identity, and not just in a vague amorphous sense. And this is why they are ultra-nationalists, not just the usual run-of-the-mill rah-rah, wrap yourself in the flag nationalists on the right and on the left. They need to define the American nation, and therefore its leadership, its priorities, its goals, who it serves.
SKC, once again, you stopped the show with your comments. Dude, slavery was a normalized practice, but people knew slavery was wrong. Okay, the Catholic Church knew it was wrong. That's why they created exceptions to it. See, you seem to think doing wrong is a normal practice. If that's your argument, then I guess I have to agree with it. But normalized really isn't my argument, especially when it comes to the United States. Jefferson knew slavery was wrong, yet he did it. If your argument is literally a proof that the United States isn't exceptional. We had slavery just like everybody else throughout human history, but yet you can't seem to figure out my argument. My argument is, if you're right, slavery was a normalized practice, then the United States does not have a claim to exceptionalism. It's a dumb argument, SKC, and it's easy to counter it. That's all I have to say. Literally, the United States was not exceptional if you're right. And Dick, you know what? What's normalcy? This motherfucker doesn't know what normal is. Yeah, that's not surprising. Shout out Jefferson. Hey, Dick, oddly enough, Thomas Jefferson is my favorite founding father. Closely followed by Gouverneur Morris, who never owned slaves. But hey, I like complicated people, and Jefferson was nothing if not complicated. Let's see, SKC, you don't know my argument either. I don't have to strawman your argument. Literally, SKC, it's a bad argument. You're saying slavery was normal. Well, no. I'm sorry. That was that other guy. You're saying that slavery was a normalized behavior. And I'm saying then America is not exceptional, especially when it comes to its understanding of freedom. At least when America was founded, their understanding of freedom was that some people were destined to be free, some people were destined to be slaves. That's not an argument you can defend or defeat. Oh, I'm sorry, I said defend. That's not an argument you can defeat, SKC, and I'm taking your substandard argument and using it against you. You need to rethink that normalcy argument. It's so easy to defeat when we're talking American history. I've been telling you this for years. Keep thinking that and keep letting me just overwhelm that silly, childish argument. Because it is childish.
In narrow ways that exclude people. That's why they spin out the Manifest Destiny Third Reich art on DHS social media. The American nation is limited to white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Their allies will be tolerated for now.
He's literally telling you about the founding. You need to listen more than you talk or type, SKC. Your argument is trash.
They want to get that back to what it was before the Civil War. And they say this clearly, specifically. Stop saying that they're using...
Oh, Deacon Dave,
saying out loud.
I want a 2-on-1
one
argument from an SKC point of view. America is not exceptional. Either America is exceptional or it's not exceptional. If slavery was normal and America decided to be a normal founding with a compromise on slavery, that defeats the exceptionalism argument. So easy to take a trash argument and trash it. I'm putting it in the dustbin of history where it belongs.
Them, America is no melting pot. It never was. It never should have been thought of that way. Diversity is the enemy. It was never meant to be a multiracial democracy, just an ethno-nationalist republic.
Oh yeah, I expect people to do better.
Resistance to it blew all of its safeguards out of the way with things like the pesky 14th Amendment. In the end, what the far right is doing is not a nation building project. It's a nation rebuilding project. And that's what Project 2025 is all about. So spin that history to exclude or obscure
Slick Rick,
or suppress anything that doesn't fit the narrative.
Slick Rick, Brian said slavery was normal. SKC is just presenting a wordier way of saying slavery is normal. And normal precludes the description of exceptional. America was normal. It wasn't exceptional. And hey, I'm glad that the truth is being revealed by none other than that truth teller, SKC.
That America, as the founders created it, was established as the greatest country that ever was because of those Anglo-Saxon Protestant white guys and their allies. They could do no wrong, almost literally. Celebrate them, don't question them. Why? Because that means they can still control your world today. James Madison, Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton. If everyone agrees that Jefferson was a great man and he can't be questioned, then his exploitation of enslaved people, his racism, his views of the Constitution cannot just be forgotten. It can be accepted.
Hear that,
It was
Dick?
complicated, but let's focus on the great things. Washington.
Applaud Thomas Jefferson, Dick.
Exploiter, but that's just being negative. He was just a man of his time, just like the leaders of today. Complicated men that achieved and are achieving great things. Sure, they had some personal issues, but when measured against their greatness, Epstein list? What Epstein list? He's ended 6 wars. Or is it 7? Complicated, men of their time. But there is another point to this, and it's a bit more practical. If you succeed in diminishing or even erasing historical harm.
Hey, let me help you out, Dick. Dick says normalcy isn't a word. Well, why can't I look it up? Normalcy is not a word, yet it's listed in the Merriam-Webster dictionary. How can it not be a word? Normalcy, a noun, being within certain limits that define the range of normal functioning. Expectedness as a consequence of being usual or regular or common. So slavery was common and America was just being common. Dick, I know you're new to this channel. We use words and most of the people in this chat actually know words to a very high level degree. Don't come over here being stupid telling us what a word is or isn't. You're a dick. Learn like a dick. Normalcy is a word. I literally just showed it to you. See here, it says normalcy. That's a word. And I said normalcy, not normacy, idiot. Don't be a dick. As a matter of fact, hit the link. It's pinned at the top of the chat. Dick, I need to come up here and teach you apparently. Hey, if I misspelled a fucking word, dude, I misspelled a word. Dick, stop being a dick. I hate. Don't be a simpleton, Dick. Hey, Dick. Oh, you know what? I didn't switch the video. My bad. Hold on one sec here. This is my bad fault.
You eliminate it all. And the historically privileged, people who look and walk and talk just like me, get to return to enjoying their historical privileges, which are entirely unearned, just by virtue of their skin tone and their baptism certificate, whatever Ancestry.com says about their lineage. And that is exactly how it works in your life. And how they want to use history to control the courts, control Congress, control your world, and lock it down for them for another generation at least. And American political culture helps them along because it has built into it a kind of cultural inertia that counters resistance. I talk about in my book, we can talk about in other ways. It channels all that into comfortable and approved paths and privileges this masquerade of democracy as a massive placebo, which is all that petitions like this really are. A pageant, a charade that becomes a kind of civic placebo. It makes you feel better, but it doesn't do anything. The dangerous part about it is how that has worked in American culture. It anesthetizes you into thinking that it's sufficient. I signed the petition. I shared it. My voice was heard. I gave $5. Someone else is now handling it. My work's done. No real resistance, no action, no active refusal is necessary. This is the way Thoreau put it. If someone cheats you out of $1, what do? Are you satisfied with just knowing that he cheated you out of $1? Are you satisfied with putting that on a sign saying that he cheated you out of $1? Or even with petitioning him to pay you back your $1? Is that enough? Or do you take steps to get your $1 back and make sure he never ever tries to do it again? As Thoreau said, action from principle, the perception and performance of right, changes things into relations. It is essentially revolutionary. So go ahead and take the placebo, sign the petition. The effort might well be legit, I don't know. And everyone needs to protect their peace. And there's only harm, though, if you stop there, if you buy into that lie that it's sufficient. But we're through that looking glass. We know it's not. Instead, focus on the issue, center the goal, get your $1 back. Represent that honest history. Refuse the authority of this regime to twist it for their own purposes. Every time you spotlight what they want to distort, every time you highlight what they want to obscure, is a refusal of their authority. That's resistance. Don't worry about them withdrawing an executive order. Who cares? Don't give them the credit that whatever they are doing matters. Go ahead, issue executive order after executive order. Who cares? Make it irrelevant. Make whatever they say irrelevant, starting with you. Spotlight that story, learn more about it, share more about it, talk more about it, drive them crazy with it. Boost the historians and storytellers who are raising up those subjects. Make it so the MAGA folks will have to work twice as hard to get people to think different about it. That's what will really make a difference. An exhibit just sits there. You can make those stories move. You can make them breathe in and out. You can bring them back to life. You can make the story sit here, you can make the history sit here, and you can make it grow here. Refuse the authority of this regime to tell you what your past was and what it means today. Remind them that it's yours, and they can't tell you what to do with it. Check out the links to the exhibits below. Let me know what you think.
You know what? This is a little bit of a sidetrack, but let's check out the exhibits below. Let's see here. What do we have? Let's see. Links to the exhibits. You know what? I'm going to save this because I'll have to read it and kind of narrate it. But this is, let's see, American History. Let's see, this is National Museum of American History. I've actually been there a couple times. Yeah, I'll make sure we save this and then we'll move on with the news. Give me one sec here. Let me drop this link into my Slack. All right. So let's see. What is the next atrocity? Trump administration to vet all 55 million foreigners with U.S. visas. I'm not against this.
You're listening to Trump administration to vet all 55 million foreigners with U.S. visas. A news story written by Adam Taylor and read by an AI-generated voice. The Trump administration is planning to vet all 55 million foreigners who currently hold visas for travel to the United States, a significant expansion of ongoing efforts to clamp down on alleged abuses of the legal immigration system. In an emailed statement, the State Department said that continuous vetting will allow the agency to revoke visas upon finding signs of potential ineligibility, including things like any indicators of overstays, criminal activity, threats to public safety, engaging in any form of terrorist activity, or providing support to a terrorist organization. We review all available information as part of our vetting, including law enforcement or immigration records, or any other information that comes to light after visa issuance, the statement said. The Associated Press first reported that the State Department was reviewing visas held by 55 million foreigners. The Trump administration has overseen a drastic crackdown on immigration. The crackdown initially focused on illegal migration to the United States, but has expanded to include reviews of legal migration, such as by people who travel to the country on tourism, work, or student visas. The State Department issued close to 11 million temporary visas, which do not include permanent residency or green cards, during the 2024 fiscal year. The vast majority of these visas, 77%, were for business or tourism, while roughly 7% were issued to students or visiting academics and their families. In practice, the process of revetting people who already hold a visa, potentially for years in some cases, is likely to prove time-consuming and logistically complicated, officials have noted. The State Department has also introduced new measures, including the review of social media accounts for hostility toward the United States and anti-Semitism. "We are gathering more information than ever," said a senior State Department official, speaking on the condition of anonymity to brief the media. The official admitted it was likely that social media vetting would add more time to the review process. "Time is not my concern. The security of Americans is," the senior official said. The news alarmed some immigration experts who said that visa holders are already subject to enhanced vetting when new information comes to light, including interactions with U.S. law enforcement agencies like arrests or convictions. David J. Beer, the director of immigration policy at the Cato Institute, a libertarian think tank based in D.C., said it sounded like the administration wanted to proactively conduct reviews of social media posts and revoke visas based not on conduct, but speech. "I doubt that's feasible for everyone, but I suspect that these reviews will be done in a discriminatory manner, targeting immigrants with certain backgrounds and in certain visa categories or specific people they want an excuse to revoke," Beer added. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, a division of the Department of Homeland Security that is responsible for initially granting visas, wrote in a policy alert this week that it was updating its guidance to say that it will vet applicants for links to anti-American or terrorist groups, or those that support or promote anti-Semitic terrorism. Foreign students have become a focal point for the administration, which announced earlier this week that it had revoked more than 6,000 student visas for overstays and legal violations, including roughly 200 to 300 for what it described as terrorism. The administration has also sought to revoke
You know what? I shoot. I X'd that out by mistake. My bad. I'm sitting here rearranging some tabs. So let's see. We'll just skip that. I think we get the point. I don't disagree with vetting people who are applying for visas. I thought that was part of the process. So if you are looking at current visa holders that are in the United States and you want to go and vet them, okay, that's not a bad idea. So let us move on. There are a lot of things that, well, I won't say a lot of things, but there are a few things that Trump is doing with the immigration policy that I think I agree with the goals. I don't necessarily agree with the means to the ends, but this one I don't have a problem with. So let's move into some DC stuff. Several articles on DC. As Trump tightens grip on DC, officers say their chief is absent. Now that is a damning thing. She might be on her way out.
You're listening to As Trump Tightens Grip on D.C.
Oh,
Officers
by the
say their
way,
chief is absent.
We're not going to listen to the whole article. It's a little longish, but we'll get the gist of it.
A news story written by Emily Davies, Jenny Gathright, Megan Flynn, and Emma Uber, and read by an AI-generated voice. D.C. Police Chief Pamela A. Smith walked into the 7th District Station Tuesday night to take questions from rank-and-file officers for the first time since President Donald Trump seized control of her department. Many officers hoped that Smith, after more than a week of near silence, was there to make clear she was still their boss and not subordinate to the White House. Instead, Smith was soon joined by a cadre of Trump administration officials, including White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller and Drug Enforcement Administration head Terry Cole, the man whom Trump had named to displace her. The meeting further muddled the chain of command, officers said in interviews, as D.C. police struggled to understand who, if anyone, was actually in charge. "Everyone is still wondering who the chief is," said one D.C. police officer, who, like others, spoke on the condition of anonymity to avoid professional retribution because it doesn't appear to be her. This account of a department in turmoil is based on interviews with a dozen current and former D.C. police officers, as well as half a dozen officials at the White House, the mayor's office, and elsewhere in city government. Many spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to talk to reporters and because of the tense relationship between DC's elected officials and the federal government. The question of who is in command of the DC Police Department is central to an existential fight over the future of Washington as the White House and DC government vie for control. The Trump administration last week tried to effectively replace Smith with Cole, leading DC officials to go to court to keep its chief in charge. Smith, as a central figure in that struggle, has emerged as a symbol of the city's independence. In an interview, DC Mayor Muriel E. Bowser strongly defended the chief, whom she handpicked just 2 years ago. But at times during the past 2 weeks, the chief has disappeared amid the pressure and alienated her staff, 10 current and former police officers said in interviews. Even before the federal incursion began, criticism of Smith within the department had mounted, and some officers who had initially supported Smith turned against her. Smith became known for berating her staff at crime briefings and meetings of the command staff and executive staff, embarrassing commanders over minor missteps or behavior she perceived as a slight to her authority, 8 current or former DC police officers said. Smith transferred high-ranking officials to less desirable shifts in positions after they raised concerns about her policies, moves that some of the rank and file perceived as retaliatory, and resulted in a chilling effect across the department, according to 3 current and former officers. The challenge that hit the department with Trump's August 11th order asserting federal control amplified those concerns, though some officers sympathize with the difficulties of her position. It can't be easy. I don't think she's a bad person or a bad manager, one veteran police officer said. Every big boss is going to have their detractors. As a chief, she has held her ground and said, "Let's get through this together," and I think that's the best leadership can do. In an interview, Bowser described Smith as a solid leader who has been engaged around the clock since Trump issued his executive order to impose federal control on the DC police. Maybe Smith could have sent more emails to her staff, Bowser said. But I can tell you the impactful work of helping me to respond to the federal surge she has been doing. The chief has been engaged 24/7 in making sure that we had a strong case to maintain control of MPD, Bowser said. She added that, having worked with 4 police chiefs in her tenure, there are always going to be internal complaints. This chief and all chiefs get criticism from the front line all the way up to the white shirt, she said. It's hard for anybody to have to be involved in a lawsuit when the President of the United States is involved, okay? Bowser continued. That's hard. That's not easy. Some people would have quit. People would have walked away. But this woman knows that she has a job to do. Women are dramatically underrepresented in law enforcement leadership. The latest Justice Department data shows that women account for about 14% of sworn officers and about 16% of police chiefs of local departments in major cities. That scarcity means female chiefs can run up against staff shaped by overwhelmingly male culture and expectations. And women in leadership are often judged differently than men, the mayor noted. Smith declined to answer questions about her leadership, other than to say that she remained engaged with her staff. Asked to respond to concerns about her sparse communication with her force, Smith denied that she was disengaged. She had attended some roll calls at the U.S. Park Police headquarters, she said. We're still out and about, she added. Smith, a longtime Park police officer, introduced herself to the district 2 years ago as the pistol-packin' preacher, the first black woman to permanently lead the police force in D.C., a historically black city, a rousing orator who knew how to work with federal law enforcement and connect with D.C. neighborhoods reeling from violence. Bowser tapped her to take charge at a time when the city was experiencing a historic spike in violence, the most homicides in a quarter century, and rampant carjackings. Bowser has given the chief high marks for meeting that challenge. Crime in the district has fallen substantially over the past 2 years, parallel with the declines in most major U.S. cities. At the same time, the Justice Department has begun investigating whether the department manipulated data to make crime rates appear lower, adding to the heat Smith faces. Inside the department, many officers who spoke to the Washington Post said she has not met the moment. The day Trump asserted federal control over the police force, it took Smith more than 8 hours to say anything to her officers. At 6:42 p.m., she sent a department-wide email framing the federal role as a collaboration that was nothing new. She promised that commanders would soon provide details to officers about how that collaboration would affect operations. Days passed, and the chief offered no new clarity. Officers started circulating memes mocking her, including one that depicted Trump embracing Smith, Cole, Bowser, and Attorney General Pam Bondi. "Who's the boss?" the flyer asked in thick red letters. Meanwhile, Cole and Miller had started making their presence felt. Miller addressed officers at the department's headquarters last week, telling them they had the support of the federal government and not to worry about negative community perceptions, according to a person briefed on his statements. Cole showed up at roll calls across the city. He listened to officers gripe about a lack of adequate police cars and the woeful disrepair at some city police stations. Our young officers are looking up to the feds now, said one high-level D.C. police official. We're losing our department, and they don't have to take us over. Since the federal takeover began, D.C. police officers have been patrolling the streets alongside federal troops, unsure of how their jobs were supposed to change. The confusion and frustration has been most profound around immigration enforcement, a priority for the Trump administration. Before last week, D.C. law and police policy prohibited officers from asking people about their immigration status or helping arrest them for immigration and customs enforcement. Late last week, Smith ordered the department to increase collaboration with federal immigration enforcement agencies, an order that Bowser acknowledged she did not know about in advance, and which caught the officers tasked with implementing it by surprise, according to 5 officers. Since then, D.C. police officers working on an initiative that targets the illegal operation of mopeds and scooters, an effort Smith started in response to growing safety concerns about.
All right, well, we probably get the gist. Let's move on. Military says National Guard members on D.C. streets will soon be armed. Well, there goes Posse Comitatus. What the fuck? Oh, I want to see this. Pete Hegseth. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has ordered that National Guard troops patrolling the streets of D.C. for President Donald Trump's crackdown will be armed. Motherfucker. Oh, I want to read those rules of engagement. It's a war on crime for real. Hey, Roz, how you doing? You know what? I'm okay up to, tasking the federal agencies, law enforcement agencies. The National Guard is overkill, and now you're bringing motherfuckers from Yahoo, West Virginia up to patrol the streets. Dude, and now you're going to arm them? Yeah, okay. Talk about overkill. They just keep putting icing on a cake that was tolerable. Donald Trump is literally a moron. Let's just make it more volatile by bringing troops from Shazam, South Carolina, and arming them. God damn, that's a mistake. I hope everything turns out okay. How a Throne sub made Sandwich Guy a resistance icon in Trump's DC. This is literally white liberal. This motherfucker is going to be a white liberal hero.
You're listening to How a Throne Sub Made Sandwich Guy a Resistance Icon in Trump's DC, a news story written by Sophia Solano and read by an AI-generated voice. Where protest movements take hold, symbols of resistance soon follow. In Washington, since the Trump administration has taken over the city's police force and ordered the National Guard to patrol the streets, that symbol has taken the form of a person who flung a foot-long sub. His name, colloquially, is Sandwich Guy. Sandwich Guy's real name is Sean Charles Dunn, a D.C. resident and former Department of Justice employee who was captured on video hurling a footlong at a federal officer and now faces a felony charge. A video of the incident, posted on Instagram under the account at BigApp4L, quickly went viral. It shows Dunn, prior to the lob heard round the district, pointing and shouting at officers crossing an intersection in a popular nightlife area. "You fascists!" he yelled, then chanted shame before turning and walking away from the officers. "I don't want you in my city," he screamed at them. Minutes later, he returned, kept on shouting, and chucked his sandwich, salami. The Washington.
He chucked a salami sandwich. Hero. You know what? At least he could have fucking gotten a hero sub or sandwich. Motherfucker, he tossed salami. The hero couldn't figure out that it's more symbolic to throw a hero sandwich. Oh, the limitations of white male mediocrity. This is literally a case in point of white mediocrity being celebrated as heroism. Motherfucker, I just simply cannot believe. I'm sorry. This is the last time I'm going to talk about Sandwich Guy. The motherfucker wasn't clever enough to get the right sandwich. That is white male motherfucking mediocrity. Hey, Dick, are you out there? Witness this moron, and better yet, this moron currently has a job in Trump's Department of Justice, and he threw it away over a motherfucking salami sandwich thrown at another white mediocre male. Oh, the silliness. Oh, the horror. These motherfuckers are idiots.
Washington Post confirmed, before attempting to flee on foot. Days later, 20 federal agents cuffed him at his front door. Jeanine Pirro, U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, said in a video posted on X last Wednesday that Dunn would be charged with a felony, which is punishable by up to 8 years in prison.
A motherfucker.
A day later,
This motherfucker's
Attorney General
gonna do 8 years. This motherfucker's gonna do 8 years over a salami sandwich. If that is not the silliest thing I've ever heard a white male do, this dude is like, if he's working in Trump's Justice Department, he's not MAGA, but goddamn. This sounds like, you know what? If the motherfucker had just thrown like, why is he sacrificing? I hope he's not married. I hope he's just some single guy. I hope he doesn't have a family. How is he going to explain to his natalist conceived kids that daddy lost his job and is homeless because of a salami sandwich?
General Pam Bondi said in an X post that Dunn was also fired from his Justice Department job. This is an example of the deep state we have been up against for 7 months as we work to refocus DOJ, she wrote. Dunn did not respond to requests for comment, and his lawyer, Sabrina Schroff, declined to comment. A week after the sandwich was slung, Dunn's likeness has popped up around the city and on social media. Memes and art have flooded DC accounts. Protesters have held Subway sandwiches to the sky at protests in a symbol of defiance. And yes, you can now buy a shirt. Protest art is nothing new, especially in Washington. It permeated the city's streets during demonstrations in 2020 following the murder of George Floyd. Black Lives Matter was sprawled down 2 blocks of 16th Street NW in thick yellow paint. Protest signs with names of police brutality victims were entered in the DC Public Library's local history collection, and the phrase, "I can't breathe," was sprayed in local alleyways and scribbled on posters. But DC artists have also shown a zanier side when it comes to political statements. Recall the poop statue, the swirly dew pile that topped a replica of Representative Nancy Pelosi's, Democrat California, desk, or its follow-up, the 8-foot-tall dictator-approved statue with its golden thumbs-up squashing the Statue of Liberty's crown, both placed on the National Mall. This time, one poster that nods to Sandwich Guy, plastered on buildings in Adams Morgan, DuPont Circle, Union Market, and other popular neighborhoods, spoofs street artist Banksy's Flower Thrower. The piece, originally seen in the West Bank, depicts a man winding up his arm to throw a bouquet of flowers instead of, say, a grenade. Around DC, the flowers are replaced by a hoagie. Whoever came up with that transposition, that's a brilliant piece of street art, said Jeffrey Ian Ross, a criminologist at the University of Baltimore specializing in graffiti and street art. And it will be one of several. When somebody writes the history of this period, that will definitely be one of the iconic images that comes out of it. To Ross, the incident was a perfect storm for virality. The only detail that could have improved it, he said, was if done through a food more closely associated with DC, like a half smoke from Ben's chili bowl. For one, there was the irony of Dunn's employment, not only in a federal office, but for a federal criminal agency, he said. There was the felony charge, which he called an overcharge, that heightened public attention. And perhaps most importantly, there was the fact that the incident was textbook slapstick. A thwacking sandwich, a flat-footed police chase, a close-up of the discarded projectile still enclosed in a Subway wrapper. Let's be honest, said Rochester-based artist Adam Goldfarb. Nobody wants to waste a sandwich. But looking at this administration, the cruelty, the corruption, the disregard for basic democratic values and societal norms, it feels like, so often, there's nothing we can do. So I totally understand this. We just need to do something. And you've got a sandwich in your hand. Goldfarb, who lived in the D.C. area for 15 years, is now selling shirts he designed as a tribute to the incident. On one, a cartoon hoagie over the word resist wears an eye patch. He wanted to create a character who you could tell had seen some things and had had enough. He hasn't sold any yet. Lorraine.
Of course he hasn't sold any yet. It's a goddamn silly fucking, oh my Lord. What? America has problems, and not understanding itself is one of them, apparently. Trump seeks $2 billion to clean up D.C. This is a doozy.
You're listening to Trump seeks $2 billion to clean up D.C. in latest
More
effort to
white
control
mediocrity.
city. A news story written by Kat Zakarzewski and Emily Davies, and read by an AI-generated voice. President Donald Trump announced Friday that he would request $2 billion from Congress to beautify Washington, the latest development in his plans to dramatically remake a city he says was overrun with crime and decay before he intervened. Trump said the administration would improve light fixtures and roads within a 3-mile radius of the Capitol and the White House, as he accused D.C. Mayor Muriel E. Bowser, Democrat, of failing to keep the city clean. His focus on public safety, including the false claim that he has solved local crime, has evolved into an all-out effort to transform the city where he lives into a place reminiscent of his private golf clubs. We're going to have this place beautified within a period of 12 months, said the president, while wearing a red cap emblazoned with the message, Trump was right about everything. The project would mark an extraordinary intervention in the management of the nation's capital. The White House has already flooded the streets with National Guard troops from across the country and
No, what this is a man who seeks to increase the budget deficit. This is bullshit. And I just do not understand how anybody with a sense of motherfucking reality, I know where this is going to lead. Trump is going to propose renaming Washington, D.C. to Trump, D.C. Who's going to bet me on this? He's going to propose, or one of his little minions is going to propose renaming it. It's either going to be Trump National instead of Reagan National, or it's going to be Trump City, District of Columbia. I guarantee you this is going to happen, and I will bet my next beer on it.
and ordered his staff to take over the municipal police force. The campaign has backed top D.C. officials into a corner. They have spent the last 6 months trying to placate the president and GOP members of Congress to avoid his ire. Now, with little leverage, they are struggling to determine their role and how to limit the president's intervention in city affairs. Because of D.C.'s unique status as outlined in the Constitution, the city has no control over its own National Guard, and Congress has final say over its laws and budgets. Trump also has the power to take temporary control of the city's police force if he determines that special conditions of an emergency nature exist. The longtime real estate developer and golf club owner has taken a special interest in the aesthetics of Washington. He mentioned rusting light poles with mismatched lenses, and he promised to fix the roads with beautiful, well-done asphalt. On Thursday, during a visit to a U.S. Park Police facility in Southeast Washington, Trump also promised to improve the grass in D.C. parks to resemble Augusta National Golf Club in Georgia or his own clubs. Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican, South Carolina, announced earlier this month that the White House was working on a package that he and Senator Katie Boyd Britt, Republican Alabama, would shepherd through Congress. The D.C. Security Fund would provide Trump with the resources he will need to improve the safety and quality of life in our nation's capital, Graham wrote. Every American should be behind this effort to make Washington, D.C. clean and safe so that it can truly become the shining city on the hill, Graham wrote in the August 13th post on X.
Yeah, okay. So, let's see, what is next on the agenda? Oh, this is one of my favorite stories of the day. Judge says Alina Habba, has served as U.S. attorney without legal authority. Yeah, Trump is starting to stoop at the shoulders. Have y'all noticed? Very interesting here.
Judge says Habba has served as U.S. attorney without legal authority. This article is by Tracy Tully and Jonah E. Bromwich and read.
Uh-oh, what on earth happened with this? Huh. Well, let's try this again. I hate it when technical difficulties arise.
Judge says Habba has served as U.S. attorney without legal authority. This article is by Tracy Tully and Jonah E. Bromwich and read by an automated voice. A federal judge on Thursday ruled that Alina Habba had been serving as New Jersey's U.S. attorney without legal authority for more than a month, thrusting the state's already paralyzed federal court system deeper into disarray and potentially placing limits on the president's power to choose his own top federal prosecutors. Faced with the question of whether Ms. Habba is lawfully performing the functions and duties of the Office of the United States Attorney for the District of New Jersey, I conclude that she is not. The judge, Matthew W. Brann of the Middle District of Pennsylvania, wrote, "Because she is not currently qualified to exercise the functions and duties of the office in an acting capacity," he added, "she must be disqualified from participating in any ongoing cases." But the judge delayed the practical effect of his own decision, including an order disqualifying Ms. Habba from participating in ongoing cases. The pause will allow the government to fight on Ms. Habba's behalf in a federal appeals court. Still, the ruling was a remarkable rebuke to a Justice Department that has undertaken extraordinary measures to keep its preferred U.S. attorneys in their jobs. Pam Bondi, the U.S. Attorney General, vowed to appeal the judge's decision. "Ms. Habba is doing incredible work in New Jersey," she wrote in a social media post on Thursday evening, "and we will protect her position from activist judicial attacks." Ms. Habba, who previously served as President Trump's personal lawyer, was appointed in March to a 120-day term as interim U.S. attorney. Mr. Trump nominated her to take on the role permanently, but New Jersey senators indicated they would block her, and last month a panel of federal judges declined to extend her tenure. Instead, the judges tapped a veteran prosecutor, Desiree L. Grace, to lead the office. In response, Ms. Bondi publicly disparaged the judges, fired Ms. Grace, and, in a complicated series of legal maneuvers, elevated Ms. Habba to the role of acting U.S. attorney. Two separate legal motions were quickly filed, challenging the legality of Ms. Habba's appointment, and confusion has since gripped much of the state's federal court system. For weeks, the questions
What's up,
have
dirty
left the
dude?
state's district court system at a standstill, delaying hearings, plea agreements, grand jury proceedings, and at least one trial. The moves used to keep Ms. Habba in charge of the New Jersey office after her interim tenure ran out have been replicated by the Justice Department in several other U.S. attorneys' offices. Judge Brann's ruling may encourage challenges to the legal authority of those prosecutors, too. The Habba case might be the most visible example of this, but the district court's decision here, if affirmed, would prevent the Trump administration from similar machinations in the rest of the country as well. Said Stephen I. Vladeck, a Georgetown University law professor. Neither Ms. Haba nor a Justice Department spokesman responded to requests for comment.
Stephen the
Gerald
First?
and Abby D. Lowell, the lawyers who challenged Ms. Haba's authority, said in a joint statement that they appreciated the thoroughness of the court's opinion. Prosecutors wield enormous power, and with that comes the responsibility to ensure they are qualified and properly appointed, they said, adding, "This administration cannot circumvent the congressionally mandated process for confirming U.S. attorney appointments." Judge Brand noted last week during a hearing on the matter that any decision he made could be expected to be reevaluated by the Court of Appeals. But he also indicated that swift action was urgently needed in order to return the state's federal court system to at least some level of normality. Ms. Haba, 41, has represented Mr. Trump in several civil cases and
Yeah, Trump has pretty much installed his personal lawyers in all kinds of leadership positions in the Justice Department. So, Trump stoops. He's showing physical signs of age. I think he is having, oddly enough, a Biden moment. He's having a bunch of Biden moments. So we will observe. But dude, this woman literally has no trial court experience before representing Donald Trump. Go and look up Alina Habba. She was like a real estate lawyer or something, and she had a bunch to say in Trump's New York state like business fraud case. Hey, Trump rewards his friends. I do have to compliment him there. He's like a mob boss. So next, Trump's education secretary, and lest we forget, she actually is a cabinet member. Linda McMahon makes Long Island High School's mascot a top priority. So here's a cabinet member making a fucking high school mascot a top priority. White mediocrity, folks. I know
Education
so many
Secretary
awesome
Linda
white
McMahon
people,
has said that
and
protecting
Trump's
the Native
hired none
American
of them.
chief mascot of Massapequa High School in Long Island, New York, is a top priority for her department. The school has been embroiled in a legal fight over the Massapequa chief's name, as has nearby Connecticut over its Thunderbird's name, since 2023 when the New York State Board of Regents banned the use of indigenous names, logos, and imagery in public schools and threatened to withdraw state funding from any that did not comply with its ruling. For Long Island districts, including Massapequa, challenged the ban only for a federal judge to side with the Empire State earlier this year. The dispute echoes that over the renaming of the Washington Redskins and Cleveland Indians at a national level. President Donald Trump has demanded those names be restored and has recently turned his attention to Massapequa, telling Fox News host Brian Kilmeade on Sunday, "I love Massapequa. I've heard that name for years. I have a lot of friends in Massapequa. We got to get the name back to the Chiefs." Trump added that, in his opinion, it is demeaning to Native Americans to lose the Chiefs' name, rather than insensitive to keep it. The name was originally chosen to remember the Massapequa tribe, who lived on Long Island until they were displaced by European colonists in the 17th century. The president previously expressed his support over the matter on Truth Social in April, urging McMahon to intervene, and then posed with a Chiefs jersey in the Oval Office for an Instagram post. McMahon also posed with a shirt during a subsequent visit to the school in May, at which she threatened a lawsuit over the issue, claiming the Board of Regents' decision amounted to a violation of Title VI of the Federal Civil Rights Act and warning that New York's Department of Education could lose its own funding or be investigated by the Justice Department if it does not back down. In her latest statement on the matter, the secretary said,
It is a top priority of this administration to protect Massapequa, Connecticut, and all Native American groups' right to celebrate and preserve their cultural heritage. McMahon also praised the two districts in their continued fight against woke ideologues who are attempting to strip them of their beloved Chiefs and Thunderbirds mascots. Carrie Wachter, president of the Massapequa School Board, told Newsmax after McMahon's May visit she was shocked that the Trump administration had gotten involved in the issue, but welcomed its support. You know, we did get some press in the beginning, New York Post, and a couple other outlets, where we asked for President Trump to please get involved. And to our surprise, he actually did. So, yeah, we were very excited to hear him call out the Massapequa Chiefs. She added that carrying out the rebranding demanded and removing the Chiefs' iconography would cost her district $1 million. It's in our fields. It's in the floors. It's on the walls. It's everywhere. And it's not just at the schools, you know, it's throughout our town. And we're named Massapequa for the Massapequa Indians who were here before us. So, you know, it's...
This is really a good case of reverse psychology. Motherfuckers, you're not celebrating the tribe, you're celebrating the tribe you fucking colonized. This is white mediocrity reigns supreme. Oh, we're celebrating the engines. We're celebrating the people, the conquest. We literally are going to go, hey, they were a brave enemy. They fought hard. That's literally what this is.
That they're insinuating that you are trying to change history according to your narrative. What's your response to that? And is there anything you'd particularly like to take a look at?
We want the museums to treat our country fairly. We want the museums to talk about the history of our country in a fair manner, not in a woke manner or in a racist manner, which is what many of them, not all of them, but many.
See, this is literally what the president of white supremacy is doing. If you don't glorify us, if you don't do like SKC and celebrate the white man, we gave all y'all freedom. We named a high school team after what we conquered. You're being racist if you don't acknowledge our greatness. That's literally what these fucking mediocre, bad haircut motherfuckers are doing. You don't glorify us, therefore you're the racist. Fucking disgusting. So next story. Oh wait, hold it. Let's cut to Trump. Let's cut to Trump.
He just got off the plane and he's
this
a
is live,
guy,
folks. Whitehouse.gov.
Nobody like him. I'm delighted to welcome FIFA President Gianni Infantino back to the White House for a major announcement about one of the most anticipated competitions in all of sports.
Trump looks like a goddamn slob.
And this is a big deal.
Can't a motherfucker wearing a hat in the goddamn Oval Office is desecration.
It's the biggest, probably the biggest
of greatness. Sports, I guess. Trump isn't great, but he should respect presidents who work great.
Will take place at the Kennedy Center. Some people refer to it as the Trump Kennedy Center. But we're not prepared to do that quite yet, maybe in a week or so. But right here in Washington, D.C., it's a tremendous honor to bring the global event and this incredible group of people and these unbelievable athletes, the best athletes in the world, to the cultural center of our nation's capital. I just left the Kennedy Center. We're spending a lot of money wisely on making it really beautiful. It's going to be beautiful again. It's like Washington, D.C. We had, by the way, in Washington, D.C., we have the lowest crime numbers they've had in years. Zero, it sounds like it's a horrible thing to say, but I might as well say it. Zero murders in the last week since we've done this. That's the first time.
Oh,
in
look,
memory
let's
that that's happened. If you can believe it, how pathetic that is,
listen to
how
this
people say it.
motherfucker. We ain't had
And
a
I'm tired of
murder in a
listening to
week.
these people say how safe it was before we got here. It was unsafe.
Oh,
It was
this
horrible.
motherfucker.
And
You
Mayor
know what?
Bowser better
Here's
get her
the
act
deal.
straight or she won't be mayor very long
President Trump
because,
is
we'll take it
old.
over with the
He's
federal
measuring
government
his
running like it's
life in
supposed to be
weeks.
run.
And I understand.
The
I'm
numbers
old
were
too.
horrible. It was a
Motherfucker, you ain't
crime-infested
had a murder in a
rat
week.
hole. And they do have a lot of
Hee-haw.
rats. We're getting rid of them too.
Let's
And
go
we've
out
made
to
a
the
lot of
Cracker
progress,
Barrel and have some
it was
fried
extremely
chicken.
unsafe, and now it's extremely safe. We had virtually no
Everything
crime.
he
The
said is true.
number was
That is
down
for sure, Brian.
87%, and I'm trying
Except
to
it's
figure
a
out where
week.
was 13%.
What can change
think it
in
existed.
another week?
The National Guard has been unbelievable, and they're working with the police, and they have some very good people in there. They have some people that shouldn't be police, actually. But they
This
have some great people
motherfucker
there.
just rolled out of
And,
bed.
the Washington,
He's wearing
DC is
a
whole different place,
goddamn
and
fucking
Johnny,
red
I'm sure you'll
hat
be happy
in
to
the
hear that
Oval
too,
Office.
But it's a whole different place. People are
Fucking
excited
low
again.
class.
They're
This
going out
is
to
the be
restaurants
brave
again.
president.
That was the other thing I saw numbers. That restaurant business is down in the last week. No. Restaurant business, you can't get into a restaurant. Just really lying people. And that's
Listen
why
to this
people don't understand
motherfucker.
how bad and
Oh,
how
you can't get
dishonest
into a
the press is.
restaurant.
I saw one
Motherfucker,
poll that had
You're wearing a
us at
hat
19%
at the
favorable
Resolute desk.
on what we're doing with Washington. Then I saw
Motherfucker,
another
you
one
are
that
the
says it's
trailer
94%
trash
favorable.
president.
And I can tell you the 94% is correct. The others are fake, just fake news. They got to get their act together. So bad for our country, so sick, actually. So Washington, D.C. is really doing unbelievably well. And the Kennedy Center that we're fixing, I was just there all morning with contractors. We're making it unbelievable. It's going to be unbelievable. It's got great bones, but it needs a lot of work.
It's got
World
great
Cup draw will
bones.
set up the group
Listen to this
stage of
motherfucker. He
competition.
cannot
48 teams will
break
play
out
in
of real
104
estate
games
and
across
become a
16
president.
North American
So
cities, from
sad.
Seattle to Vancouver to Atlanta to Miami. It's going to be so exciting for our country. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will be one of the largest and most complex events. This will be one of the greatest events, one of the largest. In a way, it's like Johnny said it better. It's like having many Super Bowls in a short period of time, because each one of these games essentially is a Super Bowl. Some of them are bigger than Super Bowls, actually, but they're essentially, each one of these games is like a Super Bowl. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will be the largest, most complex set of events in sports history, and the Kennedy Center will give it a phenomenal kickoff, and we'll be involved, and they'll be working over there for quite a bit of time. We have it all set that they can stay there for the big events, the big press conferences and everything else. And they'll be in a very safe capital. That will be nice. You don't have to worry about walking down the street, Johnny, okay? But you could handle yourself. I could. Okay. Already, FIFA is projecting 6 million loyal fans will attend the World Cup events next year, and 6 billion more are going to be watching back home. And they think the $6 billion number is going to be actually a low number. And this will drive more than $30 billion into the U.S. economy and create 185,000 American jobs in a short period of time. No sporting event attracts more attention, more fans, more viewers, or more revenue than the FIFA World Cup. And again, I'll just say it's the World Cup, and it's the biggest thing there is in sports, and we have it. And I got it in my first administration, and I was really somewhat devastated, as devastated as I can be. I don't have time to get too devastated. I was very happy that today, as you saw, the group that does this, a government group, radical left group, announced that Trump was right. Took in $4 trillion worth of tariffs. That the $4 trillion are going to reduce the deficit by numbers far greater than they ever expected or heard of. And by the way, the stock market went up 1,000 points. That was as of 10 minutes ago. I can't tell you what happened. A lot of things happened. But the stock market's up almost 1,000 points. And it's basically on the news that the release that just came out from government that
The reason he's wearing a hat
tariffs
is he
that
just
everybody was
rolled
talking
out
about,
of his old
that the
man
whole world
bed.
respects us for
I
what we
understand.
did. The tariffs are going to be at $4 trillion. They're going to reduce the deficit by $4 trillion, Mr. Vice President. What do you think?
Sir.
Too bad it's not 5, right?
That's right.
It's had a huge impact, and the stock market is way up. But this will drive more than $30 billion in U.S. economy and create 185,000 American jobs. No sporting event attracts more attention or more fans or anything else. And I just look forward to the draw. So we're going to have the draw, essentially, Johnny, at the Kennedy Center. And by that time, it'll be in even better shape. We're working on it. It's about a year project to make it. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic. You see the way this is looking? Look, nice. I can't tell you how much that gold costs, a lot of money. There's nothing like gold and there's nothing like solid gold, but this beautiful office needed it. It had to be representative. When we took it over, it was dirty, not clean. I immediately changed the chair and had this beautiful desk renovated, brought out by the White House. People that do this, they did a great job. We sent it out. We have a craftsman who's great. But this was not appropriate for the Oval Office when I took over. And now you look at all those paintings you're allowed to turn back. All of these are great presidents, and they were all in the vaults. They were in vaults for some cases much more than 100 years. And now they're proudly hanging on the Oval Office walls. And I can't imagine anybody changing it. But they were buried in vaults for over 100 years, many of them. So it's very exciting. People come in, they really love it. They love what we're doing here. They love what we're doing in DC, and they love what we're doing, most importantly, in the country and the world. I'd like to ask Johnny to say a few words. He's the head of the whole thing. He's been there for a long time, probably the most respected man in sports. He's amazing, actually. Works very hard, and he's got the biggest event in the world coming right here to the United States. And we did a little for Canada. We did a little for Mexico. We thought, see, I'm a good citizen. I said, let them have a little piece. So we gave a little to Canada, see how nice I am? And we gave a little bit to Mexico. And Johnny, please say a few words.
Thank you, President. Great honor for me to be here with you today, President, Vice President, Excellencies. Fantastic to announce what you said, which is the final draw of the FIFA World Cup on the 5th of December here in the capital, in the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. at 12 noon sharp. It will be broadcast live all over the world. 1 billion viewers will watch it, and it will determine, of course, the match schedule, which 48 participating teams will play. You said it, 104 matches in 1 month, 104 Super Bowls. It's not just the biggest, the greatest event, not just a sports event, it's a social event as well, with a lot of emotion. We are uniting the world, Mr. President, uniting the world here in America. And we are very proud of it.
Anyone notice Trump is getting bored? He's starting to drift off.
In this draw with their coaches, with their presidents, they will all be proud to be part of writing this history. And that's why we brought as well this, which is the winner's trophy. It is the trophy that the winner of the FIFA World Cup wins. Only the FIFA president, presidents of countries, and then those who win can touch it, because it's for winners only. And since you are a winner, of course, you can as well.
Look! Let's give the child a toy. Look, it's gold.
It's the winner trophy. The last one who lifted that is Lionel Messi of Argentina, and here it is in the Oval Office in the White House.
Can I keep it?
What do you? Well,
it's
you
gold.
We're not giving it.
It's gold.
That's serious.
It fits well.
That goes very well on the wall right over there. We'll put it right below the angels.
It fits well here.
That's beautiful. Yeah,
until we have to give it to the next winner.
That's fine.
We tip the old man with bubbles.
So 6 billion viewers for the World Cup, 6 million coming to the matches, 30 billion economic impact, 185,000 jobs. This will be absolutely.
You know,
fantastic.
Trump has made this Oval Office look like a fucking hoarder's living room. Oh my Lord! Look at this mess.
September at noon sharp. 5th of December, noon sharp. Then, if I may,
will they be doing most of the draws, all of the draws at the Kennedy? How are you going to do that?
Yes, we'll do that at the Kennedy Center. We'll do all the other meetings around it with the coaches, with the broadcasters, with the sponsors, everything at the Kennedy Center. The whole World Cup starts, and everyone will be happy because everyone has qualified for the World Cup and they didn't yet play a game, so they didn't lose yet a game. So they all think they can become world champion, right?
They'll all be happy.
Exactly. Now,
by the way, an example, supposing we had a week ago when everybody was being killed and mugged and everything else, despite the phony numbers that were given out, that it was getting better. Brian, do you believe it was getting better or getting worse?
Oh, the crime was getting worse. I mean, I was robbed. It was getting
They
way
went
worse.
after you. How did the other guy come out?
He came out with a briefcase.
That was-
Yeah. So, Robert 1, Brian 0.
No, but can you imagine you do this and then you start hearing that they had a 20-year reduction of crime. It's worse. It was worse during the Biden administration than anybody's ever imagined possible. And I guarantee you, he wouldn't be here if those numbers continue. But now we have total safety. We have total security. And for the border, in 3 months, 0 people. These are done by liberal people that do these charts. 0 people came through our border in the last 90 days. Can you believe it? 0. Last year, we had millions of people coming in. And they came in from the wrong locations. They came in, a lot of people that shouldn't be here. So now when we have this event in December, it's going to be very safe. Johnny, you can walk down the street with your beautiful wife.
Yeah.
You can take her to dinner if you can get a reservation, which I doubt.
They're all full, the restaurants.
I know. They're all full. I heard that too. The restaurants the restaurants, since we are doing this, are doing great. And many new restaurants are going to open because, as you know, many closed. Many restaurants closed because the crime was so bad. This will be one of the safest places anywhere on earth. So, I really am honored that the National Guard has done such an incredible job working with the police. And we haven't had to bring in the regular military, which we're willing to do if we have to. And after we do this, we'll go to another location and we'll make it safe also. We're going to make our country very safe. We're going to make our cities very, very safe. Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent. And we'll straighten that one out probably next. That'll be our next one after this. And it won't even be tough. And the people in Chicago, Mr. Vice President, are screaming for us to come. They're wearing red hats, just like this one. But they're wearing red hats. African-American ladies, beautiful ladies, are saying, please, President Trump, come to Chicago. Please. I did great with the black vote, as you know, and they want something to happen. So I think Chicago will be our next, and then we'll help with New York. We're going to help with, and I think a lot of these people that you see on television, they're including the people in this audience. They'll say bad things about me, and then they'll say, thank God he's here, because half of them got mugged and they don't want to get mugged again. But they work for they work for stupid people.
This motherfucker,
the radical left,
old,
and they're made to do things and say things that they don't want to be saying. But the people right here are all happy because you're not going to be mugged in Washington, D.C. anymore.
Trump is our grandpa
president
right
He's an
now.
incredible guy, and we will lay out the red carpet. Andrew, you're going to be fantastic. Rick is going to be everything Rick ever touched has always worked out, and he's working with me on the Kennedy Center. And his very good friend was an actor on Broadway for 5 years, right? And I assume he's helping us a little bit, right?
Yes.
And Andrew, you're all excited about it?
Absolutely.
Would you like to say something?
This is a great opportunity, Mr. President, to show off the first 250 years of the United States of America, the greatness, and then the hope and promise of the next 250 years. When you think this World Cup is going to be over our 250th birthday, Mr. President, your leadership.
Mr. President, you're not looking very virile right now. What's wrong? Can you stand?
History of the world under the Trump administration. So very excited.
I just want to say one thing. Andrew Giuliani, so his father is Rudy, the greatest mayor in the history of New York, I think by far. He took a ravaged city, a city that was really under siege. Probably most people thought it was going to survive. He turned it around. He was a great, great mayor. And then they treated him very, very unfairly. You go back and tell your father all of the things that have come out over the last couple of months through Tulsi and through all of the people, Cash, everybody. They've proven your father 100% correct. His father was treated so unfairly. Your father has been 100% correct. And tell him we all love him, okay?
Thank you, Mr.
It was
President.
an amazing. What he had to go through was very, very unfair, nasty. These are bad people. Mr. Vice President, would you like to say something?
Well, sure, Mr. President. Thank you. And thanks, Johnny, for being here. We're very thrilled about the World Cup. Just to echo something the President said about crime in Washington, D.C., this is the national capital of the greatest nation in the world. And we had murder rates just a few weeks ago that rivaled some of the worst third world cities anywhere, even in very, very poor regions of the world. Why did we accept that? Why did we allow it to happen? We allowed it to happen because we had broken leadership in Washington, D.C., and unfortunately sitting behind the Resolute desk. What we have shown in just under 2 weeks of taking law enforcement seriously is that the American people can have their streets back if their leadership is willing to put in the time and the resources. Mr. President, you've shown in Washington, D.C. that we can have safe
Mr. President, you're so
just got to have the
great.
political willpower to focus on the bad guys and to give the American people back their communities. We are focused on doing that thanks to the President's leadership.
Thank you. And that's a really very small percentage. It's 2%, 3%, but that 2% and 3% wreaks just havoc throughout a community. People are petrified. And I notice a couple of the women in the back are shaking their head, yes, yes, yes. I won't report who you are because you'll end up losing your jobs, but it's true. It's amazing. And the police, and you look at the DC National Guard, I saw pictures of them last night getting off vans and all, and I saw some bad ones running, but they're not running so much anymore. They're not there. They're just not even trying. You're totally safe. Now there'll be something happening sometime. I don't know. Maybe it won't be for a long time, but this was every night would get reports of people being mugged and get that. There's one woman on television last night. She had a badly busted up nose, and she's well, I like our streets the way they used to be. And she thinks
I
it's
thought
gonna
there
happen
was
like
no
they're doing
crime.
out
What
there.
the fuck is he
And,
talking
they said,
about?
what happened to your nose? She got slugged by a guy walking down the street. Slugged. Her nose will never be the same, I guarantee you, unless it takes a pretty good turn. She wasn't really for us. But she sort of said, well, maybe something has to happen before this happened to me. She got whacked. And I don't think she'll ever be the same. She was a half a Trump fan, a woman that would have never been a Trump fan, but she was hit hard. It's not going to happen anymore. Not going to happen anymore. But then we're going to beautify the city too. That's where I was today at Kennedy Center. We're going to beautify the city like it has it. And we're working with Clark Construction, the biggest construction company in Chicago, and in Washington. And the head of Clark is great. He's all over the world, actually. But Washington, I would say, is their home. That's where they do the best work, the biggest work. And they're doing they've been doing a fantastic
This is
job. So,
literally
you're gonna have
a
fantastic,
mediocre white man's
clean,
fairy
beautiful
tale.
place. It's going to be better than it ever was
What
before.
happened to
Literally
the
better than it ever
person
was
who
before. We'll
bloodied
get
this
it done
woman's
very quickly.
nose?
And I want to
He's
thank
lying.
Clark because they're doing a lot of work in a lot of different locations, but they've been fantastic for getting us the right contractors and the people that can really do the job right. And Johnny, did you want to say something?
Yes, one more thing, because as you rightly say, with security and beautifying cities and the whole country, we want people to come and enjoy and have fun. And that's why this is not just the most iconic trophy in the world of sport, but we start on the 10th of September, the sale of tickets for the FIFA World Cup. And we have the first ticket here for the final.
Good. Wow.
For you.
Oh, good. Wow.
It's
Give Grandpa some gifts. Ooh, he can stand for a short period of time.
And it's for the final in New York, New Jersey. And so you have your ticket already for the final. All the others, 10th of September, start getting your tickets.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, 6.5, 7 million tickets. Fans will enjoy. Will
You
enjoy
do
the
records.
security here. Will be fantastic.
You're going to do record business, I think.
100%.
Christy, would you like to say something?
Yeah, Mr. President, millions of people will come to this country, and we'll make sure they get their travel documents, their visas, that they want to come here and spend their money and enjoy this sporting event. It'll be the largest event in the world. And Star, you're reminding me of something that my dad used to say all the time when I was growing up. He would say, Christy, you kids need to look like you respect yourself before anybody's going to respect you. And in this country, when people look at our streets, when they look at our capital, you're bringing respect back to this city. And people will respect our country more because it's safe, it's clean, it's beautiful. And what you're doing is transforming this nation by making sure that our laws are upheld. And millions of people are going to come and be able to enjoy it next year, and I'm excited about that. Thank you for doing that.
Well, our country is respected again. And a year ago, we had a dead country. I'm telling you, it was a dead country. It was a country that had lost its way. It was a country that was going to fail. Look, even today, where they say $4 trillion in reductions of deficits. And this was totally unexpected. They didn't expect it. I mean, I don't know where they've been, the people that do this stuff, but it's terrible. I want to thank Christy for another reason. I said to her 2 weeks ago, I said, Christy, do me a favor. I built hundreds of miles of wall. I built the same wall that the Border Patrol asked me to build. It wasn't my first choice. I wanted to do concrete plank and everything nice. You wouldn't have been able to see through it. So I had Border Patrol in, and they tested everything else. And we gave them steel wall, high-grade steel, very hard to cut. That we gave inside that is 9,000-pound concrete, which is a very tough concrete. Inside that is rebar, a big, fat piece of rebar. So you have all different materials that are very hard to cut, and you need different instruments to cut each one. And I said, Christy, we got to get a coat of paint on it. And I didn't know she was listening, but I said, we got to get a coat of paint, and it should be black, because black makes the steel very hot. It's untouchable. You could fry an egg on it. And if
It's
you
got to
had
be
good
black.
flat paint, it would look beautiful. It will preserve it from rust. And that was it. And I gave it to her along with 30 other things. And she's done such a good job on the border with Tom Homan and the group. Tom Homan's a fantastic guy, what the job he does and the way they work together. So I turned on last night and I see Christie's painting the wall. And it looked beautiful, by the way, when that paint went over there.
And it's hot.
It's hot.
Yes, it is.
It's hot. If it's white, it's not hot. If it's black, it's going to be very hard to climb that sucker. It's not going to be easy. But it's black and a high quality black. You know, it really looked good.
Yeah, we got
Is
the
that going to
paint
be a
you told us
2-coat
to.
job or a 1
No,
coat?
just 1 coat.
1 coat.
We used the paint you told me to buy.
Yep. The 2-coat will take place in 3 years from now. We'll do the 2nd coat. But it looks beautiful. But thank you very much. I didn't know you were listening to that, because we talked about 7 different subjects. And all of a sudden I see her out there painting with a lot of painters and everything else. But it was a beautiful thing to say. Would you like to say something? You've been such a big part of this. Please.
Well, Mr. President, we're delighted to be here today for this announcement, but we're also looking forward to having it defined on July 19th in New York, New Jersey.
We're going to be there. A lot of people are going to be there.
I love
I'd like to thank you all. Do you have any questions on FIFA, first of all?
It's going to be a big event at the KA Center. Do you intend to take part in it? Will you have a part to play on December 5th?
I may play. I mean, I see the money that these soccer players, we call it soccer, but I see the money that these soccer players are making. I may try and play. I'm a very good athlete. My son is a very good athlete. And he's a good
Jesus
soccer
fucking
player. On the
Christ.
tall side for soccer. He's 6'9".
It's all about Trump
On
and
the
his
tall
family,
side.
not about America.
But he's good. But no, I may put on shorts. I'm extremely good in shorts and join the play. No, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be good.
Many foreigners who want to come to attend the event are concerned about the visa situation. Can you reassure them?
Yeah, and they're going to have a very easy time getting in. Certain countries are going to be very, very easy, and other countries are going to be obviously a little bit more difficult. Would you like to explain that, Christy?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a process set up that we'll be implementing on getting visas approved. Everybody will be thoroughly vetted, but they'll be welcome to this country. It'll happen quickly, and we're excited for them to come. So I would hope that around the world, people know that the United States is excited to bring their family here to enjoy this event.
America welcomes the world.
Yes.
And I can relate from the collaboration that we have testifying for that, absolutely.
And I was just sent a picture from somebody that wants to be there very badly. He's been very respectful of me and of our country, but not so respectful of others. But I'm going to sign this for him. But I was sent one, and I thought you would like to see it. That's a man named Vladimir Putin, who I believe will be coming, depending on what happens. He may be coming, and he may not, depending on what happens. We have a lot of things happening over the next couple of weeks. But I thought it was a nice picture of him. Okay of me, but nice of him. So that was very nice that it was sent to me. Okay?
Mr. President,
Mr. President,
on
yes.
that subject, have you talked to Vladimir Putin about the fact that yesterday a big U.S. factory was hit in a Russian airstrike in Ukraine? What's your reaction to
I
that?
told him I'm not happy about it, and I'm not happy about anything having to do with that war. I settled 7 wars, and actually, if you think about pre-wars, add 3 more, so it would be 10. I thought this would be in the middle of the pack in terms of difficulty. No, I'm not happy about anything about that war. Nothing. Not happy at all. We'll see what happens. I think over the next 2 weeks, we're going to find out which way it's going to go. And I better be very happy.
How long are you willing to wait, Mr. President? A very good call with Prime Minister Carney of Canada yesterday morning.
Yes.
Canada is taking away some retaliatory tariffs.
He's removing his tariffs, yeah. He's removing his retaliatory tariffs, which I thought was nice. And we're going to have another call soon. Okay. Yeah, we had a very good call.
You're getting closer towards an
agreement
with country?
I like them. You know, look, I'm fighting for the United States. Canada and Mexico take a lot of our business over the years, over 25, 30 years, especially during the Biden years. They took a lot of our business, and it's basically all coming back into the United States now. We're hot as a pistol, and it's coming back in because of tariffs and the incentives we give. It's coming back, and it's impossible, I think, for another country to stop it. And we are working on something. We want to be very good to Canada. I like Carney a lot. I think he's a good person, and we had a very good talk yesterday. So I think it'll be good.
Mr. President, I have a question about the search of Ambassador Bolton's home. The Vice President recently just did an interview saying that it's about classified documents, but that there's also broad concern about him. What are the concerns
Well,
that
I
you
haven't
have?
spoken to Pam and the group yet, but I will be. I saw that just like everybody else. I try and stay out of that stuff. I'm allowed to be, and I'm chief law enforcement officer, believe it or not. You know, I don't like to go around saying that, but I am. It's a position. But I purposely don't want to really get involved in it. I'm not a fan of John Bolton. I thought he was a sleazebag, actually. And he suffers major Trump derangement syndrome, but so do a lot of people, and they're not being affected by anything we do. I don't know anything about it. I just saw that. I'll find out about it. But if you believe the news, which I do, I guess his house was raided today, but my house was raided also, called Mar-a-Lago. They went through everything they could, including my young son's room and my wife's area. They went through her drawers, as the expression goes. They went through everything you can imagine. And when she came back, she said, she's very neat, you know, she's meticulous. And she looked and she said, whoa, this wasn't the way that she had it. So, you know, so I know the feeling. It's not a good feeling. Thank you.
Mr. President, on Ukraine, how long will you give Putin?
A couple of weeks. We're going to figure it out.
Do you think you'll have to intervene at some point?
Look, it takes 2 to tango. You understand that. I wanted to have a meeting with those 2. I could have been at the meeting, but a lot of people think that nothing's going to come out of that meeting. You have to be there. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not. But we're going to see. In the meantime, people continue to die. But I've solved 7 of them where they were in wars for 31, 35, and 37 years. We had 3 of them that were for more than 30 years, Johnny, and I got them solved. And we solved the one that could have been a nuclear war with India and Pakistan. That was getting ready to be a nuclear war. I solved them all. And this one, I thought we would have had it done by now, but it's more different. There's a lot of anger, a lot of hatred. There's a tremendous amount of hatred there. But we'll see what happens. I think in 2 weeks we'll know which way I'm going. Because I'm going to go one way or the other. And they'll learn which way I'm going.
Mr. President, if I got 2 questions for you, one on FIFA, the other one on DC. Can you talk about the economic impact that FIFA will have in these cities, and what's your message to the mayors to get their cities prepared, not only the beautification process, but also the safety aspect?
Well, Los Angeles is an example. You know, it's poorly run. We have a mayor there that can't even get permits to the people that lost their houses. Lee Zeldin got every permit. The hardest permit is the federal permit. Within 20 days, every single permit was there for the people to build their houses. But people are writing us and they're saying they won't give us. The mayor is incompetent. The governor is incompetent. You know, Gavin, I know Gavin very well. He's an incompetent guy with a good line of bullshit. And he doesn't get the job done. And frankly, Those people want to build their houses. It's terrible. They could have been built. Some of them could have been built already. But think of it, the federal government that has the most complex part, and it's the most complex environmental thing to do. We got it. Everybody had it within 30 days. And they're not even close to getting their permits. And now they're talking about taking some of those sites and building low-income housing on them. These are high-end neighborhoods. And I'm all for low-income housing. I built a lot of low-income housing. I know all about 236. I know every program that there is in the government. I used every one of them. I know more about low-income housing than probably almost anybody. And it's great. It's fine. It's wonderful. But you don't build it in Pacific Palisades. You don't build it there, and you don't build it in the other areas that burn down. So they're talking about putting up low-income housing. And you talk about riots. They're going to have riots if that happens because you're taking the people's property away. They want to build their houses, and they're unable to get permits from the mayor and from the governor. And that's a terrible thing. But, and let me tell you, if I didn't send in the troops in Los Angeles, Johnny wouldn't be in Los Angeles. You wouldn't be having your World Cup there. I sent in the troops, and we kept it. And even the police commissioner, the sheriff and the police commissioner, they all said the same thing. They said, we could have never handled what was happening. You saw that, you were there. He said, we could have never handled what was happening. And then you hear Gavin Newsom, after it's all quelled, Newsom got up and said, we could have done this by ourselves. No, they couldn't have. And if they could have, I wouldn't have taken the chance either.
Okay, my second question is on crime prevention. Would you be open to expanding the national concealed carry to apply to DC like it does in other states like Texas?
Yeah. Well, they have it in some states and they feel strongly about it. As you know, I'm in favor of it. People have to protect themselves. I'm a Second Amendment person, very simply. People have to be able to protect themselves. Especially like in Washington, you walk down the street, a guy comes up and slugs you. He's got a pistol in his hand. You can be tough, you can be in great shape, you can be a powerful person, or you can be a guy that weighs 100 pounds with a gun in your hand. And I'll bet on the guy with a gun 100% of the time, right? And so you need protection. So I'm a Second Amendment person all the way. Yeah, please.
President Trump said this morning that you were working with Congress to get $2 billion to help clean up DC. Have you had any conversations with Mike Johnson and John Thune about where they're going to get that money from?
Which money?
You said this morning that you're going to get $2 billion from Congress to help clean up
Yeah,
DC.
I've spoken to Mike Johnson. I've spoken to John Thune, the Senate, the House, and I think it's going to be very easy to get. It's going to be not a lot of money. I wouldn't even know where to spend the number that you mentioned, but it's going to be money to beautify the city. Yeah, they're ready. Everybody wants to save DC. In one way, it's the easiest. The violence was more than any other city in the country, actually, by far. It may have been more than any other city in the world, if you could think. We looked at some of the worst cities in the world that was worse. And that's why it angers me to see the mayor saying about how they have it on the slide. Not on the slide, it was worse than ever. Yeah, we have no problem getting that money. That money will come out of Congress. I think it'll be even bipartisan. I would imagine Democrats would vote for that one.
Is the plan to get it before the September 30 spending deadline on the Hill?
Well, I don't know if there is a deadline, because if I declare a national emergency, which this was, that ends the deadline. So, I keep seeing about a 30-day deadline, of which we have 22 days left or something. But if I think we're in great shape here, that's one thing. But if I don't, I'm going to just say it's a national emergency. And if I have a national emergency, I can keep the troops there as long as I want. If people are not going to want to have the troops in 30 days, it's one thing to get them out. It's another thing to keep them out for a long period of time. You've got to train people. You can't do this. You can't bop people over the head. And a lot of those people are in courts right now, going to court. They're going to go to jail for a long time. So that's going to take more than 30 days. But if I have to, I'll declare a national emergency, which I don't think I have to do. Yeah.
Mr. President, Ukraine and Russia, you said in 2 weeks you'll know whether you go.
Yeah, I think I'll know the attitude of Russia and, frankly, of Ukraine. It takes two.
What are the 2 ways you can go at the end of 2 weeks then?
Well, then I'm going to make a decision as to what we do, and it's going to be a very important decision, and that's whether or not it's massive sanctions or massive tariffs or both, or do we do nothing and say it's your fight? Look, I would have never been in this war if I were president. You wouldn't have had this war. It was never going to happen. This was caused by stupid people that fought. And you know, people say, well, how do we know? Because for 4 years, it was never even a subject. And Vladimir knew, and you see his picture right here. It was nice that he sent, but Vladimir knew very strongly we wouldn't have stood for him. It wouldn't have happened. 100% wouldn't have happened, but it did happen. And now they're losing from 5 to 7 young kids. Think of it, you're a parent and your son is leaving. He's Russian or he's Ukrainian. And he's leaving and they're waving goodbye. Nice, beautiful kid. Nice crew cut, all set. He wants to be a soldier. And goes there, first week he has his head blown off. And he's no different than you people, me. And it doesn't matter where. I mean, I solved a problem in the Congo that was vicious. Rwanda and the Congo, the Republic of the Congo. And they were fighting for 31 years, and it was machetes. People were getting their heads chopped off. That was going on for 31 years. I got it solved. You saw it. They came to the White House and we signed an agreement. It was amazing. People can't believe we got it done. I love to stop killing. I really do. People thought it would be just the opposite. Hillary Clinton said, oh, he'll get us into a war. No, I'm getting everybody else out of wars.
Are you saying there's a real possibility then that you do nothing if Putin doesn't come to the table for a ceasefire?
I'll see whose fault it is. If there are reasons why, I'll understand that. I know exactly what I'm doing. We're going to see whether or not they have a meeting. That'll be interesting to see. And if they don't, why didn't they have a meeting? Because I told them to have a meeting. But I'll know in 2 weeks what I'm going to do. I have pretty good ideas.
Your Justice Department is also sending some of the Epstein files over to the House Oversight Committee today. Are you in support of them releasing all of them?
I'm in support of keeping it open.
If they want
Innocent people shouldn't be hurt, but I'm in support of keeping it totally open. I couldn't care less. You got a lot of people that could be mentioned in those files that don't deserve to be people, because he knew everybody in Palm Beach. I don't know anything about that, but I have said to Pam and everybody else, give them everything you can give them, because it's a Democrat hoax. It's just a hoax. The whole Epstein thing is a Democrat hoax. So we had the greatest 6 months, 7 months in the history of the presidency, and the Democrats don't know what to do, so they keep bringing up that stuff. But it affected them. Bill Clinton was on his plane and went to the island supposedly 28 times. I don't want to bring that up, frankly. You have Larry, whatever his name is, Summers, the head of Harvard, who was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. Nobody ever talks about that. But I don't want to hurt Larry Summers, but he was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. No, this is a Democratic hoax to try and get the significance of what we've done over the past 7 months. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They say it's #1 in history. What we've done, including stopping 7 wars. I mean, just include that. And now you look at the stock market today, it's way up to start off with from where I took it. And this market was going to crash. If Joe Biden or Kamala were president, this market, we would have had a crash like in 1929. You're not going to have that. It's only a question of how high is it going to go. You know, I had the strongest economy in the history of our country. And despite COVID, we had the strongest economy in the history of our country. And we're going to blow it away this time. I was always good at making a lot of money. And whether it was for myself or whether it's, I like doing it this way better. I mean, I like making it for the country. Our country's been ripped off by friend and foe, nations all over the world ripped off. And the friends have been much worse than the foes for the most part. And they're not ripping us off. We just signed a deal with the European Union. They're paying us essentially $950 billion, like a signing fee. They're going to buy $750 billion worth of energy. They weren't buying much of our energy there. And they're very smart in doing it. And as you know, Ursula was here a couple of days ago having to do with the people, the leaders that we had a great, people said they've never seen anything like it, where we had the leaders of Europe right here in the Oval Office. And she's so happy that she has an agreement. But people aren't ripping us anymore. We're run by, this country is run by smart people now.
Mr. President, in Israel.
Two questions. One is that Intel. There's been reports that you're considering taking a stake in Intel. Can you tell us
about the 10%?
About the 10%.
Yeah, I met a man. He was a very nice man, and I called for his removal because I saw something by a man named Tom Cotton, a senator from Arkansas. He's a great guy, friend of mine, supporter of mine, big supporter. I'm a supporter of his too. And he wrote a pretty nasty story about the head of Intel. And I said, well, that's right, he should resign. And he came in, he saw me, we talked for a while. I liked him a lot. I thought he was very good. I thought he was somewhat a victim, but you know, nobody's a total victim, I guess. And I said, you know what? I think the United States should be given 10% of Intel. And he said, I would consider that. I said, well, I'd like you to do that because Intel has been left behind, as you know, compared to Jensen and some of our friends, NVIDIA, some of the people and the people in, because Intel should have never been. Intel was the biggest, most powerful chip company in the world. And then they started leaving. And they started going to foreign countries, in particular Taiwan. And if we had a president that would have said, okay, you can go to Taiwan, but we're going to put a 100% tariff or a 200 or 300 or 500% tariff. Anybody that sells into the United States has to pay. They wouldn't have left. They would have never left, and we wouldn't have. So in the meantime, we had people that were, in some cases, good politicians that weren't good on trade. I loved that man, but he was not good on trade. I totally disagreed. He allowed the car industry to be taken out of this country. We lost 50% of our car industry. But that's all coming back. It's all coming back. But if somebody would have said that with Intel, would be a giant right now. Now, with that, they've had some bad management over the years, and they got lost. And I said, I think you should pay us 10% of your company. And they said, yes. That's about $10 billion. I don't get it. This comes to the United States of America. And I said, I think it would be good having the United States as your partner. He agreed. And they've agreed to do it. And I think it's a great deal for them. And I think it's a great deal. He walked in wanting to keep his job, and he ended up giving us $10 billion for the United States. So we picked up $10 billion. And we do a lot of deals like that. I'll do more of them. If somebody has, like we have restrictive covenants with Jensen. We have, it's NVIDIA. And to unrestrict the covenant, nothing to do with losing our powers or military or anything, because that I wouldn't do. But there are things you can do that don't affect us, that actually help us. And if we're going to give somebody a free out, a restricted covenant, we have a strong restrictive covenant on certain industries. And I will absolutely give somebody a opening on a restrict to do a lot of business, which is good for us, as long as it doesn't hurt us in a security or military way. And if I do that, I think the country should be paid, because anybody else, I have it in real estate where I'll have a deal with somebody and I'll have them restrictive covenant. Then they'll come back and they'll say, I'd love to be able to build over here, but I'm not allowed to because you have me covered, you have me restricted. I say, I'll let you build over there, but pay me a lot of money. No different. But the country never did it because the country was run by foolish people.
Mr. President, on DC crime, you said Chicago might be next. Are you making, have there been concrete steps that the administration is taking to do that? Or what are other cities as well?
I haven't spoken to him. He's grossly incompetent. I haven't spoken to him yet. No, when we're ready, we'll go in and we'll straighten out Chicago, just like we did DC. Chicago is very dangerous, great place. I built great stuff there. I have the most beautiful building in Chicago, I think. But I hate to see what's happened to Chicago. Chicago was our greatest city, actually. Bob Tisch, a great friend of mine, passed away. He used to own the Giants and very successful Lowe's. He said Chicago, I think they had their main office in Chicago. He said Chicago and San Francisco, the two greatest cities in the world. Now you look at what the Democrats have done to San Francisco. They've destroyed it. I own a big chunk of the Bank of America building in San Francisco. And, you know, it's just different. We can clean that up too. We'll clean that one up too. You know, if everything works out, and we've already had calls from other cities, quiet calls from Democrats. We'd love you to come here because they've lost control of their cities. I'm not going to say because I don't want them to lose their elections. But we've had calls from Democrats and calls from people generally, and we'd love you to come here because we'll straighten out the problem.
Mr. President, in Israel, the families of hostages are opposed to the reoccupying of Gaza. Why is the U.S.
Well, not all of them. And you have to understand, I'm the one that got all of the hostages out. We got a lot of people out. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't be out. I worked with Bibi and I worked with Steve Witkoff. But if it wasn't for me, you would have all these hostages would most likely be dead right now, every one of them. So they all come up here. They all come in groups of 10, 12, 13, and many of them, and I've gotten to know a lot of them. They're great people. What they had to go through is incredible. But so now they have 20, but the 20 is actually probably not 20 because a couple maybe aren't around any longer. It's a terrible thing. No, I don't like anymore. I said, you know, when you get down to 20, they're not going to make deals anymore. And they didn't. And then I put out a statement, as you know, there was a tough statement, go in and get them. And they said, we'll give you 10, we'll give you 10. I don't know what Israel's doing, but they were willing now immediately to give us another 10. The situation has to end. It's extortion and it has to end. And we'll see what happens. I actually think they're safer in many ways if you went in and you really went in fast and you did it. And people can't forget October 7th, remember that. I'm friendly with all groups. I won the Arab vote in Michigan. I did so great with the Arab vote, remember? I started off at 0, I ended up winning. I wouldn't say the candidate was the greatest, but I would have won against anybody. They're great people. But we have to do things properly. And you know, I'm very proud to say I got the hostages out. You have hundreds of people that are living now because of me. And now we have that final little group of people. And Hamas knows that if they give them, that's probably the end of their lives. So it's not easy to get. And I know if you're a parent, you just don't care. You want, I want my baby back. They want their babies back. They want their kids back. And I understand. But I got them out and did a good job. And we're doing everything we can to get the hostages out. Thank you all very much. Yes.
So Jackson Hole, Jay Powell today said he suggested that they might cut interest rates, that they have to proceed.
Well, we call him too late for a reason. We should have cut him a year ago. He's too late. You know, we have a stock market that's up 1,000 points today. I better be careful because I go out there and I'll see it's down 1,000, right? But it's up 1,000 points when I came in here. We have a country that the market's the hottest it's ever been. The country's better than it's ever been. We have a military that I rebuilt largely in my first term. We had a great, successful first term, but this is going to be even better. But we rebuilt it. We gave a lot of it away to Afghanistan, but relatively small compared to the overall. But I think it was the most embarrassing day and period in the history of our country that they allowed those 13 wonderful people, but it's really hundreds of people were killed. And they don't talk about the 48 that were so severely wounded with no legs, no arms, nobody ever mentions them except me. But that was the worst day, the most, it just showed how incompetent. Frankly, if that didn't happen, I really believe that you might not have had the problem with Russia. I think Putin was sitting there watching these stupid people running our country and said, this is a time to invade. It's, this is a time. And then Biden made the statement, well, he can do a small incursion. When he said that, it was off to the races, right? When he said he can do a small incursion, remember that? I was surprised he knew the word incursion. I didn't think he had that good of a vocabulary. I want to thank everybody. It's very important to me and to everybody up here, the World Cup. And Johnny has been so incredible. I mean, he's really a great leader. I mean, to think, I said, Johnny, do it by phone. You don't have to come. No, he said, I'll come. And he flew all night long to be here and listen to this about how great we're doing in DC. But he's a fantastic leader. And this will be your most successful World Cup ever. Thank you, John.
Thank you so much. America will win. Yeah, can we win it, Mr. President?
I don't know. That's I watched some of those teams go around. They go down that field. I don't know. But let me ask you, what chance does America have of winning?
Well, the home team always has a good chance to win. It depends
See,
how
he's
it
a good
starts.
diplomat.
No, but it has some good
We have a
players.
shot. We have
of course. We have a chance.
Will Barrett be going to the games, Mr. President?
I'd love to have him. He'd love to. He's very tall. Maybe we can make him a goalie. Right? The goalies are very tall now, right?
Yeah, goalies are very tall.
The goalies, well, he'd be a perfect goalie.
100%.
At his height, he'll be a great goalie.
Exactly.
So we'll put him on the American team.
Yeah.
No, but
The
do
goal.
the Americans have a chance of getting into the quarterfinals?
Yes, definitely. No, the quarterfinal, definitely. But then, as the tournament goes on with the public 250 years of the United States, let's not forget, they will all feel energized about it.
It's amazing. The talent is really great when you watch these things. I went to the game 2 weeks ago, and it was a big upset. But you look at these people; the way they pass it, it's amazing, really amazing. It's a great art, right? It's a great talent.
It is.
You know the expression. Just a what?
Can you draw the names?
I don't know, that's up to him.
That's an
He's the boss.
That's an interesting proposal.
He's the boss. Well,
We'll discuss that.
it's gonna be great, and I think the American team is gonna do well. I mean, I hear it's a very good team. Good luck, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, guys. We keep a lot of those photos. Thank you.
No, I just got one.
Thank you. Thank you guys for
Well, that was actually a good news conference. We now know Trump can stand up for a long period of time. So let's move on. Newsom signs bills to counteract Texas, basically. Good for California.
You're listening to Newsom signs bills for redrawing voting maps as parties fight for control. A news story written by Maeve Reston and Patrick Svitek and read by an AI-generated voice. California Governor Gavin Newsom, Democrat, signed several bills Thursday aimed at redrawing California's congressional maps as Democrats try to counter Republican-driven efforts in Texas to remake its maps. The back and forth marked a pivotal moment in an expanding national battle over electoral terrain initiated by President Donald Trump that has become increasingly heated as the two parties fight for control of Congress in next year's midterm elections. They fired the first shot, Texas. We wouldn't be here had Texas not done what they just did, Newsom said as he signed California's bills. California's plans require voters to approve changes to the state's congressional map in a special election that the legislature, with Thursday's votes set for November. The 11-week campaign in California is expected to be fierce, with powerful forces and deep-pocketed donors promising to raise as much as $100 million for each side. In the first week since opening a campaign committee, Newsom has raised more than $6 million from more than 200,000 small donors, according to his aides. There are no limits on contributions in California to ballot measure committees. California and Texas are redrawing their maps in hopes of creating new U.S. House districts that would give their parties an advantage in next year's midterm elections. Though those two states have acted first, other states are also moving ahead swiftly. Republicans are eyeing changes in Indiana, Ohio, Missouri, and Florida. Democrats are looking at whether they can carve out more seats in Illinois. The extraordinary fight has included an assertion from Trump that his party is entitled to more House seats, a 2-week walkout by Texas Democrats, and an array of lawsuits and threats from both parties in multiple states. California lawmakers say their new Democratic-leaning maps, adding as many as 5 blue seats in Congress, are necessary to respond to what they view as a power grab by Texas House Republicans, who approved a map Wednesday night that would give their party an edge in winning as many as 5 new seats in Congress. The Texas Senate is expected to ratify its new map on Friday, sending the measure to Governor Greg Abbott, Republican, for his signature. Even if California voters approve new maps and other states follow suit, Republicans are likely to gain a bigger advantage nationally, because they control more state legislatures and have fewer restrictions on gerrymandering in the states they control. California has more hurdles in its process than in Texas, because the state constitution requires that an independent, nonpartisan panel draw its congressional maps. Thursday's 3 bills create a proposed constitutional amendment that would come before voters in November, allowing them to bypass that commission and approve the Democratic-leaning maps, which will also be on the ballot. The proposed constitutional amendment required 2/3 approval in the state assembly and Senate. The 3 bills passed largely along party lines. One Assembly Democrat voted against the amendment and the special election. State Representative Jasmeet Bains, who has announced that she is challenging U.S. Representative David G. Valadao, a Republican, for his congressional seat in 2026. That seat would be altered to favor Democrats under the proposed changes. Newsom signed the 3 bills soon after they were approved to get the orders over to California Secretary of State Shirley Weber, a Democrat, by the Friday deadline to place the measure on the November 4th ballot. "This is a rigged game," said State Senator Sabrina Cervantes, a Democrat who is the author of one of the bills, in a speech on the Senate floor Thursday. "We are here because the federal administration and Republicans in Congress know they are losing. They see the scoreboard. They know their playbook is unpopular, and instead of competing fairly, they are changing the rules of the game." Senate Republicans argued that California's independent commission is the
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Arguing or pretending that there are voting there's cheating, wild cheating. I actually, California, Texas. Let's see what happens. I think Trump is going to be so unpopular. I don't see. I just literally did a kitchen table issue looking at grocery prices. Trump's going to lose Congress, and he wants to try and stem the flow of blood. And I don't think even Trump's going to be able to save this one. He has fucked up, and he's literally let his cabinet fuck up. That's his cabinet has failed him.
Is the best way to achieve redistricting and should not be set aside, even temporarily. If voters agree to the new maps, they would be in effect for the 2026, 2028, and 2030 elections. The ends don't justify the means, State Senator Tony Strickland, Republican, told his Democratic colleagues. You know this is not good for democracy in California. Newsom has argued that Democrats have no choice but to fight back against Trump's attempts to alter maps in other states.
Yeah, democracy. Republicans and especially MAGA talking about democracy. Ooh, a little bit more hypocrisy. It'll taste good on this nothing burger.
Redistricting plan which would give Democrats 5 more seats in the U.S. Congress. The package counters a partisan advantage President Donald Trump hopes to gain from a similar Republican plan to redraw political maps in Texas. Democrats on Thursday quickly pushed the 3 bills through the state Senate and Assembly. It came ahead of a Friday deadline set for getting the newly drawn districts on the ballot in time for a special election on November 4th. Governor Gavin Newsom signed the bill Thursday, putting the plan up for the popular vote. He wrote "Time to fight fire with fire" on social media shortly after the legislature voted. Democrats, such as California State Assembly Speaker Robert Rivas, portrayed the redistricting fight and departure from California's usual independent bipartisan redistricting process as a temporary measure to counter Republican overreach in Texas.
Californians, we believe in freedom. We will not let our political system be hijacked by authoritarianism. And today we give every Californian the power to say no to Donald Trump's power grab, and yes, to our people, to our state, and to our democracy.
Unlike the California initiative, the newly drawn district lines in Texas would take effect without voter approval, though Democrats have vowed a court challenge to the Republican plan there. The Texas measure cleared a major hurdle on Wednesday when the state House of Representatives in Austin adopted it on a party line vote of 88 to 52. The state Senate is expected to pass the measure next. A decision on the Texas bill was delayed for 2 weeks after a mass walkout by Democratic lawmakers. That sparked efforts by Republicans in Texas to pressure those Democrats with civil arrest warrants, fines, and threats to withhold their pay. In pursuing mid-decade redistricting, both sides are breaking with a long-held political custom of generally altering political maps once every decade, following the U.S. Census to adjust for population changes. The Texas-California clash may just be the start. Other Republican-controlled states, including Ohio, Florida, Indiana, and Missouri, are moving forward with or considering their own redistricting efforts, as are Democratic-led states such as Maryland and Illinois.
Please call the roll.
Allen. Aye. Alvarado Gil.
All right. Well, housekeeping. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure, if you're new to the channel, subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. Share it out. I need the audience members. Everyone has defected to the John Galt channel. He is literally a moth to an anti-black flame. And you know what? We cannot stem the tide of anti-blackness. We have to be We have to do some resistance history here. But more power to John Galt. I need him to keep all the people. Well, let's be blank. I need him. Let's be blunt. I need him to keep all the nigger haters over there, so I actually get black people who have some semblance of intellect, some semblance of pride, and some semblance of reality. And the reality is, we aren't all living in John Galt's hood, and John Galt needs to keep his friends close so they don't pollute my channel. Keep them over there, John. You are the static cling of anti-black blackness. Keep them over there, John. So let's move on. Eric Menendez. I remember him from when I was young. No parole for parent killers.
You're listening to Eric Menendez, who was convicted of killing his parents, is denied parole. A news story written by Angie Orellana Hernandez and Francis Vanal, and read by an AI-generated voice. Eric Menendez, who is serving a life sentence alongside brother Lyle Menendez for murdering their parents in 1989, was denied parole after a hearing on Thursday. Lyle Menendez's parole hearing is scheduled to be held Friday. Eric Menendez's legal team cannot appeal the decision, according to the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. He was denied parole for 3 years. The panel took into account prison rule violations during his incarceration, including allegations that he worked with a prison gang, bought drugs, used cell phones, and helped with a tax scam, the Associated Press reported. California Governor Gavin Newsom, Democrat, has not taken a definitive stance on the case. In February, he requested that the parole board conduct a comprehensive risk assessment on whether the brothers would pose a threat to public safety if released. The parole board's decision would have provided the best opportunity for Eric Menendez to be released from prison after a 3-decade campaign, supported by several members of his family and intense public attention on the case. The Menendez family has largely stood by the brothers, maintaining that they carried out the shotgun slayings of Jose and Kitty Menendez in self-defense after suffering physical and sexual abuse at the hands of their father. But prosecutors argued at trial that the brothers killed their parents for financial benefit, citing the lavish spending spree they went on afterward. Attorneys for the brothers have said there is new evidence to support their defense, including a letter that Eric Menendez wrote months before the murders detailing his father's alleged abuse. A family statement shared through the brothers' attorneys on Thursday called the parole board's decision disappointing. Our belief in Eric remains unwavering, and we know he will take the board's recommendation in stride, the statement said, adding that the family remained cautiously optimistic and hopeful about Lyle Menendez's hearing on Friday. In a previous statement before Thursday's hearing, the family thanked those who wrote letters of support for the brothers, which played a factor in a Los Angeles judge's decision in April to resentence them. The case received renewed public interest last year after the release of a Netflix series about the brothers. It also became a political football during the fall election for Los Angeles District Attorney after Los Angeles County's top prosecutor at the time, George Gaskin, requested that the brothers be resentenced in late October. Gaskin lost re-election to Nathan Hochman, who, after pledging to review the case, asked the court in March to withdraw his predecessor's motion. The Menendez brothers were still resentenced in May, changing their original sentence of life without the possibility of parole to one of 50 years to life. In a statement Thursday, the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office said it commended the board's decision not to grant parole to Eric Menendez and criticized Gaskin's original request for resentencing. This ruling does justice for Jose and Kitty Menendez, the victims of the brutal murders carried out by their sons on August 20th, 1989, it said. The board's decision reflects a careful, evidence-based assessment of the facts and parole factors, the statement said, adding that the board did not bow to public spectacle or pressure. Hochman has questioned whether the brothers are fit for rehabilitation. Eric and Lyle continue to maintain their lie that their parents wanted to kill them, prosecutors wrote in a court filing ahead of the parole hearings. Thus, the evidence demonstrates that Eric and Lyle lack full insight into their crimes and are therefore neither rehabilitated nor suitable for resentencing.
Hey, Brian Nichols, it was actually 21% of black men, but so what if they did? 21% of the black men that I run into in these anti-black spaces on YouTube, they're fools. So of course they voted for Trump. No big whoop. And we can't forget about them because they are all baby daddies. So the next story, I literally, I don't fly much these days, or shit, I haven't been in an airport in probably 15 years. So let's see. TSA has officially banned 3 new items from checked bags. Bet one of them's not guns.
The Transportation Safety Administration did travelers around the country a massive favor by getting rid of the rule requiring the removal of shoes. But new guidelines may have flyers rethinking what they place in checked luggage. The much-maligned 3.4-ounce liquid limit is still in effect, forcing many passengers to throw away expensive skincare products or other items before they pass through the mandatory security checkpoint at their airport of choice. On Wednesday, the TSA revealed 3 new items that have been banned from checked bags, and they're common enough that you may mistakenly forget to put them in your carry-on. Which items are banned? The TSA is focusing on cordless hair devices, as they say many contain gas cartridges and butane, harmful materials that aren't allowed on flights. Cordless curling irons or flat irons containing gas cartridges, butane-fueled curling irons or flat irons and gas refills, spare cartridges for curling irons or flat irons are all banned, effective immediately. If travelers' luggage contains the banned items, it will be thrown away. The ban doesn't mean you'll have to go without your favorite cordless hair item, however. The TSA says that passengers will be able to keep the devices in their carry-on bags, provided that they're covered to prevent activation during the flight. The TSA's effort to improve. In the message announcing the end of the shoes-off policy, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem noted that the organization is seeking to modernize and enhance traveler experience across our nation's airports. We expect this change will drastically decrease passenger wait times at our TSA checkpoints, leading to a more pleasant and efficient passenger experience, Noem said in the announcement. As always, security remains our top priority. Thanks to our cutting-edge technological advancements and multi-layered security approach, we are confident we can implement this change while maintaining the highest security standards. The TSA has also extended more benefits to military members and their families in recent months. In July, the organization announced the Serve with Honor, Travel with Ease program. The initiative aims to make travel seamless for uniformed service members, providing them and their loved ones with TSA pre-check discounts and offering more expedited lanes at airports and terminals. Earlier this week, the organization announced that, in partnership with Clear, it will establish biometric e-gates at airports around the country. According to Axios, the new gates will be available at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson, ATL, Washington, D.C.'s Reagan National, DCA, and Seattle-Tacoma, SEA, before the end of the month. The company says the gates are being installed with the goal of expediting travel before next year's FIFA World Cup and America 250 celebrations.
I disagree, Brian. The black vote is inferior to Hispanics. Hispanics have a bigger impact on the national vote, on the popular vote. If you don't look at party, Hispanics, there are more Hispanics for starters. So you and I will disagree on that. Well, my favorite justice, Ketanji Brown Jackson, has had her memoir recognized with an award. Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson named 2026 Everybody Reads author. So good for her. It is an Oregon thing, but I happen to think that she is actually the smartest, because I read Supreme Court decisions every now and again on the important cases. I think Ketanji Brown Jackson is the smartest. And oddly enough, the second smartest is Amy Coney Barrett. She's a pretty good writer, in my opinion. Both of these ladies are, and they're both younger than me, so I can't call them young ladies. Pretty good thinkers. I like the way both of them think. Unfortunately, Amy Coney Barrett tends to come to different conclusions. But I'm not gonna fuss at her about it. Hey, if you can explain why you have come to a decision, even if I don't agree with the decision, at least I can follow the proverbial mental breadcrumbs. So good for her. So Howard University president Ben Vinson III to depart. I don't know anyone who's gone to Howard, at least in my immediate family. Wouldn't be a place I would tend to go to. But historically, as HBCUs go, it is an important institution. So let's hear why he's leaving.
You're listening to Howard University President Ben Vinson III to depart, a news story written by Dan Rosenzweig-Ziff and read by an AI-generated voice. Ben Vinson III, who has led Howard University as president since 2023, is stepping down from his role, the university announced Friday. Vinson's exit comes days into the start of the new academic year at the historically Black university in the nation's capital. My foremost priority has always been the well-being and success of this community, and I remain committed to ensuring a smooth and constructive transition, Vinson said in a statement. His last day is August 31st. Wayne A.I. Frederick, a Howard alumnus who led the institution for a decade before announcing in 2022 that he'd retire, will serve as interim president, chair of the Board of Trustees, Leslie D. Hale said. The board has selected an interim president who is uniquely equipped to serve the university during this time of transition, she said in a statement. She did not explain why Vinson was stepping down. Before joining Howard, Vinson was provost of Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland and a former administrator at universities in D.C. and Maryland. A historian of the African diaspora in Latin America, Vinson came to Howard touting the talented faculty and upward trajectory of the university known as the Mecca. "This is more than a job for me," Vinson told the Washington Post 2 years ago. "This is a calling." Members of the selection committee praised Vinson's eagerness to meet with students and listen deeply to community members and fellow Howard leaders. At Case Western, Vinson led a strategic planning initiative that brought new health sciences partnerships and oversaw a significant expansion of recruiting Black and Latino students. Before joining that institution, Vinson was a dean at George Washington University in the district and held leadership positions at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore. Vinson came into the role as Howard, with its roughly 10,000 students, had stabilized its finances after shaky years and lured some high-profile faculty, including journalist Nicole Hannah-Jones and author Ta-Nehisi Coates. U.S. News and World Report ranked Howard 89th among national universities at the time, and the institution has since moved up 3 spots. Before taking office, Vinson told the Post that institutions like his needed to earn back the trust of the public and show why higher education in today's world matters. He also praised the rise of research at Howard. "Research is on fire," he said at the time. Earlier this year, Howard ascended to the highest ranking of research universities, the only HBCU to do so, after amassing enough research grant money and producing enough doctorate degrees to be classified as a Research 1 institution. The accomplishment was years in the making and long a priority for Howard leaders. Under Vinson's tenure, Howard continued drawing high-profile scholars, including most recently the historian Ibram X. Kendi, who wrote the bestseller How to Be an Anti-Racist. Howard also partnered with Amazon and D.C. to renovate affordable housing apartments on the edge of its campus. Last year, alumna Kamala Harris chose Howard as the site of her presidential election night watch party. According to Howard's website, Vinson had planned to put forth a new strategic plan for the university this fall. Among his priorities, the site said, were increasing Howard's revenue and visibility and making Howard a premier destination for all types of students. But under Vinson, Howard at times had its issues too. This summer, the university threatened to send students to collection after an error in its payment system led to students being delinquent on their tuition bills. Some Howard students are still organizing in protest. Frederick, who spent nearly 3 decades at Howard as a student, faculty member, and administrator, oversaw dramatic enrollment growth and rising graduation and retention rates as its president. He inherited a university in financial turmoil, but moved the institution toward a healthier fiscal situation, Howard leaders said when he announced his retirement. But his administration was also criticized for its handling of student housing, financial aid, and faculty pay. Most recently, Frederick has been serving as the interim chief executive of the American Cancer Society. He will step into the interim role at Howard as the Trump administration has launched investigations into diversity, equity, and inclusion programs at multiple institutions in an attempt to reshape higher education across the country. This is a developing story and will be updated.
Oh, sorry. I was just responding in the chat to 2 people who have no clue what they're talking about. You guys are not savvy politically. Local elections, yes, the urban black vote will sway a city election, maybe even a state election, depending on the state. Georgia's a good example of urban blacks swaying a national election for the state. However, I think both of you are wrong, and I don't need to disprove you. Bottom line is, y'all are just fucking like MAGA dudes. So accept the comment or prove me wrong. So Education Department finds George Mason violated civil rights over DEI policies.
You're listening to Education Dept. Finds George Mason violated civil rights over DEI policies. A news story written by Dan Rosenzweig-Ziff
Wait, hold
and
it.
read
Let
by
me
an
stop
AI-generated voice.
this so I can address a fucking Brian, are your elderly neighbors relatives? Why the fuck do you why do you get frustrated over how other people vote? That is literally MAGA level authoritarian. Stop getting frustrated and mind your goddamn business. People get to vote how they want to vote. First Amendment, sir. You are not a government. Leave them elderly people alone. Fuck the dude. You are literally being a nosy neighbor. Leave those people alone and let them have their rights. And as a spokesperson for the elderly on this channel, dude, don't overstep your whippersnappery hubris.
You're listening to Education Dept. Finds George Mason violated civil rights over DEI policies. A news story written by Dan Rosenzweig-Ziff and read by an AI-generated voice. The Education Department has concluded George Mason University violated Title VI of the Civil Rights Act by using race in hiring and promotion, the department announced Friday. In a proposed resolution agreement, the department's Office of Civil Rights asked President Gregory Washington to issue an apology to the university community, conduct trainings to ensure race is not used in any university policy, and revise policies as necessary. In a statement, Acting Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights, Craig Traynor, alleged Washington implemented unlawful DEI policies that intentionally discriminate on the basis of race. GMU did not immediately respond to a request for comment Friday morning. The Trump administration has launched investigations at universities across the country over diversity, equity, and inclusion policies in an effort to reshape higher education. In Virginia, those efforts led to the resignation of University of Virginia President James E. Ryan earlier this summer. The Trump administration has initiated several investigations into George Mason's DEI practices, which has led some at the university to worry that Washington could suffer a similar fate to Ryan. At a board meeting early this month, Washington's supporters worried the school's governing body, which is made up entirely of appointees by Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin, could fire the school's first black president. The board instead gave him a state-mandated raise. This story is developing and will be updated.
Yeah, I'm just going to go, Trump is a racist, and then move on. Famine confirmed in Gaza City region, Global Hunger Monitor says. It's going to get worse for Israel. They are not winning, friends, or influencing people on an international scale.
You're listening to Famine confirmed in Gaza City region.
And actually, the sad part, Israel's actually going to let Hamas win if they can't use their brains.
Global Hunger Monitor says. A news story written by Abby Cheeseman and Claire Parker and read by an AI-generated voice. Beirut. Famine has been officially confirmed in the Gaza City region and is projected to spread within weeks to 2 more population centers in the wider Gaza Strip, the Global Authority on Hunger said Friday, describing the recent collapse of food security there as the territory's most severe deterioration since it began monitoring in 2023. After 22 months of war, displacement, and harsh Israeli restrictions on food and other aid, more than 500,000 people in Gaza City and its environs are facing catastrophic conditions characterized by starvation, destitution, and death, under criteria that meet the famine threshold, the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, IPC, said in a report. As this famine is entirely man-made, it can be halted and reversed, the report said. The time for debate and hesitation has passed. Starvation is present and is rapidly spreading. There should be no doubt in anyone's mind that an immediate at-scale response is needed. Without swift action, including a ceasefire, avoidable deaths will increase exponentially, it warned. By the end of September, that number experiencing famine conditions will grow to at least 641,000, or a third of the Gaza Strip's total population, as famine spreads to the Deir al-Balah region in central Gaza and Khan Yunis in the south, the report said. It was released as the Israeli military pummeled neighborhoods in Gaza City, the initial stage of an operation to seize and occupy the enclave's largest metropolis. The offensive will include the mass evacuation of residents in the city, according to the Israeli military. But it risks triggering an unprecedented, life-threatening humanitarian crisis, the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights warned this week. The report marks the first time famine has been confirmed in Gaza and the Middle East region, according to the World Health Organization. As of mid-August, about 1 million people across Gaza were already experiencing emergency levels of food insecurity, a step below famine, including acute malnutrition and excess mortality caused by food consumption gaps, according to the IPC. The complete halt of humanitarian and commercial food deliveries in March and April, followed by critically low volumes through July, coupled with the collapse of local food production, has led to extreme food shortages, the report said. While 55,600 metric tons of food entered Gaza in the first half of August, this remains largely insufficient to offset the prolonged deficits. In addition, security and operational challenges have prevented much of the incoming food from reaching the population. Israel has repeatedly denied people are starving in the Gaza Strip, and in recent days has stepped up a global public relations campaign to discredit Gazans and international organizations who say otherwise. Israel's coordination of government activities in the territories, COGAT, the Israeli military branch charged with overseeing civilian affairs in the occupied Palestinian territories, said in an 8-page written rebuttal to the IPC report released Friday that it firmly rejects the findings of the latest IPC report published on August 22, specifically the claim of famine in Gaza City. COGAT said the IPC report relies on partial, biased data and superficial information originating from Hamas and distorts reality, adding that Israel has made efforts to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza in recent months. In the areas of Gaza City, Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis, the proportion of households reporting extreme hunger have all surpassed the famine threshold, the IPC report said. At least 271 people, including 112 children, have died from malnutrition across the enclave since the war began in October 2023, with 70% of those deaths occurring in the past month alone, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. In a note, the IPC said that the numbers in its report were an underestimate because they only include the populations analyzed and classified in the Gaza City, Deir al-Balah, and Khan Yunis regions. They exclude any remaining population in Rafah in the south, as it is largely uninhabited, after a major Israeli military offensive destroyed much of the city. The report said conditions are estimated to be as severe, or worse, in northern Gaza than in the Gaza Governorate. However, limited data prevents IPC classification of this area, highlighting the urgent need for access and comprehensive assessments. In March, Israel imposed a total siege on Gaza, banning all food, aid, fuel, and medicine in what officials said was a move to pressure Hamas. It was only in late May, after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the pictures of mass starvation were bothering Israel's allies, that he announced he would allow in a minimal amount of aid. But the trickle of food, including parcels distributed at 4 sites staffed by U.S.-supported security contractors, was not enough to stem the tide of mass starvation. And by the end of July, when Israel again said it would increase aid volume to Gaza, the enclave had descended into more chaos and violence. Hungry crowds gathering near aid distribution sites have regularly come under Israeli fire, while armed gangs have violently looted trucks carrying food and other supplies. In the past week alone, every single UN truck that has carried food into Gaza has been looted by civilians or gunmen before it has made it to warehouses for distribution, according to UN data. In interviews, Palestinians in Gaza have described having to decide whether to send the young men of the family to dangerously scramble for food, where they risk being shot, or whether to keep going hungry. Since the end of May, more than 2,000 people have been killed while seeking aid and another 15,000 injured, according to the Gaza Health Ministry.
Yeah, this is going to get ugly. Israel is actually going to wind up, if they haven't already, they've gone too far, and they are doing irreparable harm to their reputation. Just my opinion. So finally, Brian Nichols, we get to the barrel where crackers eat. Critics deride cracker barrels. A new logo is sterile, soulless, and woke.
You're listening to Critics Deride Cracker Barrel's new logo as sterile, soulless, and woke, a news story written by Julian Mark and read by an AI-generated voice. Cracker Barrel's stock tumbled Thursday as the restaurant chain faced backlash over a new logo that critics derided as woke. WTF is wrong with it, Cracker Barrel? Donald Trump Jr. wrote on the social media site X on Wednesday evening, quoting another account that accused the company of scrapping a beloved American aesthetic and replaced it with sterile, soulless branding. When the national restaurant chain unveiled the streamlined logo on Tuesday, it said the new look was rooted even more closely to the iconic barrel shape and word mark that started it all. Notably missing was the image of a man in overalls leaning against a wooden barrel that had been part of the company's motif since 1977. But within 48 hours, the redesign backlash was raging online, with commenters on both sides using it as a cudgel. What is wrong with Cracker Barrel? Keep your beautiful logo! The new one looks like cheap Velveeta cheese from Walmart, the place for groceries. An old-fashioned term. Fix it ASAP. Woke is dead. Thank you for your attention to this matter. California Governor Gavin Newsom's Democrat. Press office posted on X on Thursday, apparently mimicking President Donald Trump's social media style. Cracker Barrel shares fell sharply Thursday before recovering somewhat, ending the day at $54.80, down nearly 7.2%. Company CEO Julie Fels-Massino told ABC's Good Morning America that the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. She added that Cracker Barrel needs to feel like the Cracker Barrel for today and for tomorrow. In a statement, the company emphasized that its values haven't changed and the heart and soul of Cracker Barrel haven't changed. It noted that the new logo is the 5th iteration since 1969. According to the company's blog, the logo featuring the old-timer wearing overalls was first drafted on the back of a napkin nearly 5 decades ago by a Nashville-based designer. It was meant to create a feeling of nostalgia, according to the Post. The restaurants themselves are also being revamped. The dining rooms are being outfitted with more modern furnishing and decor, as opposed to the old country store design it had in place for decades. Americus Reed, a marketing professor at the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School, said the negative attention means Cracker Barrel's effort has largely failed. Companies walk a fine line when they redesign logos, he said. The goal is just noticeable difference, and to not change too much as to create disruption. If you're doing this right, you've tweaked a little bit on the edges and you've tested it, Reed said, adding that logo rebrands can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, so the stakes are high. The redesign flopped by definition of the negative pushback, he said. Cracker Barrel faced similar pushback in 2022 when it started offering meat alternatives on its menu, similarly riling up its conservative customer base, which also cast the move as a liberal ploy. But numerous brands have been pulled into politics over marketing decisions in recent years. Bud Light was America's top-selling beer when it partnered with transgender actress Dylan Mulvaney in a 2023 campaign, sparking an outcry and conservative boycott. Angry customers filmed themselves destroying cans of Bud Light with firearms and construction equipment. Meanwhile, some liberal customers took issue with the brewer for failing to stick up for Mulvaney in the face of criticism. Sales took a major hit. Reed said lessons can be learned from the episode in which Bud Light and parent company AB InBev alienated both sides. If a company changes its marketing, Reed said, it must go all in. Once you're in, you live or die by it, he added. You can't backtrack.
Yeah, let me show this video. This is rather interesting. Shit, you know what? I didn't even hear about it. It's been quite some time since I've been to a Cracker Barrel, but I will say this: you know what you're getting when you go to Cracker Barrel. You know whether you're in for it or not. I know when I was. I think it's been around since I was in the Navy, at least. Their fried chicken used to be top notch. I don't know if it still is. I am curious as to why they changed it. You know, if you're going to change it, you know, don't make it just plain. You know, it looks rather generic, but let's see what this video has to say.
Home-style cooking brings family together.
Cracker Barrel is known for its comfort, from its food to its country charm.
Biscuits and gravy are pretty good, or were pretty good
but
too.
This morning, the company making another effort to look forward, unveiling a new logo that's causing a stir for loyal fans of the beloved Southern chain. Overhauling the iconic logo, missing Uncle Herschel, the man in overalls who's been a fixture since the 1970s.
Oh, who knew he had a name?
In its place, a simpler,
that
more
Uncle
modern
Herschel
design,
Walker?
the company says, calls back to its 1969 roots. The rebrand is part of a $700 million transformation meant to bring in younger diners, but the change isn't sitting well with some diners.
This is terrible.
Kev on stage?
Or the markets. Shares of Cracker Barrel plunged 12%
there is
Thursday,
no such
shedding
thing as woke,
$94
Brian.
million in market
Stop
value,
boring
one of the company's worst single-day declines in years. The redesign has also included revamped interiors.
We got all new lighting, new seating, new tables and chairs.
Dark wood and busy walls out in favor of lighter paint, clean lines, and farmhouse vibes. A move Cracker Barrel says is meant to feel lighter, brighter, and more welcoming.
It's not horrible.
Its CEO outlining the changes last year.
Our goal is to take what people love about Cracker Barrel and open the aperture a little bit so that more people love Cracker Barrel. So we want to appeal to all generations.
But now it's even sparking political backlash.
Yeah, you know what they should have done? They should have kept the logo and changed the interior. The other thing is, now I don't know who this new CEO is, but she doesn't sound like she's ever had like grits. Don't hire a northerner to run something with southern roots. That's my recommendation.
Some calling the redesign woke, drawing critics like the president's son. The company says only 30 of its 660 stores are getting the full makeover, and despite the new branding, the iconic rocking chairs and gift shops are here to stay. Saying in a statement to the AP, our values haven't changed, and Uncle Herschel remains front and center in our restaurants and on our menu. With all restaurant chains hoping to attract younger customers in a difficult economy, Cracker Barrel stirring the pot.
I go into Cracker Barrel to go from 2025 to 1914. I ain't never asked for this.
Yeah, of course they're going to have someone who subscribes to the John Galt experience fucking fussing about fake. Look, Cracker Barrel's not soul food. It's white food. It's white Southerners food. It was never that good. Why is that Negro getting all excited over? In my opinion, over nothing. Cracker Barrel's good, but fuck, I can cook better than Cracker Barrel. So this is a breaking news story. Tour bus up around Buffalo. I'm looking at this picture. If you have ever been, I've never been to anywhere near Buffalo, but I've been to upstate New York. New York this time of the year, while it does get a bit hot, it's fucking glorious. New York, New England, this time of the year, simply awesome. So let's hear this. Looks like a bit of a tragedy here.
Tour bus crashes in Western New York, injuring passengers. This article is by Liam Stack and read by an automated voice. A traffic accident involving a bus on the New York State Thruway in Pembroke, NY, caused multiple injuries on Friday and shut down part of one of Western New York's main highways, officials said. Detailed information about the crash, including the number of people involved, was not immediately available. Francis A. Riccobono, a spokesman for the Genesee County Sheriff's Department, said emergency services workers were rushing to the crash site about 30 miles east of Buffalo. Government Kathy Hochul said in a statement posted on X that she had been, quote, on the tragic tour bus accident and that her office was, quote, coordinating closely with the New York State Police and other agencies responding to the crash. Margaret Ferrantino, president of Mercy Flight, which provides emergency air transport to hospitals, said the organization's helicopters were making multiple trips from the crash site to local medical centers. By 2 p.m., helicopters had taken 2 injured children to Awishe Children's Hospital in Buffalo, 1 adult to Erie County Medical Center in Buffalo, and another adult to Strong Memorial Hospital in Rochester. I think we will be busy for a while here, Ms. Ferrantino said. It is a multi-agency response, both air and ground. She added, I pray for the victims and for the safety of the responders. This is a developing story and will be updated.
All right. Well, I will keep up with this and probably revisit it tomorrow. Oh, by the way, speaking of tomorrow, I am going to be testing out EV Mux. I guess that's how you pronounce it. So I'm going to test. Number one, it's a bit cheaper than StreamYard. And I actually like the user interface better. It's a little bit more slick than StreamYard. So I will expect to have technical difficulties. So I will need some guinea pigs tomorrow. I'm not sure. I think maybe around 9:30. Testing it out. And then I'm going to go all boring because I have a ton of like history videos and stuff. I've already pre-purchased my beer. So it will either be mild or wild. Who knows how these things turn out. So next is my abiding fascination with the USDA's Economic Research Service. Family farms operated fewer acres on average than their small and large scale non-family farm counterparts between 2018 and 2022. So basically, this is just confirmation, to be honest, that that the family farm is going the way of the dodo bird. And the reason I tend to kind of look at this sort of agricultural stuff, my family owns not a large farm or anything, but there's some acres in South Georgia, and So I don't really. Last time I was there was almost a year ago. Me and my son went down there and my father, and we wound up buying some ammunition from the from from the ammunition store and setting up targets and shooting some new 9mm that my father had bought. You know, it was family bonding time. But anyway, I like keeping up with this sort of stuff. Who knows? At some point, once my son's out of college, I may wind up moving to a smaller town and living in the middle of nowhere and not being bothered. Currently, there's no, I don't even know that there's electricity run. There's no house on the farm. But anyway, family farms operated, they're basically losing, of course, to non-family owned farms. And much is the shame, to be honest. Not sure how this gets reversed without a conscious effort. And maybe, you know what? Actually, maybe tomorrow we'll go and look at some. There are YouTube channels that kind of chronicle Black family-owned farms, and it's been a few months since I've even thought about looking at some of these channels I subscribe to. So maybe that's what we'll do tomorrow. We'll just do all outdoors, fishing, farming, and fuckery. So Revenge of the Followers. This is a too long article over this whole Jubilee phenomenon, which I don't know. Not sure that I'm a fan, but mainly because you can't show clips. Jubilee will strike your ass so quick. And I know from firsthand knowledge.
Revenge of the Followers. This article is by Joseph Bernstein and read by an automated voice. In an austere warehouse, a very online political pundit sits at a small desk. Sometimes it's a conservative, Candace Owens say, and sometimes it's a progressive, like Mehdi Hassan. No matter who it is, the format is the same. The star is surrounded by a mob of 20 people who rush the desk, vying for the chance to argue against the professional rhetoricians over inflammatory proposals like, the sexual revolution has devalued women and made them infinitely less happy, or, Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing. Over the course of about 90 minutes, everyone in the circle gets a go. Officially, there are no winners in Surrounded, a provocative YouTube series produced by the digital media company Jubilee. But millions of viewers delight in watching people just like them confront famous ideological foes. Surrounded takes up some of the hottest button issues of the day, but much like a physical version of an internet comments section, the videos are not really about changing anyone's mind. What gives them their charge seems to be less about the content and more about the form itself. One star of the digital commentariat versus a crowd of regular people. This one against many gimmick has become the internet's format du jour. Recently, on a hazy rooftop in Dubai, the masculinist influencer Andrew Tate sparred against his fans, one after another, 60 men in all. Earlier this year, in an apartment in London, the outrage-courting OnlyFans star Bonnie Blue had sex with more than 1,000 of her fans over a marathon 12-hour day. It's also circulating more broadly in social media culture. A recent debate that circulated widely on TikTok, X and Reddit centered on the question of whether 100 men picked at random could defeat a single gorilla in a fight to the death. So far, no gorillas have thought to cash in. Put aside the specific kind of intercourse, verbal, pugilistic, sexual, and it's clear that these recent spectacles literalize the imbalance of the relationship between social media celebrities and their audiences. They exploit this by turns admiring, antagonistic, and perverse dynamic to produce viral content. The staged intermingling of stars and their audiences is a staple of modern celebrity culture. But one versus all stunts promise fans more than just autographs or selfies. They physically embody interactions, once confined to bytes and screens. The fan who wonders if Mr. Tate would consider him a top G now has the chance to fight him. The ex-commenter engaged in a rolling mental dispute against the conservative provocateur Ben Shapiro now has the chance to take him on in person. The fan who pays Ms. Blue for her videos now has a chance to, well, live out what he's seen. Today, digital culture is a parasocial millefeuille, layers of which we all consume in some way. Talk shows that mimic the intimacy of close friendship dominate podcast charts. Group chats obsess over minutiae in the lives of famous and non-famous people, characters their members love, loathe, laugh at, lust over. Digital invitation platforms like Partiful link to social media profiles, turning every potential party guest into an object of fascination. The platform internet invites us to build our own imaginary social worlds out of information about people who do not know us. And we oblige. That's why these one-on-many stunts are not just stunts. They are dramas that enact the complex interplay between creators and the nameless masses to whom they owe their success. More than this, they are a new frontier in the parasocial, the traditionally one-sided exchanges between audience and star that define modern digital culture. Call them the parasocial battle royale, the persona versus the masses, the rise of personae. When the sociologists Donald Horton and R. Richard Wohl coined the term parasocial interaction in 1956, they were describing the popular media of the mid-century: radio, film, and especially television. The academics described a culture in which audiences felt personally involved in the lives of performers, who could not necessarily reciprocate those feelings of closeness. Mr. Horton and Mr. Wohl noted the rise of figures they called personae. Personalities like announcers, quizmasters, and radio hosts, who had no special skill except their ability to cultivate these asymmetrical relationships with their audience. One early persona was the lonesome gal, a kind of radio girlfriend for the lonely men of the 1940s. Parasocial interactions could provide the social elixir of sociability for those who were socially and psychologically isolated. The men wrote in mass communication and parasocial interaction. But on some level, no matter how deep the illusion, the audience knew these interactions were unrequited. Celebrity and fan culture capitalized on this complex relationship. Fan clubs organized parasocial feeling into tight-knit communities that shared exclusive knowledge. Gossip magazines showed stars dining and shopping in recognizable restaurants and stores, acting, quote, just like us. Extended universes explored every imaginable facet of the lives of fictional characters audiences came to regard as friends. Reality television churned out an inexhaustible supply of everyday persona for audiences to obsess over, laugh about, compare themselves with. But there was a thread of antagonism running through these relationships, occasionally peeking through. In 1974, for a performance piece, the artist Marina Abramovich passively allowed an audience to manipulate her using a set of 72 objects she provided, including a feather, some grapes, a scalpel, and a gun. How would the audience control the performer? The internet, and in particular the advent of social media, blazed new pathways for the parasocial, giving audiences more tools to try to manipulate the objects of their attention. Fans could find one another faster than ever and gained a kind of veto power over cultural production, popularizing another term, fan service, describing storylines, episodes, or even entire spin-offs in television and film created with viewers' desires in mind. Without the usual cultural gatekeepers, information about public figures of fascination began to flow freely on blogs and social networks, and increasingly from the celebrities themselves. This environment was more than hospitable for social media influencers, who kicked over the rope cordoning celebrities off from everyone else. Here were personae whose popularity depended on their ability to perform everyday life. Suddenly, it was possible to have a one-sided relationship not only with a mass media constructed persona, but also with anyone who had a social media account. If you use Instagram, X, or TikTok, you most likely know intimate details about the life of an average somebody who does not know you exist. And yet, just as Mr. Horton and Mr. Wohl suggested, these relationships contain a kernel of shame. as anyone who has ever pretended not to know something about a person they follow online can attest. Flipping the paradigm. We've all learned to take turns as parasocial subject and object, sometimes doing the thinking and sometimes being thought of. A lack of awareness of one's own place in the parasocial economy, though, is often taken as a sign of egoism or naivete. Consider the dreaded main character syndrome. As social media has turned us all into greater and lesser personae, the wall between public and private has crumbled. The typical settings of TikTok videos and Instagram reels, bedrooms, cars, invite audiences into the most personal spaces of the performer. The only limit is the imagination or the personal tolerance of the creator. In an era in which public health authorities have declared loneliness an epidemic, it stands to reason that many Americans have invested these one-way relationships with an intense amount of meaning. In turn, these creators draw concentric circles of parasocial involvement, promising more of themselves the deeper the audience is willing to go. Bloggers and podcasters offer bonus content and chat rooms for paying fans. Others maintain elaborate private communities for their biggest supporters. Mr. Tate drew the participants for his Dubai Rumble from the War Room, an online network with an $8,000 annual membership. It's a strategy that more content creators are embracing, discovering that audience interaction is a way of intensifying the parasocial bond, and a potentially powerful one. Twitch streamers like Hassan Piker spend hours responding live to fans. Kai Cenat, another popular streamer, once let fans stream video of him sleeping. Substack bloggers maintain private group chats for subscribers. Seen in this light, the parasocial battle royale is a way of further closing the gap, a chance for passive fans to take active roles in a world they have only imagined. But because these stunts are themselves intended for the consumption of a broader audience, they produce an amplifying effect. The participation of normal people only intensifies the sense of intimacy. There is a two-way benefit, said Priska Breves, a professor at the University of Amsterdam who studies the relationship between internet creators and their audiences. You have the hardcore fans who can fight or have sex, but you also have the people who watch regular people do that, and that's a perfect opportunity for them to project themselves onto that person as well. As audiences step into the frame of a persona's video content, they unwittingly raise a question about the worth of the individual fan. How much do we matter compared with the internet stars to whom we pay attention, and in some cases, money? 1/20th as much? 1/60th? 1,000th? In that gulf is perhaps where resentment starts to build, and why parasocial relationships can be adoring but also deeply hostile. As when audience members held a loaded gun to Ms. Abramovich's head during her performance art piece, Rhythm Zero, it can take little more than a suggestion for fans to begin acting out their feelings of aggression. In the one-on-many videos, this latent hostility, which may run in both directions, is given license to express itself. Mr. Tate physically fights his fans. The surrounded debates require participants to take opposing ideological positions, and the language Ms. Blue has used to describe her videos is notably aggressive. In one Instagram clip, she tells an observer that she hopes the viewer is scarred. "I want you to be traumatized," she says in the video. "This is almost a chance to get even with them," said Joshua Citarella, an artist and media theorist with a popular podcast about online culture and politics. Doom scroll. You go on to Jubilee and you're looking for those clips of Jordan Peterson where someone finally gives him what he has coming to him. If this desire to get even in an uneven relationship seems to have a sexual subtext, that's because there is an element of public consumption of people's bodies, said Jennifer Pollitt, a professor of gender, sexuality, and women's studies at Temple University who teaches a course on pornography. And the edge of exacting some type of revenge, attending to some wound that hasn't been tended to. This is why, according to Ms. Pollitt, these interactions can feel pornographic, even if they do not involve actual sex. What all of these stunts provide, then, is the chance for a member of the crowd to best an internet celebrity, to prove that he or she is just as good as the object of his or her obsession, and if not to replace that person, to invert the bothersome one-way relationship between them, at least temporarily. Because the fans are part of the content, but only for a moment. As soon as his turn ends, each participant recedes back into the crowd.
Yeah, this is an interesting opinion piece, which links to my comment to hamburgers at a taco stand, which again links to a random thought I had while listening to this. Circuses, to the untrained eye or an uneducated viewer, circuses attract bigger crowds than libraries. Except if you actually know that over, say, the course of 10 years, there will be more people visiting a library, at least back in the old days, than attend a 2-day circus. Hamburgers at a taco stand. There are things that are tried and true culturally, like a hamburger, which wind up being consumed. More Americans eat hamburgers over a 10-year period, or maybe even over a 1-year period. More people eat hamburgers than tacos. It is literally something that people aren't patient enough to actually think about. So, yeah, fast food. You will eat more home-cooked meals than you will fast food in a normal American life. So let's get to the video portion of the show. And this might be a longer than usual show or not, but there are lessons to be learned that can be learned at a slower pace, at a more sure pace than flashes and pan videos. And I'm talking about YouTube here. So anyway, let's see what the Reverend Corbett has to say. Title of this video is Trump targeting another accomplished black woman? My response, why do you have to ask the question?
TGIF, thank God it's Friday. And makes me think of the old OJ songs. Living for the weekend, right? So the weekend is upon us, and I hope you have a really good weekend, a really safe weekend. All right, so before we get into today's story, let me make an announcement, or let me give you a reminder that our website is up. Our website is up. I couldn't be happier. It is another way, right?
We're going to skip over that.
We had been using the website of the Lazarus Law and Justice Project, which is our non. So we have that. It is sort of a news type of website. So we try to update the website with the latest news. That, news is breaking so much is going on that it's almost hard to do. In fact, if some of you all have journalism skills and you would like to help with the website, writing articles and so forth,
a call to crowdfunding.
Please contact us. Let us know. We could definitely use the help. Okay. So go visit that website. It is the DefiantLawyers.network. The DefiantLawyers.network. You put that in, we will come up. Okay. And let me do something else. Let me shout out Black women. I have a special just admiration and honor and love for African-American women. You all are just special. If I were president, I would make today National Black Women Day. Today. In fact, I would make it National Black Women Day every day on the calendar, because you all are just really special. I love you. I grew up seeing strong Black women, my grandmother being one of the strongest women I've ever seen, Ella Middlebrook. and we called her just simply Grandma. She was the matriarch of the family. My grandfather died when I was like 1 or 2 years old, so I don't have any memory of him, but she was the anchor of the family. And she had a whole bunch of daughters, so I grew up around a whole bunch of aunties. And they too were just strong, beautiful Black women. So I have a special love in my heart for Black women. And let me shout out, I have one last aunt living. Her name is Marie. Aunt Marie, we love you. Blessings to you. And just want to shout you all out today. Okay? So we just appreciate all you all have done over the years to hold down the Black community. Hey, family, do you believe in the work we're doing? Does our content speak to you? Do you appreciate our in-depth legal analysis and political commentary from an African-American perspective? Do you believe it matters to our community? Then don't just together. Now, with that said, I want to talk about a Black woman. She needs our prayers. And I'm talking about Federal Reserve Governor Lisa D. Cook. Let me bring up Federal Reserve Governor Lisa D. Cook. Now, she is the first Black woman to serve on the Federal Reserve Board. That is really an accomplishment. First African-American woman to sit on this board. And now she's facing new, unsubstantiated scrutiny. Okay, she is being scrutinized. I'm gonna get into it here a little bit. And so far, that scrutiny is unsubstantiated. A man named Bill Pulte, he is the Trump-appointed head of the Federal Housing Finance Agency. And he has formally referred Ms. Cook to the Justice Department. And he is asking for a possible investigation because he alleges that Ms. Cook committed mortgage fraud by signing 2 mortgages in 2021, one in Michigan and another in Georgia, right? And he's alleging that she signed both of them as if they were her primary residence. All right, so he has referred her, accusing her of breaking the law. Now, soon after he made that referral, President Trump called for Ms. Cook's resignation. Now, I'm calling her Miss Cook. She may be Mrs. Cook. I don't know if she's married or single, but I mean no disrespect either way. Anyway, he's calling for Ms. Cook to step down. Okay? So things right now for Ms. Cook is no charges have been filed. The Justice Department hasn't, the last I checked, hasn't announced that an investigation is occurring, but we can assume that there probably is or will be an investigation. Because we know that Trump wants to get folks on that board that sort of fit his mold, right? So he's trying to get Jerome Powell off the board now, who is the chief on the board, the chairman of the board, but he wants his own people there, okay? And for whatever reason, Ms. Cook has now found herself in the middle of the hurricane, all right? And she has denied all these allegations, and she said, she pushed back, she said that Trump would not bully her into resigning. In fact, I think her term lasts until 2028. So she has another 4 years or so on her term. All right. And she says she's standing strong. So at this point, the allegations that Mr. Pulte made are unsubstantiated and they're just mere allegations. So who is Lisa Cook? Who is Governor Cook? So she is a highly respected economist and a former professor at Michigan State University. And her research, she's done research, she's a researcher as well. Her research is on race, innovation, and economic growth. And her research has been highly cited, including her work showing how racial violence reduced Black patterning in the early 20th century. In other words, the violence that African Americans experienced in the early part of the 20th century had an impact on Blacks' ability to get patents. Very, very good research. So she joined the Federal Reserve Board in 2022 and was reappointed in 2023 to a term that runs through until 2038. I said 2028. Wow, 2038. So she is just really starting on her appointment. And so no wonder she's pushing back and saying, essentially, she's not going anywhere. Okay? All right, now, that's a little bit about Ms. Cook. So who is the man that referred her to the DOJ? Again, his name is Bill Pulte. And he referred her and is asking the DOJ to investigate his allegations that she committed mortgage fraud. Now, the Senate confirmed Mr. Pulte in March of 2025, so he's been in the job just a few months. And as director of FHFA, which oversees Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, you know, those are the big mortgage lending companies that oversee a lot of the government mortgage loans. So he's in a, really important job where mortgages are concerned. In fact, he comes himself, personally, he comes from the well-known Pulte home building family. They build houses all around the country, the Pulte Home Building Company. And he has been very active in philanthropic work and public communications. And so he's well known. He's a very successful, very wealthy businessman, home builder. And now he's working for Trump. And so he has set his sights on Ms. Cook. All right. Now, why does it matter? Why does this matter? Why am I bringing you this story? Because it's not just about these mortgage allegations. All right. I'm certain, I'm confident that Ms. Cook is not guilty of mortgage allegations. And if they were to bring an investigation and if they were able to get an indictment down the road, she is still presumed innocent. She is still presumed innocent. So just presume, as I just did, that Ms. Cook is innocent of all of these allegations. The government has the job, if it gets an indictment, it first has to convince a grand jury that there's probable cause that she even broke the law, if they go in that direction. And then they're going to have to present enough evidence to a regular jury to show that she committed these allegations or is guilty of these allegations beyond a reasonable doubt. That's a very high standard. So we are a long ways away from anything like that. So again, presume that Ms. Cook is innocent. But there are other reasons why this is important. First, it's important because of the independence of the Federal Reserve Board. It is extremely important that the Federal Reserve remains independent of political pressure, right? Its independence is critical for many reasons, most especially, for example, the stability of markets, the stability of corporations, interest rates, and so on. So it is very important that the American people and foreign countries can all have confidence in the decisions that the Fed make and that they're not really just working for the White House. So that's the first issue why this is much more important than these unsubstantiated allegations at this point that Ms. Cook has committed any sort of mortgage fraud. There's another reason why this is important. Because calling for her resignation before any investigation is done and concluded, before she has seen or been given any due process rights, that highlights what I'm talking about, the political pressure surrounding the Fed right now. Okay? And listen, Trump is on top of Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Fed, because Trump wants interest rates lowered. And Powell is, he has refused to do that because he's keeping his eye on the effects of the tariffs, right? He doesn't want to lower interest rate and cause inflation to rise, which could happen. So he's being thoughtful, he's being judicious. Now, with all that said, yes, I would love to see the rates lowered myself, right? As a consumer, I would love to see the rates of the things we buy, the cars, the vehicles, the houses, and so on, lowered. So if it's time to lower them, yes, we all want Mr. Powell to lower those interest rates. All right. Now, as of today, he gave a speech today, and he sort of indicated that there would be a lowering of interest rates. And just before I got here to do this video, I saw that the stock market responded very favorably, and I think it shot up about 700 points. So everybody is waiting with bated breath for the feds to lower the interest rates. You take, for example, mortgage right now is above 6%. And I remember, man, before the pandemic, mortgage rates were around 3%. So let's get them down if it's time to get them down. But that should be an independent decision of the feds, right? There should be no political pressure coming from the White House. And if Ms. Cook was to be forced out, it would reshape the composition of the Fed's policy-making board with consequences. As I said, consequences for interest rates, jobs, the economy. And again, it would suggest that the Fed is no longer independent, that it is now under the control of the White House. That's not the way it has been in American history. And it hasn't been that way in American history for a good reason. And I've gone through some of those reasons. Third of all, this issue is important because it begs the question of whether or not Trump is just simply going after another black woman. Under his anti-DEI, anti-black policies, blacks generally, and especially black women, have suffered from Trump's anti-DEI war. I did a video a month or so ago showing you, giving you receipts, that unemployment had risen greatly for black women. And then the next month, we see that black unemployment has risen generally for black people. Now, that is not the result that the blacks who voted for Trump were expecting. But here we are. And there are a whole lot of other things that Trump is doing, I'm thinking the blacks who supported him were not expecting. Right? That's why I did the videos last year warning you of what was coming, because they laid it out in Project 2025. And by the way, I got a video coming out where I'm going to talk about what we should be doing as a people, African Americans, now that a lot of Project 2025 is in place. That video should be coming out really soon. All right. So for those three reasons, we need to be concerned about this, not only because of how it could impact Miss Lisa Cook's life personally, and that we should be concerned about, and we should be praying for her, right? Again, she's presumed innocent, and I just personally believe that she is innocent of all of these allegations. So my heart goes out to her. And it is the reason why I said that I just honor black women, because you all are fighting this fight in many ways. In many ways, you all are fighting this fight. And our community owes you a debt of gratitude. All right, so that's what's going on with Ms. Cook. That's what's going on with the Federal Reserve Board. That's what's going on with just a slice of what's happening in this country. So much more is going on. But that is a story that I wanted to bring you. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for becoming members. Thank you for visiting the website. Thank you for sharing our videos. Thank you for all that you do to help the Defiant Lawyers get the message out. All right? This coming Sunday, I'm going to be doing a special message having to do with what we as African Americans should be doing on the, if you will, spiritual or religious part of things. That's a very important part of life. Remember, I am a minister, first and foremost, and then I'm an attorney, an author, and activist, and all of that. Until then, you all have a really, really, really great weekend.
I agree with the Reverend. This woman has. Why would Trump ask for her to resign over a simple accusation? Is Trump behind the accusation? Oh boy, y'all are following up foolishness with these deplorables. So Lisa Cabrera, I am very new to her channel, but this looks like something that I want to see. So let's see.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. I hope you're all doing well. Man, it's so much going on. I'm going to be doing a live stream a little later on all the floods that are in New Jersey. All of the coastal cities went underwater, all of them. And I got some of the footage. I'm still kind of putting everything together. So we'll come back maybe in a couple of hours, and I'll do that on live stream. I mean, this Hurricane Aaron didn't even make landfall, but it left a lot of damage in the coastal cities along New Jersey. I mean, in fact, Governor Murphy declared a state of emergency, and we're still under that right now because of all that flooding. But we're going to get some more people reaction to Donald Trump and his determination in trying to get rid of our history. You know, he doesn't even want, you know, he's trying to make us feel like, oh, no, you know, just the stuff that says slavery is bad. Well, what part of that is not true? Slavery was bad. It was. So if the history...
Now, essentially what Donald Trump is doing is a grand scheme that has been going on probably for the last 10 years. These folks, these Christopher Rufos, want to pretend that the 1964 Civil Rights Bill changed everything and forever, and we are post-racial. Getting rid of affirmative action, getting rid, in essence, of DEI, scrapping parts of the Voting Rights Act. What white America, and when I say white America, I mean the people like Be Brave and John Galt and Ock Nation, people like Christopher Rufo and the Thomas Sowell brothers, the people like Coleman Hughes, people like even someone like a John McWhorter. They literally want to pretend that everything is okay, and it's the black people who are making the trouble. America hasn't changed. It's gotten better, but the underlying founding, the principles, the foundation hasn't changed. And Donald Trump, in particular, the post-racial president wants to pretend that, oh, hey, America is fine if you let it, Bottom line is much like being pregnant, you can't be mostly post-racial. It's not like, this is Jim Crow America, but we are not where we need to be, and pretending that, oh, hey, let's pretend like we are. We can do wishcraft. If we wish it to be so, it will be so. There's still motherfucking Dylan Roofs. There's still Donald Trumps. There's still John Galt's. There's still Ock Nations. The fuck? And at least Trump is a little bit more forthright about, oh, slavery was no big deal. This motherfucker is not a foundational white American. Of course, maybe he doesn't understand something that a foundational white American might understand. Dude, the job is not done. It's still a burning house. And the fools like a Donald Trump or a motherfucking dude, these people are really dumb. And I have a dear friend or two on this in these YouTube streets. Y'all don't motherfuck it. Y'all are either stupid or you are just like wanna be, you're okay with it. But no, America is still America. There are still people like Charlie Kirk who think originalism means looking at the Constitution before the Reconstruction Amendments. When people like a Charlie Kirk talk about the Constitution, they mean a pre-Civil War Constitution. They want to talk about an America that happened between, say, 1877 and 1932, when the robber barons were running the country. And you know what? I think left populism, the DSA types, and I think right faux populism, MAGA, they're not fucking getting it. Both are extremes, and people are more comfortable kind of in a middle where people can actually do critical thinking. So, no, America is not post-racial. Slavery was wrong in the first place, and it wasn't something America had to do. It was not, like SKC says, it was not inevitable because everybody in history has done it. It was literally debated at the Constitutional Convention, which means there was questions about whether this was normal behavior or not. And I'm surprised that the SKCs of the world can engage their normally intelligent brains. Motherfucker, if it's debated, that means there is a question. What's normal? God damn, I hate stupid people.
He tells the truth, we need to get rid of it. So that's pretty much what he's saying. But he's being very disingenuous, because if you go back, and I think it was like around March, the Pentagon had, our Black soldiers that fought during wars that got some honors. Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump, they got rid of all of that. So it's not about a bad history. He doesn't believe we should be honored or recognized through history, and slavery must go. So he doesn't want us to have any recognition whatsoever. They want it all gone so that the only one you get to see are white men and what white people did. like I said, the museums, you might as well just close them because people ain't going to go there just to look at that. Just go ahead and close all of the museums. Now they're talking about 7 Smithsonians. And I guess each one got, things in there pertaining to slavery. Yeah, they want to clean it all out. And they want to clean out anybody that was heroic. So it's not that. Donald Trump is being disingenuous. Why don't you just come out and be honest, Donald Trump? You don't believe any accolade should be given to the Black community, just white people. That's why he keeps saying, well, it should be like a patriotic history. Well, that's fake. Everything that goes on in this country on a regular basis is not patriotic. So you want fake up in the museums, and the real life things that happened all throughout history, you want that gone. Every day is not patriotism up in America. I mean, that's phony, but that's what he wants. That's what Donald Trump wants. All right, y'all, let me go ahead and share my screen. And these are just more people chiming in on this whole thing. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Give me a 1 if you can see the screen. Yeah, I mean, trust me, if he could figure out a way to wipe us completely out of every museum, he would do it. And he would do it. Now those soldiers that fought in all the wars that he got rid of, like around back in March, okay, so what was not patriotic about that? They fought for the country. They got high honors for what they did. So why was that removed? That's why I'm saying he's lying. He wants everything gone pertaining to our people. It's not just slavery. He's just going to start with slavery, but it's going to go way beyond that. He does not want us spoken about or seen in history at the end of the day. And really, this is not the job of the president. But because this is Donald Trump, nobody got the balls to stop him. Nobody. And you sure don't see anybody from the Democratic Party getting up saying, no, no history should be removed from any of the museums. No, they don't have a backbone at all. So you can't expect them to say anything because they ain't about nothing anyway. But it's virtually everything about us he wants gone. That's really what it is. But he won't come out and say it because he knows how that will look. But he will do it behind the scenes, all sneaky and everything. All right, let's get started.
Let me ask you something. Why is Jillian Michaels, yes, that Jillian Michaels from The Biggest Loser, sitting on a national news platform talking about slavery? A woman with no degree, no formal education, not even a completed college career, suddenly giving us percentages on slavery as if she's a scholar of Pan-African history. She's not. She's a college dropout turned fitness trainer. Her background is certifications in kettlebells, not chattel slavery. And yet she went on CNN and claimed that less than 2% of white people own slaves. This is not just sloppy, it's dangerous. Because when you minimize the atrocities of slavery with cherry-picked statistics, you erase the infrastructure of oppression that touched every inch of this country. Let's break it down. Yes, if you stretch the number across the entire U.S. in 1860, the percentage of white people who directly owned slaves looked small. But slavery was not a side hustle. In states like South Carolina and Mississippi, up to half of all white households owned enslaved Black people. And those who didn't still profited from the cotton picked, from the trade routes established, from the banks that financed it, from the hierarchy that placed them above every Black life. So when Jillian Michaels waves that 2% number around, what she's really saying is, if I didn't directly own the whip, then I'm not responsible. That's not history. That's white fragility dressed up as math. And here's where we have to pause. Because Jillian Michaels is not a historian. She is not a political scientist. She's not even a college graduate. She dropped out of Cal State Northridge. She never finished. She has no expertise in Pan-African studies, no scholarly work on slavery, no lived connection to the generational trauma of enslavement. What she has is a resume built on explaining people's insecurities about their weight on a TV show that turned human pain into reality show spectacle, a show that burned out and ended. That's her legacy. And now, desperate for relevance, she's reaching for our history, the suffering of Black people, as her new talking point. That's not scholarship, that's exploitation. Let's be real, Jillian Michaels is not relevant. Social media tells us every day who's moving culture forward, who's shaping dialogue. And nobody has Jillian Michaels on their feed unless it's a throwback meme. She is an older, washed up woman trying to stay visible by latching onto conversations she doesn't understand. And the irony, for someone so obsessed with controlling bodies, no matter how much weight she's lost, she can't outrun time. The wrinkles in her neck remind us that relevance doesn't come from appearance, it comes from impact. And Jillian Michaels has none. Now, let's talk about what she conveniently ignored. Slavery wasn't just about who owned people, it was an entire infrastructure. Railroads built with enslaved labor, insurance companies that underwrote enslaved lives like cargo, universities, Harvard, Yale, Georgetown, they were funded by enslavers' donations. The kind of industry that built America's economy, exported worldwide. You can't reduce that to 2%. Slavery was the operating system of America. And just like an operating system, it ran in the background of everything, every law, every bank, every cultural norm. That's the truth Jillian Michaels would never tell you because it doesn't serve her fragile narrative. And when white voices like hers minimize slavery, they don't just distort history, they weaponize it. They give cover to regimes that are actively erasing Black history from classrooms. They fuel this push to whitewash the past under the guise of patriotism. And when we let someone with zero education and zero credibility lead that conversation, we legitimize ignorance. So here's the point. Jillian Michaels doesn't get the last word. We do. Black people would tell our story, teach our children, and pass the truth down, whether or not it's on CNN. And no matter how many percentages she throws around, the infrastructure of slavery is undeniable, and its legacy is still visible today. The real tragedy isn't that Jillian Michaels spoke, is that she was handed a mic in the first place. And that's why we reclaim it, because history will not be rewritten by irrelevant voices clinging to platforms. It will be told by those who lived it, inherited.
Yeah, I totally agree with that point. Who is Jillian Michaels to talk about Blacks in general, Black history, American history? Who is she and why is she given a mic? What the fuck does she know? Why? I asked that question a few days ago. Why was she even on CNN?
It and survived it. We don't erase history. We teach it. We confront it. And we make sure no Jillian Michaels can ever take it away.
So if slavery wasn't that bad, then why are y'all hell-bent on trying to hide it and erase it? Because the math is not mathing. And I don't want to hear, oh, y'all should get over it. It happened a long time ago, because we know it's not over. We know slavery still happens today. Modern day slavery, it's just packaged differently. So why are y'all trying to hide it?
Well, wait, hold it, young lady. How about the Black people, the anti-Black Blacks, who say, well, everybody had slavery. And as far as the Civil War, white people died for Black people. White people helped us out by freeing us, boss. That is so much motherfucking coonery.
It's undeniable, and its legacy is still visible today. The real tragedy isn't that Jillian Michaels spoke, is that she was handed a mic in the first place. And that's why we reclaim it, because history will not be rewritten by irrelevant voices clinging to platforms. It will be told by those who lived it, inherited it, and survived it. We don't erase history. We teach it, we confront it, and we make sure no Jillian Michaels can ever take it away.
So if slavery wasn't that bad, then why are y'all hell-bent on trying to hide it and erase it? Because the math is not mathing. And I don't want to hear, oh, y'all should get over it. It happened a long time ago, because we know it's not over. We know slavery still happens today. Modern day slavery, it's just packaged differently. So why are y'all trying to hide it if it wasn't bad? The same white tea people that tell us to get over slavery, why we always bring up racism and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, them same people would never walk a day in a black person's shoes. If you ask them, would you ever walk a day in a black person's shoes? They're going to immediately say no. And because why? They know what we go through. They know the systematic racism that has put in place to hold us back, the racism we deal with on the daily. Like, they know what our lives are like as black people.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on mute. Black Knight, salute. I have a funny story about that Motisa stuff. When I was in college, I worked for a day as a waiter. Now, it's kind of weird the way I became a waiter. I had a friend of mine. Do you remember the Western Sizzler? I don't know if they had them up in New York. If you grew up down south, you know what a Western Sizzler is. And there used to be like one last one that I know of in, I think it was Rankin, Georgia. It's one of these things where, somebody had a restaurant, and I guess the brand, you could buy it for cheap. So it was like the last one left. So anyway, I had a friend who got a job at the Western Sizzler. And you know what? I got a job just part-time. Yeah, okay, Sizzlers. I had a job part-time working, I started out as a dishwasher, and then because you know what, I'd do it a couple hours a day. It was some change, some money. And so the general manager insisted that I become a waiter. And this was a white woman in her 40s. And she said, you have a beautiful smile. You would make a great waiter. And I'm like, no, I don't think so. Motherfucker, I don't serve people. Let me wash some dishes. I'll be fine. So she insisted, she said, hey, it's more money in their tips and stuff. Dude, this is like in Athens, Georgia. And you know what? I knew as soon as I put on that goddamn tie that I wasn't going to like it. So, I'm there taking orders from a fucking redneck family. And you know what? They were so motherfucking rude. So, I got their orders out and everything. So when I come back, because you have to refresh the iced tea, you those types of buffet / service restaurants, you keep the iced tea and you keep the water topped up. So I went over there with my pitcher and I go, Motisa. You should have fucking seen the look on these people's eyes. Oh man, I lasted a day. Dude, I was a waiter for a day. Can you imagine me being a waiter? Man, I was gonna piss everybody off. So needless to say, she put me back washing dishes, and I didn't even keep that for very long. Restauranting, working in a restaurant dude, I don't motherfucking serve people. And I know I sound so fucking uppity when I say that. If I'm going to serve somebody, it's going to be my son or my wife or my father or my family. I will cook a whole goddamn meal for you. But dude, motherfucker, if I'm gonna be a waiter, dude, you better just be polite. I I'm pretty sure those people complained, but you know what? I offered you mo tea. What are you really gonna complain about? Now this was back in like 19, I don't know, like 1986. So it's a while ago. But that mo tea, sir, oh, that brought back that's it. That's like my personal PTSD Black Knight. Oh, it was so fucking funny. Dude, after the restaurant closed, we're sitting in the back, and I fucking told that story. It was so funny.
It reminds me of that. I know y'all seen her. I forgot her name. That older white lady with the glasses. I think she's some type of professor or something. Back in the day, she was talking about racism and stuff and the things that Black people go through with her class. And a lot of the white kids in class had so much to say. And, but when it came time and she asked a question, raise your hand if you would switch places with a Black person. None of them raised their hand. And it's obvious why. So that's crazy. Y'all telling us we should get over things and it wasn't that bad. We need to stop talking about racism, but you won't
I
walk
like
in
this
our
woman's
shoes
accent. She
because it
is
said
totally cute.
racism. Well, we know the real reason why y'all want to hide it and erase it because of how awful and bad it was. There's a lot of history that's already been hidden from us and kept from us, but a lot of us are aware of the awful things and truths that happen. And for the ones that don't know, maybe you should pick up a book and read because
Yes,
some of the awful
ma'am.
things that happen will keep you.
Yes, ma'am. Black people read some goddamn history books and stop fucking watching Be Brave be a whole racist and y'all applaud it. Be Brave is right. The 70% of black people, motherfuckers, y'all are just so dumb. And I'm specifically talking to the black fans of Be Brave. That's gonna be a whole fucking club. The black fans of Be Brave. BFBB, baby.
Up at night. A lot of y'all have only skimmed the surface of what happened during slavery. But a lot of stuff that they did was evil with a capital E. And that's why they always trying to hide it and now trying to erase our history. They don't want to take accountability for the awful things they did. They paint this picture as black people are awful, we're bad, and we do all these things. Nah. If some of y'all knew the real history,
Who the fuck
you'd
do
be
you
thinking a little
think?
differently.
Who the fuck do you think we learned it from? We live in American culture, and the fools like Be Brave who want to act like we are the moon surrounding a United States Earth, fucking fooling themselves, and they're fooling young people like fucking young Jay, who fucking obviously didn't even take a high school history course. Be Brave is right. That motherfucker literally told me Be Brave was right. So a 24-year-old is going to tell a 60-year-old that Be Brave is right? What kind? That takes some cojones.
Every other video I've been watching this week has something to do with slavery. And from the perspective of a teacher, I'd like to try to connect the dots and tell you what I'm thinking. First, we have those absurd comments by Jillian Michaels going on CNN and telling people Trump is right to sanitize the museums. We need to stop blaming white people for slavery. And then we have PragerU, which Trump would love to replace PBS with that. And they have cartoon Christopher Columbus being sent to schools to tell kids slavery wasn't so bad. Everybody accepted it at the time. That's just the way it was. And yeah, all this is coming across my TikTok today, August 20th. which many people forget is the anniversary, 1619, of the first enslaved African people to arrive on the shores of Virginia, and the beginning of that legacy of racial slavery, which has been with us all the way up to today in shaping our country. As a teacher, I could tell you that there are teachers that are afraid to teach certain books. I mean, things that were just standard. Maya Angelou, Alex Haley. People are afraid they're going to be accused of woke. Certain classes have been canceled. All this to appease President Trump and this culture of white supremacy, which he's inflicting on our country. Trump would call someone like me a lunatic, left, radical, Marxist, but the reality is, us so-called woke teachers, we're just trying to teach students to have multiple perspectives, to understand history, so that as a country, we can grow, as human beings we can grow, we can acknowledge our mistakes, celebrate the things we did right. But you have to remember, Trump and all these billionaires know very well that education is never neutral. Education can be a weapon, and it can be a weapon for the oppressed to see injustice and learn to resist it. But it can also be like a whip or a club to make people fall in line, be obedient, and part of that has to do with controlling the body and controlling the mind. All the major historians, they're telling us we're in authoritarianism now, not democracy. And we can expect exactly what we're getting, that rigid hierarchies where everybody has to know their place, they're being enforced, all right? Women are being villainized in the sense that women that are feminists, that are trying to progress for full equality in our society, well, they're destroying the family. Immigrants, come on, you've seen what he's been doing, calling them the worst of the worst, naming every kind of name, people who violate children, people who are cannibals, okay? Black people, he's using coded language that has
Black Knight, I literally think that John Galt in particular, but people like John Galt, the be brave type racists, we expect them to be racist. The John Galt, the CT, the Ock Nation, they're doing irreparable generational damage. There is nothing more toxic to the quote Black community and Black youth in particular than a John Galt. And you know what? People who are my age, people who are your age, Black Knight, people who have had our experience, John Galt didn't cut it in the military. He literally never motherfucking made it past the goddamn physical at Fort Jackson or wherever it was he went. So I'm able to understand the toxicity. Motherfucker, he is what my mother used to call a flim flam man. The motherfucker is a flim flam man. Okay, he wants to pretend that all Black people share his psychopathy and his pathology. So you are 100% right. They're worse than a disease. They are a downfall. So, don't get me started. Look, it is what it is. I just regret that that it is what it is. I have to feel sorry for the young people who encounter a John Galt or a CT.
To do with roving gangs of savages and crime and LGBTQ people, they're all being painted as groomers. So all the rest of the people will be intensely afraid. I'm just a teacher. And when I talk to people, they're afraid. They think that we have litter boxes in our classroom, that drag queens are reading in every kindergarten, and that we're doing sex change operations in the classroom. I mean, Trump literally said this stuff. So you could see how every group that I've named, he's dehumanizing us with lies and dividing us. So beginning today in 1619, we had this hierarchy where some lives mean more than others, masters, slaves. Now, I want you to think about this. Right now, Trump is hiring all these ICE agents. They make a lot more than teachers. And these are former January 6th people, no college education required, no age limit. He's reaching out to militias, people that are like retired military, retired police, anybody they can get. And they're getting $100,000. They're getting student loans wiped away. And why all this? Not to rid our streets of crime, but because Trump's biggest donors were for-profit prisons, and there's labor happening in those prisons. And they're building them in every major city, and their goal is 1 million arrests a year, and people are going to be in there until they're deported, or maybe they'll stay there, who knows? And if there aren't enough immigrants, we have military in our cities right now, and he's using that racially coded language, and we can expect him to be scooping up people, probably Black people, probably Latino people, anybody that falls in the certain place on this hierarchy that I'm talking about. And yeah, you've seen people say, why are you deporting all the immigrants who are picking the fruit and the vegetables? Who's going to do that work? And some of his people are out there saying, well, if we cut the food stamps, I can think of a certain class of people who can do that work. And might make us embarrassed to say.
The greatest business, more, or whatever in the hell.
Up something racial.
Power, because it.
Instead of you worrying about what's going on in the Smithsonian, I think you need to release them Epstein files.
Yeah, I had to skip ahead.
Are not going to stop us from wanting to see your name all over them Epstein files. Leave the Smithsonian alone, you racist sacker.
Black people, family, I need to remind us again not to fall for Trump's rage bait. He tried it in DC, hoping that he could start up something racial, but since no one took the bait, he's moving on to the museums. He's trying to literally erase history, whitewash history, but we all know it's to appease his fan base because he knows that he's going to need their votes. It's all a play. It's all meant to get us loud. It's meant to get us reactive, outraged. But that's how he siphons our energy and gets to control the narrative. Don't let him get to you. Don't let him get to control the narrative this time. We see the game. We know what he's doing. Don't fall for it. Our power is not by fighting back with his energy. Our power is in moving silent, staying grounded, strengthening community. That's how you make sure that his words, his actions don't break us, don't divide us. He can't distract us from the real work that we're supposed to be doing. Stay present, stay grounded.
What's up, everybody? I want to tell you people something. You MAGAs or whatever in the hell you want to call yourselves, or anybody that thinks, first of all, you can't erase what is. at the same breath that you're repeating the damn history through other antics. So for all these people out here that think being woke is something horrible, being woke is I'm in tune with my reality and the world's reality. So when it comes to you trying to eradicate, first of all, the history is a tattoo that can never be erased. That tapestry was created on the backs of you guys. So why in the hell can't you stand in your truth about what your ancestors did and what made you be the dark person that you are to this day and the racist person that you are? I think it's just stupid the way they're trying to erase. You can't erase your dark history and continue to create more dark history. All you're doing is, guess what? All you're doing is playing yourself. Because one thing for sure, we have always taught our kids our history, and we will continue to teach our history. We have never relied on schools or museums, okay, for our children to be in the know of how they came to be who they are and the residual effects of slavery and Jim Crow and Willie Lynch, the greatest business model ever, that you guys still use, by the way, okay? So for all these white people out here that are saying, well, we're not our ancestors, you're still reaping the damn benefits from what your ancestors did, okay? You're still reaping the benefits from it. 300,000 black women, black smart women with degrees, lost their jobs. The unemployment rate for black people are at a 7% right now rate. That's based on how many people have lost jobs in July. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to backdoor us with your racist antics. If you make us unemployed, we can't pay our bills. If we can't pay our bills, we lose our car, we lose our house. Then we're forced into these low-wage ass jobs and oppression, which is still slavery. So at the end of the day, listen, stop playing games. It is what it is. And I'm going to say this to all of my people out there. You guys better get ready to defend yourselves and defend your homes. Because my thing is, they're trying to strip everything from us. Who we are, our degrees, any opportunities that we've had. They keep saying, well, you know, you guys, let's talk about the good history. The good history is still a part of slavery. Because that damn house that they're sitting in was built from slavery. So what the hell are you going to do? You're going to knock the whole damn White House down? You're going to go around and you're going to tear up all the federal buildings? You're going to take away all the damn Confederate soldiers, statues and everything? What? It's just stupid. On one hand, you're saying, let's get rid of the African American Museum and all this dark history, but then you rename a damn military base after a racist ass general. Like he's something good. So you guys are full of shit. And you're gonna die full of shit. And listen, like I said, we teach our children history. So who are you hiding the damn history from? Your own damn people. You want them to not know about their history and why they're so hateful and why they're so racist. Y'all need to pick a damn struggle.
Oh yeah, she brought it. And that's true. You would have to tear down most of Washington, D.C. Wasn't it George Washington Carver that was the architect of Washington, D.C.? Okay. Donald
No,
Trump is an
no,
idiot.
no, no,
You know,
no. George Washington Carver was not the guy. Oh my Lord. Oh. It was Benjamin Banneker. And he wasn't the architect. He laid out the city. Oh my Lord. Now I have a bigger headache. Benjamin Banneker, ma'am. And by the way, whilst we're at it, let's just look up Benjamin Banneker. Dude, I literally learned this. Hey, you know what? From first through sixth grade, I went to an all-black Catholic school. And I can literally say that everything, everything that I learned, everything I learned by the time I was in sixth grade, and I never got smarter. As a matter of fact, my fourth grade teacher was a cousin of my mother's father's side. So, I mean, I was literally taught by, who knows what the number was, but a distant cousin. They did care about little black Catholic kids. So here's the deal, Benjamin Banneker. November 9, 1731 to October 19, 1806, was an American naturalist, mathematician, astronomer, and almanac author. A landowner, he also worked as a surveyor and farmer. In Baltimore County, Maryland, he was born in Baltimore County, Maryland, to a free African-American mother and a father who had formerly been enslaved. Banneker had little or no formal education and was largely self-taught. He became known for assisting Major Andrew Ellicott in a survey that established the original borders of the District of Columbia, the federal capital district of the United States. Now it's going to probably be renamed Trump City, District of Columbia, but we'll wait for that. I could just be conspiracizing. Banneker's knowledge of astronomy helped him author a commercially successful series of almanacs. He corresponded with Thomas Jefferson on the topics of slavery and racial equality. Abolitionists and advocates of racial equality promoted and praised Banneker's works. Although a fire on the day of Banneker's funeral destroyed many of his papers and belongings, one of his journals and several of his remaining artifacts survived. Banneker became a folk hero after his death, leading to many accounts of his life being exaggerated or embellished. The names of parks, schools, and streets commemorate him and his works, as do other tributes. Well, the bottom line is he at least is somewhat credited for laying out, as a surveyor's assistant, apparently, the District of Columbia. Saying it was George Washington Carver, kind of negated my respect for you, ma'am. So we go. But played over generations. You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I actually think the decline started with the Atlanta Expo speech. That I blame it all on George Washington Carver, oddly enough. So in breaking news, Ghislaine Maxwell interview released, and this is breaking coverage, though it's a bit time delayed. And we will get back to regularly scheduled programming. You know what? I'm going to have to come up with a theme song like that. Yeah, let me skip through it. I thought it was fairly short. Here we go. will start momentarily.
Good afternoon, everybody. The Justice Department has released the transcript and audio of their 2-day interview with Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell, who is currently serving 20 years in prison. You can see she is serving 20 years in prison for conspiring with Jeffrey Epstein to sexually abuse minors. That's a press release from 2022 from the U.S. Attorney's Office. So they did an interview with the Deputy Attorney General did 2 days of interviews with her. And now those interviews have been released. I have the link pinned in the top of the chat, so you can go check it all out yourself. You can see we have two days of transcripts and then audio. Maybe we can listen to a little of the audio. I'm not going to play hours and hours of that, but we want to bring you the latest updates about this. Monica Barnes thinks nothing that comes out in that case is credible. Well, I leave it to you whether you believe what Ghislaine Maxwell says. I will remind you she is serving 20 years in prison for conspiring with Jeffrey Epstein to sexually abuse minors. We want to give you the latest updates here. I have not read through everything. One report I saw said that she didn't incriminate any high-profile people. She did not incriminate Donald Trump, from what I understand. There's part of this where she says, page 108. I'll show you the stuff about President Trump. Well, Donald Trump. This would have been before he was president. But I'm not aware that she has incriminated any high-profile people. Linda thinks it won't reveal you, but we're going to talk about it a bit. We'll show you some of it, and you can read it on your own and listen to all. You can listen to all of it. You can listen to all 2 days of it, and we're going to take your comments on the air. Okay, so Sincere says she was moved to minimum security. Yeah, I believe it was it after the interview that she was moved to a minimum security prison camp, like the least level of security in federal prisons, I believe. I have to check that out. Hey, thanks to our moderators who are here. Janet B, Beth Mythical, Roberts May Queen, and Linda Bell, Larry, Misha over on X, Charlotte Webb over there on Facebook. Thank you. Kirby Cousins says she didn't implicate Trump. What a surprise. Again, I'm not aware that she implicated anyone at this point. I have to check, though, and see. 13 Alamo, Big Ball
I hear
Yard,
she's
Matthew
eligible
High,
for a work release now.
So just to show you this first, I haven't read through all this, but if you want, there is this section where Trump came up, which is, where is it here? Do you know whether, for example, President Clinton ever received a massage? So, numerous Jeffrey Epstein accusers accused him of, as underage girls, accused him of paying them to give him massages, which became sexual in nature in many cases. So when you're seeing about the massage, you get some context there. Do you know, for example, whether President Clinton ever received a massage? Ghislaine Maxwell, no, I don't believe he did. And what makes you say that? Well, because I don't. That's a good question. The time that Epstein and President Clinton spent together, the only times I believe, well, obviously they traveled. There was that, the plane they were on the plane 26 times or whatever. That would be one journey. They spent time on the plane together. I don't believe there was ever a massage on the plane. So that would have been the only time I think that President Clinton could have even received a massage, and he didn't because I was there. And you mentioned that early in the very beginning of the conversation, you mentioned President Trump in the early 90s. Ghislaine, yes. Todd Blanche. Well, what did you observe as far as President Trump and his relationship with you or Epstein? Ghislaine. Well, I just want to say for my relationship with President Trump, relationship's a big word, but I just want to say that I met him, or I believe I may have, because of my father in the 90s. Yep, okay. So my father liked him very much, and he was loved, really liked his wife as well, because we were both Czechoslovakian. And as far as I'm concerned, President Trump was always very cordial and very kind to me. And I just want to say that I admire his extraordinary achievement in becoming the president now, she said. And I like him, and I've always liked him. So that is the sum and substance of my entire relationship with him. What about Mr. Epstein's relationship with him? I don't know how they met, she says, and I don't know how they became friends. I certainly saw them together, and I remember the few times I observed them together, but they were friendly. I mean, they seemed friendly. Was that in social settings, or was that in private settings? I believe I only ever saw them in social settings. I don't recall any private settings.
Fuck you.
Did you have you ever been to Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach? Elaine, I
CK,
have.
look.
In what time period were you thinking about when you say yes?
You
I
have
don't
given
remember
me.
when the president purchased Mar-a-Lago. So from whenever it turned into the club,
and I'll pause it because it's a time delay. Look, CKJ3, you gave me sage advice, Admiral. Yeah, I'm interested, but it's no surprise that John can't do a show without mentioning me. I was his daddy. I was the daddy he should have had. So I'm gonna stop there. And Kelvin, motherfucker, you know what? It is a Friday afternoon at 4:17 p.m. Eastern time. I know, what is it, about 8 or 9 o'clock there? Shit. I have had me some chicken livers and some fried okra, and now I'm drinking beer, watching, Ghislaine Maxwell pretend Trump isn't a pedophile. So hey, I'm not gonna chill, motherfucker. I'm gonna get mo drunk, but not out of control. And by the way, housekeeping, please make sure y'all hit the like button, and please make sure, if you're new to the channel, subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. I need the subscribers because I would love to get monetized in the next 7, 8, at the outside 9 years. But please make sure you share it out. It is a boring and dry show, and I mostly just amuse myself. The numbers in the chat belie. However, the people that drop by in this chat tend to be people that I'm interested in hearing their ideas on stuff. And, they get a laugh because they get to mock an old man who is pretentious, snooty, and just plain old cranky sometimes. And I'm not going to chill, Kelvin, you young whippersnapper. Ninjas be drunk. Well, I'm not that drunk, Kelvin. I am metered, at least for now. He fell out with his father over his content. Now it makes sense because Stanley is his father. Dude, hey, John has... See, and it's so interesting, and the Navy probably trains you to listen to people. John has a pathology, and I've known him for quite some time, and I've listened to him for quite some time. John acts like he does for a reason. Okay, the dude is carrying a lot of pain. And you know what? He didn't grow up in the worst circumstances, but he is not me. He is not Bob. He's not even CT. And most of it is because he doesn't want to be. That's fair enough. But dude, motherfucker, I literally now there's some things that I did differently than my parents did when I raised my son versus how they raised me. But dude, I'm a happy motherfucker. You know what? I don't call my father enough. My mother and I were very close. And look, I wished, look, my sister is my best friend. She understands me better than any woman on earth, and not for any perverse reasons. Where she's not that much younger than I am. We grew up together, and she is actually meaner than I am. Y'all would either worship my sister as a goddess, or you would look, she don't play. Even I don't fuck with my sister that much. I'll get away with it, but you know what? She can be a little Hurricane Dolores. My mother, I've talked about her. She always had a sharp tongue, but if she had righteous anger, oh my God, Lord help us if she's right and we fucked up. God damn it. Grass got mowed, hedges got trimmed, cars got washed, painting of the house got done, because God damn it, we better make ourselves busy outside until the hurricane abates. And I called you a whippersnapper. You never heard that term, Kelvin? You are young. So anyway, let this old semi-drunk man stop opining about his past. But you're right. John has a pathology, and it's an attractive pathology, one has to admit. I will be monetized in years. Thank God. I won't be a homeless YouTube provider based on the monetization. So anyway, y'all subscribe, y'all hit the like, and invite your friends.
Went there, and I loved going there. Did you go there alone
I
with
know,
Mr. Epstein?
Nolan.
Mostly alone. Do you know where? And the times I went there was for an event, maybe once or twice. And do you know whether Mr. Epstein ever went there? I believe he did, but again, we really were. He didn't take me with him all the time, so he would go, and he did from time to time, but he would go alone. I think he would maybe go to himself to the spa. I certainly did. Did you ever observe President Trump receive a massage? Never, says Ghislaine. Did you ever observe, you said that you were, have you seen there's photographs,
Well, that's because the
photographs of Mr. Epstein
motherfucker
and
closed
President
the
Trump together?
door.
Yes.
That's why you never.
And there's photographs
fucking...
that you saw in person, President Trump.
It is very hard,
It's
Kelvin.
been a
I
long time.
struggle with that
Probably
myself.
not. Sometime in the
Sarcasm
beginning,
just does
mid
not
2000s, maybe.
translate.
And it would only have been a social setting, as far as I recall. Todd Blanche. And did you ever?
Let me stop you there. I'm a Monty Python fan. I was watching Monty Python like when I was 10. I know who Benny Hill is, and he was more slapstick than anything. Who's the damn it? There is a British version, and the guy who played in House was part Stephen Fry, and I forget the actor's name now. They were a duo. Dude, I've read Evelyn Waugh. I do get sarcasm better than most Americans, by the way.
Ever hear Mr. Epstein or anybody say that President Trump had done anything inappropriate with masseuses or with anybody in your world? Ghislaine Maxwell, absolutely never, in any context. Do you know whether masseuses from Mar-a-Lago spa ended up giving massages, private massages to Mr. Epstein?
But
I'm not asking
I get
from what,
the
for what,
humor. And
about
Stephen
what you have
Fry,
read,
you know what?
but from at the
Actually,
time, from your
Stephen
personal
Fry,
knowledge, do you know whether that's true?
Stephen Fry is a motherfucking, he is just like a wordsmith. He is almost like a modern day Oscar Wilde. Though Oscar Wilde is Oscar Wilde was edgy. Stephen Fry isn't that much, but he's close. And anyway, I'm belaboring the point. I understand sarcasm. As a matter of fact, I've understood sarcasm because it comes natural, and people like Evelyn Waugh. I was reading Evelyn Waugh in fucking high school. That is the primer for sarcasm in Oscar Wilde too, but Evelyn Waugh, not quite the sarcasm smith that look, if you have ever fucking even read like a essay on criticism. I did a whole day or like a few days of essay on criticism. That is sarcasm. That is sarcasm crystallized.
I don't recall. Is it possible? Yes, but I don't remember. I don't remember that. So I don't recall that, but it's possible.
Did he really? That's interesting. I'll
Do you have
to
a
find that later.
recollection of you ever recruiting a masseuse from Mar-a-Lago spa to give a private massage?
Well, he like Oscar Wilde is gay, so
Mr.
he'd be a
Epstein.
natural fit.
Wait, what am I doing? I think I skipped a page, by the way. No, I didn't. I didn't. She says, I've never recruited a masseuse from Mar-a-Lago. That's what she claims. She claims she's never recruited a masseuse from Mar-a-Lago. Okay. Anyways, that's a little section where she says she never observed Trump. She said, do anything inappropriate with masseuses or with anyone in her world. Oh, I didn't reach page 107. I'm sorry. I thought I read it. She said, I don't know Epstein's if we had whatever the nature of your friend of the president's friendship, if you will, or however you wanted to find that with Epstein. I was never witness. I think they were friendly like people are in social settings. I don't think they were close friends, or I certainly never witnessed the president in any of. I don't recall ever seeing him in his house, for instance. I actually never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any appropriate setting. She says, I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way. The president was never inappropriate with anybody, she says. In the times I was with him, he was a gentleman in all respects. That's what she says. By the way, I have posted the link. I have pinned the link to this at the top of the chat on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. There's 2 whole days of interviews,
let's find
transcripts and audio. So you can go and you can read through the whole thing. Peprek says she is looking for a pardon. Russ Martin thinks she's going to walk soon. So, I mean, I'm sure she would like a pardon. She's in jail for 20 years. I have no idea if that would ever be given to her. She was convicted for helping, again, sentenced to 20 years in prison for conspiring with Jeffrey Epstein to sexually abuse minors. Numerous women who allege they were victims of Jeffrey Epstein, and many of whom have given very similar accounts of what happened to them.
Oh, goddamn.
Say that she was intimately involved in his operation, as I know many of you know. Let me take a few comments here. We're going to talk about this more. Again, I'm not going to play. It would take hours and hours to play the audio of all and probably read through all the interviews, all the interview transcripts. But where is it here? who knows? There's been speculation that maybe
folks, I just pinned the Justice Department link down there. The audio, I think, is broken up into several parts, but that's the gist of it, straight from justice.gov. So that is official. Oh, sorry. We'll play a little bit more of this. Unless something juicy comes up.
And Jerry Altum and Nathan Delmo. I appreciate that. Also, hang on a moment here. Big Dog Gaming. Austin Batman thinks it looks like a softball interview. I haven't really even had time to read through it yet. So we'll look at different parts of this. Oh, one of our viewers mentioned this. The BB88. She was asked, she said, I did not believe he died by suicide, Jeffrey Epstein. And do you have any speculation or view of who killed him? She says, no, I don't. Todd Blanche says, if you don't believe there's any truth to the allegations of blackmail or that he had kind of a list or that he had reasons to have people hate him, why would somebody kill him in prison? She says, in prison where I am, they will kill you or someone will pay a prisoner to kill you for $25 worth of commissary. That's about the going rate for a hit with a lock today. I'll have to look. I'm sure there's other things coming out about what's in here. And I haven't had time to go through it all. This interview was done July 24th and 25th of, we should hear what a little of it sound like. July 24th and 25th of this year. I'm going to play for a second just what some of the interview audio. There's a whole, you can find all the audio files just to hear what it sounds like. See if we can pull it up here. Hang on. Why can't I do this? Can you guys hear this? I can't hear it. Oh, you'll hear it in a second.
Always a masseuse, whereas in the past it wasn't always a masseuse or always an instructor. There was now starting to be always an individual or a friend or whatever. There's always a, like, maybe the word would be entourage. But these were always people in their 20s, late 20s, early 30s. In my,
probably right.
As my memory sees
Hey,
it, as I
just picked a.
Let me just note that she has a very cute upper crust English accent, Kelvin. Very British. Of course she's gonna be British.
A random part of the interview. I just wanted to let you know what it sounds like. You can listen to the whole thing. There's all the audio recordings. There's 7 parts from day 1 and
Man, I like a woman with
how many
an
parts?
accent.
4 parts from day 2.
Hey, oh fuck you, Kelvin.
She was born in France.
Trust
she
me,
has
dog.
UK, France, and US citizenship. She went to college in the UK.
Yeah, okay. Shit, you have a British accent, right?
She is a former British
I bet that
socialite.
does something to ninjas too.
The watch lister says, all I hear is I don't know or I don't remember. Thank you so much, the watch lister. Let me give you a little summary of what's going on here.
Yeah,
We'll
I don't know
take
that
some
we
more
need a
comments from you
summary.
guys.
You know, if Kermit the Frog ever became a human newscaster, he'd be this guy.
You can see here, Reuters says Epstein associate Maxwell says she never saw Trump
Oh,
behave
it's sarcasm, Kelvin.
Ghislaine Maxwell, says Reuters, an associate of the late financier and sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, told a top Justice Department official in July that she never saw President Trump in an inappropriate setting, according to a transcript of an interview released on Friday. She said, I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way, according to the transcript of her 2-day interview, which happened last month. She said the president was never appropriate with anybody. Maxwell also told Todd Blanche that she was not aware of any client list of Epstein's. Epstein's friendships with wealthy and powerful individuals have fueled conspiracy theories that others were involved with his crimes, but no one other than he and Maxwell have been charged with crimes. I don't know that I don't know that I'd call it a conspiracy theory that others were involved, because there are, I believe, if I have this right, I believe there are multiple women who say they are victims who have claimed that others were involved. For example, am I right about Virginia Giuffre? Didn't she say that she was like made to do sexual activities with famous people? I mean, just as an example. Virginia Giuffre. One of the most prominent and vocal accusers of child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Yes, she said that she had been sex trafficked by Epstein to Britain's Prince Andrew. Now, you might not believe that, but I mean, given that you have an accuser of Jeffrey Epstein saying that, that to me means it's not just a conspiracy theory to say that others were involved. Now, I think, maybe what Reuters wanted to say here is that it was a conspiracy theory that he was blackmailing others or something like that. Or like he was, that maybe the theory that Epstein was getting all this money from famous people and getting them to do things because he had this over them and he told them he was going to release the information about them. I don't know about that. So my point is, though, so my guess is that that's what they were going for. I don't, as I understand conspiracy theory, I don't know that it's, personally, I don't feel it's correct to call it a conspiracy theory to say that anyone else was involved. Because as I just showed you, one of the prominent accusers says, well, other people were involved. He trafficked me to other people. Anyways, so that's my guess. I'm guessing they meant something like that. The Justice Department's publication of the interview comes as Trump has faced criticism from his conservative base of supporters and congressional Democrats over the Justice Department's decision to not release the files from its Epstein investigation. Remember, I want to say a couple months ago, the DOJ and the FBI said, we're not going to release any more of the investigative files we have about the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Then after that, they conducted this interview, and now they've released the transcript of the interview. Maxwell is serving a 20-year sentence after her 2021 sex trafficking conviction. Prosecutors said she recruited underage girls for Epstein to abuse during encounters that began as massages and then escalated into unwanted sexual activity. She has asked the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn her conviction. Trump knew Epstein socially in the 1990s and early 2000s. During the 2021 trial of Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell, the financier's longtime pilot testified that Trump flew on Epstein's private plane multiple times. I mean, many prominent people did. Bill Clinton, I believe, there's records of that. Trump has denied flying on the plane, by the way. You can see there. Maxwell told Blanche she never saw Trump receive a massage. Lena Lopez says, I believe there's at least 2 victims who claim to be trafficked from Mar-a-Lago. I don't know about that. So I don't know the specifics about what all the victims have claimed. I'm sure some of you know way more about that than me. I mean, just, the Bill Clinton thing. Bill Clinton had a social and professional relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. This is the Wikipedia article. He traveled on Epstein's private jet on several occasions for charitable trips. I'm not accusing Bill Clinton of anything here illegal. I'm just pointing that out. Hold on a second here. And if you have comments or questions, you can write in the chat or you can message me on X at Lookner on X. But they have released the interview, the transcript, and the audio. I wonder if President Trump will post on Truth Social about this. He hasn't so far. By the way, this is what Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, said today. He said, in the interest of transparency, the Justice Department is releasing the complete transcript and audio of my proffer of Miss Maxwell. The transcript and audio are linked below. Walcroft says, link the website with the transcripts. Well, about 2 lines above your post, Walcroft, it's pinned to the chat. I know people are sending me things. I got to look at a couple things here. I'm sure there's... Hold on a second here. Sure, various people are going through these things. Oh. I have an update for you about something. Some Epstein documents have been given to the House Oversight Committee. I'm seeing that reported right now. Let me give you something about that. Hold on 1 second here. So I just saw this. Julie Surikin with NBC News says the House Oversight Committee has received its first tranche of documents from the DOJ related to the Jeffrey Epstein case. The House Oversight Committee spokesperson said, we have received the Department of Justice's first production of Epstein records pursuant to the Chairman James Comer's subpoena. The production contains thousands of pages of documents. The House Oversight Committee spokesman said the Trump DOJ is providing records at a far quicker pace than anything the Biden DOJ ever provided. They say they're going to they're going to make these public records public after a thorough review to ensure any victim's identification and child sexual abuse material are redacted. The committee will also consult with the DOJ to ensure any documents released do not negatively impact ongoing criminal cases and investigations. So I don't know what documents the government gave to the House Oversight Committee today. I don't know if any of those were documents that had already been released publicly. I don't know what percentage of the total documents were given to the House Oversight Committee today. I don't know anything about any of that. But they say they're going to make them public after going through them. You can also let me know if you go through there and you find something noteworthy. You can let me know. I haven't had time to really go through the interviews. 2 days, it's a day and a half worth of interview. So again, you can go to the Department of Justice site. I have posted a link to it. It is pinned in the chat. I also posted it on my X account, and you can get the whole interview transcript and all of the audio recordings. Got me some. I don't know what you. Thank you. Got me some. I don't know what you're referring to. You seem to have posted a court case or something. Thank you. Got me some. I appreciate it. Fyron says, surely we can trust everything Ghislaine says. Yeah, I leave it to you to decide whether you think she's reliable. Thomas Darwin thinks she said everything to get relocated to Texas. Demi, our viewer, says it's all sanitized. This was planned.
Yeah, okay. It's probably time to move on. This is getting rather boring. I have decided that my next wife, should she choose the assignment, has to be Tahitian. There just cannot, no other type of woman will do.
My heart is beating. Mine.
All right. Well, and I'm sorry, I said Tahitian. I should really say Pacific Islander. I am going to take volunteers. If you are a Melanesian or Pacific Island woman and you live in Georgia, I might even meet you halfway in Savannah. Please subscribe to the channel, and next time you're in the chat. So that is a bit of old man silliness. So let's see, where are we going? Yeah, it's gonna have to happen apparently, but I am going to you know what? I'm gonna save this, and I am going to we're going to do a little bit of my favorite historian, my favorite male historian. Let's see, where is it? It's here, I think. My Melanesian princess. I hope we hook up one day. I present Dr. Gerald Horn. I think I do. I think I do. Oh, there we are.
With the triumph of 1776, you had a geometric, exponential expansion of enslavement. And of course, once again, many of our scholars who seem to lack curiosity have not sufficiently addressed why there were only 13 colonies that revolted. What happened to Quebec? Why weren't they included? There were left-wing alternatives on the ballot. So there was a party of socialism and liberation. I mean, come on. Stop making excuses for this backwardness and grasp the nettle. Somebody's going to have to explain to our grandchildren how the planet ended up in a China-centric context.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to De Facto. This is Monday, August 18th, 2025, and I am joined today by Dr. Gerald Horn, Moores Professor of History and African American Studies at the University of Houston, author of the new book, The Capital of Slavery, Washington, D.C., 1800 to 1865. Just came out from International within the last couple months or so.
Yeah, this is literally kind of a history of DC through Gerald Horn's lens. And as a matter of fact, I'll get the book tonight. DC has a fascinating history, and it's totally relevant by happy coincidence.
Dr. Horn, welcome back to the program, and thank you for joining me once again.
Thank you for inviting me.
So in this book, you examine the history of Washington, D.C. and surrounding areas, including Maryland, Virginia, Chesapeake region, Tidewater regions more generally, including a little further south to the Great Dismal Swamp. And you examine the institution of slavery and the abolitionist and revolutionary forces that endeavored to defeat this vile institution. Thus, in this book, you return to several, actually numerous topics that you have explored in some of your other work. Haitian Revolution, War of 1812, John Brown's Uprising, U.S. Civil War, and so forth. So my first question for you, Dr. Horn, why did you write this book? And what was it like returning to some of these topics? And are there any new revelations or epiphanies that you think are worthy of mentioning here?
Well, first of all, let me place this text in the context of historiography. That is to say, in recent years, a schism has developed with regard to the historical analysis of the United States of America. It was reflected in the storm of controversy surrounding the 1619 project by Nicole Hannah-Jones of Howard University, where she was attacked by establishment historians, attacked by the White House, in fact, which in response developed the so-called 1776 project. Because Professor Hannah-Jones had the audacity to suggest that when slaveholders led by George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, Patrick Henry, revolted against British rule in 1776, that, believe it or not, slavery might have had something to do with it. Now, of course, Others, quite appropriately, have suggested that land had something to do with the revolt. Recall the so-called proclamation line of 1762, 1763, where London expressed displeasure in continuing to expand westward across the continent of North America, expending blood and treasure, fighting the Native Americans. You may have noted that in the book On the Table, The Capital of Slavery, I was able to examine the last will and testament of George Washington. And it's fair to say that he may have been one of the most significant landholders worldwide, not to mention in the early republic. And I should also point out that Nicole Hannah-Jones is not solitary or alone in terms of revisiting the process that led to the creation of the United States of America. How could it be otherwise? That is to say, if even as our friends on the left continue to insist 1776 was such a great leap forward for humanity, well then why was it accompanied by genocide against the indigenous population, first in the 13 colonies and then spreading westward to the Pacific coast? I think we'll have time to talk about my sojourn in the Pacific Northwest, the Canadian Southwest, for most of 2025, where I'm exploring this in some detail in terms of the rise of Oregon and the state of Washington into the Union, the former in the 1850s, for example, with some of the bloodiest battles ever envisioned on this continent. And of course, we all know that with the triumph of 1776, you had a geometric, exponential expansion of enslavement of Africans, the number ballooning and mushrooming from the thousands in the late 18th century to the millions on the verge of the US Civil War. And so, as is oftentimes said in diplomatic parlance, the ball is now in the court of those who continue to insist that 1776 was a great leap forward for humanity, not only because of the aforementioned genocide and mass enslavement, but also how do you explain events today, for example? Where did the United States go off the rails in terms of some, including the late U.S. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, suggesting we may be on the verge of fascism? How did we get from a great leap forward for humanity to the verge of neo-fascism? As the lawyers might say, the burden of proof has shifted. And it's incumbent upon those who are trying to defend the tattered origin story of the United States to respond to these inquiries. Because it's not just Nicole Hannah-Jones, perhaps the most garlanded Black historian of recent decades, speaking of Tyler Stovall, former president of the American Historical Association, former professor at the University of California at Berkeley. He wrote this book, White Freedom, which, as the title suggests, exemplifies some of these trends I've just been articulating. I'm thinking of the paramount Black intellectual Ishmael Reed, now approaching 90, headquartered in the San Francisco Bay Area, who did a send-up and a spoof of the Disney come Broadway extravaganza, Hamilton, of Lin-Manuel Miranda, where he echoes some of these points about slavery. I'm thinking of the eminent filmmaker, Raoul Peck. Some in the audience might be familiar with his docudramas, including Lumumba on the Congolese national hero, in addition to the young Karl Marx. His documentary, Exterminate All the Brutes, a sweeping castigation of settler colonialism. Many of our friends on the left are more prone to apply that descriptor, settler colonialism, to historic Palestine, to their credit, but not necessarily to their own homeland. If I were an Israeli patriot, I'd probably accuse them of anti-Semitism. as a result. I'm surprised they haven't been accused of anti-Semitism. And then I could go on with this litany. Charles Mills, the late Charles Mills of Jamaican extraction, his book, The Racial Contract. So this book at hand also can be seen in the context of my earlier work, The Counter-Revolution of 1776, Slave Resistance, the Origin of the United States of America, Negro Comrades of the Crown, African Americans of the British Empire fight the United States before emancipation. A number of historians, before I published the latter work, pointed to this very curious detail that Black Americans, and I should say with good reason, were really sympathetic, shall we say, to London with regard to its conflicts in the United States of America. You mentioned the War of 1812, which we'll get to in a second, which exemplifies that particular trend. And I've even thought, although I haven't written, that with regard to the naming practices of Black Americans, that it's oftentimes assumed, and understandably, that the proliferation of British surnames, like Horn, for example, with regard to the slave descendant population, comes from slave masters, but it could just as well be another kind of homage to London, for example. Although, of course, that's just a hypothesis. I've not explored it in writing. So in any case, this particular work does not appear in a vacuum. There is the schism, and I've noticed that some of our friends on the left, they don't like to conjure up the reality that this might be, as they say in the United States, a racial schism, because all of the aforementioned creators happen to be of African extraction. And many of our friends on the left that I'm referring to could easily be described as settler descendants. And, people get nervous when you speak in those terms. Perhaps they think that it augurs a descendant of another slave revolt, or that once again we'll align with the real or imagined enemies of the United States and upset the status quo. Whatever the case, that is the reality, a so-called racial schism in the historiography, which, if I may, brings us to the book at hand, which I'll proceed to provide an overview of, if you don't mind.
Oh, sure. Just one quick point before you get to the overview. Your naming practices are making me think of some of these jazz figures like Duke Ellington, Count Basie, who adopt that sort of royal moniker in their performance. And there's probably many other examples.
Hey, I'm sure that one of the acute defenders of the United States will say, what about Lester Prez Young? I mean, he was the president. That's a Republican term. What are you talking about? Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Well, anyway, no, please go ahead and proceed to the overview.
Okay, so the book at hand is a synthesis from roughly 1800, when John and Abigail Adams were moving into the White House, recently constructed, by the way, by enslaved African labor, for the most part. And the opening chapter deals with Abigail Adams staring out of her window and noticing malingering Africans. She had a deeper understanding of slavery in the United States. She would not be surprised by that kind of resistance, because malingering was an essential element of resistance. And in fact, a major sub-theme of this book, and a sub-theme of the book I think we discussed, African Americans in the New History of the United States of America, is that you've had two conflicting trends, political trends, explosive trends in this settler colonial republic. In other words, settler colonialism, from its inception, the abortive settlement in what we call North Carolina in the 1580s, involved class collaboration, the 1% in London sponsoring a heterogeneous mixture of Europeans migrating across the Atlantic with mutual benefit in mind. And of course, I draw a straight line from that kind of class collaboration to the rise of neo-fascism. With regard to November 2024, the 77 million who voted for neo-fascism fundamentally, with many of our friends on the left, per usual, scrambling to rationalize or somehow justify what cannot be justified, making excuses, all manner of excuses for this dilemma. On the other hand, materially speaking, because of their position as an unpaid sector of the working class, the enslaved population was forced into class struggle. I think that goes hand in hand with being unpaid, including malingering, including armed resistance. Armed resistance, of course, I talk about not only in the 19th century, but in my book, Armed Struggle, with a question mark, which deals with this phenomenon in the late 20th century, for example, with the rise of the Black Panther Party. In any case, the book then migrates, as you have suggested, to a topic I've discussed before, the War of 1812, whereby you begin to see resistance in action, particularly in August 1814, when the Redcoats invade Washington, D.C., setting alight the White House, sending President James Madison and his garrulous spouse Dolly fleeing to the streets one step ahead of the posse, being joined by enslaved Africans from the surrounding area, who then hop on British boats and migrate to what is now Trinidad and Tobago, where their descendants continue to reside. When I spoke in New York on the Negro Comrades of the Crown book, which also deals with resistance during the War of 1812, some of the descendants of those Trinidadians were in the audience, for example, because of course, contrary to enslavement propagandists, they were freed upon arriving in Trinidad and Tobago. There was a hysterical reaction, perhaps understandably, to this phenomenon because the United States had barely escaped losing its sovereignty, with the Black population joining in to try to ensure that eventuated. The free Negro population was scapegoated, particularly down the road in Baltimore. There is a lot of Baltimore history in this text because Washington and Baltimore are tied together umbilically, we should say. Now, I think it's a bridge too far to suggest that the free Negro population, of which Baltimore had the most sizable number in the Republic, were responsible for what the slaves did, but it was felt that they were a bad example because being free, it could inspire the enslaved population to aspire towards that status, which of course was the case. So that leads to the formation of the American Colonization Society shortly after the conclusion with the treaty signed in what is now Belgium in January 1815. The American Colonization Society, which includes many of the leading lights of the Republic, including the Chief Justice of the United States of America, come up with the idea that the free Negro population should be deported en masse. And that leads to the creation of the state of Liberia in Western Africa, approximately 2 centuries ago. Interestingly enough, quite energetic in terms of seeking to establish settlements in Liberia was the state of Maryland. I mean, here you had a state that had its own foreign policy, that set up its own settlement, Cape Palmas, for example, which eventually was folded into Liberia because they wanted to get rid of the free Negro population of Baltimore. And then with the Nat Turner Revolt of August 1831, a revolt of the enslaved in Virginia with the massacring of dozens of settlers by enslaved Africans, the idea took flight that a number of the enslaved should be freed and sent off to West Africa, sent packing, for example. In the state of Mississippi, for example, one of my current projects examines slavery in Mississippi, where my ancestral roots rest. Mississippi was quite energetic in seeking to deport Negroes. And of course, Mississippi has the distinction of having, percentage-wise, the largest number of Black people, which in part helps to explain its reactionary politics. Because the settlers are living cheek by jowl with once reviled property, which has shown an inclination to rebel. In any case, I spend quite a bit of time in this book talking about international relations. I mean, to expand the thread on Liberia, understandably, the U.S. Negro settlers have been scorned and excoriated because of their conflicts with the pre-existing indigenous African population, particularly the Kru, K-R-U, when they arrive on those shores of West Africa. But as I point out, and you can easily access this, I'm sure, online. If you look at the Declaration of Independence of Liberia in the 1840s, it's quite progressive, quite angry, in fact, furious about what's going on in the United States of America, which then leads Liberia not to neglect those it left behind, speaking of the enslaved population in North America, by aligning with British abolitionists, for example, the bête noire, if I can use that term, with regard to the settler class in North America, the enslaver class, even with Haitian revolutionaries, who I guess I should have said preempted, speaking of British abolitionists, as the bête noire, by speaking of Haitian revolutionaries as the true bête noire. And Haiti, as in a number of my books dealing with slavery, plays a preeminent role in the text at hand. And I'll get to that with a bit of detail in a second. But I should also return to this chronological unfolding and leaping ahead to October 1859 with John Brown's raid, now celebrated by many. Interestingly enough, this raid on what was then Virginia, now West Virginia, speaking of Harper's Ferry, the Armory, seeming to suggest an armed uprising against enslavement, was plotted in Canada, which had provided a sanctuary for fleeing property. That helps to explain U.S. motivation during the War of 1812 to cut off that route of escape and, in fact, claim Canada, which has been resuscitated by the descendant of the Confederates and of the U.S. right-wing oligarchy, speaking of the Tangerine Tyrant himself, who's spoken quite ominously about annexation of Canada, making it the 51st state. Nothing new in that regard. That's been a wish of many of these Republicans. And of course, once again, many of our scholars who seem to lack curiosity have not sufficiently addressed why there were only 13 colonies that revolted. What happened to Quebec, for example? Why weren't they included? They were a colony of Great Britain. Plus, you had a lot of dissatisfaction. Did you see the article in the New York Times just last week about Quebec City? Now, if our friends on the left had inconsistency, they'd speak of the Quebec question as identity politics, because they insist upon their language rights. That's part of their identity, if I can use that term. The New York Times article last week said only 2% of the people in Quebec City are consistent English speakers. When I was in Canada doing my research in 2025, one of the nostrums I walked away with was that a bromide in Canada for the longest was that bosses spoke English and workers spoke French. And so why didn't Quebec join the revolt? Now, I don't want to digress too much, but in my upcoming book, Comparative Settler Colonialism of British Columbia and Canada and Washington State and Oregon, I point out that south of the border, the settlers, they carried quite a bit of animosity towards Catholics. And of course, many of those in Quebec are Catholic. When the Native Americans would revolt, which was their tendency, speaking of the Cayuse, C-A-Y-U-S-E, and the Palouse and the Walla Walla, oftentimes the Catholics, many of whom were of French ancestry, many of whom had mated with indigenous populations, creating this still existing Canadian subgroup of the Métis, M-E-T-I-S, while in the state of what is now the state of Washington Territory, governor in the 1850s, Isaac Stevens, he declared martial law. And one of the triggers for declaring martial law was intermarriage of some of the settlers, some of the Protestant settlers with the indigenous populations, because it was felt that that was a security risk. And in fact, I looked at some of the text on intermarriage in the United States, because there's been a lot of research on that, understandably. And few of these texts put the revulsion towards intermarriage south of the border in the context of settler security, for example, which I will be doing in my forthcoming text. In any case, back to the major thread after that lengthy digression, the John Brown raid plotted in Canada leads to its execution in December 1859. It is seen as auguring worse to come in Dixie, helping to trigger the U.S. Civil War. By the spring of 1861, by 1862, slavery is abolished in the District of Columbia. Things a tale because, as you know, the Emancipation Proclamation emerges on January 1, 1863, but emancipation in the district precedes that. That's not the only peculiarity of emancipation in the district. The enslavers were compensated for the loss of their property. Not unusual, because the enslavers were compensated in Haiti at gunpoint, for example, French gunpoint, in the British Empire, Jamaica, Barbados, etc. When slavery is abolished in the 1830s, the enslavers are compensated, which really gives them a leg up, the enslavers, that is, in terms of not only lining their pockets, but helping them to find other lucrative fields of investment, which serves as a kind of jet fuel for the takeoff of what becomes British imperialism, for example. And needless to say, the enslaved population was not compensated for their free labor. Likewise, in the rest of Dixie, and contrastingly, in the rest of Dixie, the slave owners were not compensated, which I understand why many previous analysts have seen this as a revolutionary act, because in a sense it was. But the other side of the coin is that I don't think you can begin to understand the ferocity and the fury of white supremacy post-1865, with the rise of lynching, the rise of the Ku Klux Klan, the rise of terrorism, without understanding expropriation of property without compensation, which in turn comes to be seen as an emblem of an emerging socialism, which suggests that you cannot understand the ferocity of anti-communism without understanding this pre-existing ferocity generated by having property expropriated without compensation, particularly on the eve of the U.S. Civil War, 1861. The most valuable investment in the Republic was the investment in bodies of enslaved Africans. I pointed out in an earlier text that when the African slave trade, unlamented, was in its heyday, one could invest $1 and get $1,700 back. There are those today who would say,
well, I have to make a point, and I'm going to replay this a little bit. But of course, the people that were out slaves, if let's interlace this into that idiot Jillian Michaels point, if she's right, and she might be, that only 2% of white Americans own slaves, then those people were elites. And the last thing you want to do is piss off elites, like really rich people. Even though they had lost the war, Andrew Johnson was sympathetic to him, being from, can't remember whether he was from, he was governor of Tennessee, but I think he was from Kentucky. I could be wrong about that. But look, these people, when they're that rich, when they're that 2%, and the 2%, Jillian Michaels, the fucking moron, the lesbian moron, I thought lesbians were smarter, or they could read. They were probably the upper 2%, 2% as in, the 2025 1%. They're going to have political influence. And even if they are decitizenized, or whatever the term was, there is a term, as Confederates, they're going to have influence, or anti-influence. And eventually they know they're going to be, they're going to have political power eventually. Especially if there's an Andrew Johnson. So I think even Dr. Horn missed a point. He wants to think it's kind of, it is socialist to compensate people for lost property, especially if the government basically took the property, even if it was doing the right thing. But that's part of American capitalism. Okay, it's not so much socialism. Maybe it's a socialist aspect of American capitalism, but it's like bailing out a bank. That 2%, those big property / slave owners, they were too big to fail, and they had too much influence. Slaves did not. Slaves barely had a slice of political influence in the South during, maybe the 10 years. And I say maybe it was 10 years. And even in that 10 years of Reconstruction actually doing something, there were, one black senator, no black presidents. Even blacks started making inroads into political power during that 10 years of Reconstruction, but they by no means controlled much, if anything. They got to vote, and they probably had local influence. Bottom line is, don't call it socialist, call it American capitalism. And socialist assumes that class comes into it, and there's some sort of redistribution to a class that actually could benefit from the money, not profit benefit. There's a difference. I disagree with Dr. Horn that it was socialist. It was basically everyday American capitalism where the elites wealth flows up, not down.
Sell their firstborn for 1,700% profit, not to mention some African they did not know. So the demise of slavery in the district and in the Republic at large created multiple resultant problems. And perhaps I should stop there to allow you to interject.
Well, no, I appreciate that very much. That's an excellent overview, and I appreciate the detours
I
also.
appreciate being able to get a word in as well.
The work you're working on at this moment, having to do with comparative settler colonialism and so forth. I was going to ask you about this connection that you draw, this lineage you draw between the uncompensated expropriation of private property post 1865 and the sort of specter of the same around 1917, which coincides with the Ku Klux Klan terrorism, things that you've already mentioned. But since you've already sort of broached that, maybe we could just back up a second, and I can ask you sort of a broader question about slavery and republicanism, and why republicanism seemed to, as a doctrine of governance, as a governing philosophy and structure, clung so tightly to slavery, whereas these other trends globally seem to be moving in the other direction, as you suggest in this work and in many other books of yours.
I addressed this in Vancouver, British Columbia, on July 26, 2025. Actually, the address can be found online. As the date suggests, it was marking the anniversary of the attack on the Moncada in Cuba, culminating with the Cuban Revolution, January 1st, 1959. And I pointed out that I was in Canada during the so-called throne speech of the ostensible sovereign, King Charles III, a parasite indeed. And needless to say, there were pro-Republican protesters in Ottawa greeting King Charles III. But as I pointed out, that these Canadian Republicans, if they expect to make progress, they're going to have to distinguish an emerging Canadian republicanism from what emerged south of the border. Otherwise, the Canadian masses will say, oh, you want us to be like the United States? Thanks, but no thanks, for example. Because in a real sense, as I've said in a number of texts, with 1776, what emerged was the decline and the demise of the divine right of monarchs with the divine right of European men of property. And then with Andrew Jackson, the remit expanding across class lines. And that was fundamentally republicanism. Now, for whatever reason, many of our friends on the left, they surmised that if Irish Catholics could be discriminated against in the British Isles, and they can come to the United States and do well, that speaks well for republicanism, and that sets a precedent for Africans, for Black people to do well, because that shows the elasticity of republicanism, for example. But as I've said previously, and this is probably in my book on Southern Africa, that's akin to suggesting that the proclamation of apartheid in South Africa in 1948, which, as I point out, prompted by US elites, was designed to uplift the dispossessed amongst the European minority in the southern tip of Africa in order to forestall class-based alliances across racial lines. It's as if saying that the proclamation of apartheid, designed to uplift all these Europeans, was a precedent that could then be extended to the Africans, to the Indians, to the coloreds, which is laughable. I mean, it doesn't pass the giggle test. I mean, it's ludicrous. It's ridiculous. It's like saying that the ANC, instead of launching the armed struggle, the African National Congress of Nelson Mandela, they should have waited for history to work its magic. And they could have just sat on their hands, and ultimately benefits and emoluments would have descended upon them, like presumably it descended upon Black people and indigenous people in North America. And so Republican, and that also sheds light on what might be considered an anomaly. That is to say, that the fighting forces of the so-called Confederate States of America, which sought to overthrow the Lincoln government, not least to ensure that slavery would persist forevermore, the fighting forces were disproportionately comprised of non-slave owners. And obviously, it's an expression of class collaboration. Obviously, it's a reflection of the fact that perhaps many of these dispossessed European settlers thought that there would be a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, that they could benefit. It's like the stories you used to read about in children's books, where the way you get the barrel or the donkey to pull the cart is that you put a carrot at the end of the stick, right in front of the donkey's nose. And the donkey is always moving forward, trying to grasp and eat the carrot, and that pulls the cart. Mm-hmm. And so you can easily envision a similar process unfolding today in 2025, helping to explain the rise of these neo-fascist trends, as opposed to these threadbare excuses and rationalizations you oftentimes are subjected to in terms of explicating the voting patterns of the 77 million. That is to say that they just need to be presented with more left-wing alternatives. Well, you know, in Texas, I voted for Cornel West. He didn't do very well. There were left-wing alternatives on the ballot. So there was a party of socialism and liberation. I mean, come on. Stop making excuses for this backwardness and grasp the nettle. In any case, I think that there was a close relationship between republicanism and slavery, a close relationship between capitalism and slavery, as the late Eric Williams, founding father of Trinidad and Tobago, pointed out in his book of the same title, which has led to an explosion of literature, including by my colleague here in Houston, David McNally, his book, Slavery and Capitalism, a Marxist Analysis, just out from University of California Press. De facto podcast, may want to speak with him.
Oh, certainly.
And other scholars have turned a microscope on the process of enlightenment, which is oftentimes viewed, perhaps understandably, positively insofar as it is revolt against the benighted processes emerging from organized religion. But at the same time, as others have pointed out, perhaps you should not see it as coincidental that an icon of enlightenment, Thomas Jefferson, was a flagrant abuser of Africans, not least in his text, Notes on the State of Virginia, for example. So these contradictions really need to be faced up to. I mean, I understand why there are those who don't want to be marginal. And obviously, there is apparent mass sentiment in favor of 1776, in favor of the Enlightenment, perhaps even in favor of capitalism, although I have my doubts with regard to the latter. And being a critic of these processes in the home of the free, in the home of free speech, it does not necessarily win you plaudits. I mean, It may win you a pink slip, so you lose your job, or worse, it may cause you to wear a bulletproof vest. But compared to strugglers and comrades and other battlefields, it's not as onerous here in North America, at least not yet.
Mm-hmm. Wow, thank you for that. That was excellent. Picking up this thread again on the sort of current state of affairs in the United States and globally, actually, I'd like to ask you about maybe how this analysis that you offer in the book can inform us and better position us to understand the contemporary iterations of, for instance, right-wing populism, or what you describe in this book as the precursors to fascism. For instance, in this book, you describe Andrew Jackson as one of the forerunners of right-wing populism, U.S. style. You also talk about Roger Taney, who, prior to his role in the Dred Scott decision of 1857, when he was the Attorney General, announced the Negro Seaman Acts of 1832, which you write sought to make anti-blackness an extension of extraterritoriality. That is, anti-blackness was to be globalized. And Taney, it should be remembered, was the brother-in-law of Francis Scott Key, who you also write about in this book. Can you talk a little bit about what you mean by globalized anti-blackness and its relation to right-wing populism and both of their relations to fascism, U.S. style, and how we can begin to understand what's taking place in the United States under the Trump regime, and not solely confined to the Trump regime, as you and I have explored on this podcast and in writing. We have these mass deportations. You even write about self-deportations taking place in the early 19th century, at least the idea that self-deportation was going to be beneficial for the Republic. I could go on, but I think you get the gist of my question.
Well, first of all, Francis Scott Key, of course, is renowned as being the alleged author of the national anthem, the Star-Spangled Banner, for example, implicated in slavery, as is his relative, Roger Taney, who, as a justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, authored the notorious Dred Scott decision in 1857, and yet another trigger for the Civil War, suggesting that Black people have no rights, that the settlers are bound to respect, reputedly overthrown by the 14th Amendment, and the notion of birthright citizenship now being challenged by the Trump regime, and the downstream consequences of overthrowing birthright citizenship are unclear. Perhaps it will lead to a revival in a more dedicated fashion of Dred Scott. Extraterritoriality should be no surprise to members of your audience, because U.S. foreign policy exemplifies extraterritoriality. I mean, ever since 1917, and not before, they've been trying to export anti-communism. They were basically saying that no country is allowed to take the socialist path. I mean, look at the pressure on socialist Cuba, an embargo, a blockade, repeated assassination attempts against the late President Fidel Castro, for example, all manner of destabilization. Recently, Attorney General Marco Rubio, of Cuban ancestry, has sought to sanction countries like Brazil, who seek to import and utilize Cuban doctors for the benefit of the Brazilian masses. Needless to say, the United States does not plan on finding substitute medics for Brazil. I mean, you hardly have a medical system in this country that attends to the medical needs of the U.S. masses. And I would say that the Negro Seamen's Acts are very telling, because it was not only Maryland, and needless to say, Maryland plays a central role in this book, but also South Carolina, which had these Negro Seamen's Acts, and that led to contention with London, because London relied heavily upon Negro seamen, and if they were delivering supplies to Charleston, these seamen were penalized, pulverized, for example, displeasing to Her Majesty, for example, complicating relations with the crown, almost leading to an extension of the War of 1812 with the conflict in the 1840s, ostensibly over the Oregon Territory of the U.S., what is now the U.S. Northwest, but actually including a conglomeration of issues, including revulsion at the Negro Seamen's Acts. And I should say that as a keen listener might have gleaned thus far, I pay attention to the international situation in terms of trying to explicate what's happening domestically. Not only because Washington is the capital city, having diplomatic legations from different parts of Europe in particular. And as I said, when Haitian diplomats began to show up after the United States extended diplomatic recognition to that Caribbean nation, many of the settlers were figuratively and sometimes literally losing their minds at that particular arrival. But it also ties into the role of Russia, which is much in the news nowadays because of the Alaska summit. And as newspapers have pointed out, Russia sold its claims to that vast territory in 1867 for a pittance, and in part to try to flummox London, which they thought would ensue if the United States was pressing British Columbia from the north and from the south, Washington State and Oregon. But also, Russia, unlike Britain, which was playing footsies with the Confederates, not to mention the French, who tried to take over Mexico and then cut a deal with the enslavers to continue slavery post-1865, or the Spanish, who were foisting enslavement of Africans upon Cuba. Russia, which had abolished serfdom at the same time that the United States was on the path to abolishing slavery. The historian Peter Kolchin, Kolchin, of the University of Delaware, I think that he's joined the ancestors, has dealt with that in a number of books in terms of comparative history, providing a model that other scholars should seek to emulate. So Russia, during the U.S. Civil War, sent a major fleet to both coasts, to the Atlantic coast and the Pacific coast. And of course, in the run-up to the United States seizing California from Mexico, there remains the Russian River in Northern California, an emblem of Russian claims to what is now the Golden State. But at a certain point, as I'll talk about in this upcoming book, Russia decided that the better part of wisdom was to retreat from Alaska. After all, they had been pummeled by Britain, France, and Ottoman Turkey during the Crimea War of the 1850s and had many debts to pay. And the retreat from Alaska is accompanied by the establishment of Vladivostok, the major metropolis on the Pacific, on the eastern coast of Russia, which provides entree into Japan and China and Korea, for example. So I would argue further that part of the demerits the professor would hand out concerning the Negro leadership, the Douglass leadership, is that the leadership of Frederick Douglass, in other words, is I don't think the Douglass leadership and those comrades paid sufficient attention to the global situation in order to plot the way forward. Perhaps that's why the Douglass leadership has been celebrated in 2025, because some feel that I guess that's a good example, and some I guess just don't know better. Now, the Du Bois leadership in the 20th century began to rectify that demerit, which is one of the reasons Du Bois was chased into exile. One of the reasons why Du Bois was indicted at the age of 83, circa 1950, 1951. And I think that the obvious lesson to be gleaned from this book, not to mention a kaleidoscopic viewpoint of U.S. history and the role of the enslaved population and the indigenous population in particular, is that you really need a global analysis. Mm-hmm. You really need to pay attention to what's happening worldwide, because the settlers who are in the majority, as I said, their origin story involves class collaboration. Now, to be sure, that does not include each and every settler descendant. Please do not try to play that trick. But as November 2024 suggested, and as 2025 continues to suggest, class collaboration can be applied to far too many amongst settler descendants.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for that, Dr. Horn. I know we only have a few minutes left here, but I just wanted to ask you a further question on this Russia summit. Obviously, the consequences of which are not measurable at this time. But I wonder if you have any commentary on the significance of the Russia summit, especially in the context that we're speaking of this with this book. You already mentioned the handing over of Alaska in 1867 to the United States, and I can't help but think about this connection that you draw in this work and in other works about the Civil War, 1865 and after. And the connection to the Red Scare, as I've already mentioned, and this sort of Western media hysteria regarding Sergei Lavrov's USSR sweater as he arrives on the shores of Alaska. And I can't help but think, and you'll have to forgive me for this, that we've entered a unique period of the Red Scare that we can now dub the Thread Scare.
Oh, very good. I like that.
Well, thank you. I'm just curious about if you have any commentary on the summit and its significance and this media hysteria and so forth.
Well, first of all, I've commented at length on the Alaska summit. You can find both summaries online. A segment on the on-the-ground program, WPFW FM in Washington, the Pacific station, broadcasting Fridays, I believe at 10 a.m. Eastern, and on Diasporic Music coming out of Black Power 96, St. Petersburg, Florida, broadcasting 3:30 Eastern on Sundays. And just to summarize some of the points that I made therein, potentially the Alaska summit is a game changer. And I think that's one of the reasons why you have the extraordinary spectacle unfolding as we speak, with all the top leaders from Europe breaking their schedules and flying in to Washington to meet with Mr. Trump alongside Mr. Zelensky to try to move the U.S. away from what seems to be coming from the Alaska summit. One of the criticisms I would make of some of the commentaries on the Alaska summit, including from some of our comrades, is that they're looking at the summit with tunnel vision. I don't think that you can just look at the summit in the transatlantic sense. You have to look at imperial overstretch, the fact that Israel threatens to reignite the war with Iran, given the influence of Zionist billionaires in the White House. The United States will probably be accompanying the Zionist state in this piratical enterprise. You have to look at the fact that Mr. Trump, according to his former National Security Advisor, John Bolton, sees the EU as a kind of competitor, not an ally who you should try to pull their chestnuts out of the fire. Because, as I pointed out numerous times before, there's a contradiction in European history in terms of the Western Europeans getting fat on the slave trade and colonialism, particularly Britain and France, whereas the major power on the continent was Russia. Today, a population about twice the size of the locomotive of the European Union, speaking of the Federal Republic of Germany, a motherlode of gold, diamonds, petroleum, natural gas, etc. And so the Europeans feel that they may be left behind as Washington, an overstretched Washington, $37 trillion in debt, moves to cut its losses with the Ukrainian escapade so it can focus not only upon the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, heavy sanctions imposed against South Africa, India, Prime Minister Modi due in China at the end of the month, August 2025, the foreign minister in Moscow as we speak, meeting with the aforementioned Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister of India, that is. Brazil, subjected to punishing sanctions for various reasons. And then there's the big enchilada, the People's Republic of China, sharp clashes in the South China Sea between U.S. Navy and Chinese Navy. I'm happy to say that another project I'm working on is a project involving U.S.-China relations. Somebody's going to have to explain to our grandchildren how the planet ended up in a China-centric context. Right now, I don't see that much evidence that an explanation is forthcoming, so I've decided that I'll try to provide an explanation. So, once again, the Alaska Summit is a potential game changer in terms of helping to erode the reason for being of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, coming into existence in 1949 on an explicit anti-Moscow basis. If the generator of NATO, speaking of the United States of America, begins to embrace Russia, well then, what is the purpose of NATO, for example? There are major investments bound up in an answer to that question. And in fact, Vice President J.D. Vance has suggested that if Europe wants to continue the Ukrainian escapade, they can buy weapons from the U.S. military-industrial complex, send them to Ukraine, and that struggle will continue. I'm not sure if Europe has the audacity or the mettle to go down that path, but we'll find out soon enough. And so another lesson and another inference we should draw from the Alaska Summit is that Allah, what might be considered as a compliment, that is to say Nixon to China in the early 1970s, which was a real timbalor, similarly upsetting, you should not see it as coincidental that in order to effectuate dramatic changes in terms of U.S. imperialism's foreign policy, it generally requires that a party that commands the settler majority can do the task, not the other bourgeois party, the Democrats, which has to rely very heavily on the black vote, which is really handicapping nowadays, given the resuscitation of the Confederate impulse. And however, that makes the Democratic Party still a very useful vehicle particularly given the hysteria you so correctly pointed out in the corporate media. Because as a result of the compromise of 1954 with the retreat of Jim Crow, U.S. apartheid, the price of the ticket was throwing overboard the internationalists amongst us, including the late, great multilingual socialist Paul Robeson. And missing in action since then, for the most part, have been many of our Black organizations and Black leaders, which makes the Democratic Party a useful vehicle for militarism, as the Biden administration exemplified by helping to ignite this Ukraine crisis in the first instance. Not to mention, of course, President Johnson, 1963 to 1969, and his escalation of the war in Vietnam. President Truman, 1950 to 1952-53, escalation of the war in the Korean Peninsula, which has as a non-too-silent pretext seeking to overthrow the Chinese Revolution, October 1949. So there is much bound up with regard to this Ukraine escapade. Like many, I'll be studying the results of this really striking meeting between Macron and Merz and Starmer and Ursula von der Leyen, Mark Daddy Rutte, for the Trump whisperer, the leader of Finland, for example, who's a golfer, attended Furman University in South Carolina. It's going to be very interesting. A Hollywood screenwriter of even middling competence could have a field day with this particular episode.
Well, great, Dr. Horn. Thank you so much for that excellent and sweeping analysis of history of deep.
Look, as much as I love Dr. Horn as a historian, Marxists, and he is a Marxist, tend to want to make too much of history as a science. I love the narrative he painted. It is a Herman Wouk novel. Maybe he should try and do one of those old 80s or 70s style Winds of War type miniseries. Stick to history. Politics is not Dr. Horn's forte. Those dots may connect, but politics is kind of weird. You can look at politics through a historical lens, but there are like 9 billion. The butterfly effect tends to disrupt historical narratives that Marxists want to draw. History is literally not a science. It's not even a pseudoscience. And there is a danger in, grand narratives, especially if they're predictive. Grand narratives are better written as period pieces where you know the history and the outcomes. Predicting is what Dr. Horn is doing, connecting some historical dots. And only he is in his 70s, probably getting close to 80. We leave these sorts of things to the older people, and I like the mirth. Bottom line, history is not politics, and there's a danger in this sort of connecting of dots. And I'm sure, it's, don't take Dr. Horn's predictions too seriously is what I'm saying. He is a fucking serious historian, but hindsight is 2020. Predicting the future is literally blindness. You're blind when you predict the future. So let us move on. I'm assuming, you know what? I'm not going to even say I think I've seen this dude before. He is a laughing Black conservative. And he wants to tell you, and Frederick Douglass, if I had a hero, it would be Frederick Douglass. SKC and I have had this discussion. Frederick Douglass was doing politics when he said the Constitution was an anti-slavery document. That is pure politics. It is not reality. Oops, is that music?
Hi, I'm Jeff Sickinga, Executive Director of the Ashbrook Center, and this is The American Idea, where we discuss the ideas, people, and events that have made America what it is today. We believe that by understanding our history and our principles, we can better live up to the promise of the American founding and preserve our ongoing experiment in self-government. Welcome to The American Idea.
Listen to that there blue grass.
Hello, welcome everyone to this episode of The American Idea. Today we're going to be talking about my second favorite American of the 19th century. Abraham Lincoln may hold pride of places first, but second and not far behind in my pantheon of American heroes is the great Frederick Douglass. We're going to be talking, though, about an interesting aspect of his life, his thought, and his legacy, which is his constitutional understanding and arguments, particularly as it relates to the abolition of slavery. I'm joined for that conversation today by our guest, Bradley Ribeiro. Brad is Associate Professor of Law at Brigham Young University Law School. He teaches courses there, of course, on the U.S. Constitution, and he has now got a wonderful book coming out soon, right, Brad? Soon?
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
Called Until Every Yoke is Broken, Frederick Douglass's Constitutional Abolitionism. And we're looking forward to that book. Let me highly recommend that book because I've read other things that Brad has written. It's terrific, it's deep, it's thoughtful, it's serious, but it's also very engaging writing, which you don't always get from law professors.
I appreciate it.
From this law professor today. So again, let me recommend his book, Until Every Yoke is Broken. Brad, thanks for taking the time to join us on The American Idea.
Thanks so much for having me, Jeff. And who knows? Let's see if by the end of this, I can, convert Douglass to your number one American.
It might not take much of a push. Of course, as you know, our listeners are typically very well informed. I'm sure almost all of them, if not all, have heard of the great Frederick Douglass. But to situate him, to put a little context for your argument, remind us again, who was Frederick Douglass?
Yeah, so Frederick Douglass, I guess, put it most succinctly, former slave, turned activist, turned statesman. So Frederick Douglass, he was born a slave somewhere around 1818. Unfortunately, we don't know the exact date, right? Because they didn't really keep records of the birth date of slaves. But he was born into slavery, and around 20 years old or so, he was in Maryland, and he was contracting out his work, which was sort of a common practice at the time for some slaves. They could go and they could seek their own work, and if they made more money than a certain set value, then they can retain some of that money for themselves. So under this sort of arrangement, Douglass tucked away significant funds for his bid for freedom, and impersonating a free black sailor, he traveled by train, eventually winding up in New York, and not long thereafter gets roped into what you might call the Garrisonian camp. He met William Lloyd Garrison, a famous abolitionist, and that's how he got roped into the abolitionist movement. And then from there, he developed his own understanding of the nature of the Union itself, of the Constitution. There's a lot that happens in between. So he writes this interesting book called My Bondage and My Freedom. It's a narrative of his time as a slave. Because interestingly, Douglass was so erudite and so articulate that people didn't actually believe he was a former slave. So he had to prove that he was a former slave by writing this narrative. But for those who are aware of American history, this is around 1850 when a reinvigorated Fugitive Slave Act is passed. And this very narrative that proves his former servitude also provides ample evidence for slave catchers to be able to find him and take him back to slavery. So he has to escape to England, and there he continues to really give a lot of addresses in Scotland and England and other places, advocating for abolitionism, but also he has a little bit more time to himself to carefully study what he, as he terms, the nature of law, rights, and the principles of government. And by the time he returns to the United States, he now has a renewed vision of what he understands the Constitution to be, where in the past it was literally an instrument that was used in order to not only keep him captive, but potentially return him to servitude. Now he believed it was a glorious liberty document. And from there, he joins what you might call political abolitionists, who give arguments in favor of abolition, and specifically using the Constitution as a means to achieve abolitionism.
That's fascinating. Can you talk a little bit more about the context of U.S. abolitionism before Douglas goes to England in the late 1840s, 1850, and he returns? You mentioned William Lloyd Garrison. What are the different views among abolitionists about whether or not the United States Constitution is pro-slavery or anti-slavery, and what the disposition of abolitionists should be toward politics?
Yeah, so let me start maybe with the 1830s, in fact. So this is where William Lloyd Garrison is really starting to gain prominence. His prominent press, The Liberator, might be the leading, or maybe the best abolitionist press, right, in the Union, the most influential. So in the 1830s, abolitionists like William Lloyd Garrison, their typical approach was what you might call moral suasion. It was a largely religious movement, a movement that sought to convince Southern slaveholders of the inherent sin that is associated with slaveholding. And if they were to be true Christians and right themselves with God, they must release their slaves. This was generally the tactic. Now, as it related to the Constitution, there were some inflection points, right? So in the 1830s, there's also interesting debate in Congress over the slave trade, for instance. Now, we all know the slave trade had ended in 1808, but what maybe some don't know is that the slave trade actually continued, if not through the states, but it continued through DC, right? So if you were importing slaves through federal land or federal territory, it was not covered in the ban on the slave trade. So this was addressed in Congress in the 1830s, and William Lloyd Garrison, as well as several other abolitionists, they actually tried their hand at some legal arguments as to why Congress should ban the slave trade. Now, a lot of it is still tied to this idea of moral suasion, but they find that their efforts largely are unsuccessful. And in fact, in Congress, there's a gag order instituted that there can be no petitions or even considerations around slavery or the slave trade, right? And this was basically a Southern push to know, well, if we can quell debate, then we'll just keep the status quo, which is we'll continue to import slaves, right? Through DC. So at this point, William Lloyd Garrison and others of his ilk are becoming a little disenchanted, right, with the Constitution. But the real change happens in 1840 when James Madison's notes on the convention are published. So with these notes, William Lloyd Garrison and many of his followers, they come to their own conclusion that the Constitution clearly was a pro-slavery document. And I think this was colored in some respects with their own political experiences up to that point, where they were just largely unsuccessful, right, in their either anti-slavery or abolitionist bids. So yeah, I'd say in 1840s, and this is when Douglas escapes to freedom, the abolitionist position effectively is the Constitution is a pro-slavery document. So if we want abolition, we must disassociate ourselves from that document.
So what happens then when Frederick Douglass goes to England in the late 1840s, 1850? What does he study? What arguments has he begun to encounter, and what does he encounter there that begin to shift his mind?
Yeah, so I would say it's twofold. So one, there's some American influences, and then on the other side, there's some European influences, if you will. So on the American side, you start to have some tracts or pamphlets being published strictly defending the Constitution. against pro-slavery efforts. So Lysander Spooner was maybe the first or maybe the most prominent in this regard. He wrote a book called The Unconstitutionality of Slavery. He published this in 1845 in Boston. And he marshaled forth really interesting arguments concerning how we should interpret the Constitution. And if we interpret the Constitution correctly, we can only come to the conclusion that it is anti-slavery in nature. William Goodell is another person that Douglas cites. He also around this time wrote his own tract, Views on the Unconstitutionality of American Slavery. And then finally, he credits Gerrit Smith specifically. Gerrit Smith is at this point sort of a pen pal, if you will. He's very much a political abolitionist, one who believed that you should use political means and the Constitution to fight slavery. So Douglas credits these men and their writings with this changed position. Now, at the same time, while he's in England, he's continuing to read. And George Combe, for instance, part of the Scottish Enlightenment, I think he has just a lot of influences. He's very well read. Unfortunately, at that time, we can't always track exactly who read who because, you know, they aren't as painstakingly citing, right, for instance, their ideas. But he does name, like I said, those three American authors. But I think also the Enlightenment and then even the Scottish Enlightenment in general is really affecting the way he's understanding law and understanding government.
So when Douglas returns to the United States then in the 1850s, when do we start to see this shift and him start to break away from the Garrisonian view of the Constitution and start to argue that the Constitution, as you put it previously, is a glorious liberty document?
So, well, you have to look very closely at the Frederick Douglass Papers because in public, you don't see it quite yet. He returns and he is still in public denouncing the Constitution, denouncing any sort of political activism, but in private letters to Gerrit Smith and some others, he is flirting with the idea of a political approach to abolitionism and anti-slavery constitutionalism. Now, my theory on this is that Douglas, the same thing that led him to freedom is the same reason why he couldn't just simply adopt the pro-constitution position, if you will, because he was writing things such as, I can understand the pragmatic approach to a pro-slavery constitution, or sorry, a anti-slavery constitution. Why, you know, he put it in the terms of something like, why put our arms to the laboring oar of a pro-slavery constitution that is just helping Southerners? That doesn't make sense. But he's not publicly committing himself to this, in part because he needed to arrive at this conclusion himself. I don't think he was satisfied with simply adopting what someone else wrote about it or how someone else thought about it. And so he has this really interesting amalgamation, I would say, of the different approaches to the anti-slavery constitution and developed his own sort of method.
And is this connected at all? I'm thinking of political developments in the 1840s and 50s of, for example, the Republican Party and other previous parties like the Liberty Party, which seem to be making political movements based on the notion that somehow the Constitution is not in principle pro-slavery. Where is Frederick Douglass in that constellation when he returns from England in the 1850s?
Yeah, so I would say he is in the same way flirting with those parties, right? In the same way that he was flirting with the anti-slavery constitution. So Gerrit Smith, for instance, is a close pen pal at this point and eventually becomes a benefactor, helps Douglas set up his press, the Frederick Douglass Papers. Well, it was first the North Star and then becomes the Frederick Douglass Papers. So Gerrit Smith is a part of the Liberty Party, right? He runs on a Liberty Party ticket. So he definitely has close friends, right, who are very much engaged in those efforts. But Douglas keeps himself aloof for some time. And as it relates to the Republican Party, right, so 1854 is when you first see Salmon Chase, Charles Sumner, Joshua Giddings, right? They are becoming completely dissuaded with or disenchanted with the Democratic Party, where they thought independent Democrats might, right, champion an anti-slavery position. That's not successful.
Well, sorry, folks. I was actually in the kitchen listening to this. This is a man unwilling to give up his hair. Apparently, if you teach at Brigham Young, you can't just shave your head bald. That just don't want to look ridiculous. Give up your hair if it looks like this, unless this is some weird form of Apache. I don't know. Give up the hair. The other part is one of these gentlemen said Frederick Douglass adopted a political position. Why are they belaboring the point? It was a political position. Sometimes a political position isn't what you actually believe. The Constitution was neither pro-slavery nor anti-slavery. It was a compromise towards pro-slavery. Stop the bullshit, folks. And one of you is a lawyer, maybe both of you are lawyers. I would think you'd understand pragmatism in the law better. The Constitution was pro-slavery reluctantly. I think that is a better characterization. The South won the Constitutional Convention. So stop this fucking bullshit about, Frederick Douglass. Oh, he believed the Constitution. He hoped the Constitution would, and he adopted a political position. And by the way, don't iron your goddamn polo shirt. Just fucking wear it right out of the dryer. The dude looks foolish with this haircut, but I've been to Utah. I understand.
Successful. The Whigs, yeah, there's some anti-slavery sentiment there, not quite enough. And they realize it has to be something like the Free Soil or Liberty Party combined with, let's say, disenchanted folks from either of the two major parties that formed this Republican Party in 1856, right? And Frederick Douglass at this time, to be frank, he was not a fan of the Republican Party. Now, part of this is because the distinct positions on the Constitution. The Republican Party supported an anti-slavery Constitution, and at this point, I think it might be helpful to clarify that if we're to, split hairs on this, Frederick Douglass was more for an abolitionist Constitution as opposed to an anti-slavery
Let's
one.
pause on that. I think that seems like a very important point that you're making. What is the difference then between, say, Douglass's anti-slavery Constitution and, say, abolition Constitution and Abraham Lincoln's anti-slavery Constitution? Because on the surface, they seem like the same thing, but you're drawing our attention to the possibility of a very distinct difference.
That's right. So Abraham Lincoln, he would have what, in our new terminology, let's say an anti-slavery Constitution. And this is sort of the literal position of the Republican Party. You can go look it up, 1856. Look up the Republican Party's platform, and this is Abraham Lincoln's position on the Constitution. Their understanding was the Constitution could be summed up in a simple motto: slavery local, freedom national. So the idea was that where in the Union, anywhere in the United States or in the territories that was under federal jurisdiction had to lean towards freedom. The idea was because of the Bill of Rights that applied to the federal government, they could not sanction slavery anywhere in the Union, anywhere in the territories. However, the federal government is one of limited jurisdiction. The states have general jurisdiction, right? So within their territories, they can preserve and promote slavery, frankly, as much as they want. And this is something that the federal government simply could not intervene with. And now, from our perspective, that might seem giving up the game, but giving up the game towards pro-slavery efforts. But if you look at it closely, especially at the political dynamics of the time, this was a huge step. The idea that slavery could not be permitted in any of the territories, that would mean that there would be no new slave state coming into the Union. What would that mean? That would mean representation in Congress would fundamentally shift. So from 1790 until 1860, more or less you have Southern control of both houses, of both the House of Representatives and the Senate. Most, if not all, legislation had a pro-slavery tint to it, or pro-slavery lean, right? Whether it was regulating the territories, whether it was even like taxation, tariffs, etc. These things all favored slave states. So if you can imagine, if you're a slave state at the time, the idea that there's not going to be any new slave states, that becomes an existential crisis to your very existence in the Union. Lincoln understood this, Republicans understood this, and therefore they thought, we'll play the long game. If we could just stop new states from being slave states, any state coming in being a free state, then we know, right, that slavery will go down this path of ultimate extinction, right, in the words of Abraham Lincoln. On the other hand, Frederick Douglass and other abolitionists of his ilk, they believed that the Constitution actually had ample powers to eradicate slavery everywhere in the states. This is in part because they rejected what we can call the Barron Doctrine. So Barron v. Baltimore in 1833 was an important Supreme Court case that said that the Bill of Rights didn't apply to the states. Well, Frederick Douglass and others just simply disagreed, right? So they looked at the Fifth Amendment, the Due Process Clause, and said, well, obviously all slave laws violate life, liberty, and property without due process. The way they understood due process was not just the processes of the law itself, but also the substance of the law, right, violated this provision. And so they believed any judge could strike down slavery. On the legislative end, Douglass believed that Congress could control the interstate slave trade, for instance, which was one of the mechanisms that really kept slavery alive in the Union, right? Slave states that didn't need as many slaves were sending them to slave states that could use more. Well, Congress can play a role. And then the executive, well, if there's ever a slave rebellion and a state sues the federal government for protection, Douglass said, why not use federal government troops, right, to end slavery? This ends the rebellion. This ensures your Republican form of government. So those are the different kinds of arguments that led one to either the anti-slavery position or the abolition position towards the Constitution.
Before we continue with our conversation, I'd like to take a moment and ask you to learn a little more about the Ashbrook Center and how you can help us continue our work with teachers, students, and citizens.
I'm Chad Kiefer, Director of Philanthropy and Strategic Partnerships here at Ashbrook. At its heart, America's story is about the lives of patriots who have given their last full measure of devotion to preserve and protect what it means to be an American. But the tragic truth is that the American story is being rewritten as one of oppression and despair. Back in 1776, the founders took a chance when they created a new government built on principles of liberty. They took a chance on America. Now I'm challenging you to do the same. Your gift to Ashbrook today reaches students, teachers, and citizens across the country, helping them to understand why America is worthy of their devotion. With so many forces eroding our history and taking away from our principles, isn't it time we give America a chance? Your investment is encouraged now more than ever. Please visit us today at ashbrook.org/support.
Is it fair to say that that I'm thinking about sort of the philosophical underpinnings of both of these positions, whether it's the abolitionist interpretation of the Constitution or the anti-slavery Republican interpretation? Did Frederick Douglass share Abraham Lincoln's understanding that underneath the Constitution is a philosophy of natural rights, which you could trace back to documents like the Declaration of Independence?
He did. And this will be helpful for those who are interested to learn exactly how. My book will be very helpful in this regard, because it wasn't a difference on understanding the Declaration, understanding natural rights, or how those things related to slavery. Actually, all anti-slavery and abolitionists, constitutionalists, if you will, they all agreed that the Constitution imbibed the Declaration that you can find in the preamble of the Constitution, its purposes, right, to establish justice, promote liberty, right? These things are all homages to the Declaration and natural rights, which means the end of slavery. But for Abraham Lincoln and others, as opposed to Douglass, when you're looking at the Constitution and you're trying to interpret ambiguities, right? So let's take the Fugitive Slave Clause. I think this is a really helpful example. The Fugitive Slave Clause is rather ambiguous. It doesn't name slaves, right? It says persons held to service or labor. Another interesting thing, which we've kind of lost in our views of the past, but they understood very well at this time in the 1850s, was it doesn't actually have any enumeration of federal power in that clause.
Okay. Oh my Lord. Look, they were fucking embarrassed to use the word slave. Okay, where the fuck? Okay, so you're essentially, and maybe Frederick Douglass thought this too, but he was wrong too. They didn't use the word African or slave or slavery. Therefore, the Constitution couldn't have been talking about slaves. Motherfucker, there was a fugitive slave clause. They call it that for a reason. Suspending belief in human nature, suspending belief. People like Madison, people like Jefferson, kind of attributed with being the principal author of the Declaration of Independence. Madison, a Jefferson protege, they didn't live too far from each other, if you know Virginia. Madison was a fucking master wordsmith and a well-studied man, in my opinion, more so than Jefferson, way more than Jefferson. Motherfucker, they didn't say slave for a reason, but we know what they meant. Weird haircut boy. Stop it.
Right. So if you look at other clauses in Article 4, there are strict or specific grants of power to the federal government to enforce them. Suspiciously, that clause doesn't have one. And this is where the abolitionist Constitution in Douglas and the anti-slavery Constitution in Lincoln separate. They look at this ambiguity. Douglas says, well, to resolve this
ambiguity, it was intentional.
We look at the original understanding, but specifically in terms of natural rights. What is the natural right of
the original intention that everybody agreed upon? Look, they kept slavery. It's only ambiguous if you are a political creature like Frederick Douglass became. This pretense, it was literally a contrivance that, oh, hey, they didn't say slavery, therefore we'll go to court or whatever. Dude, they knew what they were doing. And the ambiguity was intentional. Oh, you know what I mean. Motherfucking anti-black blacks and white shades do it all the time. Oh, you know what I mean. Don't be naive. You know what I mean. That's literally what the framers were doing.
Any individual. Obviously, it's to be free. So for persons held to service or labor, the only person you can enforce this clause against would be something like an indentured servant, someone who actually contracted, right, for the relationship. Then you could enforce the relationship.
Someone who is, of their own volition, was not legally free in that respect.
That is right. That is right. So from Douglas's position, you start with natural rights, which means that the Fugitive Slave Clause could never be applied to a fugitive slave. It was misnamed in Douglas's.
What the actual fuck? Oh my Lord. You know what? I might have to go back and Frederick Douglass, y'all are full of shit. Frederick Douglass knew what he was doing. Hey, you left a loophole, I'm going to take the loophole. But for y'all to pretend that 50 some framers of the Constitution, most of them slaveholders, didn't understand what they were doing. They didn't know what they meant. Oh, no. Don't use slavery. Don't use slave. Dude, go back and look at the Declaration of Independence, the history of it, and you'll understand what they were doing with the Constitution by not being explicit. These fools, well, I can believe someone with a haircut like this would actually believe that.
Own sense. Now, Abraham Lincoln and others who thought about the Constitution like him, they would actually start from a federal power question, right? So when they face an ambiguity, yeah, you look to the original understanding, but really we look to understanding what was the relation between the federal government and the states, right? Was there an actual grant of federal power in this regard, or was there not? This would be the first question to answer. So even though they both agreed on what natural rights required, they disagreed at what point does the Declaration matter in interpreting the Constitution. So for certain clauses, Lincoln would say, yes, that's right. But before you even get to natural rights, I think Lincoln and others who thought about the Constitution like him, they want to know first, wait, does the federal government have power here? So then you can see the difference in looking at the Bill of Rights for Douglas as opposed to Lincoln. It's not that they understood that the requirements under the Bill of Rights were different. It's just that they believed, Douglas believed that the federal government had power to enforce it everywhere. Lincoln believed they only had power to enforce it in the territories, right? And that was really the difference.
I guess then that would mean that natural rights philosophy and presumption of federal power was a key element of what you call Douglas's constitutional abolitionism.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah, federal power is something that I think scholars haven't looked closely enough at in how abolitionists and other anti-slavery advocates understood federal power. Because I think sometimes we focus too much on the end results, right? In other words, well, Lincoln, he wasn't a true abolitionist, right? Because he wasn't willing to, use federal power to end slavery in the states. I think that's wrong. I think it's just the way he understood federal power was much more circumscribed, much more strictly construed, if you will, as opposed to Douglas, who, frankly, he was a nationalist, right? He believed that the federal government had the ample means necessary to protect natural rights everywhere in the Union.
You mentioned it at the beginning, Frederick Douglass went from slave to activist to statesman. What an interesting way to talk about his progression of his life and of his thought. His encounter with Lincoln in the Civil War, and what appears to be, I don't know if it's a shifting view of Abraham Lincoln or it's a more fully developing view, certainly by the end of the war, and Lincoln and he have an exchange about Lincoln's second inaugural, for example. How did Douglas become more of a statesman in his thought as time went on?
Yeah, so actually the Civil War is really great to see how Douglas evolved in his position towards the Republican Party, for instance. I mean, so for instance, in 1860, right, everyone's gearing up for the election. Lincoln's on his ticket, and Douglas believed that the Republican Party had sort of made a deal with the devil, right? Because they weren't willing to take these anti-slavery arguments to their full conclusion, or their natural conclusion in his mind, which was abolition everywhere. And he was actually rather critical of Lincoln, right, in the early years of the Civil War. Now, Lincoln, interestingly, and this shows just how prominent Douglas was, even in 1860, 1861, 1862. Just think about it. This is an African-American man who was born in slavery, and then he's freed, and now he's using his voice to advocate for abolition. Lincoln, the president of the United States,
no. Freed? Like what? By his massa? The fuck? Dude. Oh my Lord. Democracy dies in dumbness. And these two were purveyors of it.
People in his cabinet, who is this Frederick Douglass? We need to get him in my office because I'm tired of seeing, right, these op-eds that Douglas is writing about me. So he brings him into his office. And at that point, Douglas really shifted his tune towards Lincoln. He said something to the effect of, reporting later in his life, you can see this in The Life and Times of Frederick Douglass. He says something to the effect of, Abraham Lincoln was the first American that never made me feel the color of my skin, right? One of the first Americans. Now, in the UK, he had a very different experience, but in America, Lincoln was one of the first people who he ever felt he wasn't being prejudiced simply because of the color of his skin. And he's, like you said, conversing with Lincoln, right, about what the Black man needs at the time. And Douglas is pushing, right, for Blacks to participate in the Civil War. This would be a huge part in having them be accepted into the polity. And then seeing Lincoln, I think, work carefully through that problem, I think helped Douglas to start to see, to be a statesman, one can't just have principles. One has to act within a political moment, right? Which means sometimes you might have to sacrifice the theoretically pure for the political necessity or the politically possible.
That remark reminds me so strongly of Douglas's wonderful oration. I think it's in 1876 in memory of Abraham Lincoln, where he says that, I think something to the extent of, viewed from genuine abolition ground, Lincoln seemed tardy, cold, dull, and indifferent. Mm-hmm. But viewed from the ground of a statesman, which he was bound to consult, he seemed radical, swift, zealous, and determined. Tell a little bit more about what Douglas understood by statesmanship, particularly as it went through the course of the Civil War.
Yeah, and then, another comment from that very same speech, right? He says that Lincoln was preeminently the white man's president, right? Now, in his mind, that didn't necessarily disparage the legacy of Lincoln. It just stated a fact, right? That Lincoln was preeminently concerned with, white men in the Union. Now, but why was Lincoln concerned with the interests and opinions of white men? I think because Lincoln knew how the sausage gets made. Right? He knew how things get done. And Douglas, I think, started to see this, right? So you can even see this in the Lincoln-Douglas debates, right, in 1858, and then leading into the Civil War. Lincoln, you have to read carefully, right? But he continually talks about popular prejudices. He always says something effective, well, I might do this, right? But popular prejudice would certainly prevent it. And popular prejudice would say I should do Y instead of X. And I think Douglas, especially once the Emancipation Proclamation was issued, I think Douglas really cued in on, I see what the end game is for Lincoln, right? So the Emancipation Proclamation does not free all the slaves in the Union, right? It only frees the slaves in the rebel states. But for Douglas, that was the turning point that made very clear that, I've been preaching an abolition war. Lincoln has been saying this is a war for union, but the Emancipation Proclamation, even as limited as it was a very clear indication that no, this is an abolition war for everyone. Lincoln as well. And this is just his means, right, of achieving abolition. And so Douglas, he didn't mince words in that oration, right? Because if he were in the same position, he probably would have pushed harder. And I think that's partly what he's getting at, in the sense of this is a white man's president, and from an abolitionist position, right, he wasn't very quick. But when you take, I guess, full scope of everything, he was swift, he was radical, he was zealous. Even if Douglas might have done things differently, I think he acknowledged that Lincoln always had the program of abolition in his mind and just carefully plotted how he thought that could be achieved. And, well, I mean, history is written by the winners, and Lincoln won, right? So in some respects, you could argue easily that Lincoln was right.
Well, what about the Emancipation Proclamation and anti-slavery actions during the course of the Civil War? So, for example, you seem to be suggesting that Frederick Douglass really obviously welcomed the Emancipation Proclamation. Some of the most radical abolitionists were wondering, though, but this is not the same as abolition across the country. Why don't we take that next step? Let's do it immediately. Lincoln's revocation of General Fremont's Emancipation Proclamation, Missouri, for example, is this really limited? Is it meant to last? Talk a little bit more about how Douglas received the Emancipation Proclamation, but more particularly maybe how he thought, okay, and how can we use this now to further the ends of constitutional abolition through the rest of the war?
I guess one could argue maybe Douglas was disingenuous. I don't think he was, but he used the Emancipation Proclamation as a renewed platform for preaching the abolitionist war. And while before he was critical of Lincoln and his administration for not being abolitionist, he was touting this document everywhere he was going, saying, well, look, it's obvious that this is an abolitionist administration. This is an abolitionist war. All we now need to do is win the war. And he pushed even more for that reason for blacks to enter, right, to enlist. Because before it was, well, blacks should enlist, right, in order to show that we're deserving of citizenship, show that, you know, we are part of the Union. But once the Emancipation Proclamation was issued, Douglas, in a renewed sense, thought, well, we obviously are already a part of it. Now let's prove to everyone that we are. So he used this as a platform, right, to say, well, the administration's position is clear. You might mince words, right, or approaches, right, with the Emancipation Proclamation and exactly what it did. But in Douglas's mind, he really had no doubt, right, as to where this would go. And as it related to the Constitution, Douglas already believed, for instance, that the Constitution could abolish slavery everywhere in the Union. So in his mind, oh, Lincoln's finally tapping into the powers that he's always had, right? Was maybe sort of Douglas's position. And then when the 13th Amendment was introduced in Congress, frankly, not long thereafter, right? You know, Douglas welcomed it with open arms. Because even though he believed ambiguities need to be pointed in favor of natural rights, he always welcomed more and clearer language that protected natural rights.
What about the problem of full citizenship? It's one thing to abolish slavery, but it seemed like Frederick Douglass's view was not just we are free human beings, but that we are also American citizens. And we already are American citizens, and we must be treated like we are full American citizens. I'm thinking of it addressed, for example, What the Black Man Wants in 1865. What was his view of full citizenship for African Americans under the Constitution?
Yeah, so his vision of full American citizenship actually has some grounding or some history even in the days of St. George Tucker, for instance, and his views on the Constitution. St. George Tucker said something to the effect of, any imposition or inequality between citizens produces some form of slavery, right? Whether it's chattel slavery, civil slavery, right, or political slavery, all of these things show some form. So for Douglas, the full vision of citizenship was nothing short of complete and absolute equality of rights in every facet of the public, right, or the political sphere, if you will. And the most important right amongst all of those rights was voting rights. Enfranchisement was the key because for Douglas, if you didn't have voting rights, any other rights, even if you had under the law, you know, all citizens shall be treated equally and have equal rights. If you couldn't vote, for him, those things read more like privileges because you had no means to actually protect yourself and ensure that your rights were going to be guaranteed through the political process.
So did he think, and there was some constitutional argument about this, at the end of the Civil War then, when the 13th Amendment has been adopted, some people argued, now that we have this constitutional amendment and the end of slavery, that automatically confers all of the privileges of citizenship, full legal freedoms, full legal equality, and we don't need a 14th Amendment or a 15th Amendment, as we end up with. Where did Douglas fall on this, and what was his view of what obviously has become one of the most important constitutional amendments ever, the 14th Amendment?
And this is where I would say Douglas's prudence started to come in, and I think he learned from Lincoln in some respects how to be prudent, because let's think about it from Douglas's constitutional perspective. So yeah, once you free the slave and it's obvious that they're free, right, in the Union, then yes, according to that same article that allowed for the recovery of fugitive slaves also granted and guaranteed certain privileges and immunities of citizenship, right? And Douglas believed that that was a very capacious clause, right? That guaranteed all rights and privileges, so that going back to like St. George Tucker, there was no slavery in any form, right? Because everyone was equal. But Douglas at this point was well seasoned as well. He realized that his constitutional arguments, even if I might find them rather convincing and also intriguing, well, many didn't quite see it that way, or they didn't see the Constitution the same way. So for Douglas, it was obvious that even if the Constitution had the language, if construed properly in favor of natural rights, would protect everyone's rights, it was obvious without very specific and clear language, there would be.
Okay, this bullshit about natural rights is literally just a more sophisticated SKC argument. Natural rights as a concept is enlightenment and maybe before enlightenment. Essentially what this weird haircut boy is saying. Whites granted freedom because they finally figured out that there were natural rights even for black people. I fucking hate that fucking Uncle Tom argument. Motherfucker, blacks achieved their own freedom. Whites just took up what blacks were demanding. Very weird argument. Natural rights have nothing to do with freeing slaves. You want to intellectualize, you shouldn't be a motherfucking enslaver. That's what you're doing. You're intellectualizing something that should have never happened in the first place in this bullshit about everybody had slavery in history. Well, motherfucker, there were several people, including Thomas Jefferson himself, that knew that slavery, there was something not right about slavery, yet they did it anyway. Stop intellectualizing evil. That's essentially what this argument about, well, everybody had slavery. Y'all are intellectualizing something that should have never happened in the United States. And my proof, read Madison's notes on how they compromised about American slavery. The argument that everybody did it, you either think America is exceptional, the United States of America, you either think it's exceptional or it's just another motherfucking slaveocracy. But there cannot be a third choice. It's either or. And dumb fucks annoy me with this everybody had slavery argument. Get a haircut, boy. One that'll make you look normal.
Some cabals somewhere in the United States that would interpret the Constitution inappropriately to either disenfranchise or otherwise negate the rightful place of certain citizens. So that's why, even though he loved the 13th Amendment, he pushed for the 14th. He pushed for the 15th Amendment because he wanted very clear language that could not be denied, right? That would guarantee the rights of the now recently freed men.
As you look over the course of Douglas's life and thought on abolition and full citizenship for African Americans, maybe it's not a fair question, but you're a scholar of Frederick Douglass and a very deep and profound one. If you can narrow it down, what do you think his greatest contribution is to constitutional understanding and constitutional thinking? Why does he deserve our attention as a constitutional thinker, as you argue?
Okay, I'm going to cheat a little bit on this because I think there are two fundamental contributions that he makes. The first
That's
contribution,
fair. It's hard to narrow it down to one.
yeah. So I'm going to cheat a little bit and give you two key contributions that he makes. First, I think he actually, if you take his arguments as to the anti-slavery nature of the Constitution, well, in one respect, from our position today, that doesn't really matter, right? Because we have the 13th Amendment, and why do we need to think about the Constitution's relation to slavery? So for this first point, that doesn't matter. For the second point, I think it will. But for the first point, why even bother? I would say you have to look carefully at his method. I think he actually, in a deep way, tries to understand the very nature of law itself, right? And written constitutions. And what does it mean for interpretation? So in some ways, that's a timeless question, right? And a question that is very much important for us today. How do we view our Constitution and how do we understand its provisions? The Supreme Court today continues to hear cases, and they always will, right? Seminal, important cases that make up the fabric of American life in a lot of ways, as they address especially the 14th Amendment. And I think it would behoove the court, for instance, to think carefully about how someone like Frederick Douglass approached the Constitution. I have in my article, right, a very careful analysis of that, but essentially it's, yes, like the court does today, an original understanding. You have to grapple with the original understanding of the Constitution, but Douglass has this spin where he says, but you have to remember the nature of law itself, right, which is to protect natural rights. So you can't possibly even consider history.
Okay, the man was well read and very good at autodidactism. He wasn't a motherfucking lawyer. The law is to protect property, and I guess property is some sort of natural right, but dude, you are so far afield of pragmatism.
Right, or original understanding without a proper understanding of natural rights and what they require. And this has to influence how you understand history. Now, originalists today, I don't think they do that. I think they basically just look at history from a sort of amoral perspective, right? Of, well, let's just see what these words meant, and then let's cobble together a meaning, and then simply apply it. Douglass wouldn't have done that, right? So that's the first contribution. The second and equally important contribution, well, even if you're not on the court, even if you're not a lawyer, I think the average citizen should pay attention to Frederick Douglass, because also, again, understanding history, understanding the nature of slavery, I think he does answer a really important question about the Constitution's legacy itself, right? So one question that maybe the average citizen doesn't ask themselves, but maybe they should at least reflect on it. Should you actually have loyalty, and should you be bound, right, to this Constitution? Does it deserve your loyalty and respect? Douglass has a very intricate, interesting, and I think compelling answer to that question. The answer is yes. But if you understand properly, right, the Constitution's legacy, understand properly its history, and then you can extrapolate that to our nation's history, our nation's founding, right? It's not to be naive and to suggest that there was never a dark moment in history, right, in American history. Yes, there were several dark moments. Some can argue there are dark moments today, right? They might be of different natures, but
several dark moments that spanned a century or so. Dude, oh my Lord, several dark moments. That is the best description of Black people in American history that I've ever heard.
we continue to struggle with issues that, as we're trying to achieve this project of the Declaration,
dark clouds may hang over
understanding that all are created equal and treating them as such. Douglass believed this was our deeper legacy, right? And I think the average citizen would take a lot. They spend a little bit of time with Frederick Douglass and answering this own question in their own context today.
Well, I have to tell you, Brad, you have made a fabulous argument for why Douglass might be the first most important, but it's certainly a compelling argument for why Frederick Douglass deserves our attention, our thought, our care, and why your book needs to be read by folks out there who are listening and by many, many others, including perhaps people in on the Supreme Court and throughout the federal court system. Again, everybody, the book is Until Every Yoke is Broken, Frederick Douglass's Constitutional Abolitionism. Our guest for this wonderful conversation today is Professor Bradley Ribeiro. Brad, again, thanks for taking the time to join us on The American Idea.
Okay, thank you so much, Jeff.
Thank you for listening to this episode of The American Idea. If you enjoyed this episode, remember to subscribe at Apple Podcasts.
I enjoyed it. Thank you, sir. Oh my Lord, are we doing this again? There is, man. Oop. I'll have to do some computer maintenance here.
I just want to add to your request, which is to say, not only how do you stand in and support your folks, but also hold them accountable. That question needs to be extended to every network you watch.
I'm just watching this for Tiffany Cross, folks. She wouldn't even have to change her last name.
in every news station on that network that you watch.
If you were giving democracy a grade right now in the United States, what would it be?
Oh, we're at a D for sure. We're at a D.
They have something for this. It's called the unauthorized practice of the law. And I think that's what she should be doing.
Sherilyn, your comments draw to mind two thoughts. One, how very, very fragile democracies are. There's no wonder why so many societies choose autocrats.
Jesus, that's you.
I mean, those of us who care about democracy, who want a different country, one of the reasons I wanted to start this 14th Amendment Center was because I want to be in the 24/7 work of thinking through, strategizing, and preparing for the building of a new American democracy.
Native Land Pod is a production of iHeartRadio in partnership with Reason Choice Media.
Welcome
Welcome home, y'all. It's episode 93 of Native Land Pod. I am your host, here with my co-host. Do y'all like when I say that? People make fun of me when I say that.
No, I'd be like, I am your host here with my subjugates. And
ain't nobody come to see you, Otis.
We're just gonna talk you
I don't
through
mean
this.
to say it like
Oh, my
that. We
Lord.
are
I
your
might
three
not be
co-hosts. That's
able
probably a
to
better way to
deal
say it.
with
We are your three co-hosts, Tiffany Cross, Angela Rye, and Andrew Gillum. I also feel like we always put you last, Andrew. I don't mean to do
I don't
that.
mind, men. You know, boys.
Okay, all right.
Take it.
Me in here.
Chivalry.
Uh-oh.
Well, one, we got a spectacular guest today who I am very, very excited that we'll get a chance to talk to. She is really all-knowing, all-being, everywhere on all things, and that's Miss Sherilyn Ifill.
Jesus, that's you.
Yeah? Me?
No, I said, I'm talking about you saying all being, all knowing. I'm
She's
like,
all things everywhere.
I hear that. Okay.
What you got, Angela?
I got the same. I got democracy on the line, and I want to talk about it. We also are talking about Donald Trump even going at the museums. We've heard about this for some time. He's saying, you know, why we all got to focus on slavery. And sadly, there was a black show with a black show host that allowed a guest to challenge this very same thing. So we're going to get into all that today. Was slavery bad?
we are unfiltered on Native Land Pod, and I'm honestly chomping at the bit to get into all of this. So let's get into it. I'm so excited to bring on this next guest. Angela texted our group chat last night that she had texted Madam Sherilyn Ifill to join us, and I was so thrilled that she was available to join us. So let me tell you a little bit, if you've been living under a rock and don't know, Miss Sherilyn Ifill is a civil rights lawyer, a founding director of the 14th Amendment Center for Law and Democracy at the Howard University School of Law. She most recently, before that position, sat at the helm of the NAACP LDF and has a long list of accolades that we could exhaust the airwaves with, but I'm just thrilled to have her here. I was honored to be there, actually, when she commenced the opening of the 14th Amendment for the Center of Law and Democracy at HU, for all you Howard people out there listening. So very thrilled to welcome you to Native Land Pod. Welcome home.
Thank you so much. I'm really thrilled to be with you all. And Tiffany, I don't feel like I had the chance to really thank you for being there. It meant a lot to me that you were there for the opening of the new 14th Amendment Center at Howard Law School.
I was thrilled to be there, and thank you for the invite. I came all the way to see you, and I was double booked. I had a business dinner back downtown, so I was there, and I was trying to slip out. And as I was walking down the stairs, you started talking about Elaine, Arkansas, and I turned around and took those stairs 2 at a time because I did not want to miss what you had to say about the slaughter that happened to Black folks there, which is very on theme with what we're talking about. I told these guys, I told Angela and Andrew, I don't remember what you were talking about, but you were saying something about a precedent that you had not been taught in law school. And you said, I mean, it's a lot of lawyers here. Were any of you guys taught this? And this huge section of people started clapping, and you started laughing, and you said, those are all of my students, because they had learned this important precedent from you. So it just speaks to the leader that you have always been. So we're thrilled to have you. And we were talking in our group chat. I want to let you know, I didn't know I'm an attorney too. Angela's our resident attorney, but our friend Erin Haynes said, listen, if you watch Law and Order, then you have a fair amount of wisdom. So I'm going to call myself an attorney, but I will
There's
yield
some
the floor.
lawyers with 3 years of law school and years of service
They
that are going
actually
to
have
question that.
something. They have something for this. It's called the unauthorized practice of the law, and I
Yes.
think that's what she
My daddy thought he was one too. Yeah.
I yield the floor to the actual attorney, Angela, and I will listen and learn.
Oh man, well, you know how much we love you, Sherilyn. I was sharing with the team earlier. We have a gazillion stories about moments with you where you have set the tone and have been very clear. And I was reflecting on our time in Baltimore for the State of the People National Assembly, where you really were giving us a very clear indication of where we are as a democracy. And I would love for you to talk about where you think we are now. We're seeing the Smithsonian takeover. We're seeing the National Guard coming in from other states into DC to harass our children. We're, of course, seeing this crazy situation unfold in Texas with redistricting. I'd love to know, if you were giving democracy a grade right now in the United States, what would it be?
Oh, we're at a D for sure. We're at a D. We are really right now fighting over the remnants. We're fighting over maintaining enough of the foundations that we could build something new on. I mean, those of us who care about democracy, who want a different country. One of the reasons I wanted to start this 14th Amendment Center was because I want to be in the 24/7 work of thinking through, strategizing, and preparing for the building of a new American democracy. And but to build it, I recognize you need some of the stuff. You need some things in the foundation that you can build on. And we're getting perilously low on the integrity of the foundations that we would rebuild on if we were to have a chance to rebuild. Will we have a chance to rebuild? There's no guarantees there, and it's a ways off. And so the process that we're in right now has to be one in which we are ever thinking towards the future, and we're also thinking about our survival. A key piece is, how do we survive this period with our integrity intact, our dignity intact, our families intact, and our communities intact, because that's who we are on this continent. We're always trying to figure out how we survive this thing and make it to the next thing. Now, we want to thrive for sure, but I want to be very clear that the opportunities for that will be very narrow in the coming years for a broad set of people. And that means it is incumbent on those of us who have been beneficiaries of the sacrifices that were made early on among our ancestors to take up our obligation to do the same for those that come after us. But right now, democracies are made up of citizens, of people, but also critically made up of institutions that hold democracy together. And the worst of this moment is not that 40%, maybe 45% of Americans are fully okay with an authoritarian takeover of our country. And maybe another 10% are prepared to just watch an authoritarian takeover of our country. That's bad. But what will make this democracy completely crumble, if it does, is the absolute collapse of democratic institutions. What are democratic institutions? Well, there's no healthy democracy you can point to in the world that doesn't have a strong and free and independent media, that doesn't have a strong, free, and independent civil service, that doesn't have a strong, free, and independent university system, that doesn't have a strong business community that functions with integrity, that doesn't have a legal system that upholds the rule of law and in which legal professionals are held to a high standard of performance. There's no healthy democracy in the world that doesn't have a strong and independent court system. And if you tick off those lists for all of us right now, every single one of the core institutions of democracy in this country has failed. And that, more than anything else, is why we are where we are today. Systems of government are not just about who gets elected in one election. It's a system. It sustains itself over multiple elections. And no one person, especially a person of Donald Trump's caliber, who for all his bluster didn't know shit from Shinola about politics before 2016. He knew about manipulation. He knew about narrative. He knew about image making. He knew about white supremacy and how to appeal to it. But he didn't know shit from Shinola about politics and government. No one person with that diminished knowledge can come in and hijack the most powerful and wealthy democracy in the world unless it is already in trouble. And that's, I'm writing this book now called Is This America? And that's what the book is about. It's about why we were already in trouble. And you all know this, you know, because it's all the people who think the world was perfect when Obama was president or Clinton was president or Biden was president, you know, and I've been a civil rights lawyer for 35 years, never been out of work. It has not been perfect, but we had institutions attempting to hold the line. And now we have seen the biggest and most wealthy law firms in the world collapse. We've seen the biggest and most revered universities collapse. We've seen the media just utterly freaking collapse. And you can't save a democracy and you can't have democracy unless you have an institutional structure to uphold it.
That's powerful. That's extremely powerful and sobering. And I didn't expect anything otherwise from you, Sherilyn. Your comments draw to mind two thoughts. One, how very, very fragile democracies are. There's no wonder why so many societies choose autocrats, monarchy.
Oh, these poor children. It was never a democracy. It was literally the sort of, it's a republic with democratic elements. That you understand the United States as a democracy is the first misunderstanding of America. I'm surprised that Ms. Eiffel, there's no way understanding America as something like a democracy is kind of a fallacy. It's never been a democracy. It is a republic with democratic elements, the legislature. Yeah, it's fairly, you know, it's as close to the House of Representatives specifically. Dude, we don't elect a president directly. And we didn't always, if you go back and you look at history, the first notion of the legislature, the House of Representatives as directly elected was a compromise. The Senate wasn't always directly elected like it is now. It used to be state legislatures who chose senators. This is disturbing.
A strong man as leaders because for the average person, it's the easier route. They don't have to work to maintain it. Mm-hmm. It does rest on an individual, a set of individuals, a family. But in this case, the fragility is like front and center. But the second thing you made me think about, which was actually the first thing, was something we all know well, which is you never let a good crisis go to waste. Mm-hmm. And when you began talking about envisioning and dreaming about what you build on top of when things are lost, when all is lost and the slate is almost clear, there are some founding and important building blocks. But when you start to think about what it looks like to scale this thing, are there some imaginative thoughts that you feel prepared to share with us around, man, if this system is leveled, what do we build back? Or what never existed, do we now make some allowance to exist so that we can all be on the way to thriving? Any thoughts come to mind to you for, I know the answer is yes.
No,
I don't know
yeah, I
exactly
think
what the
about a
thoughts
lot.
are.
I think about, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be talking over you. I'm thinking about a lot of things. And first of all, Andrew, it's just wonderful to see you again. And I so wish you were the governor of Florida. But,
Amen.
But, you know, I was just writing the first chapter of my book, which is about something we lost, and that we lost as a result. Most of the things that we lose in this country that are essential to democracy, we begin to lose because of white supremacist ideology. And one of the things we lost is our commitment to an investment in, you know, what we call public goods. And public goods are those things and those places that a society, a government ensures are in place, that the public engages with and can enjoy and can access together. And these public goods play an incredibly powerful role in helping unify people in a democracy and helping them feel they're part of the same project, if you know what I mean. So, for example, I love the post office. I know that's old school, but bear with me. You know, the post office is a fundamentally democratic institution, right? You put that one stamp on your envelope, and it goes to California, it goes to Florida, it goes to New York. I put on the same stamp you put on the same stamp Tiffany puts on the same stamp Angela puts on, and we all can communicate with each other using this service that is provided by the government. When you walk into a neighborhood and you see the postal truck parked there, right? You know that's a neighborhood. In fact, we don't even see it anymore. It's like air. Yeah. But it's a symbol of something important. It's a symbol that the government is there, is servicing that area. One of the reasons when people say, oh, it all needs to be privatized, one of the reasons the post office is so important is because even services like FedEx still use the post office for what we call the last mile. FedEx is not coming up that mountain to deliver nothing. What they do is they deliver it to the closest place, and the United States Postal Service, which is required to serve every home, right, and every edifice, takes that package the last mile. So that means people in rural America know that they're going to get their Social Security checks. They know they can wait on that letter from their child or their grandchild. This is a powerful and important service and exists all over the world. If you've ever stood in the line several weeks prior to Christmas with your packages waiting to mail them out in the post office, and you think about the conversations that happen in that line, right? And all the, you know, when is it going to arrive and where is it going and all that stuff. All of those are the things that knit us together. And the post office is just one example. And we should remember that the post office, which was created in the 80s, Ben Franklin was the first postmaster, was one of the earliest places after the Civil War where Black people could get federal jobs. And it's one of the reasons why, as there was the resistance to Reconstruction and violence, postal workers were the ones very often attacked by remaining Confederates in the South. The post office symbolized the federal government. The postal worker symbolized the federal government. And to be a Black postal worker said something incredibly powerful, because it meant that the United States government trusted you with the money, the mail, all of this official business. You know how if you always see the lines that if you ruin mail, you know, it's a federal offense. It is, right? That it's a job of importance because they speak for the government. They are part of the federal government. Well, what happened after Brown versus Board of Education is that slowly but surely, and not even that slowly, there developed a narrative about public goods. Prior to Brown, we had public goods and they were not controversial. White people loved them too. White people loved public housing. They are the ones who public housing was originally built for. And they benefited amazingly from the New Deal programs that were imposed in order to address and deal with the Great Depression. So the Works Projects Association, the NLRB, which the Fifth Circuit has just said is unconstitutional, the National Labor Relations Board, all of the things that came through the New Deal. But here's how they maintained white support for those public goods. They carved Black people out of them. So Southern segregationists were very clear that, in fact, the South was the greatest beneficiary of New Deal programs. But what they wanted to make sure was that their power structure remained unchanged.
That's right.
And Franklin Delano Roosevelt was willing to cut those deals because he needed the Southern segregationists in Congress to support the legislation to bring the New Deal forward. So that's why Black people didn't have access to Social Security when the Social Security Act was passed in 1934. Because what they carved out of the Social Security Act were agricultural workers and domestic workers. Now, in 1934, what were most Black people doing? Most Black people were sharecropping or were working as domestics in the homes of white people in the South. So Black people were carved out of Social Security, and I think not actually added to it until 1952. I want to say it was Eisenhower. And so public goods were fine so long as they were not being given on an equal basis with white people, right? Segregated public housing. That was another, when public housing was being built in the 30s and 40s, it was, FDR's aides who said, we have to acquiesce to Southerners who want public housing to be segregated. And that's why there was segregated public housing. All of the buildings that were built to work on New Deal projects were segregated, and the Black housing was always substandard. So while there was that pact, that understanding that if we have public goods, if we have public schools, Black people are going to get the underfunded public schools and white people will get the state-of-the-art schools, right? Central High School in Little Rock was seen as the high school. It was seen as, I've read accounts of white students, there was a fish pond at the bottom of the stairs. I mean, they were very proud of that school. The same thing with Central High School in Washington, D.C. They were very proud of it. Well, after Brown versus Board of Education, when the Supreme Court said, first, in terms of education, it has to be shared on an equal basis and there has to be integration. What was the first reaction and response? The first reaction and response was to withdraw from participation in public goods, keeping their kids home from school. It was, you can decide which one is worse. The kids howling outside Central High School in Little Rock to keep 9 Black students out, or no kids being in school with Ruby Bridges in New Orleans so that she's in the whole school by herself. Or you can decide that it's Prince Williams County, Virginia, closing the public schools for 5 years rather than integrate and building segregation academies to educate their kids. Now, you can pick from among those which one you think is the worst, but they all amount to the same thing. The withdrawal from what is the most important public good in any democracy, and that is public schools, K through 12. Why? Because that is where we inculcate the values of citizenship and what it means to live in this country. And we should be doing it together. And they know that as well. So our whole relationship to public schools that changed came out of came out of Brown. And then when the Civil Rights Act of 1964 said that all public goods had to be shared on an equal basis, then we saw the withdrawal from all the other public goods. And by the time we got to the 1980s with Ronald Reagan, it was ordinary to exalt that which is private and to denigrate that which is public. If I say public transportation, the image in your mind has Black people in it. If I say public schools, the image in your mind has Black and brown people in it. This is when we get the gated community. This is when we get the backyard pool. All of our communities had pools. Baltimore had public pools. We all have we have them again now, thanks to Brandon Scott. But we all have public pools. We had public golf courses in all our cities. And when the Civil Rights Act of 1964 passed and was signed by President Johnson, this act included a provision called Title VI, which says that federal funds cannot support state and local programs that engage in discrimination. It was actually created to force compliance with Brown, to force schools to comply with Brown. People like me were bused to school in the immediate years after the Civil Rights Act of 1964, because that's when northern school districts who had kind of stayed out of the integration conversation around school, but who were also segregated, right? Not segregated by statute, but by custom. They started integrating their schools because they got nervous and afraid about the Civil Rights Act of 1964. So when you hear about kids getting bused, Black kids getting bused to school in the North, Boston, Chicago, Denver, New York, it is usually after 1964, right? So I first went to school in 1968. So now you have this rule that, but it's not only schools, it's you can't get any federal funds if your parks department, right, discriminates and keeps Black kids out of the pool, right? So now everything has to integrate. And that's when we see the full-on white withdrawal. We see white flight, white people moving out of cities, right? We see the decimation of public goods like parks and swimming pools. We see white pull out of public schools and thus the defunding of public schools. We see all of that. And that is, you cannot build a society that is multiracial as a democracy like that. And let me give the US a little bit of credit here for the you get points for the difficulty of the project. We're doing the most difficult project. There is no other country in the world that we're pointing to and saying, see, they got the multiracial democracy thing right. It's just not a thing, right? And that's why when people say, oh, but look at the criminal justice system in Norway, right? Because they're all white. And when you have a system in which people are not different from one another, there's built-in trust. There's built-in trust. We're fighting against a very different tide, the tide of a place of difference. Which is part of what makes this country, if you want to say great, is that there's all this difference. But all that difference means the project of holding together that population in a democracy is extremely challenging. And so it even looked like I'm answering Andrew's question. My recognition for the future is we have to be actually especially careful and intentional about creating public goods that force us together. We actually have to be thoughtful about that. There's a section of my book where I talk about public parks, because that's what we did as kids. Our family, there were 10 kids in my family. So we did not go on vacations, but we did pack that hamper, with the chicken and the sandwiches and whatever. And we went to every public park. We went to Bear Mountain. We went to Sunken Meadow. We went to Wildwood State Park. That's what we would do on Labor Day, on Memorial Day, on these holidays. And just the experience in a public park in a place like New York, right? Where you put your blanket. Nobody wants to be too up in somebody's, but you're learning these lessons about accommodation without actually learning a lesson like in school. Right?
Yeah.
And so you learn and you're watching people, right? And the people next to you are making food that's very different than yours, right? And they're treating their kids differently than you treat yours. And something's on the grill over here that smells really good. And you want to go over there and look at it, and your oldest sister saying, "Get out, go over here, leave those people alone." But you want to see, what's that meat they put on the grill? I've never seen that. But there's all this stuff that's happening in a public space, and you are just without having to have an explicit conversation, accommodating the differences around you. You get on the New York City subway. We don't talk about it, but there is an understanding as you're holding the pole, right? People's hands are different places on the pole. You don't put your hand over somebody's, you know what I mean? There is a whole accommodation that happens when we're together. It's very different, us all sitting in 4 different studios right now, or if we were in an auditorium together and we were sitting next to each other, because we would very quietly, without even talking about it, decide whose arm went on which armrest, right? Yeah. And we might say, oh, Andrew, you're the tallest, so you sit on the end so your leg could, there's all kinds of things we do just in the process of being together. That's actually not about who did you vote for. It's actually not about race. It's not about any of that. And we just do it. Without those opportunities, without those experiences, it is very difficult to begin to knit together a population. I understand this is a small example, But it is, if you scale it up, it becomes universities,
Pervasive.
right? It becomes public housing. It becomes all of those places where the stakes are high. And so when you see this effort, this unrelenting effort since it started against affirmative action and now against DEI, right? It is a deliberate counter to creating contexts that compel us to be together and to see one another, to see one another's humanity in an environment that asks all of us, asks of all of us the same thing, and where we have the opportunity to bring the same thing to the table. So one thing is thinking about how we would restructure, and this is even architectural. That's why it's a multidisciplinary project. What do we want our cities to look like? What do we want our towns to look like? I believe the school should be the center of the town, right?
Yeah.
Everything you know about a community, you should know by visiting their elementary school, their high school. You should just know whether they value kids, whether they value sports, what do they believe about green space, what do they believe about food and access, what do they, all of that stuff should be. So we were even thinking about, we were getting infrastructure money. That's what I was thinking about. I mean, I pushed very hard with the Secretary of Education and the Biden administration as they were making their plans that we needed school infrastructure money. We needed to be able to build new schools so that we could see it differently and pull kids together differently, So it requires that kind of thinking. Obviously, I have lots of thinking about law in my profession. I have lots of thinking about the Supreme Court, which is, I'm no longer interested in the conversation about the personnel. I'm interested in a conversation about structuring a Supreme Court that could make sense. The structure has
I'm glad you brought up the Supreme Court, where unfortunately our time is always so tight on this podcast. So we may only have time for another one or two questions. So I just want to try to get one in. You said a lot there. One, you gave a shout out to Brandon Scott. I just want to let our listeners and viewers across the country know that is the mayor of Baltimore, who you gave a shout out to. You also bringing up the courts, because I have a lot of layperson's questions about what we see happening here. And I want to take us to the very current situation of what's happening in Texas. And I was asking Angela earlier in the week about keeping Nicole Collier, who's of course the state representative in Texas, who is, and from my layperson's perspective, is being held captive. She is, it looks like false imprisonment to me. And so Angela and our friend Brittany Packnett Cunningham were sending me, language around the rules for their legislature, which they were trying to explain to me is essentially treated like the law. Sunny Hostin, another fellow lawyer, saying this is what exists until a court says it doesn't. I keep saying I do not believe the courts will hold. I just, and everything that you laid out, from a capitulating media landscape that we see to the third co-equal branch of government, I don't see the courts holding. So even if this case were to go before a court saying, yes, you cannot lock this Black woman up, what is wrong with you all? I
actually agree with Tiffany Cross here. The courts will give way.
I think it could just escalate, perhaps all the way to the Supreme Court. So what, and it sends a message, I think, to the country, to other potential Republican governors, that it is okay to, we already see we've declared it's okay to kidnap people off the street without due process. Masked men can come and snatch any one of us. We've already declared that. And so this is very scary to me, that we're almost normalizing this, that we're talking about it. I see on cable news, they present it like it's fodder. Like, well, what do you think about this? Instead of outrage, like, oh my God, where is the country going? I'm just curious your thoughts on that. And I know Angela had another question, so I don't want you to take up too much time for that.
I'll do it real
I want
fast.
Angela to be able to get to her question. Okay.
I'll do it real fast. I think you hit, the nail on the head. It is true that, this stuff will be litigated, and it'll be whatever a court says. It'll be first whatever the highest court in Texas says. And then it'll be what the Supreme Court says. And I just think you hit the nail on the head. The reason this time is so scary is because the courts have not held. Now, there are the courts and the courts. The federal district courts have been amazing. And what has been shocking to see is how much the Supreme Court, the majority of conservative justices on that court, are so set on their agenda that they are willing to disparage and pull into disrepute the federal district court judges, right, who are deciding things they don't like. But the federal district court judges are the ones who are like pulling out the facts and figuring out exactly what happened. And so I think you have every right to be alarmed by the fact that the courts may not hold. And that's why it was so important for people to understand the significance of the courts. It was important for advocates like me and others to make clear to our people why the courts were so significant, and to make it understood, and to make it understood in layman's terms, and to get out of the whole conversation, the insider conversation about the courts and the justices and who's an institutionalist and so on and so forth. I've watched every Supreme Court confirmation hearing since I was 10.
Get it.
Right? I mean, this is my thing, you know, like I'm so clear about it. And I just think that we have now gotten ourselves in quite a pickle. And I don't think there's any easy way out of it. I think there's some things that John Roberts will pump the brakes on, but never about race. He's always been one of the leaders. He worked in the Reagan Justice Department. He was vociferously opposed to the amendments to Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. He has always been an anti-civil rights person. So there may be other things that, you know, on an executive power that he may, you know, come around on, but it ain't going to be on is Section 2 a violation of the 14th and 15th Amendments. It's not going to be I've become convinced it's not going to be on birthright citizenship. Like, it's not going to be anything that doesn't serve this current agenda. And the mistake, I think, that many of us got too late, myself included, is while I knew that I've always said they were right wing, I did not know they were a MAGA until the decision saying that the president has immunity for any acts he commits while he's president, as long as they can be deemed as official acts, including criminal acts.
Was that the beginning of the unraveling? Was it that moment? Shirley,
That was the crystallization. That was the crystallization that they are on. I thought so with the insurrection decision, the decision to basically kind of stand down Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which says if you participated in insurrection, you can't be on the ballot. And Colorado had removed President Trump from the ballot in 2024. And the case went to the Supreme Court, and they said a lot of things, and in the end said, well, we would need an act of Congress, even though you have it clearly set forth in the 14th Amendment. I thought so then because of the dissents from Justices Sotomayor, Jackson, and Kagan. I felt their dissent, the tone of it, the words they said was a flare. I thought they were warning us of what was happening with their colleagues. They weren't just saying that they were right wing. There was some language where they said, you know, you've taken a decision in order to insulate this president or any after him, like that, in order to insulate him, like just it really stuck out to me. And that's when I first thought, like, are they telling us that, wait a minute, right? And then we got the immunity decision, and that has convinced me in ways I had not been convinced before. And it's frightening. It's very, very frightening, and there's no easy way out of it at all. But I say all of that.
No, go ahead.
I don't say this so that we are in despair and believe that there's no way out, because, you know, civil rights advancement is like a cocktail of things. You know, we all know the different elements that we use. You know, there are boycotts, and there are stand downs, and there are general strikes, and there's litigation, and there's marching, and there's protesting, and there's shaming, and there's educating, and these are all the elements, and then you shake them all up. But there's always something else that is completely unexpected, that we don't have any control over, that also ends up in the mix, that moves things in ways that are unexpected. My concern always is, like, have you put all the other stuff in the mix so that we're ready to go when the Deus ex machina happens, when the secret sauce comes from the outside to move things forward. It's not all, the secret sauce is not always great, by the way. It's sometimes very painful. In the civil rights movement, there's nothing that we got that didn't happen before there was some horrifyingly violent attack. We don't get.
Sherilyn, you mentioned that you didn't want us to be in despair. And in a special moment recently, we were wrestling with this question. We've been doing it on the podcast too. What is not under attack in this country? And you mentioned a really special conversation you had with Hank Sanders in Selma. And I would love for that to be our parting words, to give us a little bit of hope. And so I said, we don't have a silver lining where it's glitter.
And to be clear, I am always hopeful. I am when people ask me if I'm optimistic because I know what the end's going to be. I understand that the struggle to get there, in that struggle, many people will be hurt. That's what infuriates me, empowers me, and we have the right to try to minimize those as much as possible. But I don't have any doubt of where we're going to be, because we don't fight with the same tools they fight with. We just don't. And Hank Sanders, who's a civil rights activist and lawyer, served in the state house in Alabama, always says to me that during the civil rights movement, they had all the law and all the guns and all the dogs. And we had our prayers, our songs, our feet, and our moral sense of what was right. And we were able to overcome them again and again. And so if we're counting up, what they have and what they got, all these Supreme Court justices, they got all this, they got all that.
Yeah.
That's not really how it works. We're not going to win using their tools. We're never going to have as much money.
That's it.
We're never going to have the weaponry or the willingness to use it. We're never going to have all the offices that they control. We're never going to have the same level of political power. We are 14% of the population of the United States. We're not having it, but we punch above our weight. There's a reason that white people, when they do the Washington Post poll, think that we're 50% of the population, because we are just so, we saturate because we control the culture, because we control the narrative, because they like to look at us. There's all kinds of little intangibles about who we are as Black people in this country that gives us power. And when we show up in the space, when we speak, it ruptures something, it disturbs, it troubles the waters. And so we have to not think we are smaller than we are. We shouldn't think we're bigger than we are, for sure. But we should know that we fight with tools that maximize our size in ways that cannot be explained by math. It's like feeding the 5,000 with however many loaves of bread, right? It's not math. It's not math, right? There is a spiritual.
This is the part that Sherilyn, her name's Sherilyn Eiffel, her sister, Gwendolyn, was actually a heavyweight back in the day, broadcast wise. She died a while ago, but this is true. You may not agree with, the civil rights part of it, but the culture argument she makes here is true. Black people, Black Americans do punch above their weight. And even a moron like John Galt, Black Americans, the legacy Black Americans, we understand America better than the majority population. We do control the culture to a certain extent. We definitely punch above our weight that way. We know America, and we know when to wait. We know when to march. A lot of it, people like Sherilyn, you may not agree with everything she said tonight. I don't, but she is right about how smart legacy Black Americans affect culture. It's been said that Black people are the moral compass of the United States. And that's why people like John Galt and Be Brave, they got to try hard to denigrate Black culture. And I put the Black culture in quotes. People know America. Wise old Black people like Sherilyn, we know America. And fuck all the idiots who want to be John Galt, who want to listen to John Galt, who want to listen to Be Brave, who want to listen to CT, Ock Nation, and others. They're quite a number. And quite frankly, there are others who are fucked up in their culture critique, who are on the opposite end of the spectrum from a anti-black like CT or John. We know shit, and sometimes fuck all the emotional blackmail. We know shit, Calvin, and emotional blackmail might be a tool in the tool shed. Because Black Americans guilt white people. No. See, Kelvin, don't be an Abiola who really doesn't understand American culture. I fuss at a buddy of mine who lives in Nigeria. You know, when he gets overly pompous and so down because Black Americans guilt white people, motherfucker, we remind white people in America that they are flesh and blood. We don't have to guilt them. We just remind them that they bleed just like every other human being. That is why there's a Frederick Douglass who was so successful. You could even say someone like a Booker T. Washington. You know what? He knew white people probably better than white people did. Booker T. Washington wasn't all we will be subservient and become bricklayers. Motherfucker, y'all need to know Booker T. Washington. He wasn't just like, hey, every Black man should be a bricklayer and every Black woman should be a domestic. He was playing white America to a certain extent. You need to know your history, folks. So even Booker T. Washington, and I think he went too far sometimes with that, oh shit, that gosh, we aren't as smart as you massa bullshit. However, we know America. And the part about, the guffaw that some of these anti-Black motherfuckers, yeah, we built America. We didn't plan it, but we did the unskilled labor. And sometimes starting at the bottom and raising generation after generation into a lawyer like Sherlyn Ifill or a Martin Luther King, we know some shit. And you know what? One thing I do know from personal experience, I had successful parents, and they told us a secret or two about the white boys and the white girls. You know what they told me? These motherfuckers are human. So the white supremacy bullshit that a lot of the anti-Black blacks like John Galt, John Galt is not comfortable being himself. That's why he calls himself after a white fucking Ayn Rand character. And the motherfucker literally had the balls to tell me that Stanley probably never read the book. He never read the book, and if he did, it was in high school. Well, motherfucker, what the fuck were you reading in high school, dude? I read the book, The Fountainhead 2, bitch. Howard Rourke, The Fountainhead. Motherfucker, you didn't even choose, in my mind, Howard Rourke is a more sophisticated sounding name. There, John Galt. Motherfucker, I know not only have I read Ayn Rand, her philosophy is called objectivism. There is a whole motherfucking philosophical organization built around objectivism, which was what Ayn Rand called her, idea of hyper-capitalism, capitalism without emotion. John Galt, I know more shit about John Galt than you know. Motherfucker, you're dumb, ignorant, fucking half drunk and mostly high ass who can only be a baby daddy. Motherfucker, you named yourself after some book character. Motherfucker, I've studied Ayn Rand. And if you go on YouTube, you can hear what the people in her little objectivist institute, I think that's the name of it. Motherfucker, I don't just read shit. I study it. I explore it. I get curious about it. I don't sit in the motherfucking hood and pretend to know Stanley Cross. You got a bunch of folks in your chat, and it's unsurprising. They worship your brand of ignorance. John Galt can call himself John Galt and tell us about the Jeto. Motherfucker, you can never be Stanley Cross. I don't just read books. I motherfucking devour them. I understand them. I study them. And I look into the background of the author. I motherfucking know how to be smart. Your ass can only criticize those you cannot be like. And thank God John Galt finally grew a set. I've been fucking roasting your dumb ass for a year, and y'all finally grew a set. Congratulations, John Galt. Congratulations. I now think you are a man, but not a black man. You're just a generic man. Oh, motherfucker. Oh, hey, Kelvin. John Galt's not here, but he will hear about it. If from no one else, his little puppet of questions to ponder. What I'm saying about John Galt, we'll get back to John Galt. That much I'm sure of. Oh, this motherfucker is just a fucking baby daddy with some money. That's what he is.
Power. And when we are activated and united and believe that we are going to walk towards what is right, it maximizes power and it disarms our opponent. That's what we have to go for. It's not that we want to fight them hand to hand and somehow we win in hand-to-hand combat. No, we want to take the knowledge, the numbers, the force, the moral force, the demand, the strategic thinking that we have and disarm them. I'm trying to make them let their own arms down. I'm trying to make them stumble first and foremost. I don't want to fight them at full strength. I want them to trip and fall, and then we can fight. I want them to forget something that's important. I want them weak.
Yeah.
And that's the power we have, is to disarm our enemies so that we are in a better position to overcome them.
Well, thank you. I feel so inadequate calling you Sherilyn. It feels so, I don't know why it feels so uncomfortable. I feel like I should be saying Your Honor, the Honorable.
Please. Her Excellency.
Please.
Yes, Her Excellency. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay. All right. Well, if you insist.
Prophetess.
Her Excellency, the prophetess.
There it is.
Sherilyn, you may know this already. You may know this already, but I am a very, very verbal and expressive, like amen corner. And my colleagues warned me to muzzle so that I wouldn't mess with your audio. And I felt like I was going to explode like a balloon all the way through this thing.
You could have
because
given me a
were
wave
just
off real
bringing
quick.
it as you
Yeah.
always do. And so I've got to adopt some of my grandmama's, church mannerisms where, she
You
can't
got to do
speak
the
out.
stank
But she
face.
just,
Yes,
but thank you.
I
all
was
the way
on mute,
through.
Andrew. I was on mute, amening. I literally had to be on mute to be like, it was good.
Overwhelming and not just with the warnings and the forecasting, because they told us we didn't believe, and I want to hear. Can't wait to read that in your book, but also the resilience. Your reminder of our resilience, our punching above our weight, our endurance, and the fact that we do know what the end is going to be. Let's not pretend. There's some things we do know, and it's not in a book, but it's been assured, right? It's already been promised.
Well,
so thank
Sherilyn
you for
got to
that.
come
You're a
back to
gift.
continue this sermon.
Yes,
This is
exactly.
good. We can't wait.
Please come back. We would really
I
love to
will.
have you back. And I hope I get to see you in person again soon. Anytime you're doing something at Howard, I would be honored to be there and show up. And we're so grateful to you for taking time to
I
join
have
us
an
today.
idea. We should
Okay,
go
what?
do a live pod with the 14th Amendment Center
Let's
at
do it.
Howard Law if we
Let's
can
do
do
it.
it.
I'm down.
Let's do it.
Yes.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. We have the
Thank
perfect
you.
Well, we were
space
there.
in the law
We did a
library.
live
It's
show
beautiful.
there.
Say again?
I
Yeah,
would
but that
love
was a
to
very
see
sad
that.
night. I'm with you, Sherilyn. We there.
Yeah,
We
in
would
the
love
in
to
the
be
in
there.
the in the center space itself, we should do the show. It would be amazing, and the students would absolutely love it. And we owe it to them. This is tough for them. This is tough for them.
Yeah.
And our job right now,
Consider
we
it
have to
done.
unlock the doors. We have to give them a chance to.
Well, you know what? They are sure, just like I am sure, it won't be a nigga named John Galt that has any clue of how to counteract a Trump. Niggas like John Galt are just like uncomfortable outside of their little what would I call it? Would I call it their abusive nigger kingdoms? I don't know how many times I have sat there watching John Galt make fun of his tenants. Dude, these tenants are not high-end tenants. They rent with you because you're the landlord of last resort, and that you're doing them a fucking favor. That could be true. But then you want to act like a motherfucking monster and fucking just kick them when they're down, and they're not even knowing that they are being abused. John Galt, you're a motherfucking monster. You are not doing Black America a service. You are serving the Be Brave segment of the majority demographic. And hey, you know what? You do what you do, and I will call you a monster. And I'm sure I must have done it to your face. Probably not. But since you got a set of balls all of a sudden, and I taught you how to have balls, I pushed you. Motherfucker, how many months did I sit there and call you a fucking racist to your face? And your response was to leave the panel. And finally, maybe it was just like, God damn it, I have to prove I'm a man. You did it, John. I'm proud of you, son. And you kept all the chillins with you. All the chillins want to stay with their daddy. That's what this amounts to.
Understand how this fits in the whole thing. We have to help them understand that.
Take care of yourself until we see you.
We
Yes,
love you.
Take care, y'all.
please.
Keep doing good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah.
Oh, godly.
That was so great, you guys. I mean, honestly, she's so amazing. Something that I really take away from that I struggle with, I still question, is what is, because she touched on this, and I appreciate her saying, like, we will get through this. Like, she's not suggesting that we are in despair. I love what she shared with the conversation with her and Hank Sanders. Oh my God. I think that's such I would have loved to hear it from him saying this is all we had. It's just, I feel overwhelmed. But the thing that I'm left with is, what is our red line? And just quickly for the viewers, if you all are as struck as we are, please, please, please spread the word, share this podcast, like, subscribe, send it around, because people like Cheryl and Eiffel join because we have an audience like you. Like, they literally come not to talk to us. They can talk to us anytime. They can text us, call us, see us, but they come to reach the people who tune in to us. So thank you to our regular viewers, our faithful viewers, but please do continue to spread the word about Native Land Pod, because we are living in service to the liberation of Black folks, and that liberates everybody everywhere. So I just think, what is that red line for society at large? And we may have a viewer question or comment that speaks to that. I don't know, because I didn't even get a chance to look at all of our viewer questions. But I feel like that red line has been crossed 100 times, personally.
Hey, Andrew, Angela, and Tiffany. This is Monte from Maryland, and wanted to discuss something that Andrew kind of alluded to a week or so ago. Trump was not able to steal the election due to Mike Pence saying, hey, the Constitution will not allow me to do this, so I can't. But with somebody like J.D. Vance sitting in the vice presidency, what is the recourse should J.D. Vance just say, I'm not going to certify the next election? I know there's nothing in the Constitution about it because the founders never thought we'd be here, but is there any recourse that we have if J.D. Vance, just following his servitude to Trump, just said, I'm not going to certify the election for blah, blah, blah reason? I know it'll go through the courts, but is there anything standing that says, no, this cannot happen, and no, he will not do this or cannot do this? Just was anxious to get your thoughts on that. Again, thank you for all you do, and welcome home.
All right. I love that from Monty, and I actually didn't think that was a strand that was going to get picked up on, because I think we do have to drive people to what the conclusion is. When we had on the episode a couple of weeks ago around why it is they're playing with the numbers in the House and who counts the electoral votes that come in from each state for certification, part of that process requires that both the House and the Senate accept the results as they come in through their express vote. When it got to the Senate, the reason why J.D. Vance's vote would matter, or actually, I'm sorry, the reason why Kamala Harris's vote mattered was because of this closeness. She was the tiebreaker in a 50-50 Senate. In this case, there is not a 50-50 Senate. The Republicans have the majority. They don't need J.D. Vance to break a tie. So the vice president will be less important in that scenario unless you had Republicans who were actually going to say, we are not going to do that. We're going to vote to accept the results from the election. The vice president undoubtedly plays an important role. The courts, I think, given the conversation we just had with Sherilyn, and I think most of us probably agree, there's not a lot of hope when you look at the Supreme Court with the conservative majority that they would do anything to offend, abridge, wrangle the power of Donald Trump. So I'm not in that. I'm hoping that won't be our scenario. The best scenario is that we have folks with honesty and dignity who don't steal elections. But if they do, we've got to make sure that we've got enough of a margin that it doesn't get close. And that's why this redistricting fight is so important, that if they take a few seats here, convert a few seats here, they throw us in a scenario that a majority of members of the Congress can vote to reject the Electoral College votes that declare anybody else president other than Donald Trump.
That's really good, Andrew. That was sometimes on this podcast, I feel like I'm an audience member. Like, I'm just listening to, sometimes you guys say things so insightful. I'm like, oh, wait, I'm on here. I should weigh in here. But that's really good. A good way to explain it. And look, that is a red line. That is, that was a red, it should have been a red line then to highlight the fissures in our democracy. So,
well, now it's burgundy. And the thing, the only flag I would say, Andrew, to the point, is we don't know what the makeup of the Senate will be after the 26th election. Right. And so, if that becomes the case where he is a tiebreaker tie-breaking vote, what will he do? And what will the tech bros allow him to do? That should also be a mini pod. This tech bro situation is nuts.
And Angela, if you follow the logic of the court, and I know you do, it is that they will rest with the decision of that institution as a co-equal branch of government. They've been willing to allow that institution to decide what it wants to do without checking it. So if they say J.D. Vance has a tie-breaking vote and he says reject the Constitution, the ballots from the states, the court is loath to do anything at this rate, given their pattern.
Yeah. So on this, we've been talking a lot about a red line today. What is at stake in terms of democracy? We had Sherilyn Ifill on, who's always a sage voice, and gave a prolific history lesson, which we may need to be relying upon more as times go by. Why?
That's real.
Because we've been talking about the Smithsonian is under attack. Lonnie Bunch just received a letter from Donald Trump last week saying all of the ways in which they're going to look at these museums. But before that, well, we have to be accountable for y'all. And by we in this moment, I mean all America. So really MAGA, y'all, this is y'all, is how you are talking about the institutions that framed and founded this country. So there's a conversation recently that was held on a CNN show, and I want to go ahead and run the clip that was that took place on that show.
Have you looked at some of the things that are being reviewed?
Slavery was a bad thing that was to talk about.
Okay,
like he forgave
he's
me for
not
saying that.
whitewashing slavery. So
he's not?
He's not. No.
Okay.
He's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact that when you look at slavery, let's talk about the fact.
Slavery in America was.
Do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans owned slaves?
But it was a system of white supremacy.
You realize that slavery is thousands of years old? Do you know who was the first race to try to end slavery?
What is that?
Well, what's controversial?
I'm very surprised.
This is an extraordinary exercise in historical revisionism.
I'm really surprised.
Do you realize that,
Jillian, I'm surprised that you're trying to litigate who was the beneficiary of slavery and
I'm
who
not.
was not.
What I'm trying to tell you is
in
that
the context of American history.
Okay.
In the context of American history, what are you saying is incorrect by saying that it was white people oppressing black people?
Every single thing is like, oh, no, this is all because white people bad. And that's just not the truth. Like, for example, every single exhibit, I have a list of every single one. Like, people migrated from Cuba because white people
God
bad.
protect
Not
us
because of
from uneducated lesbians with low hairlines. So the appropriate answer, and I'm surprised no one on this panel, okay, well, 2% of white people own 4 million slaves. Well, that's even worse. There were 3.5 to 4 million slaves at the end of the Civil War. So, hey, 2% of fucking white people owned 4 million slaves. Explain that. Explain how that is good. Explain, for fuck's sake, how that can't be tied to one race. These people need to fucking stop being polite and go after morons like Jillian Michaels. Motherfucker, that's not an interesting point. That's actual history. If 2%, and in the South, of course, it was a higher percentage, but okay, let's go with your number. 2% of white people in America owned 4 million slaves. That's an atrocity, you fucking dumb white woman. Pull back your hair, because apparently that hair was occluding your vision when you read your history book. Silly woman. And if they let her get away with it, shame on these supposedly educated black people who don't know how to fucking argue a point. You fucking use a blunt force instrument when a blunt force butthead like Jillian Michaels thinks that she's anything more than a fucking reality show host.
Just know it's in there.
Y'all
That's
were
what I'm saying. You
kind.
don't actually know what's in there.
So we're not going to litigate those points because they're not litigatable. What we are going to do now is play Nicole
But
Hannah
y'all,
Jones.
who gave her license to do that?
Nicole Hannah Jones' response, and we'll get to that shortly, Andrew Gillum. Let's
Oh,
play
I
her
know
response.
Nicole had a
I did
good
not usually do
response.
these videos, but as a creator of the 1619 Project and someone who has studied the history of slavery for 3 decades, I could not let that viral CNN clip of Jillian Michaels stand. I have to first state that the times are far too serious and dangerous for us to lend our platforms to harmful nonsense. It's simply irresponsible, with everything that's happening in this country, to have someone as credentialist as Jillian Michaels on a major network show legitimizing the erasure of our history. Now, I know there have been some viral efforts to debunk her claim that somehow slavery was a side institution in the United States because less than 2% of white people own slaves. But even those efforts, while valiant, by embracing this right-wing framing, they still aren't really getting to it. You see, this is how numbers and data, though technically true, can also be lies. And this is why we can't let bad faith actors set the parameters of the debate or of our collective understanding. So please bear with me because this is a lot. Let's take the fewer than 2% of white people own slaves at face value, though we know that number is technically incorrect. And let's apply that standard to any other industry. What percentage of Americans own social media companies or technology companies such as Apple? It's a tiny percentage. I'm doubtful if it's even 1% of Americans. And yet no one would credibly argue that social media companies are not ubiquitous across American life, that they don't play a major influence on our political, social, and economic life in America. And in fact, what we know is that more than 70% of Americans use social media, though hardly any Americans own social media platforms. There's a reason that the heads of Meta, Apple, and Amazon, Google, and X all took part in Trump's inauguration festivities, with several of them standing on the actual dais during Trump's inauguration.
So, you know, I think this is important to do because this is Nicole Hannah Jones fact check. 5 days after Jillian Michaels is on the show, which gives ample time for any media outlet really to respond. Any media outlet, not just maybe it's not just Abby's response, right? Like maybe not. But
black people
after Nicole Hannah Jones' post, Abby Phillips had this to say on her show on Tuesday night.
Last week on this show, a guest shocked the table by arguing in part that slavery in America can't just be blamed on one race, and that museums put too much focus on the role of white people. Who participated in that terrible institution. And now tonight, that same argument is being pushed by the President of the United States. Donald Trump says that one of the reasons for his crackdown on Smithsonian museums is, quote, everything discussed is how bad slavery was. What we try to do on this program is create a platform for discussion and debate that reflects the very real difference.
Kelvin, there's no audio? John, can you hear me? And can you hear the video? No, let me turn up my phone.
Who participated in that terrible institution. And now tonight, that same argument is being pushed by the President of the United States.
Okay, Kelvin. Thank you.
Differences that exist in this country. It's what echo chambers in our society fail to do, frankly. But on this topic, it's important to say objectively, slavery was indeed bad.
Andrew, Tiff, do you want to
Hey,
answer whether or not you believe slavery was bad and whether or not
let me pause this one more time. I'm in the middle of making a pizza, looking at this video and railing against it. And unmuting my microphone. So, hey, this is what happens when old men drink beer. They try and do too much. The multitasking doesn't multitask at 60 apparently. But anyway, just forgive my kind of fussing about this. But this is why I think reading books and actually knowing your arguments. Okay, even Sherrilyn Ifill didn't get everything right, at least according to my satisfaction. Now, the thing is she's way more educated than I am. She'd probably put me in my place if I challenged her. But the bottom line is, do not let fuckers like Jillian Michaels come up to your panel and derail it with stupidity. This is what I don't tolerate. This is why I didn't tolerate people like John Galt. Motherfucker, if I think you're stupid, at a minimum, I'm going to let you know I think you're stupid. Hey, this is YouTube. I can say what the fuck I want until I get tossed off your channel. And all of a sudden, it's my channel now, motherfucker. I shall say what I want, and I shall call the people I think are stupid, stupid. Now, you know what? John Galt got to keep the chillins. All the chillins are living in John Galt's house. I will have to go out and get me some more chillins. But hey, it's on me. When you cross the line, sometimes there are consequences. But this isn't a consequence. And by the way, I'm not into Angela Rye. I much prefer Tiffany Cross.
In this day and age, that should be
Or Abby
litigated.
Phillip.
We had Donald Trump's social post from Abby Screen. We can also put that up if you all need to read it. But he's very concerned with the fact
I'm a
that
fucking idiot, John.
we're spending a lot of time on wokeism. That the Smithsonian is out of control, where everything discusses how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was. And I'd love to know if you all have a silver lining like Bill O'Reilly about how we were fed and
Motherfucker, how bad slavery was. Really? Motherfucking having a slave is evil. John, oh, I'm sorry, I said John. I was going to say Jefferson. Motherfucker, y'all are acting like you've never read Jefferson, who literally said that, and I'll have to find the exact quote, but he was basically saying, oh, you know what? If we ever let them free, they might do to us what we've done to them. And you know what? I have to give a compliment to legacy Black Americans. No, motherfucker, we just wanted to be free. We are not the type of people that will do to you what y'all did to us. These be brave type white people, and I want to emphasize, most white people, the vast majority of white people, are not like Donald Trump. They're not like Be Brave. The vast majority of white people just want to live their lives without all this goddamn rhetoric. But you know what? Most Black people do as well. It's assholes like me who keep wanting to hold the paper up to discover the watermark. Motherfucker, America has a watermark of racism ingrained in the paper. And as long as there are assholes like Be Brave and fucking John Galt and Ock Nation and others, motherfucker, I have nothing better to do than to call them assholes, and ignorant assholes at that. Slavery was the idea that slavery could be okay. Motherfucker, you literally control people's lives If you said, hey, your baby gonna be sold down the river, there's not a goddamn thing a mother or a father could do. Look, I don't whip your ass, but I'm gonna sell your kids. Motherfucker, that is inhuman. See, dumb fucks like a Donald Trump or a John Galt or a Jillian Michaels or a Be Brave, it's like, hey, I didn't leave a mark. It can't be that bad. Y'all need to be thankful to Massa that he never whipped y'all. Motherfucker, being a slave in a country with a constitution that says all men are created equal, or we the people, I'm sorry, the Declaration of Independence, motherfucker, it says all men are created equal, and the way you got around it was not to consider black men and black women people. It was a rhetorical fucking trick to get around the cruelty and justify it. Slavery wasn't all bad. Motherfucker, it was evil. And stop the fucking dumbass excuse that everybody in the hood had a slave. Motherfucker, dude, have you ever read your own constitution? How does fucking idiots like a Be Brave or a John Galt or an SKC justify, oh, hey, everybody had it? Motherfucker, not everybody had a U.S. Constitution. Dumbass.
Slept well.
Honestly, I think it's such it's so beneath our dignity to even engage that. I think to even debate it legitimizes
hit the link,
their
motherfucker, once you
perspective,
had
which
a
is part
couple,
of the
John.
danger. And listen, I feel
I'm
very
not gonna be on
uncomfortable
all
and
night.
awkward weighing in on this for a few
But,
reasons.
you know what? I
One, know
got a few
Abby. I've
days
known
left
Abby for a long
myself.
time, and I like
And
her
I am mighty
personally.
loquacious
So I
when
want to
get
be,
drunk.
and I know you do too. I want to be careful. Like, I'm not trying to say this is all, like what Abby should have done, because I think this is a network issue. Her show is not the only person who platforms problematic people. The network itself does. And because y'all are listening to some free blacks, listen, I'm gonna give this truth.
Y'all are listening to some free blacks. Oh, wow. She is my sweetheart, though.
And you can invite me or not invite me on the network ever again. I think it is not courage if there is not a sacrifice. It is not valor if you don't have skin in the game. So I think all three of us ain't never been scared to speak an honest truth and let corporate media deal with it as you will. But we live in service to a higher truth, and one that does not engage in debate with low-life, half-witted individuals.
One that does not engage with low-life, half-witted. You know what? I don't know if CKJ3 or Fred or any, my actual friends, if they're not listening now, maybe they'll listen to the replay. Y'all were right. I should have bailed sooner. But you know what? I'm one of these dumb fucks who has to see how much I can get away with. And you know what? I was going to ride this train to the end of the tracks. And dude, I'm here. I still get to say what the fuck I want. And the little chillins who don't want to hear the truth, they get to stay with their daddy, their baby daddy.
Who do nothing but regurgitate talking points from the White House. And that is what Jillian Michaels, the biggest loser, is in this moment. I think it's incredibly frightening that she's raising a black child with that ignorant ass attitude. And I detest her. I detest people who look, who share her viewpoints. I detest the people who voted for this administration. I find them to be I don't honor or respect their positions at all. And so to present some of these things as though it is a debate, to present this as though, well, she says, that slavery wasn't that bad. And she says that slavery was really bad. Now you guys have at it.
This is like a SKC level. He swung by saying that, everybody had slavery. Everybody in that slavery club had a slave. Everybody in imperialism had a slave. Motherfucker, these people actually think that sort of argument works with me. In SKC, I hope you'll listen to this in the replay. Dude, that shit is like Thomas Sowell Uncle Tom foolery. Motherfucker, not everybody was the United States of America, and it comes down to if everybody had slavery and America had slavery too, then the country's not exceptional. It fucking had slavery like every other fucking society on earth. And quite frankly, you can't win this argument. We had slavery. It defied some of the core tenets of natural law even. Okay, there is no natural right to own human property. That's not a natural fucking right. Dude, it defied even some of the shit that the Enlightenment would teach you fools. There is nothing more scary to an SKC or a John Galt or a Be Brave or an Ock Nation. A black man who's actually read the shit they pretend to know. That's why I get to fucking scare a John Galt. Motherfucker, you couldn't keep me because I defied your dumb ass. I told you who you were, and you didn't like how I described you, and that's how it goes. I understand, John. I understand, Be Brave. And worse than that, I also need to remind people, John Galt was okay with me calling him a baby daddy. It's when I started going in on his daddy, Be Brave. That's why the motherfucker got impatient and tossed me. I was motherfucking telling him he was an idiot, and his daddy Be Brave is an idiot too. Y'all are two ignorant fuckers. The United States has failed John Galt, and it definitely failed his white daddy.
I think that is a danger. And when I had a platform on a major cable news network, I was willing to risk it all before I would dare ever let somebody sit on my set and say something that was, one, disrespectful to another guest, or disrespectful to our history and our facts. That is the standard by which I hold myself. I'm not arrogant enough to say what choices somebody else should make, but I think to watch CNN, the place where I began my career, to watch them devolve into this Jerry Springer type atmosphere is disgusting. And then when we step back and look at journalism as an industry, how it has failed at the most important time, it has failed and continues to fail. We never want to acknowledge white supremacy. They talk about this immigration policy that is the brainchild of Stephen Miller, who is a white supremacist. It's not an opinion. It's rooted in reporting by the Wall Street Journal. It is widely known. You will never hear an anchor introduce or reference Stephen Miller as a white supremacist. Right. Why? For the comfort of white folks. And so many of these discussions that I know what we talk about when the cameras aren't on. But when the cameras come on, people want to get polite. People want to both sides things. I don't do that. It's only one version of Tiffany. And I can attest, it's only one version of Angela. It's only one version of Andrew. What we speak, we mean. We walk it like we talk it. And so I I just think we have to have a higher accountability of having those types of discussions in a way that presents a lie and equates it with a fact. That presents somebody with an opinion and equates them with an expert. I have sat on that very show across from people who were neither my intellectual equal nor my professional equal on any level. And I just, you know, we talked about this before, Angela, and a lot of the comments, thank you guys for weighing in, and I so appreciate everybody's thoughts. A lot of the comments, they were pretty mixed, Angela, and I am respecting your boundary, Angela, because you were clear on the last episode. I was trying to like politely push, and Angela was like, just so I'm clear, so we don't have to discuss this again, I am not going on that show unless all three of us go together. So I completely respect that boundary. Beyond respecting the boundary, I respect you for having that position and that boundary. There were people who are like, Tiffany, I love that you go on there, because if it's nonsense, at least you're somebody who's going to push back on that. I gotta say, I feel torn. I feel really torn. You reminded me, you said, because you said you would never do that show. You reminded me of that. And I remember getting so mad at you. I never told you this, but you dropped in our group chat, you guys, Tiff is on Happy. And I was like, don't tell people I'm on the show. That's how I felt inside. Don't tell our friends I'm doing this show. Because I did have some shame, but I love, I feel before Abby had this show, I was so proud of her. I love her voice, and I just think she's so beautiful, and she has such a great spirit, and I'm cheering for her because we have too few Black women on air, and I fear if Abby goes away, then who will take her, it'll be somebody worse. Like, do we want Scott Jennings in that chair? You know? So that's all my jumbled thoughts. Sorry for going on so long about it, but I don't know. I really want to hear from you guys.
Because people, even when they comment clearly, they are torn. Like if I have to choose between you going on or Candace Owens, duh. Right?
Yeah.
But I think that if we've crossed the red line, and you said the red line has been crossed 100 times, what is our boundary? I don't want to make this again about whether or not we go on the show. That is so besides the point. Yeah. What I think is really at issue now is we have been reduced to the point of having a conversation about how the history of slavery will be told in our independent institutions, some that we help to fund, some that we helped to build. McKissick was a key construction partner on the National Museum of African American History and Culture. We are now at the point where we are litigating the fact that white people are responsible for the institution of slavery, for the fact that white people are responsible for the transatlantic slave trade. I don't care if they were able to pick off a few Negroes. You all were able to do that in modern day times. That's how Clarence got on the Supreme Court. The hoochies are going to do what hoochies going to do. We have talked about this. So that we're fine. We understand that. What we're not fine with, what we don't understand, is why we even give audience to someone who would be so blatantly incorrect and gaslight us about the most traumatic incident in American history. The most traumatic for centuries. Like, what are we talking about, right? So I think that really is it for me. And now, you know, it started with him. I don't know if y'all remember when he ran in 16, and I think Andrew over there writing a sermon on this.
I promise. Like, I see Andrew over there writing.
You see
I'm
that
like,
pen going?
Whatever about to come out of Andrew's
won't
mouth is going to be fire.
I don't want to interrupt anybody.
I want to hear what you have to say.
I will say this. But go ahead, please.
But I'm just thinking, if he's writing an F, I really want to hear that. But I'm just thinking, that we are in this time where we have an obligation to not just speak truth, but to speak truth to power, to call a thing, to hold these institutions that we have been beholden to, that we have been dedicated consumers of, to account. We ain't had no protest on this. We ain't had no meeting. We had meetings when people were just fired from the networks and wrote letters. Where's our meeting on the obligation of these people to hold? Like, it's not a reality show. Yeah. It is news. It's news. Yeah. So let it be news. When Donald Trump was running the first time, y'all, and they were asked, I think they asked him about Harriet Tubman being on the $20 bill. And he said maybe the $2 bill or something. We don't have Harriet on the 2 or the 20.
Hold on one sec.
And they took her off.
I apologize. I was in the kitchen
all
stepped
good.
away. What's going on?
Just chilling, man. Cracking the third one
Good.
open. How's everything been over here? I haven't been watching that much today. Been keeping up.
I've been on shit. I've been on. Let's see. What am I? 9 hours.
A little bit in the
Goddamn.
morning. Yeah.
Well, no, I didn't do this
You didn't
morning
pop
because I
up?
was
No.
actually kind of tired.
Yeah, you were up late. I mean, you came in late today. I figured I didn't know how long you got. I fell asleep like an old man yesterday. I was asleep by like 8:30. This time now.
Look, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. But that's it. I
Look,
didn't catch what
I
happened last night.
am gonna come on tomorrow, probably late too, because I'm gonna test another platform for streaming.
Yeah.
One that is I've used before, just in a testing mode, but one I think will. Well, it's somewhat cheaper than StreamYard for starters. That's always a plus.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I will be on tomorrow, but I won't be on in the morning. The normal hours will resume on Monday morning. So you know what? I'm at 9 hours. I've got another stream queued up. I'm gonna pretty much make a pizza, drink some cheap beer.
What you got on it? Just plain pizza?
I'm making a homemade.
No.
I got
what are you putting on it?
tomatoes, green olives, onions. I've got this andouille sausage on sale. So instead of pepperoni and the normal mozzarella, though the last few pizzas I've made, I've been using just basically what is the version? Ricotta. I've been using ricotta cheese as a base, and then I've done a ricotta feta. I've done I've been getting real experimental. And then I also have spinach, fresh spinach.
That's what I used to do. Like if I would order it, I would ask them for like a thin crust with the Alfredo sauce with ricotta and chicken with what was the other thing you just named? Spinach leaves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
But I make the crust. Believe it or not, my son can literally. This is one thing that if I am not proud of my son for any other reason, the motherfucker can cook. Like he can do bread from scratch. He can do biscuits from scratch. It was a project, after his mother died. I like to cook. Hey, when it's cold outside, we can fucking, put together some bread or some shit. And it's also a math lesson, motherfucker. I need like 3/4 of a cup. How much is that in ounces? I would do shit like that. And he could do it in his head.
Cup is 8 ounces. What? 6 ounces?
8 ounces.
So
Hey, do it in your head.
I'm a carpenter. Come on now.
For a 10-year-old.
Yeah, no, it's a good exercise.
Oh hell yeah!
You gotta
Plus,
think twice.
motherfucker,
Yeah.
do some math and get some chocolate chip cookies.
Start throwing fractions back. Like, what if we throw an extra quarter, another 3/8 in there? Yeah.
That's like the best reward. Motherfucker, you don't need an A on this math test. You get a batch of cookies.
Learn while they're doing. Yeah, get reward through learning it.
So you know what? I was that odd dad. But you know what? I kind of, it's been let's see, we took him last Thursday. So it's been a week and a day. Empty nest again. So
gotta get out there and garden, Stan. You got good weather all year round, man. You be gardening?
It'll get cold. You know what? I've been saying I'm gonna garden for like 3 years now. And I'm not there's gonna be a problem this spring. and I don't want to get into details. It's a relative of mine. Shit, I may have to, go down to Florida. And I'll get more into detail at some point, but farmers markets are the substitute.
Got a lot by me.
I got a motherfucking dude. Gardening is the bomb, dude. It is so peaceful. I kind of wish I lived in Atlanta. They've got some urban gardens down there. There's this plot of land. I actually showed it on this show a while ago. They've got a quote food forest, and it's kind of a public space. So people can just fucking go there and get some cucumbers or whatever's in season, which I think is just an awesome idea.
Yeah, they got community gardens up here.
Yeah, dude, if I could ever hang out, meet me a couple hippie chicks.
Get it right.
So how was your day?
I was good. Got a lot of shit done today. Wanted to get done.
Good for you.
Yeah. But besides that, yeah, it's just like it was one of those days I had to focus, couldn't really listen to anything. But then, like,
dude, you know what? I am literally.
I usually listen to you earlier on because I start going around like 8:30.
Well, you know what? Since you're up here, and you're an original listener. No, this is going to be a serious conversation now. Motherfucker, what can I do better?
I don't know.
Dead serious.
No, it's always the shit, man.
Oh, come on now, John. Everybody else is beat up on me this week.
Just touch
I
up.
trust what you say.
You should broaden the horizon a little bit, different topics. Like I get, you know what I mean? Because you're like, to me, I listen to the channel. I like the channel, and it also informs me because I don't, I'm white. My nephews are black, and I was always raised around black people, so I'm always been around more black people. And I look back the other day, and I'm like, yeah, I'm on all these. I watch some of these channels, but it's like all black commentators and stuff like that. But just like it should be a little bit more broader, not even race, like the shit that's fucking up everybody, or even just things that.
Well, you don't think now. I'm not going to push back, but you don't think that doing like national news topics?
Yeah.
I mean, I think
like
something.
I'm not. You see the picture. Like, I like Trump, but like, I like the criticism. I'm not scared.
Well, no. It's not. Well, hold on one second. Let me frame this. It's not so much like I will offer my opinion or criticism, but to me, knowing that what Trump is doing in DC, I think that's hugely important.
I like to hear both sides of the argument. So I listen to you more than I listen to the other channels because I already know what their argument is. So like I want to hear.
But what I'm trying to do,
and I don't agree with everything he's done. I disagree with a lot of shit. Like
look, I'm more interested in actual, hey, look, this is happening in DC last night. I will have a spin on it. I'll have an opinion, but really my opinion doesn't fucking matter. It matters that that, hey, Trump deployed the National Guard. There are National Guard units coming from South Carolina and West Virginia and Ohio. That is actually the highlight.
You touch up on a lot too in the morning. Like you hit a lot of articles, you know what I mean? And that's always good. It doesn't matter, regardless of what your opinion is. It's like the news. But also, just read up on like what is not like to be an economist or anything, but like what is the economics, like what is the business aspect, just a little here
I
and there,
got
not go deep, but you know what I mean.
Well, I'm not an economist, and in all honesty, now you bring up an actual point that I appreciate. I'm not good with economics. I have I understand like the 30,000 foot view.
Yeah.
But I did talk about not um, not yesterday, but the day before. The economics, which actually does surprise me, is restaurant businesses down in DC. I mean, that's economics. I actually talked about that. I also said that I was really kind of surprised because to someone like me, it's counterintuitive. You would think restaurant business, if you are actually sure that, hey, the National Guard is going to be there or federal agents are going to be there like late, motherfucker, there ought to be a flood of people into restaurants. They ought to feel safer than ever. That's economics, at least, from my non-economic point. Why is restaurant business down when there's the National Guard and the Metro police? Why are restaurants suffering? That's the kind of economics I'll do. I'm not going to get into the nuts and bolts because I'm not an economist.
Or like when the channel grows, right? So you have a lot of people in the audience, and they're all going to come from different fields. So like, okay, you'll bring them up. You'll be like, okay, well, this is what we're going to talk about for the next 2 hours or something. But then I'm going to move on. I'm going to go to something else, or an hour, And if anybody wants to come up and talk about this type of stuff, then okay, And then you balance it out. You find people who are for it and against it, and then you find the two go, and then you jump in. Like.
No, we'll have to grow the channel. Usually on economics topics, Ryan will come up.
Yeah,
and
there's a lot of people that like to talk about it, so that they can get into their thing too, and then everybody learns a little bit about it. That's what there's so many people that talk about the same things, but like people need to start learning how to do these things. And a lot of people can come up and just explain it. Like you don't have to teach them, just explain to them how it really works and what they need to learn about it. Where to check in. Like you always talk, like if somebody comes to you about, slavery, okay, well then you guys go back and forth, like you'll go back and forth, but then you'll also hit a point to where it's like, okay, well, have you ever heard of this person, that person? You should read on this. Do you know this doctrine? You know what I mean? So it's just like, but you should do videos about this, Stan, so you could pull this shit up when you're trying to explain it to them. Just do 15-minute videos, 5-minute videos where you're clipping up. But you got to find somebody who could do videos that can take the time and walk you through it too, help you, like be your producer.
Well, I mean, I can clip up videos, but the thing is I'd rather watch the whole video.
Yeah, no, but
you missed Gerald Horn. He talked about Trump and stuff like, look, my forte is really literally in the channel description.
Yeah.
News, politics, culture, I can do philosophy, etc. I think you're right about the economics part. Well, shit, Kelvin's an economist, but he's probably more into what goes on in Britain. I think you're right.
Geopolitics, the politics.
Well, see, I don't. That we will have to find someone who's into geopolitics because I literally care about America. I know it'll sound weird.
I hear you.
Well, not because I'm so much America first. I just know America. And I have always, like my mother, God rest her soul, that's where I started. It started with knowing about Savannah. It started with knowing about Georgia. We literally used to go places. Like we literally visited the there in Baltimore. There is a Edgar Allan Poe museum. My mother was an Edgar Allan Poe fan, so we've been to there. My mother was a Washington Irving fan, the guy who wrote The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. We have been. His little house and his little bit of property was called Sunnyside. That's what we did on summer vacations, and we went to Disney World and stuff like that too. But my mother was literally like a Southern history fan, and she was eclectic. And unfortunately, I've kind of inherited her personality. Things that interest me don't often interest other people. I get your point about the economics. I'll never be. Look, economics is not rocket science, but it's just something that bores the shit out of me.
Yeah, don't go lost into it too, like with these videos sometimes on economy. You just find the right one. There's a lot of people that'll do it in 5 instead of 10 minutes. I mean, you won't learn as much, but you're going to have a conversation with people anyway.
Right. Well, the other problem is we're going to have to find people who have the courage to come up. That's the other problem. Yeah. And look, not everyone is a John Strives. Yeah. And you know what?
There's a lot of
I think Jewel of Aquarius had the best quote from yesterday from John's chat. Stanley, you're an asshole. Did you expect people would want to come up to your panel? And my response was, it's by design. I only want people with courage and intellect to come up. If it means that no one comes up, dude, I'll just have to live with that. It's this is a labor of love. And you know what? If it's John Strives and DiCapriono and Kelvin in the audience, well, you know what? I'll just talk to y'all. I don't need people. There were huge problems, and I never approved of, Solid Snake coming up on the panel and acting like he is significant or smart or necessary. Dude, he's not. And if it hurts some people's feelings, and if I have to fucking not be as entertaining, Solid Snake is not necessary. He thinks he is, but he's not. And I finally got the message across to him. Same thing with 12th Man. Dude, when you're sober, you're actually a good panelist and someone I enjoy talking to, but you never come up here sober. Oh, motherfucker, I'll have to be mean to you. Don't come up if you can't be sober. I don't mind a little, tipple a little bit. It's awesome. But motherfucker, when I literally have to tell you, I don't understand what you're saying because your speech is so slurred. Come on now.
The transformation is amazing. He gets so drunk, but I've heard him.
Well, see, the problem isn't his transformation.
But just hearing it, because he's sharp in the beginning, he's always calm and mellow.
No, he's never sharp. Because I come on at 5:45. It's like what,
it's so
2 in the morning there.
It's so different though, Stan. That's what I'm saying. Like from when,
and you know what? That is a 12th man problem. It's not mine.
No.
I don't have to wonder about it.
As a listener, it is entertaining sometimes, but it does get like where it's like, all right, we got to cut 12 off. He's done for the night. He's done for the day.
People will just say I'm mean because I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You're slurring. Maybe you should take a nap.
Yeah. Sleep it off a little bit.
Well, the bottom line is I'm at a point, especially now, dude, you either be a good panelist, someone that I approve of, or don't. But don't be pissed off when I tell you I think you're an asshole.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be blunt. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it.
I get it.
And dumb fucks want, the schmooze.
Yeah.
They want like to be treated like babies, and motherfucker, babies aren't on YouTube.
I get it.
Well, you know what? I suffer for it.
But I'm saying, Stanley, YouTube is big, man. There's hundreds of millions of people to listen, and you just got to find your.
Oh, I know.
Like it's all it is. Like we talking
Well,
about.
here's the other.
Like,
Here's the other interesting thing. You say YouTube is big, and I know I keep cutting you off. Just give me a minute.
It's all good. We're right.
Motherfucker, I had motherfucking like over 300 views yesterday.
I know. I heard because I heard Ponder say it in the other chat. She was like 250 when he was done. Not
Oh
bad.
no, it wound up being like 330 something, and it's not huge numbers.
A lot of
But
people know
motherfucker-
where you're gonna go, but like you just got to get there. Like you're good. You're right.
Yeah.
Like you see this video with this Black Truth, the guy that you watch all the time. His videos are entertaining, and it's good for you to respond. Like that's what you should do. Like just respond, and if they want to say something, then you go and you give them a debate or whatever. But like just stay in your lane, do what you're doing, and then when you get big enough, people are gonna call you out. They're gonna come for you. They're gonna talk shit to you. They're gonna try to get personal. They're gonna learn about your son. Even now.
Well, you know what though? The thing is what do they know about my son?
It
And
doesn't,
see-
it doesn't even matter. He's his own man.
Well, no, now that you bring up my son, the reason John Galt is pissed off, because I told John Galt, motherfucker, I essentially told John Galt, dude, you're not significant enough, and I'm not going to expose my son to your kind of toxicity.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, my son is literally in one of the best engineering schools on earth. What the fuck does John Galt really have to offer?
Go Dogs. Is it the Dogs, right? Bulldogs? Georgia Bulldogs?
No. Georgia Tech.
Oh, Georgia Tech. Okay.
You didn't know this?
No, you know what, Stan? I didn't go to college. I don't know about colleges.
Well,
I know universities are the colleges where you.
Well, I went to Georgia, believe it or not. My son is a step above.
Like I know. What is the MIT? MIT is another tech school.
Well, let me
right?
put it to you this way: MIT, Stanford, Caltech, Georgia Tech.
Okay. See, I didn't know the class of like the group. I
Well, my son isn't in the best engineering school.
you know where I learned a lot about like the university stuff. Have you ever watched The Big Bang?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah,
I never. Now, hold on one sec. I've watched clips. I never watched the show, but I have a friend of mine, and she's a huge fan. I never got it, to be honest.
It was just like highbrow comedy. It's just like things that most people would learn on the show, but like they, you know what I mean? Like if you can keep up with it, and then like the more you watch it, you'll like, oh, I missed that the first time. There was in the first like 2 or 3 seasons. Then after that, it kind of got into like the sitcom feel.
Well, one of these days I'm going to go back and binge watch it.
Yeah, because it does get it gets different. The characters kind of evolve; they become different. And Sheldon, like he steals the show. That's why they gave him his own show. Like the guy's so good, and like they cover so much stuff. Like he goes from string theory to but they talk about history and all the philosophers. Like you learn a lot when you watch it. If you don't, if you're a young kid, that's why I always tell my nephew. I try to get my nephews into it. Like it just gets you in that mood, Gotta learn some shit.
Right. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, you're good.
So let's watch a little bit, and this is pretty close to the end of this. Though I think this might have run its course. You know what? Let's move on. This has gone stale. I'm gonna my next wife is going to be And a Pacific Island woman. I am such a old man. I'll bet. All I have to say is, where can I find this class? I am going to find me a Melanesian, and I will die a happy man.
Melanesia.
Well, they are Pacific Islanders. Melanesian, Polynesian, Micronesian.
Micronesia.
Dude, or I will just move to the Middle East and marry a belly dancer.
I was gonna say, yeah, they got something over there too, right? Is that what Shakira
Well,
used to be belly dancer or
sorry.
one of these? Shakira.
I would, if I had to choose, it would just be, dude, what the fuck am I doing? It'll never happen. I am not young, but no, you know what? There are dance classes. There are ways to be in shape, and I admire these young women for finding something they enjoy. I wish all young men to have a wife, regardless of her ethnicity or race, who likes to dance like this.
Gifted, very gifted.
Oh, better than gifted. They are a gift.
What else we got? We got another one?
No, I'm gonna go into the video grab bag. Oh shit. The John Galt show continues. This motherfucker.
It's never stopped.
My
Yeah,
God.
it's been on the whole time. Oh, let me.
Well, you know what?
I'll be right back, Stan. Hold on.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Let's see. What have we got here? Oh, this is interesting.
All right. Father Daniel O'Mullane, welcome to Dad Saves America.
So, what else do we have here? Let's see. I don't know. You know, it's so funny. I tend to have these shows planned out. And once I'm at the end of the plan, which was hours ago, I tend to want to wander. And I honestly don't know what interests people. Portia generally has told me, you know what, just go with what you want to do. And She tends to be right about that sort of stuff.
Like, the Jubilee video that you want to watch, but like, they're gonna
Yeah, but Jubilee will strike your ass. Believe
Yeah.
it or not, and there is a way around it. And who is I watching? There's a dude
gotta get on
called
the white
Sub
list.
Zero. Get on what?
You got to get on the white list.
What's
Like
the white
what they
list?
call, I don't know. They call these things the white list. It's like some kind of terminology where Jubilee gives you permission. You got to ask them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think there are shows that do that. Believe it or not, the Daily Show will let you do it, but you have to ask permission. And from what I've heard, they never pretty much never deny anybody, but you got to ask.
Yeah.
Jubilee maybe like that, but see, I don't really like that Jubilee format. It's too unstructured. Let's see, respectability over riches. This is something that I am interested in. Have you seen I've been showing this dude's
Studying from the ninth.
There's a book called Black Metropolis that was apparently published in 1945.
Yeah.
And this content creator, his name is Brooklyn St. Michael. At least that's what he calls himself. He has been kind of going through it, I guess, chapter by chapter. And it is really interesting. It talks about 40s, maybe into the 30s, maybe even earlier, Chicago. It's almost a chronicle of the Great Migration to Chicago. And one of the things that he highlights, not directly, but I infer, is this marriage thing, this single motherhood problem. Maybe the welfare state, the Great Society amplified the problem, but the problem always existed in the Black community, and this bullshit about, high marriage rates and stuff like that. Before 1950, in my opinion, the numbers are dodgy. And the reason I say that is marriage rates, for instance, the census changed how it measured married rates from 1950 forward. And if you want to talk about Jim Crow numbers or, marriage rates before 1950, I'm not going to even listen to you because they changed the way they measured it. Now, I heard a 1956 number.
I heard 58. That's the statistic I heard with the marriage rate. This was years ago, 1950.
Okay, well, even if you go from 1958 to 1965, so what? The marriage rate was never higher than the white marriage rate. It never was. And you want to go back and talk about pre-1950 numbers? No, the Black marriage rate was never higher than the white marriage rate. It's sophistry, and I don't trust the numbers before 1950. Now, I do have to go back because I may change my opinion once I look at post 1950, but I seem to recall looking at the numbers, and if they were higher, they were negligible. And the single motherhood problem was always a problem, especially in the urban areas.
Okay.
And that they got exacerbated, amplified, whatever the word you want to use, after 1964. Okay, so what? It was bad, and then it got worse, like crime in DC. It was worse, and then now it's bad. I don't agree with the argument that, you know what, you may not agree with what Trump is doing, but in its interest convergence, he's doing it for the worst of reasons. But you know what? It's going to benefit. You may not want to care so much about why he's doing it and look at the the result.
But like even before Rosa Parks, there was the young girl that they didn't want to use because she's the one.
Yeah, because she was too dark.
And she was a single mother. They
Yeah,
didn't want to look
respectability politics. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
But the thing you have to realize is, you know, back in the day, they wanted to put the best foot forward.
Yeah,
They wanted a narrative that couldn't be defeated. Now, something like that, I find it deplorable, but politics is literally deplorable.
It is. It's a rough business. It's dirty.
And that's what the civil rights movement was. It was trying to convince white people that, oh, hey, you know, a married woman, you know, respectable, it's respectability politics.
And I think the fight is what makes, you know, the fight to stop it is what, you know, people aren't paying attention to. It's like there was always a defense. It was always a resistance against it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like the Civil Rights Bill passed. You know, barely passed. The Emancipation Proclamation barely passed.
Well, the Emancipation Proclamation wasn't a bill. It was literally a proclamation that the president made. He used war power.
There was a big piece of Congress that was against it.
Not Congress had nothing to
They all
do with
came
it.
around to it.
They might have been against it, but it didn't matter. You know, Lincoln actually did well. Trump is doing a Lincoln, but the thing is we were at war. Presidents during, especially something like a civil war, motherfucker, he suspended habeas corpus. That was huge.
You had copperhead everywhere, and that's what they said. That was the saying. Not every Democrat is a copperhead, but every copperhead is a Democrat. And the copperheads are the ones that were, you know, like they didn't really care about slavery for or against.
Well, he didn't, but he wasn't a Democrat.
Yeah.
But here's the deal.
But America is built on cheap labor, dude. You know what I mean? Like that's how we've always done it. That's why
every country in the West and probably every country on Earth is built on cheap labor. That's
but we made it a brand.
Well, we made it slavery.
Even after, you know, workers' rights had to come. You know, like people getting stacked up. Like that shit's like that in India still. Like it's crazy. I watched this video about
India is the world's biggest democracy, and of course,
man,
they have a whole caste system. Of course,
that's
that shit's
245,
like a billion years old.
Yeah, it's just a made-up country that the British made before they left. It's 200.
Well, every country in Africa. Well, name me a country that isn't made up. You know, these boundaries are not like God-given boundaries.
Yeah, no, like
they're all man-made.
Slowly, parts are going back. You know, like certain parts of lands are coming. You know, like I always didn't understand why is Kurdistan nowhere. Like it's all these Kurdish people throughout that entire sector, through northern Iraq, northern Syria, southern Turkey. You know, throughout this entire region, and they've been there before most religions even formed in the modern era. Most modern religions, yet they don't have their own country because the Muslims don't like them, and the Christians don't care, and the Jews don't care either. So it's just like, you know, like they just take all their land from them. They won it in the North Iraq, and the Iraqis came back and they took half of their oil fields. You know, but they're still their own sovereign country in the north. But like, still, like we don't even fucking back these people. And every time we went to war out there, they
Well, who is we? You
not
mean the
not us,
United
the
States?
government. The government don't back them.
Wait, hold it. Which government?
The
Ours?
U.S. government.
Why should we back?
Because they're always our ally out there. If anything, they would be a fucking stronger ally because we would help them maintain their region just like we help fucking Israel maintain his. You know, in the same way we help the Saudis keep their self safe from the Iranians. The Iranians would run through Saudi Arabia right now. Are you out of your mind? Just on a power play, just to take Mecca back. Like it's not even. It's just about their religion. Like it'd be a lot of different things would happen in the world if we would just withdraw, and it wouldn't be worse. But it's like, you know, it's not really working out now. Why are we spending all this money on all these wars? We got like 600 bases in 200 and something countries. Like, it's crazy.
Well,
But at the same time, I'm like, but I love this fucking country. You know what I mean? Look at we have this because of that. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, here's the deal. And this is why I don't really do global politics. It's just much too complicated. And, you know, I leave it to people like you to worry about the Kurds.
We're just two guys out here.
I simply do not have the capacity. It didn't matter whether Congress was for or against it. It was a proclamation. It wasn't a law. So I'd have to actually go back and find out if Congress was for it. It didn't matter. The president did a proclamation.
Yeah, but see, like every executive order that the president does, they have to make it into a law, or they, you know, or eventually he's gonna have to pull that EO back.
Okay, war
Or
powers.
allow it. Like
war powers.
Yeah, the executive order for war powers.
Okay, he didn't need Congress in that case.
Like, we're still under a state of emergency from 9/11. It's crazy.
I'm sure we are, but you have to be careful. The Emancipation Proclamation really has nothing to do with other executive orders.
No. I'm just saying, like, they have to vote on it too to make it law, to put it into. That's just part. That's part of the Constitution.
War powers.
You know that. But we were, even after we were in war, that stood because Congress approved it. And it would have been wrong.
You know what?
Been against it. So
freeing slaves was not. It was a bit unusual.
That was a layup.
It wasn't. It was, well, eventually Congress did get involved with the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. Congress got their say, but the other thing you have to understand is that the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were forced upon the South. You know, it was, and I don't know the nuts and bolts. I'd have to go back and restudy it. But the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were not, you know, hey, we want to vote for this. It was literally a struggle. And the only comment I have to say is that there are Charlie Kirk type originalists who don't even think that, you know, there are people in this country like a Trump who would reverse the whole thing. And they wouldn't, I'm not saying they would necessarily like enslave people. But there are people like John Roberts, for instance, who think that, hey, we don't need any of this shit anymore. America has evolved. And I think they're fucking morons or naive. One of the two. You're either naive or a moron. Which are you?
I watched this. I can't remember when. I was younger. But they said out of the first 100 cases brought for the 14th Amendment, in lawsuits, only 10 of them out of the first 100 were about were from free black slaves. saying that their rights were violated. The other 90 were from the corporations, because the 14th gave corporations personhood.
Yeah, there's due process in there.
So like some of
14th
this
Amendment,
about
the
that, but a lot of
14th
this,
Amendment is really the Swiss Army knife of the
yeah,
Constitution.
like they it's kind of like it's a double-edged sword, you know.
No, it's not a dual-edged sword. It is vague but specific, and there are things that, like due process, literally, there's no right to marriage. For instance, it's my favorite example since Obergefell. You know, people are asking for it to be overturned, gay marriage. Dude, there's no right to marriage in the first place.
No,
literally,
just sacrilege.
there is no right to heterosexual, homosexual. There's no right to marriage in the Constitution.
No.
You go back and you look at Loving versus Virginia, basically due process. And essentially, it comes down to pursuit of happiness, but due process. People just literally want to glom on to, the Constitution and gay marriage. Motherfucker, the Constitution doesn't talk about marriage at all. Not even, it doesn't even hint at it. There's no right. There's no constitutional right to marriage.
About healthcare.
None there either. But a lot of things can be done with the 14th Amendment. And in my opinion, the 9th Amendment, one of these days I'm going to have to do a whole show on the 9th Amendment.
I think the first 10 you can't touch, no matter what.
Okay, well, the 9th Amendment literally says, hey, there's some rights we can't even imagine could exist.
Yep.
The 9th Amendment is not used enough. And someone like a Scalia, I think I'd have to go back and remind myself. The 9th Amendment literally is
like
the real Swiss Army knife.
Saying you could wish for more wishes. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, we can fix some shit that we forgot about. All right, here we go.
Well, it's literally in the Constitution.
Mm-hmm. That's what I mean. Like it's like you look back and you're like, yeah, they were fucked up. A lot of these guys were fucked up, but man, they
Here
had
it is.
with them. Yeah.
The 9th Amendment of the United States Constitution states that the enumeration of certain rights in the Constitution should not be construed to deny or disparage other rights retained by the people. The people can invent their own rights.
Yes.
Okay. And the 9th Amendment, and I'm literally going to have to do a whole fucking show, or maybe I'll just do a standalone. Motherfucker, this literally says the people can say, hey, we have a right to. So this whole bullshit, do we have a right to healthcare? Do we have a right to education? If the people say they do, this 9th Amendment will say that, hey, the people have chosen a right.
Yeah.
Retained, not be construed to deny or disparage other rights retained by the people. Retained means if we say we have a right, we're going to motherfucking insist and retain it. The 9th Amendment, again, it was the conservatives who pretty much want to ignore. This is literally in the motherfucking Constitution.
Yep.
This amendment serves as a safeguard, ensuring that the government cannot claim it has no power over rights simply because they are not listed in the Constitution. Just because the right isn't there doesn't mean the people can't claim it because they want to invent it. The motherfucking conservatives like Clarence Thomas has had something to say. I think Scalia has had something to say. This is the motherfucking Constitution here. the people can decide we want this right, make it happen. And people don't fucking know this. It's an abomination. It is a failure of our educational system. How does a dumbass like me know this?
Because you're not a dumbass.
Oh, I'm not a lawyer, but I know
No.
there's a 9th Amendment.
But is it, like that's another thing too, man. Like you don't need a fucking piece of paper to say you're smart.
That
or
is
even
true.
just like not dumb. Like
Oh, motherfucker,
well
whoever said
educated.
you need a piece of paper?
No, I'm just saying, like that's
No.
people act like
I'm
they
fucking
need a
with you.
degree to speak on. That's so pedantic. Stop.
No, what it is, dude, me personally, dude, if you can literally say, this is why I think this, bam, here is the Constitution. Well, motherfucker, all due respect.
Yeah.
Dude, I know so many motherfuckers. Dude, when I was in the Navy, I knew Harvard graduates who couldn't fucking think their way out of a paper bag.
Exactly.
That's what, see, this is why, I love hearing people like John go, well, Stanley, you don't know the truth. Motherfucker, you do realize I read books and I can fucking like fish. I can hammer a nail. I can change the oil in my car, at least back in the day. Motherfucker, you gotta be Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois. If you are one or the other in 2025, you're gonna fail. You can't just know books, but you can't just not know books either. Motherfucker, you have to be a motherfucking my father. My father was fucking smart as shit.
Gotta have multiple hustles.
And you know what? We used to eat quail and grits every now and again for a special Saturday morning breakfast. The motherfucker could cook too.
Quail.
Fried quail and grits for breakfast. That's a goddamn breakfast of champions, folks.
Who don't like a good bird? Who don't like a good bird?
Shit. Hard fried? Motherfucker, my father used to do it.
I've never tasted a way somebody cooks a piece of chicken or some kind of a bird, some kind of a fowl. Like, I'm eating it. What's going on?
Look, all I'm saying is a man who can read a book, fucking turn a screw, and cook quail and grits. Motherfucker, that is a Renaissance man. And I'm being a little facetious and a bit hyperbolic, but dude, and I think people mistake me for some egghead. Motherfucker, I was a naval officer. Dude, I will cut your goddamn throat and get what dude, the first time I had a bosun mate first class, fairly, big black guy. And you know what? He wound up being kind of like the best motherfucking asset I had on that ship.
I don't need a big
But
dude.
they all and he was black, I'm black, but he wanted to test. Dude, I hadn't been on the ship for like motherfucking a week or two. And I asked him to do something and he wanted to step rude. And you know what I told this motherfucker? I'm like, hey, petty officer so-and-so, I can't even remember his name. Dude, I'm going to get what I want. And if I have to step through your dumb ass to get what I want, I'm still going to get it. And you will be lying on the deck. And you should have seen his eye. Dude, this motherfucker was like, oh, shit. Some young 23-year-old just told me he's going to step through me and get what he wants anyway. Dude, he had to play it off, but I dude wound up being like, hey, Mr. Cross said do this. Y'all best be doing it. Dude, sometimes you have to fucking prove, hey, accept my correct English. I will pronounce every motherfucking syllable when I say I'm going to put my foot up your ass and you're going to spit toenails. I pronounced every goddamn syllable correctly. Now motherfucking do it. Dude, y'all don't know me. John Galt is a pussy. CT is a pussy. All these motherfuckers who profess to know the truth about how to be black, motherfucker, not only do I know how to be black, I know how to make people fear me being black. What's up, Mike?
Phil.
Motherfucker, you better. Hey, it's the motherfuckers who read Shakespeare that will kill you. Oh, Mike ran too?
Where the fuck, Mike? Where you at, man?
Nah, he'll be back. He probably lost connection or something.
Give me 2 seconds.
Oh, I love instilling fear in people. Oh, you like that one? Huh?
Is that
I'll put my foot up. I'll put my foot so far up your ass you're gonna be spitting toenails. That was one of my favorite sayings.
You remember it all this time.
Alexander Pope.
What is it? Is that the Cask of Amontillado?
No, it is.
Quote from Raven.
Have you ever heard the term "a little knowledge is a dangerous thing"?
Yeah.
He literally, that's essay on criticism. Dude, I learned about Alexander Pope from Father Bryant in 10th grade.
Then it's like his father died, his mother died, his sister died, his wife died, his next wife died. Like everybody in his life died, right?
No.
I'm pretty
No,
sure
you
that's
might
what
be thinking
Cask of
Alexander
Amontillado.
Pope.
Yeah, that's not.
No, this motherfucker lived in like the 16th
Oh,
century.
Jesus Christ, dude! I'm thinking
Or 17th.
Alan.
No, it's 17th. Well, he's saying 16th to 17th. What's up, Mike?
My bad.
No, dude. Nobody knows who the fuck Alexander Pope is.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Edgar Allan Poe.
No, Edgar Allan Poe is more contemporary.
Yeah.
And everybody knows who he is. Motherfucker, he
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. Like
Telltale
I got
Heart.
confused.
Every Halloween you're gonna hear an Edgar Allan Poe story.
Sad life, yeah. That's Cask of Amontillado. Is that not him?
What you got to say, Mike?
What's up, Mike? You're on mute, Mike. There you go.
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
I can. We can.
What's going on? I'm just listening. I just came in. I'm just listening. What's going on?
You know what? I am getting drunk, talking to my buddies,
Friday.
and fucking just being ridiculous.
Getting
Somewhere
Okay,
between
but can I
Edgar
tell you
Allan
that,
Poe and the Ninth Amendment. I'm somewhere in the middle.
We were at the 14th.
All right. You asked me what I had to say. Why is everybody talking?
Oh, motherfucker. That's what we do on this panel.
But you asked me what I had to say, and everybody is talking.
Be silent, Mike? Should we be silent and hear what you got to say, Mike? You got the floor. I will mute while you speak.
But listen here, Stanley. You can't ask me what I want to say and then keep talking over me.
Motherfucker, did you see the mute? I am muting.
Well, that's not what I'm talking to. I need you to answer me. I need the answer. You asked me what you got to say, Mike, and what
Well,
You
I
give me
was
a
hoping
goddamn chance.
when I asked that question, you would have something to say.
But you didn't give me a motherfucking chance. Y'all was started all that babble
Okay, I'm
talking.
gonna mute Mike. What you got to say? I'm muted.
Okay, I am gonna say you don't control me, but I'm gonna mute because I'm just listening right now. Let me not start.
Mike, listen. I'm a born Giants
Hold
fan.
on, before you start.
I'm a born Giants fan.
Don't tell me to listen.
You're already on strike 2.
Oh, so you control this shit?
No. Stan's just sitting back letting this track like we're drinking whatever.
So hey, what the fuck you mean I'm on strike 2? What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm a born blue Giants fan.
Well, hey, I'm not talking about that.
Well, what'd you come in with? You got that star right up on your emblem.
See, you so fucking stupid. You worried about a fucking avatar.
Mike, I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to have like a little back and forth.
I'm all this nice shit. I'm not talking about right now.
What do you want to talk about?
I asked Stanley a question. He still haven't answered.
He's cooking pizza, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's your question? My bad.
So when you ask somebody, go ahead. When you tell somebody, you don't tell anybody shit, but when you pretty much say, go ahead and say what you got to say. You told me to say what you got to say, Mike.
Yeah, I did.
Y'all started babbling back and forth.
Well, we apologize. Will you forgive us?
Yeah, I'm not with all that. All I'm saying is, my point is, just let people talk.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna mute up, and you
just talk now, Mike?
I'm gonna mute up for a minute, and I'm gonna let you all go back and forth. I'm not dropping down.
Motherfucker,
Mike,
dude,
stay up here.
just mute up and shut the fuck up.
Like, wait, because he's cooking pizza.
Thank you for your input, Mike.
Come on, Mike.
But let me get something clear. You don't tell me to
Yes,
shut
sir.
the fuck up.
Yes, sir. Get it clear, sir.
You don't tell me to shut the fuck up.
Yes,
I'm muting
sir. I
myself.
apologize, sir.
Come on now.
I apologize, sir.
Stanley, don't start that.
Sir, you're in control of the panel, President Trump.
Look, here you go. You asked me what I had to say, and I done fucking forgot because you go on with this bullshit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But
3 bags full, sir.
continue what y'all were babbling about,
Yes,
and I'll
sir.
chime in when I get ready.
Sir. Thank you for letting us continue, sir. Oh, Medea's here tonight. Oh, fuck. Hit the link.
Frigid air of low IQs.
Hit the link, Ignat.
Hit the wind.
You might as well come up.
Hey, who? You don't even got the name showing. I don't even know who this dude is.
It's John. Just call me
Oh,
John.
it's John Stripes. Motherfucker, you don't know John?
Yeah, but he in the background. Let me talk. He in the background.
Oh, my
he in the
Lord.
background mumbling some shit, but
You talked to me.
Shut up, goddamn.
Oh, damn.
This guy, goddamn John, is in the background mumbling some shit that he can't say out loud. I find it weird.
John Galt Jr.
All right, look, you bringing up Mr. Galt. Stanley, I told you, I support both of you guys.
Motherfucker, you don't. Let's cut all pretense.
Well, motherfucker, you brought his name up.
You on both
yeah,
sides,
motherfucker.
Mike.
Guess what I can do on my own panel?
You could do whatever the fuck you want to do, but don't make it seem like I mentioned him. I wasn't even thinking about Mr. Galt.
You were thinking of Mr. Galt. You think you are Mr. Galt.
I'm on this goddamn channel. If I wanted to go watch,
motherfucker, and you think it's your channel, just like Mr. Galt, right?
that's the mind, Stanley. Yeah, you asked when I first came on here. You asked me, what you got to say. I replied for a long time. Go back and listen. And you asked me what I want. What you got to say, Mike? What you got to say, Mike? And y'all started babbling back and forth. And didn't give me a chance.
What happened, Mike? What do you want to say though?
Well, what I wasn't addressing you, whatever your fuck. I forgot your name already.
Don't worry about it. What were you trying to say? Remember that.
No, I say, see, first of all, you out of line, son.
Nah, I'm not out of line. You already stepped out of line, so now I'm gonna go back out of line with you.
Well, you got to explain to me how the fuck I step out of line.
Mike, what did you want to talk about?
No, I need you to explain to me how I stepped out of line.
I already explained it to you, Mike. What do you?
No, you sound like a fool because I just explained to Stanley.
You came out of line. I went back out of line with you.
He said, "What you got to say, Mike?" And y'all started babbling back and forth.
Mike, I'm gonna mute right now. Go ahead. Tell us what you want to talk about.
Motherfucker, mute. Now, Stanley, back to you. You asked me, didn't you? I need a yes or no answer. You said, Mike, what you got to say now? Did you not say that?
I did.
All right. And then what happened after that?
You tucked your tail and pretended to be all shy like a little girl.
Is that what you think?
Yes.
And why do you think that way?
I think I'm just remarking on your girlish behavior.
It's a visual.
But do you know? Hey,
you didn't
said
have,
you were going
you
mute.
didn't
Look
have
at your
enough
pet.
balls.
Look at your pet. He said he was going mute.
I asked a man a question.
But look at your pet. He said he was going mute.
Motherfucker, I asked a man a question and I got a little girl answer.
No, your little girl is the one that babbled in,
No,
just like y'all did me the first time.
Hey, you asked me. I think you're acting like a little girl.
No. Okay, that's what you think. But let me explain something to you.
This is Michaela 123. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay. Let me hear you.
Michaela,
let me hear Stanley.
Are you a
Cross.
Dallas Cowboy cheerleader?
But let me explain. You won't let me talk.
Okay. Go ahead.
That's the same thing you did when I joined the panel.
Well,
I was quiet for a long time.
Is it a sir I'm talking to right now or a ma'am?
Stanley, your mind fucked up, man.
Yeah, it's fucked up, man.
But all I'm going to tell you when you doing the same thing right now. You and your little pet, y'all doing the same thing right now.
What my little pet?
He said he was gonna mute, and he opened his mic up when you start trying to defend you. And you just talking about man to man, but you got your pet on mute when you're talking. Don't you find something wrong with that?
Mike, can I ask you a question?
Go away.
I am literally curious. Do you live in 3 dimensions?
You asked the question. Give me a fucking chance to answer.
Okay.
Now your question from the jump was stupid, and I will say I think you live in 3 dimensions. You can respond.
Oh yeah. I do live in 3 dimensions.
And why do you live in 3 dimensions, Stanley?
Because I know what reality is.
Now, and what is reality, Stanley?
I'm a limited man.
What is reality?
I'm not really. I'm a Newtonian physics person.
Stanley, what is reality?
Well, no, I live in a Newtonian reality.
Stanley, you said you was living reality. What's the reality first before you start going on?
Okay, let me. I thought Newtonian reality, like gravity exists. I haven't quite been able. I'm not the kind of. I'm not a physicist, so that 4th dimension.
I was just going to ask you that.
The time part, that 4th dimension. Time is linear for me. So I live in a Newtonian physics sort of reality. That's why I asked you if you live in 3 dimensions.
You still haven't specified.
No, motherfucker. When I say I live in Newtonian reality,
I let you talk.
I expect you to be smart enough to get my point.
I'm asking you, Stanley.
Motherfucker, you asked me and I answered.
No, I'm asking a question when you answer. Ain't that how it works?
Motherfucker, you know what?
You want somebody to agree with choose. Just whatever you say.
Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck if you agree or not.
All right, but don't get on here and act like I'm just
Say
some
you
fool.
don't agree or you don't understand.
But don't act like I'm some type of
No,
fool.
motherfucker. You know what? You are trying my patience. Do you realize
I'm not.
this?
Yeah, okay. People try your patience. That you can't be
Well,
weak like that.
motherfucker,
You
are
got to
you
let
even
people speak.
people? Are you people?
You have to let people speak.
No, I don't.
Like he keeps giving you.
I don't. I ain't worried about him. I ain't worried about him. But what I am saying, let me finish my statement. Let me finish my statement.
Right now.
Let me finish my statement.
What are you going
Let
to
me
do?
finish.
Say the same thing.
Let
He's
me
not letting you
finish.
speak.
Let me finish
He
my
is.
statement. Let me finish my statement, puppet. Stay in the back.
He called you a puppet.
Stay in the back.
What do you want? Sorry, I just want you to get to the point, Mike.
Motherfucker, if you shut up for a minute, I'll get to my point.
I'm not going to mute again, but I'm not going to talk. Go ahead.
Okay, now, what the fuck I was going to say, Stanley, before your baboon started with the same shit where I started. I got on the panel, y'all. You asked, what you got to say, Mike? Y'all started going back and fucking forth like you doing now, acting like a bunch of idiots.
It's 2 ad hominems so far. Go ahead.
Listen here, motherfucker. Oh, so you're the speech police now.
Let him make his ad hominems because I'm about 8 times better at returning. Motherfucker, your ad hominems are
motherfucker, you didn't look at you. Look at you. Look at you. Both of y'all going back and forth. Just look at you. Look
Having
at
a
you,
good
bunch of
time,
fools.
Mike. We're having a good time.
I am too, but he asked me a question. Then y'all started going back and forth.
Okay, as long as you're having a good time too, we're all having a good time.
Let me. I forgot your name one more motherfucking time. I forgot your name.
It's the name right here. Cheers.
But what I am gonna say to you, you supposed to be on mute long time ago. Y'all babbling back and forth.
This anyway.
You steady asking these dumbass questions. Oh, what's your points? And then y'all go. I start talking. Y'all go back and forth. That's the mind. That's what I'm telling you. It's the mind thing.
Hey, Mike, can I ask you a question?
You still haven't answered 4 of my questions. I didn't answer.
Okay, ask him in order, please.
No, I'm not. Say, Stanley, you not. I'm gonna get something straight with
Okay,
you.
motherfucker,
You don't
you're
demand
complaining
anything.
that I didn't answer your questions, and I asked you to re-ask them. And what? Did you forget your questions?
I don't repeat myself twice.
Motherfucker, then shut the fuck up and let's move on.
No, and that's where you think you get the brownie points, don't you? You think you get brownie points for telling motherfucker to shut up.
Motherfucker, you know what? You said you don't repeat yourself. So what's wrong with moving on to a new topic?
Okay, nothing wrong. This your shit.
Okay,
Nothing
then you're goddamn right. It's my show. Thank you for acknowledging this.
But I can I ask the question and I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up.
Please do ask your question.
Okay.
We cannot survive if you don't ask your question.
This the only question I'm gonna ask, and I'm gonna shut the hell up until I hear something stupid again. I gotta chime in, but the question is, why? Before you start all this fucking talking, why do you feel it's a good idea, Stanley, to invite somebody on your panel and you won't let them speak?
Did I let you speak that question?
You did. You let me speak that fucking question because your baboon. I don't know if you muted that monkey in the back.
Motherfucker, did you get to ask your question uninterrupted?
Nope. Well, I really had 2 or 3 questions if I'm gonna be real.
Well, motherfucker, keep asking questions and I'll keep letting you ask them.
Because the only reason why I say I had 1 question because it was like, yeah, I think y'all communicating whatever y'all doing, you and your pet over there.
Oh my god.
Whatever y'all doing, I think. Yeah. Well, at first, man, if I really wanted to go in, I would do it, but
no, motherfucker, go in. Let's see what you can do. Rev up that brain.
Because I got some one-liners that never make me want to get on YouTube
Rev
again.
up that brain. Let's see what you got.
I got some
Hey,
one-liners
that's
that'll
why I
never make
asked
you want
you
to
in
get
the
on
first
YouTube
place.
again.
What you got, Mike? What you got?
And I'm telling you, Stanley, I got some one-liners that'll make you never want to jump on YouTube again.
Oh, motherfucker. Make me not want to.
But I got a few more questions I need to know answers to because I don't. It's just some stuff you got to get to the bottom of.
Yes, sir. What can you ask me the first question? I'll try and answer.
That's what I'm fucking about to do. Goddamn! Look at you again. Can you give me a chance? Just because you hear a pause don't mean somebody is not going to continue to talk.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. So, what I'm going to say is, y'all sound like a bunch of dumb motherfuckers. You know, yeah. I said y'all. You want to know who y'all is, don't it? I'm asking you a question, Stanley.
No, I don't. I don't need to know who y'all
Well,
is.
motherfucker, you bought them up all motherfucking night long. Now, sick of
I
hearing
literally
it.
said
Sick of
I
hearing
don't need to know who y'all is.
All right, and
Motherfucker,
that's all.
proceed.
Did you complete your answer? No, you said
Yes.
no.
I
You
don't
said
need to
no.
know.
I
is
don't
my
need to know
answer.
all the backstory why you said no.
Who is y'all?
This motherfucker is
I don't need to know the
obliterated.
backstory of why you said y'all. Why I said y'all.
Jesus Christ. Dude.
You said
you
you
know
answered
what?
my question. You said no, and let me continue.
I do not need to know. Please continue.
Okay, but I'm gonna drop it.
Motherfucker,
Just
who cares about that? Just get to the point.
because you've been dropping these names all
Get to the
motherfucking night
goddamn
long.
point.
That motherfucker, look at you again.
You know
Look
what?
at you
Did
again.
John Galt fucking get you drunk and send you over here?
See, that's
You
a
were
weak. You got a weak
literally
mind. I'm
literally
in a
John
whole
Galt
fucking
Jr.
different
right
state
now.
than you, Mr. Galt.
Motherfucker, get to the goddamn point.
I'm in a whole fucking different state than Mr. Galt.
Apparently, John Galt was your high school rhetoric teacher.
Hang on, John Galt pulling your heartstrings and
Motherfucker,
sound
get
like
to the goddamn point.
We ain't talking about John the one time.
who?
He
Well,
might
who
have
brought him up?
one
Who
time,
brought him
and
up?
that's it.
You said
No,
who
I
was
brought
y'all?
him up because I think
You
this
brought him up for one
motherfucker
point.
is being a
Since I've been
John
up here.
Galt on my panel.
See,
And I
you
get
both.
I've been up
bored.
here. You brought
Just
him up.
listen. If you
Fucking
listen,
high and foolish.
you know that's why people got two ears and one mouth. Listen more, talk
Go over
less.
there. He talking about you the whole
You
time.
put your own dick in your mouth. Now let's
Stanley.
use your ears.
Oh, I ain't worried about them
Mike,
them weak insults that you're doing.
Some beef, Mike. We're not even over here trying to talk about that shit.
Look at your pet.
What are you doing?
But Stanley, I was talking to you.
No, I know, but you just circling the
Dude,
fucking wagon
and
over and
who
over
do you
again,
think
Mike.
I
It's
was
like
talking
fucking
to?
dead
Not
air.
Oh, is that what you
your
think? Is that what you think?
Yeah, man. Like it's what are you talking about?
Mike, you are just playing into my trap.
You're
Dude,
not letting people.
I'm gonna abuse your dumb ass if you don't stop.
Oh, of course, of course.
Speak, Mike. Like you ain't
Y'all,
saying
look,
nothing.
I had a
Dude,
series.
I have lost patience.
Okay. Okay, can I respond, please?
Please do.
Okay, so I had a series of about 19, 20 questions between the both of y'all. I don't know what to answer first. That's what y'all was doing when I got on the panel, is what I'm trying to say. You haven't let me
Motherfucker,
complete
you had
anything
no
I tried to say.
idea what you were gonna
Look
say.
at
when
you, look
came
at
up
you.
here.
You said I could
You were
respond. I didn't
so
cut you off.
drunk and fucking stupid.
I didn't
when
cut you off.
asked you what you got confused. Tell
You're
the
not a
truth.
fun drunk, Mike.
No, you just hear y'all just hear something that y'all don't like to hear,
I asked
and
this
you gotta over
motherfucker
talk it.
what you got, and he was like, "Oh shit, should I have something?"
Y'all just
For like 5 minutes, Mike. What the fuck did you say?
Look at your pet.
Talking about
Look at your
the
pet.
thing. No, it's not his pet. It's just a guest. You're a fucking guest. I'm a guest. What are you talking about, Mike? He's giving you
Well,
enough
if you
time.
let me get it out, if you
Then you want to talk about what, John Galt? You want to talk about John?
Stanley bought John Galt up
one time.
I was moving in a whole nother level. Stanley, how many
You
times
go
you bought
over
him
there,
up?
he's talking about him right now, probably.
Stanley, how many times you bought Mr. Galt up? How many times? Just be real.
No, I've been up here for like an hour, bro.
You know
Like,
what?
yeah,
I asked
Can
Stanley,
I
look at you.
actually answer
Look
that
at your pet.
question?
Look at your pet. I
Can I
asked Stanley.
but Mike, what
answer that? Hey, whoa. Let me answer Mike's question. Mike, I think John Galt has his hand up your ass and you're his puppet.
Can I respond?
Please.
And why the fuck would you think something like that? What makes your
Because
mind go to that?
the sound is stupid as a Galt.
So can I respond?
Please do.
Okay, so I told you from the jump. I think Mr. Galt is pulling your strings, and you keep bringing his name up, bringing the name up. I didn't mention. Go back and listen to it.
Wait, hold it. Whoa. Why do you think John Galt is pulling my string?
Okay, you asked me a question? Let me finish it. Because every other word seemed come out of your mouth is Galt got his hand so far up your ass.
Oh, yeah,
and all
that's
this type
right.
of shit.
John
Come
Galt
on.
has his hand up so far up Mike's ass.
Come on.
See,
You know how
I
stupid
said
that
Mike,
sounds?
not John. Dude,
But do you know how stupid that sound? You didn't even let me finish,
you know what? It doesn't sound stupid. It sounds uncomfortable for you. How does it feel to have John Galt's dirty hands up your anus?
That's a question, right?
Yes.
How does it feel so comfortable for something so
No, motherfucker.
so heinous to come out of your mouth?
John Galt's unclean fingernails are crawling up your lower intestine. How does it feel? Is it itchy? Does it hurt?
You didn't let me answer. That's crazy.
He is scratching your duodenum.
That's crazy. You didn't let me answer. That's crazy. You didn't let me complete my answer.
He's
stuck on Galt. Stuck
prostate
on Galt.
exam. He's doing a nigga prostate exam on you, Mike.
And why would your mind go to something so heinous and foul like that?
Oh, because it's making me laugh is why.
And that's a weak mind.
Oh, motherfucker, it is a poisonous mind.
Okay.
It's not only weak.
Stanley, can I ask you one question?
Motherfucker, you're starting to sound like John Galt right now.
Do you think you won something tonight?
Figure your mouth from your anus and you're talking shit out of both ends.
Do you think you won anything tonight?
John Galt pet.
Do you think you won anything tonight?
Yes.
And what did you win tonight, Stanley?
Embarrassing your dumb ass, you John Galt puppet.
So you think you embarrassed me?
Won. Motherfucker, are you gonna keep asking me if I think I won? Of course I won.
No, I'm asking, do you think you embarrassed
I
me? Is what I'm asking.
never lose against dumb black people.
Okay. That's your opinion, but I'm asking a question.
Of course it's my opinion.
But do you think you won again? You really did. Stanley, you cut me off. Y'all babbling all over my answer. Go. You didn't let me complete one answer. Look at you. Here you go again.
Look at you struggling. You are one struggling Dallas Cowboy cheerleader right now. Did the Dallas Cowboys hire you as a male cheerleader?
That was a question, and let me respond before you get to babbling.
Are you a male Dallas Cowboy cheerleader?
Let me respond.
You gonna respond?
You gonna let me? Yeah, I'm gonna respond to the stupid shit that you asked me. What the fuck make your mind so low to do? Say something like that,
moron. Why would you answer a stupid question?
I didn't. I asked you a question.
It's a joke, Mikey. It's a joke.
Look at you, Mikey. I'm a grown ass man. You call a nigga Mikey?
Yeah, motherfucker. I called you Mikey. Mikey, the Dallas Cowboys cheerleader.
I'm a grown ass man. I got my own business, and you sit here.
That's what they call you down on the 50-yard line. They call you Mikey.
And why I just need to know what
dude, I win. That's my point.
Oh, you win, but how do you win? You won't let people talk.
Motherfucker, you don't know how to talk. You don't. Dude,
Just because I don't talk and answer questions like Stanley want me to answer questions is a problem.
I asked you a simple question, and your dumb ass just fucking spun out of control. And now I'm here to unspin you, reorient you, and set you back into reality. That's what elders like me do. They take the YNs like Mike 321.
What makes you think I'm a YN?
I literally, as a Negro elder, need to set you straight, young man.
Okay, can I respond?
Oh, motherfucker, you better not ask me a dumb question, YN.
Why do you assume I'm a YN?
Because you sound like one.
Is that the question?
Is that so? It's how somebody sounds.
That was, dude. You are a fucking tool.
So you go off of people's sound and you think they're stupid, right?
Level tool.
You pretend to be a peacekeeper, Mike. You're a trouble starter.
Oh, motherfucker! I'm just gonna go in on this dumb bitch.
So Stanley, you say I'm.
Yes. Hey, don't ask me any more questions. Just assume I say yes.
Well, it just shows how stupid you are. If you want me to be real,
I'm mighty stupid.
You've been asking me questions, but didn't let me get my answer out, and then you got your puppet steady talking,
roasting your dumb ass to a crisp.
It's not even.
Oh, is that what you think?
Yes. Fuck, bro. How long do you want me to stay on the mic? Stay on the mute, Mike. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Because you don't have nothing. Every other thing that come out of your mouth sounds stupid.
That's crazy that you think that.
Stanley already admitted that he's stupid because he said,
"Dude,
he said it's how you talk. It's how you talk."
You're coming off borderline retarded, Mike. Like
okay. You got your opinion,
Mike. Hold on, Mike.
No, you don't tell me to hold on, but you got your opinion.
You came here.
You got your
probably
opinion,
John, right? Then you gonna go back.
Look
to
at
John
it. Here go his name again,
came
John.
here,
John.
That's all
I've been
you
over
do,
here,
bro.
How long I've been over here, Stanley?
It don't matter.
You know what? You've been over here too long. John Galt is trying to pull you back.
Yeah, man.
He stopped
over there.
He stopped
Talk shit
tickling
about
your
Stanley over there.
Oh, go back.
It's funny how many times y'all mention this man's name, but you won't go on the panel.
You mention his name more than anything. You don't want to keep bringing him up, bro.
When was the last time I brought up his name?
You want to come over here and talk about, Mike?
You and Stanley brought up his name 100 times since I haven't said his name one time.
Mike.
You know why you can't say
wanted to
John
talk about
Galt's name? Because his dick is in your mouth.
Is that what you think?
It's hard to say John Galt.
No, that's very foul. That's very foul to come out your mouth to another grown man.
You're a good guy, Mike.
You're just gonna be a punching bag tonight. Come on,
y'all think I'm fucked up. I think y'all don't understand. I think y'all don't understand what I'm saying.
Oh my!
I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear all the friendly sucking up, licking my bootstraps. I don't want to hear that.
Hi. In the back, bro. Calm down.
Calm down, Mike.
Looking for a problem, Mike.
I'm telling you. Look. What's your problem, Mike? Look. What? That's a question.
I said you're looking for a problem, Mike.
And what make you think that?
Go back.
Because you keep arguing with us. We're just having a good
go back to your baby daddy. Because obviously you're trying to be smart, and I'll leave it at that.
And why do you feel that you're so smart, Stanley?
I don't.
And everybody else is stupid.
Hey, hold it. I literally wasn't talking about me. I was talking about you.
And I asked you a question.
Yeah, motherfucker. I don't.
Why?
You know,
how do you feel that you're so smart
right now, Mike? And I know
you talk.
Hey, whoa. I knew
you. Been doing it all night.
Let me give you a compliment, Mike. I know you to be an honorable man, I know you to be a business owner who's.
I don't need you to lick my bootstraps before you get carried
I
on.
can't even give this
Mike.
bitch a compliment.
Nah, I respect that, but I don't need to hear it. I just want to know. I just want to know a couple of things. That's it.
I don't mean to give you a compliment then, Mike, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I know you to be an honorable man. I know.
I don't like hearing all this
right now
bootlicking shit.
Right now, you're just cutting loose.
That's what you think. That's what you think.
Drinking Hennessy tonight, Mike? Is that dark liquor?
I know it's a Friday night. I'm just messing with you. Please don't be offended.
Oh, nobody's offended. I was asking questions, but you didn't let me complete it. And you and your puppet. Look at you.
You are an honorable man. Please ask your question.
But look at you. Just what I was just about to say what I was, and you did what I was about to talk about. That's crazy how that works.
Honorable man.
Oh, so look, Stanley, I think you're too far gone, brother.
Oh, really?
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to say why I think that.
I can't compliment a businessman.
You didn't hear what I said, did you?
Motherfucker, I don't care what you said. I'm just trying.
So why do you say go ahead,
give
Mike?
you a compliment, bitch.
Okay, here we go.
Hard. You get to cut loose on a Friday. I'm trying to frame your weird behavior.
And I'm trying to find out why do you feel like you need to do that? Are we two grown men?
Because I'm trying to explain away.
I told you 3 times. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear the bootlicking
I
stuff.
am trying to explain away your utter ridiculousness. You sound like a ridiculous YN.
And you think you sound like a
you think you sound like a
righteous old end
yourself.
You think you sound like a righteous old end.
Yeah, I'm a righteous OG, bitch.
No, you're a righteous old nigga. That's what you're.
Well, you know what? You get to use the N-word once, and then your ass will be gone. Oh!
And you see how you doing now. That's what I'm talking about.
Bitch, use the N-word on my panel again and see how quickly you go. My patience is not infinite, bitch. I live Newtonian. The universe is not infinite.
I don't want to hear it. Y'all shut me up or try to overtalk.
Say the goddamn N-word on my panel without my permission again. Fuck you. Don't do it. Go to a John Galt panel and use the N-word liberally. Does not happen on my panel, bitch.
How long did it take you to figure out that after you called me a YN?
I need you to acknowledge you don't get to use the N-word on my panel. Don't say a word with motherfucking N in it. I need you to acknowledge. Mike?
Yeah, so it's okay for you to say a word with an N in it?
Yes, it is.
Nigga, you got me messed up, Stanley.
Perks of the
Did
boss.
you just say the N-word? Look at that. Look at that little motherfucker. You're done for the night. Hit the showers, boy.
That's what he was doing. He was just coming over here. He's gonna go back to John Galt now. He's gonna talk a bunch of shit. John Galt gonna kick him off. He's gonna come back over here.
Let's let him. Hey, use the N-word again. Let's confirm.
I haven't even been on Galt channel today.
Since he kicked you off last time?
I told
John never.
Brother, I don't give a fuck about any of that. Do not use the N-word on my panel. This is your double secret probation. He's probably not old enough to remember Animal House.
Hey, may I say something, please?
Please do.
Okay, so John has never kicked me off. Every time I got on John panel, he never kicked me off.
Stanley does. I'm not John.
But your puppet said John kicked me off. He gonna kick you off again?
You said he did last week.
I said he did?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, when did I say that? You got a receipt
on Stanley's channel last Friday, bro. When I came up last time, you said he kicked you
Oh,
off.
oh, Stanley, you should get the receipt of that.
You're a liar, bro. You just started.
I would love to see that.
Where?
I would love to see that because I don't think John ever kicked me off his panel.
You said John shut you down.
I don't even hardly join John's panel.
You don't think, but you don't know. That's
I don't because I barely joined John's panel.
Not to your recollection.
How many times have I joined John's panel, Stanley?
I have no clue.
Do you think I joined his channel more than yours?
Doesn't matter, dude. You come back.
Motherfucker, I'm asking a question. Y'all brought it up.
What? Hey, Mike,
I brought it up.
You didn't work. Mike,
John, you one stupid son of a bitch, man.
You haven't been on any panels. You've been working. Remember the conversation we had?
Okay, so why would you let your puppet sit there and lie?
My name's John.
What's
there?
Did you get it? You didn't say hey. You didn't say hey John, whatever the fuck your name is. You didn't say hey. That's not true. You let him lie on me.
Are you in the weed business or what?
No, you let him lie on me. You didn't say if you knew that what you just said.
On you.
If you knew what you just said, why would you let him sit there and continue that false statement?
I always know what I said. No, dude. Stop that.
Not him.
You're not good at word games.
But he said a false statement, and you okay with it, and you know the truth,
dude. You're not that good at words.
And what makes you think you are, Stanley?
Oh, I don't know.
Just because somebody doesn't,
I'm just gonna say I am and pretend.
Mike, you're out of control.
Just because somebody doesn't speak like you, Stanley.
Neonate. Shut the fuck up.
Just because somebody doesn't speak like you, that's the problem. You admitted that. You admitted that. You said if they speak crazy, then I know they're crazy. You said that.
Something. I had my
I'm lying on you, Stanley.
In high school, sister.
Was that a lie? Did you not say that?
Johanna, you call us pusillanimous neonates when we didn't do our homework, and motherfucker, you don't do your homework. You're pusillanimous neonate. Shut the fuck up.
What did you?
I'm over talking y'all, and y'all was doing me. Y'all haven't
reset, bitch.
Look at you.
You need to reset, bitch.
Yes.
Act like a goddamn man. Reset if we must.
Line back up.
You are literally starting to grow ovaries with this girlish behavior of yours.
You had 20 questions, Mike. What was the next question?
Yeah, the next question for you. I'm gonna ask you one question and shit. Pretty much, you gotta. Well, we don't know this the internet. We don't know if you gonna lie. Well, pretty much, you've been lying all night. But why not? Why do you back every time Stanley speak? You gotta butt in. Why do you do that?
Not every time Stanley speak, I butt in. I think you're lying there.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Or exaggerating at the worst. Yeah.
Huh.
Why do you feel like that? Why do you feel like that?
Because that's what you've been doing ever since I joined the panel.
Yeah. How do you feel like that? Like, in which way have I been negative towards you? I even try to crack a joke with you saying like, oh, you're a Cowboys fan. I'm a Giants fan. You're on strike too. You took that to heart, dude. Like, what is wrong with you? Why?
What make you think you could crack a joke
We're
with
over
me?
here being drunk, having a good time, dude. You said you were listening a little bit.
What make you think
What made you think I wanted to argue with you, bro? Like,
what make you think? What make you think I even wanted to hear some shit like that?
What did you come up here for, Mike?
You don't know what you just said?
No, but I'm saying you had 20 questions, you said, right?
That's the problem. That's the problem.
No,
Y'all
I'm
ain't-
still there. I don't understand. What's the question? Repeat it again.
No, I'm not. I said it.
You don't even remember what you
I don't
asked
repeat
me.
myself. I remember every fucking thing.
Remember what you asked me, Mike.
What did you just ask me?
What did you just ask me? You just asked me to repeat your question, right? To answer your question. Repeat your question, Mike. What was your question?
Wow, that's amazing. I think you should go back and listen to this.
I said
amazing.
we're up here having a good time. Like
And-
we're still having a good time. Like I'm enjoying this, but like I feel like you're getting mad about it.
Well, that's how you feel. I can't help how you feel.
Don't get mad about it. We're
What you
still
gonna
having-
do about it?
What you gonna do about it, brother?
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. All I'm saying is, at the end of the day, when I first joined the panel, Stanley said, "Oh, I was quiet for about 30 minutes," and Stanley said, "What you
I've
got to
been
say, Mike?"
muted for almost like
And here you go,
30 minutes.
babbling over me. Didn't let me get it out.
You just rattling on. Do you know what rattle is?
I ain't gonna ask that stupid shit because I don't think you need to use
rattle.
your words that you saying towards yourself. You need to point the words that you're trying to display to me. You need to
I'll be
display
right
them to
back.
yourself because you're not making sense.
No, Mike. Let's just get off this. Listen, Mike.
No,
Listen.
I ain't no
Mike,
backing down.
Mike,
No,
I hear you.
no.
I hear you. Listen, whatever you're mad about, bro, I completely apologize. I fucked up. That's
Why
on
do
me.
you feel I'm mad?
Right? Like that? No, that's on
I'm
me.
having
I
a
fucked up,
conversation.
right? What
I'm
did you
telling
come
you
up
what
here to talk
you.
about?
I'm telling you.
No.
All right, shut up.
You understand?
Shut
I
up.
fucked up.
All right. Well, if you
Just
shut
go on.
up, if you shut up, okay. If you shut up, let me talk. You and Stanley, ON. I'm gonna call him ON from now on. ON. But you and that ON, y'all. Since I joined the panel, y'all were babbling back and forth. I stayed quiet. 20, 15, 30 minutes, whatever you want to.
Oh,
if you
I get
count the
it.
minutes.
You just wanted to be included in the
Look at you.
conversation.
Look, this is what I'm trying to say.
lonely.
He won't
I
let
get
me
it.
talk. He won't let me talk. Is what I'm trying to say. He had to butt in. You've been butting in, and he had to butt in. Are y'all gonna let me talk?
Do you know why though, Mike?
Are you gonna let me finish?
But that's the problem. You never do.
And why don't I do it?
I'm gonna let you finish right now. Go ahead. I'm gonna give
You
you 2
ain't gonna let me do
minutes.
shit.
2 minutes, right? And then after that, I'm just gonna shut you the fuck down. Go ahead.
See, John, what I gotta tell you, you don't let me do shit. It's you, Stanley Pett, as I've been saying all night, Stanley Pett. You see how he just came in and overtalked me. We were talking. You seen that? It was clear as day, crystal clear. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's
Yes,
a
sir.
question.
Keep going.
That's a question.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Keep going.
was that? I'm sorry.
Look,
was
here we
that
go
question
again.
to
Here we
me?
go again.
Okay, motherfucker, we're not on the merry-go-round.
I'm just letting him ride it out.
Dude,
I want to see where he's trying to go.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you, Mike. I thought that question was for me. Let me mute up.
Where we at, Mike? Go ahead. Keep continuing.
Repeat that again.
No, like continue. Like we're good. Just keep going.
No, I need Stanley to say what he had to say because I got to respond to that.
Oh no. I was just I apologize. That's what I had to say.
Yeah, just start over. What did you want to say?
No, I'm gonna mute up and YouTube baboons can go back and forth.
Mike, you just told me I fucked up somewhere, and I apologize to you. And now you're gonna explain to me where I fucked up and where we going with the conversation tonight.
Yeah, I'm gonna explain
this
to
is
you
where Mike wants to go.
I'm gonna explain to you how pussy you are. I don't know if I can use that word, but
That's another ad hominem. That's called an ad hominem.
But do you not listen to what the
You're just
hell
trying
you
to
telling
attack my
another
character.
grown man,
You're not
son?
going on any point. You're just attacking my character. Like, can you just get to your what are you trying to get to tonight, Mike? Is it about John? Can we move on from John? Can we finish this video? Like, what do you want to do tonight, Mike?
Damn, that was 5 times you said John's name, but I haven't said it probably 1 or 2 times.
Well, my
and a
name's
couple
John
of times I did say it is because
name's
y'all
John
mentioned it.
too.
And I was asking the question. I was asking Stanley a question. I never got to finish about that, but
Jesus, how long?
YouTube baboons kept going.
How long do you need? Just ask the question. Ask the question right now. What is the question?
Motherfucker, Jippy, I don't answer. I don't ask questions how you ask questions.
You see
To
what
get
I'm
that
saying?
straight.
Like, you're always coming up with a fucking problem why you don't answer your
So
question.
that's a problem to you,
Don't
right?
ask your question. So it never gets answered because you never ask it.
But
You
you
can
just
ask
like-
it right now. You can ask. Go ahead.
But you're just like Stanley.
And now what? Go ahead. Answer it. Ask it. Ask the question right now.
Just like Stanley. You Yeah, I don't understand. You think you and Stanley both think y'all sound smart as fuck, don't it?
No, Mike, you just sound dumb right now, bro.
Okay.
Cheers.
I wish somebody would review this clip or the whole whatever I came on.
And for
I
an
wish
hour,
one of you
an
or
hour,
Stanley. I wish you or Stanley would review this.
Yeah, we're gonna do just that.
It's just content.
Because I want you guys to hear how fucking stupid you sound.
Lord.
I appreciate it.
Wait, hold it. Baboons. You called us baboons, right?
And you called me a YN, right?
You call me a puppet.
Well, motherfucker, you are a YN.
Child of God, bro.
If you know what
how many baboons have you had call you a YN?
If you know what I call, if you know,
this motherfucker literally like has been reading Dr. Doolittle fucking bullshit. Baboons can't talk, motherfucker.
Did I say any of that?
You called us baboons, did you?
I did do that. I did do that. But what did you call me? A YN?
To the animals.
You called me a YN, didn't you?
Yeah, motherfucker. Baboons don't call you a YN.
And then you told me don't say nigger on your panel, and you called me a
Oh,
YN.
motherfucker, you just said nigger. So I need you to hey
that's the
bitch.
last one, but you're
hey,
good.
hey, bitch. I need you to self-deport.
Hold on. The last one. That's
So
last
you can abbreviate. So it's okay for you to abbreviate
Yeah,
it.
it is okay for me to do whatever the fuck I want on my own goddamn panel. It is not okay for you.
Okay.
Do as I say, not as I do.
No, I'm not your puppet. I'm not your
Youngin.
puppet. John Strayhead,
Youngin.
whatever the fuck his name is.
YN.
You're bad about it.
See, y'all mind is all twisted, but
Oh, motherfucker, it's so twisted. If you say the N-word on my panel again, you won't.
But you
have
said
to
it.
Motherfucker, self-deport, or don't make me get all Trump on you.
But you said it.
Yeah,
So
motherfucker, I said
you mad
it.
at me because I
Yes,
said it, but
I'm
you
mad
said
at
it. It's
you.
okay.
Do as I say, not as I do.
I'm not your fucking kid.
Didn't your pappy ever teach
It's
you
not about
that?
being a kid, dude. Just be respectful.
So you call that being respectful? He said, "Do
Yeah,
as I
motherfucker.
say."
Hey,
You said it.
it is.
saying.
Hey, dude,
You
don't.
get worse with it. You keep dropping
Wow.
you drop the hard R.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. And just because he abbreviated it, it means something different, right?
Ugly word. You don't
Okay,
have to say it.
Mike, you seem in desperate need of me setting down rules for this panel.
I don't
Would
care
you
about
like
your
to
fucking
hear
rules.
my
I'm
rules
going
for the-
by what you're
would
talking
you
about,
like to
and you sound
hear?
stupid.
Would you like to hear the rules for my panel?
Stanley, you don't even abide by your own rules.
No, motherfucker, I don't have to. I'm Donald Trump.
So why do you want everybody else to abide by
Donald
something?
Trump of the Stanley Cross channel, and my company is Stanley versus the World. I'm Donald Trump. Didn't
Okay.
you vote for me, motherfucker?
Yo, CFO.
Okay. Can I respond to that?
Oh, motherfucker, I need your vote.
Can I respond? Can I respond to that?
Yes, sir.
At any
You
point,
are-
Mike.
You are.
At any point you want, you can respond.
Are y'all done?
Jesus Christ.
Are y'all done?
Yep.
Before I get to talking.
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, Stanley, all that bullshit. I'm gonna just call it like it is. I ain't gonna hold my tongue. All that bullshit. You were just talking. All that shit went in one ear and after the other. What makes you think well, this is a question. I ain't gotta say no more. I'm gonna have to shut up after this. Does rules trump law?
Do rules. First of all, it's a do rules trump law.
I ain't asked you,
Does.
bitch. I asked Stanley.
All right. No, I'm sorry. I apologize, but it is do rules, not does.
I don't talk like you.
Doesn't matter. It's just.
I asked him if
I
he
don't speak
comprehend, if
proper.
he
I'm a
understand.
layman. I'm a layman, but I speak proper layman.
If it's Stanley as smart as he say he is, he'll understand what I just said.
It's not about being smart. It's about
Does
being.
Oh
rules
wait,
trump
hold it.
law?
Can you repeat the question? Do you remember?
I just did it. I just did.
Motherfucker, repeat yourself.
He got me fucked up. You can go back and listen to it, but
Motherfucker, I'm not going back to shit.
well, ask your puppet what I said.
It's my goddamn panel.
He
You
tried to
repeat
correct me.
yourself. Hey, no, bitch. You are going too far, Mike. You are testing my patience. Be funny or be gone. Be fucking humorous. Be entertaining or be gone. Stop taking your dumb ass so seriously.
And why
you are becoming a goddamn bore. You are becoming a goddamn bore.
You're not. Y'all are not. That's what I don't understand.
Hey,
we all having the same conversation. How don't you feel the same way?
I'm not talking to y'all. I'm talking to Mike 123.
But we all having the same conversation.
Mike.
So wouldn't that make you whatever name you call me?
You asked two rules, Trump law.
Set. Ask me the goddamn question and stop acting like a fucking hen.
Are you done?
What's the question?
So I asked you, does rules trump law?
Let's do rules, Trump.
Motherfucker, you
look at him. Here we go again. Trying to be the spelling post.
See, this is literally Pudding Head Jones. Pudding Head Mike 123. Motherfucker, be more specific. Which arena? Rules are laws in the real world. Maybe in your fucking YN niggerhood. You live next door to John Galt. Rules are laws. Sometimes they're the same, sometimes they're not. But motherfucker, you need to be much more specific to be taken seriously.
Law.
This is romper room niggertude.
That's such a lowbrow question.
No, this motherfucker, he's smarter than this. That's actually
Mike's fucked up right now.
Yeah, I guess we should have patience with the YN.
I'm trying.
That's wild. You know all the stuff you just said. That's wild. And then you still got your puppet co-signing for you, Stanley. I don't understand it.
Calling me puppet, bro. Just say John.
You know what? John is the only reason your dumb ass is still here, Mike.
And why do you think I'm dumb, Stanley?
Because you're acting dumb.
And if I'm acting dumb, you got what? You're not telling me what's dumb. What's dumb,
dude?
It's not always
right. You're walking the talk.
But I'm trying to figure out what's dumb. What
you're not capable of figuring out right now. Just be drunk. Be drunk. Be fun, and don't be obnoxious.
I'm just we had a conversation. Y'all didn't. Well, we didn't have a conversation. Y'all had a conversation.
Do you even know your own name?
Yeah. And why? Okay. Saying what make you think I wouldn't?
You're not in public. You're home, right? You're not driving.
Well, you don't know what. You don't need to know what I'm doing.
I asked you a goddamn question.
Did I ask Stanley? Where are you?
Do we need to call you an Uber? We might have to call you a YouTube Uber.
Stanley,
get you home to John Galt's fucking channel. Safely.
Look, hear his name go again.
Yeah, motherfucker, I said it. What you gonna do?
And then when I respond on Mr. Galt name, y'all put me back.
Mr. Galt, motherfucker, you call him Mr. Galt?
Proper, bro. Proper. Can I just sidetrack for 1 second? SSC, aka QP. I see you.
Yeah, what you see? What do you see?
I'm not even talking to you, Mike.
No, we need to know what you calling out shit. What do you see?
Mikey boy.
You behind the keyboard, player, just like everybody else.
To deal with you.
I'm asking you a question. What did you see?
What did you see when I said that? What did you hear?
See that? And Stanley got nerve enough to call me a YN and not your puppet.
I didn't say you.
Oh, motherfucker! I didn't call you a dumb white boy yet. That's coming.
Silly little.
And you know these names are hilarious. It means nothing to me.
I am gonna roast your dumb ass into.
But that's how you get off because you call names and people back down because they don't stand up.
Mike,
people back down because they don't stand up.
Mike, I will twist your words I will wring out the moisture, hang it up,
You do it
let
all the time.
dry, and then piss on it so it's wet again. Of course, I twist your words. Fuck, I enjoy it.
And you think that's okay?
Yes,
Why?
because I enjoy it.
So when somebody twists your words,
Motherfucker.
you would be cool with that.
Yes, if they can do it.
And what make you think people can't do it?
Motherfucker, I know you can't. I'll be okay
And why
with
do
that.
why do you think I can't?
Because I think you're dumb.
Oh, that's how you really think.
Oh, dude, you are stepping all into bear traps. Dude,
See, and y'all steady bring up these people. I'm having a conversation with you.
Motherfucker, this isn't a conversation. This is literally kindergarten. I am teaching you how to speak English right now.
Well, just because you already said it once before earlier, you said, "Oh, it's how you sound. You sound stupid." That's crazy.
Absolutely, dude. You're doing more than sounding stupid right now. You're being stupid.
And you think you just been as fancy and pretty all night?
I think I am going to win this non-argument.
And why we're not having a debate? There ain't no win lose.
Motherfucker, I don't debate.
Here's a question.
Fools. I don't debate fools.
Look at him.
guys-
Look at him. Steady talking. Look.
Listen, hold on. Have you guys heard any good music lately?
And see, look, he want to talk about
Not
stupid
that I
shit.
can play on YouTube.
He want to talk about.
You know what?
He's talking
Actually,
about stupid shit.
You know what? I hope I hope to maybe Tough Guy will be
Is
around.
John live? I'm gonna go over to John channel. Is John live?
Yeah.
You go back over there and you come back over here and tell us what he said.
I'm not telling him shit.
Yeah, I know you won't.
Tell us if he is live so we can go over there, okay?
Tell him all about me.
Speaking, hey,
You're
John.
gonna tell him all about me.
Yeah. You know what? If he can remember. Speaking of music, I need fucking Tough Guy. You know what? Actually, I do have his email address now that I think about it. Tough Guy was so cool, nice.
I got some
He
beats if
donate.
you want to use them.
I'm sorry.
I got some beats if you want to use them. You want to check them out.
Absolutely. But let me talk about Tough Guy. He gave two. If you hear the music in the background,
Yeah, I hear it.
look, I literally, since I got spun off from John's channel, I had to come up with a opening theme and a closing theme. And you know what? Tough
He
Guy.
was one that helped you.
Well, no, he donated a couple pieces of his own compositions.
Yeah.
Probably 6 months ago, and I use them as background music. But I actually I needed some music, and I'm like, well, shit. Tough Guy gave me, a couple pieces. I have credited Tough Guy in the show notes. But I need to talk to him, and I will eventually, but I need to motherfucking make sure he gets credited. This motherfucker, they're honestly fucking brilliant. And I'm going to play the music now. Opening theme, closing theme. I'll bring you up to the panel, but what you need to do is be quiet till you're addressed.
Just chill, Mike.
Because I want to
So
play.
can I? Y'all have to be quiet too.
Motherfucker, God damn it!
Stand chill.
Motherfucker, this is literally fucking brilliant, and I gotta recognize it, motherfucker. I can't write music. God damn
That
it.
shit sounded as stupid as you.
Okay. Let me make sure. This is the outro. This is Tough Guy's music.
I like Tough Guy, but that shit.
Well, y'all know who Tough Guy is, John. You know Tough Guy, right?
Stanley, this is one time I'm saying. Shout out to that nigga Tough Guy.
Hey, this is
Welcome to the Whoop-De-Wop. The Whoop-De-Wop is a name. The Whoop-De-Wop is a place. The Whoop-De-Wop.
Don't we got something better to talk about than
the Whoop-De-Wop? Yo, hand me the
I'm
Whoop-De-Wop.
creating Stanley content.
Yo, you got some money? We going to the Whoop-De-Wop.
I like to bring out his stupidness.
You know what? You literally, Tough Guy and I talked about this. This motherfucker's brilliant. Fuck all y'all.
I like the
motherfuckers.
Yeah, nah,
but sorry. What's so brilliant about that? Come on, man. What's so brilliant about that?
Motherfucker, I didn't write it. That shit's brilliant.
Yeah.
I was able to take Tough Guy's brilliance and, dude, I'm not a motherfucker. I'm a 60-year-old.
At least somebody hyping them up.
Hey,
motherfucker, I got
who
some
better
fire.
than me?
Show y'all.
Go ahead.
I got some fire beats I can show y'all. I don't know.
Look, your puppet got something. Let's hear this stupid
Yo,
shit.
Dave, why are you so upset with me, man?
Why are you so upset at Tough Guy?
Because you didn't fucking let me talk. Y'all didn't fucking let me talk.
You talk the whole time, dog.
Y'all been asking any questions, then y'all start going over it, looking like you're doing now. Start asking
Okay,
any questions and yeah, I could have did better than that. And this motherfucker called it brilliant. Amazing.
Literally just a portion of it.
I think people can do that better. That's not brilliant.
No, it's fire, but it's
Everyone can do stuff better, motherfucker.
But why didn't you say brilliant?
Everybody cannot, dude.
Use your word correct. Use your words correct.
Correctly.
You on Suno Mike? What do you do?
Why did he say brilliant?
Let me say something.
Fire. He
Please,
plays that.
Gentlemen.
Why did you
There's
say brilliant?
certainly better motherfucking composers, but you know what? Tough Guy literally said, "Hey Stanley, it was a motherfucking gift."
And what did you do to Stanley?
Shut the fuck up. This is a young black man who said, "Hey, the music suits your show." This motherfucker just said, "Hey, it's a gift." Motherfucker, how many goddamn fucking people do that?
Stan, I even like
That's why it's special to me. I got to use that music as, hey, I got spun off from John. I needed some music for an introduction, and here's the special part.
Hell yeah.
I picked other music, and then I'm like, God damn it. You know what? This motherfucker, I was going to have to pay for a tune or something. Tough Guy fucking gifted his motherfucking talent. Dude, that's why it's important. This black man treated another black man, hey, I got something for you. Dude, who the fuck does that?
Yeah, tough guys.
That's why it's special. And little Mike 1, 2, 3, 4, I just learned my goddamn numbers. Doesn't understand that this motherfucker is a grown man who said, "Hey, Stan, I get you. Here's a gift. This music." Dude, that is so, I know maybe I'm making a big deal, but this motherfucker didn't have to do that. That does not happen on YouTube. That's tough guy.
Deserves a shout out. Hell yeah.
Absolutely he does.
Hell yeah.
So anyway, I'll stop fawning, but god damn it, who gets fucking this motherfucker? Dude, I did the graphics, but Tough Guy fucking met the moment. So shout
He
out
said,
to
take that, Stanley, didn't he? And you took it. Take that, and you took it.
What? Motherfucker, I can't write music. So what were you gonna say, John?
I don't know.
I didn't know I could do graphics.
Yeah, but we know he said, take that, Stanley, and you took it. That bullshit is bullshit. Anybody can do that.
You know what? He said it was a gift. The music kind of fits the show.
Doesn't matter if everybody can do it.
And why did he give you a gift, Stanley?
He did give him a gift, bro. He gave him.
I said, why did he?
Because
he gave him respect.
Puppet.
Out of respect, Mike.
No, it wasn't so much respect. Look,
we better respect your girl, Stanley. We get it.
Ooh, Mike, that hurts my feelings. Oh, that hurt me so bad, bro.
Oh, look,
I'm giving a Stanley content. He's been insulting me all night.
No.
Yeah, motherfucker. And now you're gonna get more. But seriously,
you deserve it now, Mike.
Nah, it's okay.
Puppet, you've been going all night, so you need not to say shit else. You've been quiet a long time ago, Phil.
Mike, you fucked up the vibe.
Well, here's the other.
What vibe did y'all have? What vibe did y'all have?
I'm gonna have to motherfucking. We might have to compensate.
Stanley, mute him. Why you keep muting me? Mute him.
Motherfucker, I haven't muted you yet.
Why do you keep putting? He doing the same thing you doing, talking over. Why didn't you mute him and let me talk?
You know what? Let's set the pecking order. John is now officially a co-host. He can do what the fuck he wants.
Oh, see, it came out. I told y'all, chat. It came out. I pulled it out of them.
Okay.
I pulled it out of these fools. That's what I do.
See, this is what these YNs can't understand, John. Because Mike's a YN. You know, we are a little bit more.
You didn't. I've been supporting you. You haven't even gave me a wrench. You haven't even gave me a wrench.
Given. When you can motherfucking form a grammatically correct sentence and ask for a wrench, I'll consider you. Now,
what word was that you just used?
Motherfucker, I don't know where you were educated. I'm guessing it was at Cowboy
If you can't repeat
Stadium
the word, it's okay.
It was Cowboy Stadium back in the day. And fucking Tony Dorsett.
It was Texas Stadium back in the day, fool.
Oh, what was? Oh, is it Cowboy Stadium now?
It's Texas Stadium, fool.
Oh, that's important, fool.
But you brought it up. You brought it up.
I'm not from Texas.
We know that, Stanley.
Yeah, well, touche.
So why I asked you a question? Why don't you mute your puppet and let me talk? But you drop me like what he say is more important.
Are you a co-host, Mike?
So when did he become a co-host? Just now?
Just now. I literally knighted him.
Because he been riding your coattail all night, right? Because he been riding your coattail all night, right?
No. Because he knows how to put YNs in their place.
Boy, Stanley, I'm just gonna be real. If he is your co-host,
please be real.
Okay,
please start. Make it start.
Okay, yeah, but if that guy is your co-host, man, you ain't gonna last long, brother.
Motherfucker, who's gonna take me down, bitch? John Gall?
And why, Stanley, why did you call me a bitch?
Because you're acting like one.
And what does a bitch act like?
You sound like a jealous. Why'd you make him a co-host?
Don't deflect this. Don't deflect the question.
You sound like a bitch.
Okay. And what does a bitch sound like?
Why'd you put me in the back?
What does a bitch sound like?
You.
See, you know how stupid you sound right now, man.
A bitch is still talking.
Wow. Stanley,
Yeah,
wow.
A bitch just said wow.
Wow. Amazing. It's amazing.
You are a walking disaster.
It's really amazing. I see why. I see why. Well, it's amazing.
It's amazing to a bitch.
And you calling me a bitch, and I always come on your panel. That's crazy.
I
always come on your panel.
Mike, motherfucker, don't come back.
Don't nobody turn your panel up like me.
You come back to this panel and act like an adult black male, you might be treated less like a bitch.
Don't nobody turn your panel up like me.
I don't give a fuck. I'm talking to you, bitch.
I don't respond to crazy shit.
Motherfucker, you're responding right now, bitch.
Yeah, because you sound stupid.
Yes, a bitch just called me Stanley. Call me Mr. Cross.
So why do you? But I'm gonna ask you a question. And I'm gonna shut up.
Motherfucker, bitches ask questions right now. Are you a bitch asking questions? Ask me a question, bitch. I thought you would mute, bitch. See, you have to use.
But that's how you think you take control of people, is what I'm saying.
Motherfucker, I was in control from the start.
You are proving my point.
Only a bitch comes off mute right now to fight back when they're gonna lose, bitch.
But you are proving my point.
Stay muted, bitch.
Is this a win-lose game we playing?
You, bitch.
Is this a win-lose game?
Motherfucker, I will always win on this panel, bitch.
Yeah, because you won't let nobody talk.
Because you keep coming off mute for starters, bitch.
You don't control. I'm not your son.
Bitch. Come on, motherfucker. Oh, wait, hold it. What about my son, bitch?
I said I'm not your son, bitch. And you keep calling these names like it means something.
Absolutely right.
You're starting to piss me off with that. You're starting to piss me off.
I don't give a fuck if I piss you off. You're not my son. He's way smarter than you, bitch.
And bitch, didn't I just say I wasn't your son?
He's not a fucking Dallas Cowgirl fan. Yeah,
I just said I wasn't your son. Are you listening?
Cheerleader, bitch.
Are you listening?
Motherfucker, bring out cam up with your pom-poms, bitch. You're a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader right now.
Are you done?
Motherfucker, when you fucking change your tampon, I'll be done. So you don't sound so bloody and on your period.
Well, your tampon should have been changed a long time ago. I think Miss Portia created that.
You want to fight back against something, dude? I'm gonna roll all over your dumb ass. I'm doing it. Don't make it easy.
Kill me.
You're just
gonna kill me. You roll over me. You're gonna kill me.
What you need to do is mute the fuck up so you stop sounding like a goddamn Dallas cowgirl.
See, you can't even make a valid argument. You're using the avatar to make your point that it's somewhat of a point.
Hey, you love John Galt, and you are going to be the
Here we go again, folks.
You are going to be a victim.
What is that? 1,032? What is that? 1,032 that they mentioned John Galt.
I need you, when I put my S-shaped boot up your ass, I need you to burp that shit on John Galt's panel.
Yeah, you're gonna do that all day tomorrow. You're gonna do like, John, you don't even know what they were saying over there.
I love taking the
so you think
John Galt told. Oh, dude. By the way, you were up on John Galt's panel. I remember last
Okay,
Saturday.
but by the way, why are
motherfucker,
you talking about Galt?
You bitch. You are a two-faced whore.
Yup.
I can't choose a side.
I'm two-faced?
You two-faced like a motherfucker, bro.
Do you have receipts?
Yes. Last week, bro. Last Friday, motherfucker. You were a two-faced motherfucker, bro.
Pull it up and quit
You went
talking.
up talking shit about Stanley on John. John didn't want to hear you because you drunk and you talking stupid. He shut you down. You came back over here. You like, oh, John shut me down. We came over here and we fucking laughed at you. Either that was last week or the weekend before that. Friday night, motherfucker.
That's false.
Exactly.
That's false. That's false. That's false.
Okay,
and why you
look,
think you sounding all smart and shit? Why you think you
gentlemen,
sounding all smart and shit? I went over it. I remember what you're talking about. Let me talk.
Shut the fuck up when I say gentlemen. I include you in the gentlemen unless you're a gentle lady.
Oh, he's not gonna sit here and lie, but
this bitch is still talking. What the fuck? Why do bitches talk?
Prattle.
He's lying.
Dude, I tend to
He's lying. He's lying. And you agreeing with this shit.
God. Oh my God. I was on the motherfucking panel, Mike.
It was on your channel.
He was so goddamn drunk. He doesn't remember he was on the panel. Dude,
Okay. Didn't I just say?
Hey, it happened. Dude, look, I'm going to tease your dumb ass for being a John Galt type, but I'm not going to hold it against you. All I'm saying is choose a side, and quite frankly, you are too big a pussy to say you chose John Galt's side. I've seen you on the panels all week, motherfucker. Stop acting like you didn't choose a side. You are a goddamn coward, Mike. Just say, hey, John Galt is who I side with. I'm not going to ban you from the channel.
He's using you as the excuse. So he goes over there. He's like, oh, John, I try to go over there.
Well, yeah, I noticed that too. Motherfucker, be a goddamn man. And honestly, Mike, your cowardice is my big problem with you right now. Just say, and you know what? I'm going to be fair and square. If you are a John Galt guy, that's fine. I'm glad you rock out. But motherfucker, don't play two sides. You're a goddamn pussy bitch when you do that. And I lose respect for people like you. Motherfucker, you better step real respectful when I bring you back up on this panel. Don't talk shit or you are gone.
Okay, I hear what you say, Stanley, but can I respond?
You better absorb what I said.
Okay,
don't just hear it. Under goddamn stand it. I don't have a problem with you being a John Galt person. I do have a problem with you being pretending. Motherfucker, you're not a man until you choose a side. Make a goddamn decision.
Okay, Stanley.
Motherfucker, it's not okay. I don't think it's okay.
Oh, goddamn, I can't tell.
No, motherfucker, you can't. Dude, do you understand what being a man is? Being a man, motherfucker, I'm a goddamn book reader. But I know what being a man is because I have been through a war, bitch. And I'm going to be blunt. This pussy fucking half tail, split tail bullshit. Motherfucker, I don't mind if you kiss John Galt's ass. Now I'm being mean there. Dude, hey, if John Galt... No, I'm being mean when I say
basically
that.
Though, like you're being nice.
Just fucking choose a side and be a goddamn man and be a man on this panel, motherfucker.
Come on, Mike, come on, and stop talking shit, dude. Just chill.
Yeah.
But y'all are lying, though. This is what I'm saying.
You worry too much about y'all. Be you, bitch. Stop being one. Be Mike. Tell us about Mike. He's gonna fail this test, John.
Brad. Let's see.
And that's wild. You won't even let me respond to all these questions you've been talking about.
You know what?
Bullshit.
Here's your chance to respond before I just flush you down a Galt toilet.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I haven't been on Mr. Galt channel all this. You said all week. I ain't been on.
Dude,
man, I try. I know exactly when y'all talking about too, and you're lying on that.
You don't have, a man doesn't have to explain.
You told me. You said go over to John Galt, and I remember I was on your panel. You said go over to John Galt. I said I'm gonna leave and go to John Galt channel. And you said tell John Galt. I said this. I said I'm not your messenger.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
You
But your puppet over here lying.
Thank you. Did you carry the message successfully?
Man, it's like it's just being a smart ass, bro. Like Mike, stop taking
Why
everything
you
literal.
want to lie? No, I'm gonna call you out on your bullshit. Why you want to lie?
It's not
You
bullshit.
sit there and
Mike,
said you sit there and said I said all this bullshit and I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
Did
And
you deliver the message?
if you go back and listen to if you so-called remember, you'll know what I said.
Here and told us what he said. So why didn't you deliver
I don't
Stanley?
even listen to my own shows. I don't.
You'll know what I said at the end. I said I'm not telling John Galt shit. Go back and listen to it. Pull them receipts.
You know what? I'm gonna do that right now. Okay.
Yeah, do it on live. Do that live.
Motherfucker, I'm kidding. I'm not doing that shit.
No, because Stanley, your puppet line and you co-sign.
Yeah, that's exactly what I am.
Your puppet lied and you co-sign the lie. That's
Reset
crazy.
the line, Mike. Reset the line.
Pull up the line. I said
You can
I
start
just called out everything I said. I'm not.
No.
You really think I'm stupid, don't it?
No, it's not that you're stupid. I think you're a little.
Wait, hold it. Can I answer that question?
I don't give a fuck which one of you motherfuckers answered.
Exactly. All three of us, right,
Well,
Mike?
John,
All three of us.
John's gonna be nice to you. I'm gonna tell you.
And look, that's his name for the millionth time. You done brought up his name a million times.
That's me. I'm John.
I haven't
Mike.
brought it up. Both of y'all.
John. I'm John. Mike.
No, you Stanley Puppet. He made you whatever a co-host.
You know what, Mike? That's borderline racist.
That's crazy. How he see you as a co-host. That's crazy. I want to know. I want to know what he see.
This is what happens when you work too hard. Mike, you need to relax, boy. Relax, boy.
You can only result to them names. That's it. Your mind don't think further than that.
It's not a DNA test. Calm down.
Motherfucker, my mind has literally outthought you so much that I'm showing you mercy.
So since y'all bring up Mr. Galt, why don't you go on his panel and tell him how you feel?
Talk about Galt right now. Is she still on?
Why don't
my second grade teacher, Sister Ann, always, I'm talking second grade, was always like, you know what? You got to show some kindness. She even played guitar every now and again. Kumbaya, my lord. And Sister Ann was actually pretty. No motherfucker. I literally went 1st through 12th to Catholic school. I have stories. And Sister Ann, God rest her soul, is telling me, Stanley, show Mike a little kindness. He's just a little inebriated lad. She was Irish, by the way. Just show him the milk of human kindness, lad. Little Stanley, show little Mikey. Look at this pussy, he left. Dude, he'll be back. He probably fucking passed out and hit the.
Oh,
look. No, go ahead, John.
Dallas cowgirl, but exactly. Exactly, Black Knight. Good of you to join us in your awakened time of live streaming.
Oh, Black Knight. That motherfucker's a hero.
I know John be mad as fuck about him. And I don't really
Black
give a
Knight?
fuck, you know. I
Why?
just say what I say, you know. But that ain't got nothing to do with Stanley's channel. But yeah,
No, look, I
it
am
was.
a little. Well, wait, hold it. Let me
Go
say
ahead,
this.
sorry, my bad.
Everybody, make sure you hit the like button. If you're
Where's the
new,
Cash
please
App?
make sure.
On the bottom of the screen.
It's at the bottom of the screen, but
Got
motherfucker,
any
this
show
is so. I am being such a fucking idiot. Save the cash apps for tomorrow, because I am going to be doing some testing with EV Mux or whatever you call it.
I want to
And
see. I'll get it too. Shit, I'll use y'all as a referral if it's Porsche. or
well,
whatever.
it's Porsche. It's Porsche's referral.
Yeah, I'll use hers.
Yeah.
Good. Like,
That's some whole ass
StreamYard.
shit, Stanley. That's some whole ass shit, brother.
What?
What happened?
Yeah, I'll let him back up.
What happened?
You let your puppet ruin the show.
Motherfucker, you know what? Right now, you're my puppet.
I
Did you not
apologize
notice?
in the audience? Apologize.
John, let me deal with my little puppet, Mike.
Yeah,
Mike, speak, Mike.
Well, first of all, I gotta tell you, you a whole ass nigga, and whoever your puppy is, a whole ass nigga, and y'all didn't let. I gotta tell you that y'all play these little tricks, put people in the back and do all that bullshit. I
No,
still don't
motherfucker.
think look at you.
Motherfucker, it is. I put you in the back. John is kind. John's
Look
not
at
putting
you.
you in
Look
the
at
back.
you. Just can't keep quiet when I talk.
Dude, I can keep quiet if you self-deport. Will you self-deport, foreigner?
Just can't keep quiet when you
Well,
ask questions.
motherfucker,
And just can't keep quiet. You a
Stanley's-
dumb motherfucker.
This is Stanley's deportation process.
I hope somebody do a review of this live here.
I hope
When I came on.
I hope John Galt does a review.
Because you up here riding your little high horse with your little puppy.
Motherfucker.
Hey,
let me tell you a little Stanley story. Motherfucker, I am smarter than you.
Yep.
Okay, I'm not gonna motherfucking be shy, bitch. I'm smarter than John Galt. Let us just, dude, if you really want to push me this far, it's obvious I'm smarter than you right now, son. I'm probably drunker than you, and I'm smarter. Bitch, don't push me.
And I'll come
Motherfucker, I will literally, you use the word kung fu. Dude, you and John Galt come on my panel and I'll fucking vanquish the both of you and I won't even put you in the back. John Galt, when he fucking tried to pretend to be smart, left my panels. Dude, I've been fucking with John Galt for a goddamn year and he finally fucking decided or figured out. He probably didn't know. Probably Portia had to tell him, well, John, you know, this is how you put Stanley off the channel. Motherfucker was too drunk or too dumb. Someone finally educated John Galt how to take me out of his fucking StreamYard. Motherfucker's not bright.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Stan. You know what it was?
No,
whether
what?
people love you or hate you, you got people that watch you, bro. And whether they love you or hate you, or whether they're in the fucking stream or not,
No, they
you
don't.
brought fucking numbers in. I'm telling you. And now, but he got those brave audience, those brave. I don't know.
Oh no. Yeah, I don't tolerate
yeah,
that kind of stupidity.
But that's what I'm saying. So now he's just like, all right, fuck it, I'm gonna get rid of Stanley. And,
Well,
but
I don't think
that's
it's
why
as
he's
simple as
riding
that.
so
But let me,
hard
hey
on-
John,
Go ahead,
but
sorry.
John, let me propose this though. John Galt got pissed off because I went after Be Brave on his panel.
Yep.
I literally, like, he wants to. Bob is more accomplished than John. CT more accomplished than John. I won't put myself in there, but motherfucker, you know what really got John pissed off with me?
Wow.
I told him I have generational wealth. And this motherfucker, oh, John got fuck. You will have generational wealth.
You own land, you got the land.
Oh, motherfucker, I don't. But
no, family.
My generations do. Yeah. Motherfucker, dude.
Ain't nothing to be ashamed of.
Motherfucker, I literally fucking John Galt doesn't even understand how this works. Dude, I don't have to own the land to have generational wealth.
Yeah.
What if I'm second generation? Motherfucker, does he not understand that my son got a full ride. My son got a full ride to Georgia Tech. But you know what? Even if he hadn't, he'd have gone there anyway if he'd gotten in. Motherfucker, John does not understand that not all black people grow up hood. Literally, motherfucker.
And not everybody comes from the hood as a fucking violent person, dude. Or
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? That's a problem too. There's a lot of good people.
Okay, but it's a problem that John Galt can solve. Dude, what I need folks to know is my mother didn't grow up in the hood. My father didn't grow up in the hood. Motherfucker, hood, not all black people. Dude, literally, literally, I didn't grow up in the hood. My mother didn't grow up in the hood. My father didn't grow up in the hood. We were lucky, but motherfucker, y'all don't need to know that until you do a mic and start questioning my background or intelligence. Dude, I don't give a fuck about any of that, but when you want to disrespect me on my own panel, motherfucker, I'll pull rank. Yeah. Motherfucker, I wasn't a private or a seaman in the Navy. I was a goddamn naval officer. Yeah. Motherfucker, my parents didn't raise me to be some enlisted dude. I didn't enlist. I motherfucking got commissioned. I was asked. I was allowed, of course, but motherfucker, I didn't enlist. I was commissioned. They call me sir in the goddamn Navy. Y'all need to motherfucking understand where I come from. Like, dude, I'm not like some special second coming of blackness. Any black person can do it, but motherfucker, I'm not going to allow you to come up on my panel and disrespect my accomplishments. Motherfuckers, I literally was a single parent. My wife died when my son was 7, and I motherfucking navigated him to an elite engineering college. Motherfucker, I wasn't running the streets. I sacrificed probably more than I should have, but dude, don't y'all ever bring your dumb asses to my panel and act like what I did was just ho-hum. Because John Galt can't do it. His parents didn't do it.
He was straight out lying, bro. Like, after
I don't give a fuck about any of that. All I'm saying is y'all need to understand that
it
John
wasn't
Galt,
even about that. Like, he knew better and he did it anyway. Like, it's just they're just a low character.
Well, no. I'm not worried. The point I'm trying to make to this sparse audience is John Galt couldn't do what I did. CT can't those motherfuckers aren't smart enough. They're not disciplined enough. John Galt ran from service because they said, hey, John Galt, or whatever the name was he was using, turn your head and cough, and he got scared and ran. A motherfucker never even made it to boot camp. Motherfucker, I did.
Good to see you, SSC.
Fuck all that bullshit. She's
No,
close
I'm
to
telling
being
you,
banned.
Stan, that's spot the fuck on, dude. Like that's a
All
fucking.
I'm saying is I don't give a fuck about, dude. Fucking
I'm with you.
anybody can do what I did, but if you're gonna come up to my goddamn panel, call me old, motherfucker. I am literally goddamn retired. I am literally.
I watched that channel for you.
I don't give a fuck about, dude. I literally fucking do this to insult idiots like Mike. All I have to say is
I think people catch that in the wrong way. You know, they think you as like a black supremacist, but like that's not what you're trying to do.
Motherfucker, I'm a black supremacist.
Yeah,
What?
like they're like, oh, because you attack Brave like that, like, oh, you
motherfucker,
like,
B Braves are fucking moron.
No, exactly. They're not. It's not from that perspective, and most people don't catch it. They think like, like, oh, you're just talking down on whites. It's like, no, he's talking racist whites right now. You know what I mean? I think that's a big problem. Remember, we started this conversation, Stan. Right. You asked me like, what was the big problem? What can you do better? Right. I think that's the thing is like, people might come in late, or they might come in at the wrong time, or they might catch it the wrong way and think like you're talking about whites, like as a whole.
Okay, well. That's an interesting point.
It's more
if you
like
come in late, how do you know the argument?
Don't even have the minds, the what is it called? Jesus Christ, I'm high and drunk, but I'm holding on.
Well, no. I understand where you're coming from, but know this, folks. 90% of the whites I've known in my life are not like Be Brave. That motherfucker is a special. I've known trailer trash.
I feel like he's the same.
I don't even think most white people would look at Be Brave and go, "Look at that crazy old man."
Yeah.
Most white people aren't like fucking Be Brave.
He's living in a different time period.
No, dude, I literally went from 7th grade through college, and if you want to say even into the Navy, dude, I know white people fairly well. No. As a matter of fact, I married a white woman. My father-in-law, I see like once or twice a month. Motherfucker, and better than that, my parents, Savannah and South Georgia, fucking got along with my in-laws. Motherfuckers. Now, I was older. I got to make choices. I didn't feel the certain pressures that a 22-year-old. But motherfucker, I'm 60. Dude, let me put it to you this way. And I'm going to be blunt, John. My mother was never thrilled. I know my mother because my personality is just like hers. She wasn't thrilled that I married a blonde. Not only a blonde, but a natural blonde. My wife didn't fucking color her hair. She was just blonde. And she was a brown-eyed blonde. That's even better.
Okay.
And she was that woman's hair would go white when in the summer when she and my son were swimming. White hair and fucking brown eyes. It's some weird Eastern European thing. Her mother was Eastern European. My father-in-law, who is still alive, Scotch Irish. But the bottom line is, I've known. Appellation. but here's my point. I know good white people, and Be Brave isn't one of them.
Exactly.
That's why I feel I am qualified to tell Be Brave he's a motherfucking racist of the worst sort. He's a dumb racist.
Egotistical.
A bitter dumb racist. And let me go farther. John Galt's a bitter dumb black racist. The motherfucker is a pure racist. And I'm never shy. I've told John Galt to his face, he's an anti-black black. I tried to be elegant in calling him a racist.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Stan. I know better white racists than this fucking nigga.
Well, I know white aren't racist at all, dude.
No, but like everybody's racist in their own way.
I don't agree with that. Everybody might be racist, but they have the politeness to keep their thoughts to themselves.
Yeah, like everybody has
a conscience. Ooh, this might sound racist. Let me not say it. They have a goddamn filter.
Exactly. Like
the
body language, physical.
You'll never hear me say blacks can't be racist. I know motherfucking John Galt, who's a racist against black people. The motherfucker can't be white. So the next best thing is to be racist against blacks. That's the best he can do to be white. Well, I agree with you, Jason Kessler. This motherfucker did 2 shows with a fucking virulent white racist and called it like, "Hey, y'all come."
But he didn't ask the right questions either. Like he was just.
That motherfucker.
What do you think about these people?
I didn't watch it, dude. I did not watch those shows. Not even.
I'm like, that's a big guess to get, to try to move up in
motherfucker. If the biggest guest you can get is a fucking Charlottesville fucking white supremacist
somewhere, dude. If we could get a white supremacist,
no. I need you to understand where I'm going with this. If the best you can do is get a motherfucking racist, don't do the show. I would never stoop so low as a black man to fucking give credence to a white supremacist.
Yeah.
That's my point about John Galt. The motherfucker hates blacks, and the best he can do to not be black is to embrace white supremacy.
Yeah. But
John Galt hates himself.
Do you think the supremacy or the divisionists are more dangerous?
Okay, motherfucker, that's a dumb question.
I'm sorry, Stan. I'm fucking drunk.
No, literally. Supremacist, divisionist, what does it matter?
You guys talk about.
Okay, what you want to do is you literally want to do some weird
No.
I need you to.
I'm just drunk.
Let me finish.
It came into my head.
I don't need a better. I don't need a classification of racist like they're better racist than worse racist.
But it's just like
what the fuck is your question?
Some of them are more dangerous than others.
No, motherfucker. A racist is a racist.
It's not true.
Yes, it is.
I know a lot of racists that aren't really that dangerous.
Motherfucker, I don't care what you know. I'm telling you what I know. You can be a honey dipped racist or a Dylan Roof.
Either way, yeah.
But a racist is a racist. It literally just depends how the toxin in your blood affects you. It's like an allergy, motherfucker. Some allergies will kill you. some will just make you cough a little bit.
That's what I'm saying. Like, which one
But
is
it's still a problem.
Yeah, no, it's as a whole, it's a fucking dangerous
No,
problem.
motherfucker, you want to justify?
You just said it,
making
Stan.
Okay, motherfucker, I'm literally telling you the cough eventually becomes killing people in a church.
Or a mosque. Or a temple.
Dude, it started in 1787 and it is getting worse. It gets tamed a little bit, but it gets unleashed again. That is literally American history.
Dude,
we got rid of slavery and came up with Jim Crow. That's what the fucking dumbasses like Jillian Michaels. You notice Trump, Jillian Michaels, John Galt, none of these fucks ever talk about Jim Crow because they haven't figured out. Motherfucker, don't interrupt.
I'm sorry, man.
They have not figured out how to explain it. They want to harp on slavery. Everybody had slavery and America ended slavery. Motherfucker, they don't ever talk about Jim Crow. I need you to notice that. They don't talk about it.
Jillian Michaels, didn't she get kicked off like the Biggest Loser?
I don't give a fuck about any of that. I need
No,
you to concentrate on my. I need you to concentrate on my point. Jillian Michaels talked all about slavery and whitewashing. Dude, this is what's so irritating. I need you to focus.
I'm there with you.
Which white supremacist, which Be Brave or John Galt ever talks about Jim Crow? They can't. They can't explain it. They can only talk about slavery ending. And America wasn't the one of the first. It was like 35th. America wasn't even close to coming to being near Britain fucking ended slavery on their soil before the American Revolution. Bottom line is I don't care about the superfluous. I care about being direct. None of these goddamn fucking racists like Jim, I was going to call him Jim Crow John or Ock Nation. None of these motherfuckers ever talks about Jim Crow because they can't, because people like me will chew them up and shit them out once we've digested their stupidity.
I'm from New Jersey.
And Mike, I don't give a fuck where you're from. I care about what I need you to. I don't care. I need you to concentrate on what I said. Digest that and give me a cogent response. New Jersey is not a cogent response.
Salute, Cap.
And Mike, seriously, you're a hanger on, but dude, don't come up here talking crazy.
I'm not.
I'm over. I'm drunk enough to just go.
Either way, I'm with you, Stan. Either way, I'm with you, motherfucker. Let's go.
CK, hit the goddamn panel, sir.
Somebody else hit this motherfucker. Mike ain't
I would be honored
shit.
if our actual elder.
Like I'm fucking tore up right now.
Black Knight,